Chapter 1. The Misaligned Summoning of Deities. The clock's chime rang out, reverberating through the air with an intensity that felt as though it could shatter one's mind. It was the witching hour. Icar, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, reluctantly pried open his eyelids, revealing the opulent golden ceiling of his cell. This marked the third day of his captivity. His entire body throbbed with a searing pain. With gritted teeth, Icar rose slowly, maneuvering cautiously to minimize contact with the chains that glimmered with an ethereal light. As he did so, his exposed forearm brushed against a piece of bloodstone, instantly raising a small blister from the heat. Amidst the chaos, he stifled the pain and gently adjusted the position of his shackles. The bloodstone was designed to suppress physical strength, while holy water and true silver could obstruct his inherent chaotic powers. The restraints binding him were crafted from such precious materials, painstakingly forged, polished, engraved, sanctified, and oiled through numerous intricate processes, intended for the capture and control of beings from the chaotic realms. For instance, to dominate a demon like him. Truth be told, Icar had no inkling why he found himself in this predicament. 3 days prior, while walking his hellhound, he inadvertently fell into a rift between dimensions. Upon awakening, he discovered himself transported to the material plane occupied by humans, stripped of his freedom, power, and companion. A hooded figure had informed him that he was to be sacrificed to the angels and unceremoniously cast into this costly prison. But a sacrifice for the angels? Icar pondered this assertion, finding it nonsensical. While it was true that the energies of angels and demons were antithetical, the two had maintained a prolonged peace for 7 millennia, each managing their respective affairs. Within the realms of order and the chaotic abyss, coexisting without conflict. For the angels to demand a demon sacrifice was tantamount to recklessly tearing asunder a truce. What conceivable reason would those pedantic, insipid beings have to act thus? If it were a personal vendetta against him, that was even less plausible. Icar was a demon, yet also a scholar. Such a demon as he was likely unique in the world. He dedicated his life to the study of the powers across 9 realms and the methods of energy manipulation, documenting his findings in manuscripts and taking leisurely strolls. With his dog, such were the entirety of his pursuits, leaving no room for enemies to be why the way. In his eyes, demons merely existed within the chaotic abyss, utilizing the forces of disorder. The most significant conflict he had ever encountered was a minor dispute with the angel Kale over his treatise, 6 Applications of Power Domain Theory in Will Spells. Remarkably, that very conflict had forged a friendship between him and Kale, leading to clandestine academic discussions. As he reflected on this, his gaze drifted through the bars of his cage, focusing on the narrow, iron window set into the wall. Today was supposed to be a day for their scholarly discourse. Kale must have realized he was missing by now. The moment he fell into the rift, he sensed the traces of the low energy commonly employed in human curses. Following that thread, Kale should easily be able to locate this place. He observed the magical array upon the gilded floor, designed specifically to counteract his chaotic powers. Should an angel descend, it would undoubtedly be a simple matter for them to unravel the constraints and liberate him. His gaze wandered outside. Beyond the window lay only an oppressive darkness, devoid of any anticipated occurrences. Midnight had passed. In 6 hours, he would be taken to the cold altar, where humans would wield their blades, and his soul, which ought to have been devoted to scholarship, would return to chaos. It appeared that the angel would not come, that he had no choice but to risk a final escape attempt. Fortunately, his cherished knowledge bestowed upon him one last option. That was to summon a deity. Icar's gaze fell upon the intricately designed, costly anti-demon chains binding his hands. Anti-demon, yet not anti-human. Holy water, bloodstone, precious metals, and the constraints upon his chaotic powers also serve as excellent materials for human law spells. Thanks to years of accumulated study, he recalled just enough about lost spells to proceed. In a book he had perused, there was mention of a method by which one could pray to the human deities to make their voice heard. At this moment, he desperately needed his voice to be heard. Human law spells, as their name suggests, place great emphasis on procedure. To summon a deity requires the offering of blood that represents devotion and identity. He was afflicted by a curse of malevolent transformation, rendering his appearance and physical strength indistinguishable from that of a human. His skin split effortlessly beneath his teeth, releasing a sanguine liquid. Icar dipped his fingers in the blood, half-sitting, and began to inscribe the sigil representing the deity he sought upon the gilded floor, a bull-headed symbol. The book had indicated that this represented the hand of destruction, Ivermit, one of the 12 human deities. This choice had not been made lightly. Legend had it that Ivermit was once a wandering demon of the chaotic abyss, who, for reasons unknown, had descended to the material plane inhabited by humans 450 years ago, becoming the god of destruction and chaos. If the rumors held any truth, communicating with Ivermit, being of the same demonic lineage, would surely be far simpler than with other deities. Though Icar had never encountered this kin, in chaos, there was little reason for him to refuse such an urgent plea. Icar pressed his hands upon the bull-headed sigil, arranging the true silver chains into an inverted triangle that symbolized destruction and disorder, with a bloodstone at each corner, softly reciting the prayer he had memorized in the human tongue, that he quelled his inner turmoil, awaiting the unfolding of events in silence. After a brief moment, the liturgy within the cell began to ripple. Black and white wisps coalesced from the air as light and shadow danced, gradually forming the translucent silhouette of a lithe woman that it worked. Icar exhaled in relief, observing as the figure slowly took shape, a flicker of confusion surging within him. The image of Ivermit in the book depicted a broad-shouldered, towering figure, half bull and half man. Before him stood a goddess, petite and graceful though she bore horns. Her form starkly contrasted with the description in the text. "Why have you called upon me?" The goddess raised her chin imperiously, revealing her smooth, elegantly contoured neck. She tilted her head, scrutinizing him, then furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon him. "A demonic form. You are no mere mortal." As her words fell, the goddess' translucent figure flickered, the air parting as a warm breeze enveloped him. This was the true essence of a deity, manifesting before him. Though she was a deity, she was merely a human one, and Icar felt no overwhelming surprise, only a modicum of comfort. Excellent. It seemed she regarded this matter with significance, thus likely would not refuse his request. "The hand of destruction, Ivermit. I am your kin, the demon Icar, INT Syncardis. As you can see, I currently find myself in a bit of a predicament." He gently raised his hand in gesture, in chaos. "If you would be willing to assist me, that I could offer you one of my manuscripts on the management of followers and the channeling of faith energy, or the charisma of demons. After all, I have heard your popularity among humans is waning, and your followers are diminishing, to the point where you might be overshadowed by the newly risen demigods." Ultimately, Icar decided it best to withhold such thoughts. "I will be most grateful." The goddess' expression grew peculiar. "I'm not Ivermit. He has been summoned today. I am merely responding to the call in his stead." "Summoned? To where?" Chapter 2. Blood Servant of the Apocalypse War. Icha felt a sudden buzzing in his mind. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but ultimately managed only a feeble, "That's wonderful." What a farce. The Apocalypse War was nothing to celebrate, especially since he had missed the summons due to this inexplicable abduction. The legends known to every demon resurfaced within him. According to demon lore, the commencement of the Apocalypse War would begin with the arrival of the Child of Chaos and culminate in the eternal dominion of chaos over the 9 realms. No one could precisely describe what the Child of Chaos would resemble or what this eternal chaos entailed, nor could they predict when it would occur. Yet every demon eagerly anticipated the birth of the Demon King, having sharpened their claws for 9 millennia, awaiting the day when all realms would merge into a singular chaotic abyss. Except for Icha, who found it utterly tedious. Just think about it. All realms converging into one. All domains of power, save for the force of disorder, would vanish. What use were the fascinating bits of knowledge he possessed? He knew 100 methods to unravel dragon dreams and evade the pranks of fairies, was well versed in the mutations of the vine spirits and soul wraiths, and harbored a curiosity for the peculiar inventions of humanity. Just a few days prior, he had devised a method to harmonize the powers of order and chaos, yet had not yet shared it. "Why are you here? Why aren't you at the war assembly?" A melodious voice interrupted his reverie. Icha suddenly realized he had neglected the goddess. It was inconsequential. He glanced at the overlapping runes on the ground. recognizing that this isolating array, combined with the transformation curse upon him, severed his connection to hell, rendering him oblivious to the crucial announcement. Please grant my request, take me outside. He mentally prioritized his thoughts. I permit it. The goddess glided toward him, extending her elegantly shaped hand, revealing a grotesque scar prominently displayed on her palm. Apply your blood upon it. Icha cast a wary glance at the peculiar scar, furrowing his brow. The intricate grooves formed complex shapes, depicting a primal spell used by fairies from the first realm, a blood pact of forced servitude. Fortunately, he was aware. He stole a glance at the alluring goddess, who wore an excited smile. Icho gained newfound insight into the convoluted logic of these humans. They were indeed complex. Quickly, I shall escort you, the goddess urged. This is, after all, an opportunity. Icha's thoughts shifted, and he bit his finger again, applying the blood to the other palm. Ignoring the searing pain, he tightened his grip on the silver chains behind him, channeling energy as his bloodied hand pressed against the goddess's outstretched one. A sharp sting surged through both palms, igniting his nerves. Hold tight. The goddess pulled him close, whispering in his ear. He grasped her soft hand firmly. Suddenly, gravity ceased to exist. The cacophony of wind assaulted his eardrums. The scenery before him rapidly evaporated. When the wind's tumult subsided, Icha found his footing, discovering that he was now enveloped in a dense forest. Looking up, he glimpsed a castle's spire emerging from the canopy. A small window in a tower still aglow with the faint flicker of candlelight. You were just at the highest level here, the goddess pointed out. What do I look like now? She asked, a knowing smile playing at her lips. The malicious transformation curse had yet to be lifted. Icha shifted his body. The good news was that he no longer felt pain, but the bad news was that he still could not sense any chaotic essence. Nor could he connect with his kin. In the apocalypse war, he had missed the summons. The archdemon Beelzebub would surely be furious. Thank you. Icha pondered intently as he stepped into the woods. Where are you going? Ha ha ha. The goddess suddenly erupted in laughter, tilting her head as she surveyed Icha. Oh, it seems I forgot to mention, you just offered me your blood. You are now my blood servant. Whatever I command you to do, you must obey. Wherever I send you, you must go. She leaned closer to Icha, tapping his forehead lightly. Icha regarded her with an impassive gaze. I shall write. A demon who writes. My heavens. Listen up. The greatest joke in the world. I excel at power flow and domain analysis, and I possess knowledge of various other racial spells. Furthermore, I have a smattering of knowledge regarding the histories of the 9 realms. Ah, then you must know some bizarre tales. I have decided, you shall tell me stories from now on, and record the joy that the playful saint, Hickeys, brings to the world. Icha glanced at her. I have not heard that name. That name shall echo through the ages. Hickeys will be remembered not merely as the daughter of the destruction hand, Ivermeth, but as the harbinger of joy, the half-demon, half-fairy goddess, mistress of desire, and the virgin of impulse. And you, my demon blood servant, shall be my capable assistant. Half-demon, half-fairy, no wonder she could wield ancient fairy spells. Icha sighed deeply. I already have your first story in mind. That was fast. It seems you are quite aware of your circumstances. Excellent. I like it. Hickeys released their clasped hands, then affectionately wrapped her arms around Icha. Divine spirit countercurse. What? As Hickeys listened, her expression shifted with alarm. She took a step back, but Icha seized her wrist. A sudden sting erupted in her palm. Sensing impending danger, she lowered her gaze, her features contorting in horror. The scar's sigil on her palm was now overshadowed by another coarsely drawn blood pattern. The once dried traces of blood shimmered with a metallic sheen. Icha extended his hand before her. The same sigil glowed ominously on his palm, radiating an eerie red light. Hickeys, frantic, rubbed her hand, but the sigil Icha had inscribed had already taken form, impervious to her efforts to dispel it. The sigil brightened with each rub, embedding itself deeper into her fair skin. Overwhelmed by terror, she shrieked. The story has come to an end. Icha shook his head, gently closing his palm into a fist. At once, Hickeys felt as though her palm was pierced by 1,000 needles, the pain radiating through her arm and into her chest, nearly robbing her of breath. Her legs trembled as she leaned against a tree, gasping for air. Chapter 3. The pursuit. In return, a warm breeze surged forth. Hecate chose to attack Iza. Lost in his own thoughts, Iza merely clapped his hands lightly. A rift opened in the void, and Hecate, clad in a flowing purple gown, tumbled out, landing face first in the muddy forest floor. She fell hard, yet silently curled into a ball, her violet eyes brimming with vigilance and anger. The blood pact you forged is a means to trace souls. Izza regarded her with a worried, intelligent gaze, urging her not to oppose herself any further. Kneeling in the dirt, Hecus's opulent purple gown was now stained with mud. Her elbows and face smeared, leaves stuck in her horns. She remained silent, her shoulders beginning to tremble. Izza raised an eyebrow, recalling a concept from the human realm, crying. Hecus wept. Curiosity flickered in Izza's eyes, but he soon remembered the pressing matter at hand. With a sigh, he turned to walk into the woods. In the distance, the glimmer atop a tower guided him. As he approached, he could sense the faint energy of scattered laws permeating the air. Izza was acutely aware of the source of this energy. It bore a striking resemblance to the magical formations in the Golden Prison and the energy used in the planar traps that ensnared him. It originated from the same individual, the planar sorcerer who had captured him. This sorcerer had placed binding and transformation spells upon him, pilfering all his belongings. The tower loomed before him, yet a gossamer veil of mist obstructed his path. An alarm of magical energy had been set by the planar sorcerer. Izza contemplated the consequences of rash action. If he were to traverse the mist, the sorcerer would instantly detect his presence. Assessing his current strength, the chaotic power was beyond his reach, and both human law magic and Veyn magic required a source of energy, which he currently lacked. As for the planar sorcerer, any human capable of mastering profound planar spells was a rare and exceptional talent. The sorcerer's spells were exceedingly stealthy. Izza had failed to realize he had walked into a trap at first. However, the sorcerer's energy usage did exhibit flaws, yet given Izza's present condition, a direct confrontation would likely end in failure. The familiar warm breeze swirled around him. He turned to see the expressionless Hecus, her eyes slightly reddened. Aren't you leaving? Izza asked, and in that moment, he understood that Hecus's blood pact likely included a spatial restriction, preventing her from straying too far from her bloodmaster. Hecus maintained a stoic silence, sulking at the void. Very well, Izza mused. If you assist me in a task, I can dissolve the blood pact. Though bringing Hecus along might incite certain risks, he found himself in need of her power. Hecus's eyes brightened, her demeanor shifting back to one of cheer. What is it? Izza pointed toward the tower, shrouded in mist. After a moment of hesitation, the goddess approached, linking her arm with the demons, and together they descended into the castle. They gracefully navigated past the surrounding walls, the low stables, dormitories filled with slumbering apprentices, and the puppet-strewn training grounds, finally arriving in a dim recess. In the corner, Izza discovered his belongings, a golden horn chain, a shadow iron curved dagger, a pouch of colorful energy crystals, 5 crystal vials containing quick runes, 3 brown-covered tomes, 2 feather quills, a roll of talisman paper, and a portable ink bottle filled with silent ink. These are your possessions? Hecus exclaimed in surprise. As Izzy assessed his items, he realized one was missing. Ultimately, he found it on another shelf, a long robe of black and crimson, his signature piece. You look just like a magic tutor. A demonic magic tutor, Hecus remarked with newfound interest, her previous discomfort dissipating. Izza donned the robe, its scarlet flames and swirling black clouds fitting him elegantly. What do you know about the planar sorcerer here? His name is Nis, an orphan, self-taught, and somewhat talented among humans. He does not serve any deity. Hecus scoffed. Boring. Those who are not my followers are quite mundane. A hint of pride flickered across the goddess's face. Let us go. We shall meet him. Izza extended his arm. This time, they were directly transported to the chamber of the planar sorcerer, Nis. The fire flickered, and a hooded figure sat at the desk. The golden thorn pattern on his chest signifying him as a high-ranking member of the Sorcerer's Association. The gaze beneath the hood was calm, fixated on the suddenly appearing Izza, as if he were prepared for this encounter. A demon, and you've brought a companion. Although Hecus concealed her form upon arrival, Nis could sense another enigmatic presence alongside the demon, and did not act impulsively. I believe I shall speak plainly, Izza proclaimed, taking a comfortable seat, reclining against the chair's back. If you are a benevolent and disciplined spellcaster, please lift the curse of law binding me. Rest assured, I have no interest in exacting revenge upon you. A demon is indifferent to such trivial offenses, especially with the impending apocalypse awaiting me. Izza's nonchalant demeanor caused Nis to frown, a silver coin appearing in his hand. He glanced at it. The coin gleamed brightly. A genuine silver coin has not tarnished. This demon speaks the truth. After a moment of contemplation, the coin vanished from his grasp. I believe you. You trust yourself? Izza replied with a slight smile, noticing Nisa's subtle movements. The door behind them burst open. A powerful aura of order flooded the room as four young figures in white robes, wielding genuine silver chains, surged in and surrounded him. For priests. Their garments have been sanctified. Izza surveyed the scene, his gaze landing on Nis. The planar sorcerer's face was obscured by the hood as he rose from the desk, hands pressed firmly against the surface, facing the demon. I believe you. But I am afraid this is not directed at you. Nis's voice bore no trace of apology. He raised a hand, signaling the priests, who began to chant low-level orders of holy law, tightening their grip on the chains as they cautiously advanced toward Izza. Hecasis, come forth. Without further ado, he sighed, brushing his palm over the talisman inscribed on his hand. A soft, melodious sigh, filled with allure and temptation, resonated throughout the room. Divine light burst forth, enveloping everyone in a warm, intoxicating breeze. A faint lavender outline materialized from the air, exuding a maddening fragrance, as the radiant figure of Hecasis, the joyful saint, appeared beside Izza. Hecasis was far more entrancing than the scent itself, more enticing than the warm breeze. Izza deduced this from the behavior of the four white-robed priests, finding it somewhat foolish. The divine power of a deity stemmed from the collective will of their followers. Different collective wills transformed into different strengths. The divine energy of Hecasis evidently bordered on the chaotic, leaving Izza entirely immune to its effects. The priests, now stumbling over their words, huddled together. The silver chains cast aside as their hands busied themselves unbuttoning their garments. This is divine energy. Nis's voice trembled, astonished that he could withstand the onslaught. You are a deity. I am his servant, Hecasis replied, resting her hand on Izza's shoulder. Chapter 4. Dual destruction as a divine being. To submit oneself as a servant to a demon? Nis could not conceal his emotions. This revealed a flaw. As Izza realized that the formidable planar sorcerer merely appeared to be a young man of around 20. It was hardly surprising. Although he was capable of employing numerous arcane spells, his comprehension of energy transference was riddled with deficiencies. Those energy-infused chains represented a grave error. Izza observed as Hickeys engaged in a series of kicks, expelling the priests who were clamoring to caress the goddess's calves. Can we converse now? Nis remained silent for a moment, his shoulders tensed as if poised to strike. Sensing the fluctuation of arcane energy, Izza waved his finger, advising against futile actions. Your energy conversion rate is still woefully inadequate. A thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. Would you like to improve? I can teach you. Eyes glimmering beneath the hood. Was this a transaction? A demon's bargain. The human understanding of demons seemed to end here. Izza felt a twinge of regret for the wasted potential. This sorcerer appeared but a step away from the crux of the matter, merely needing to glimpse his own treatise, my 18-fold energy conversion rate. Nis took a seat. As Hickeys had already materialized beside him, her sharp nails resting against his carotid artery. Never mind. I recall you mentioned that this demonic offering, was to be presented to the angels. Who informed you of this? This was a question Izza sought to understand. One day, he could inquire of Kale. Yet he yearned for the human perspective. The impending apocalypse waged by the demons, coupled with the angels' bizarre provocation on the eve of such a cataclysm, was indeed suspicious. Nis was silent for a while before tossing a scroll of parchment. The 5 greatest prophets, in a joint dream prophecy last month. Violet ink sketched a meticulous image, swirling storm clouds, led by an angel resembling a child, with a dozen angels descending from the heavens, unleashing torrents of white upon the continent below, which shattered into numerous fragments. On the ground lay many people, yet not a single one stood. They were either decapitated or charred black. In a corner, the dismembered body of a demon lay scattered. Izza rolled up the parchment, his expression impassive. So, this prophecy leads you to believe the angels intend to annihilate humanity, requiring a demon as a sacrifice? Is it not so? This is the prophet's interpretation. Why was I chosen? Chosen? No. Nis's voice faltered. Your location is nearest to the planar spell trap we have set. He then concluded with ease. They require a better education. He approached, abruptly pulling off the planar sorcerer's hood, scrutinizing him. A head of golden curls emerged. Nis, surprisingly youthful, appeared even younger than Izza had imagined. Of course, in his presence, all humans seemed as juvenile as caterpillars. Nis's eyes betrayed a frantic attempt at concealment. He could not deny that he was among the younger caterpillars. a caterpillar in need of education. Izza resumed his seat, patiently inquiring, "Are you aware of the Apocalypse War?" Nis shook his head in confusion. "Very well. The Apocalypse War is our terminology. The angels have a similar legend, known as the Dawn War." Izza shook the scroll in his hand, summarizing, "One day, these benevolent angels, under the leadership of the Order's Saint, will wage a total war to unify all 9 planes, transforming the world into a singular paradise." He pointed at the childlike angel at the forefront. "This is the Order's Saint. This symbolizes the Dawn War." He was not jesting. Kale had conveyed this to him. The notion bore an uncanny resemblance to the Apocalypse War, prompting Izza to ponder whether each of the 9 planes harbored similar legends of their respective progeny unifying the universe. This simultaneously hastened Izza's disinterest in such wars, which plummeted like a free fall. Nis gazed in astonishment at the scroll in Izza's hand, indicating an alternative interpretation of the prophet's prophecy. In other words, yes, Izza unfurled the drawing, pointing at the tattered demon carcass in the corner. "This is not a sacrifice. It merely indicates that we are also among the targets of the angels in the Dawn War. Therefore, there is no need for any offerings. After the Great War, the world will be left with either a singular hell or a singular paradise." He rejected such an outcome from the depths of his being. His new research had yet to be published. "This is rather coincidental." Hickey's raised an eyebrow at the drawing, aware that the Apocalypse War was set to commence in mere days. "Perhaps the Order's Saint and the Child of Chaos have agreed to be born simultaneously." Izza jested. This point was indeed suspicious, yet matters could only progress step by step. Nis wished to express doubt, yet the demon's assertions were compelling. The tangible silver coin once again offered an honest answer. The sorcerer leaned back in his chair like an aged man. The great prophet's interpretation of the prophecy was flawed, and the demon before him had directly pointed this out, simultaneously delivering far worse news. The primary material plane inhabited by humans was on the brink of destruction twice. "What now? All right. Thank me for pointing out your errors. Now please dispel these unnecessary spells on me." Izzy addressed the stunned Nis. "Why are you telling me this?" Nis stared at him, before replying after a pause. "Because you are a caterpillar in need of education." Izza regarded him kindly. The young planar sorcerer fell silent, mourning in stillness for a moment, before producing a jeweled dagger and slicing through 3 fingers of his left hand. Incantations flowed. A relentless black wind began to swirl around Izza. The books on the table, the dagger, Hickey's long hair, and various small items began to tremble. As the black wind dissipated, the lean man in the armchair had transformed into a well-proportioned demon. A robe of crimson flames and storm clouds perfectly accentuated his physique, mirroring his fiery red horns. His tail was graceful and powerful, and his eye sockets burned with mesmerizing azure flames. "Ah, much better." Izza sighed contentedly, uttering the words in the demonic tongue, infused with chaotic power. He then noticed Nis coughing, clutching his ears in resistance, while Hickey's gazed at him, spellbound, her complexion flushed. Hickey's vigorously shook her head before seizing Nis by the throat. This action was unexpectedly abrupt. Izza barely had time to raise a finger. Crack, snap. The sounds of Nis's strangled voice, the breaking of bones, and Hickey's being struck resonated almost simultaneously. The joyful saintess leaped aside, discarding the unconscious planar sorcerer, rubbing her wrist where the demon had struck her, gazing at him in confusion. "Why do you not kill him? He is of no further use." Hickey's voice diminished. Her head lowered, fully aware that he knew you were innocent, yet had attempted to harm you multiple times. "If I were so, you would have already been in tatters." Izza leaned closer to glimpse the planar sorcerer, whose neck vertebrae had been shattered, convulsing as blood poured from his mouth. The chaotic energy proved unhelpful in this scenario. He retrieved a crystal vial from his robe and extracted a quick rune for the vine spirit spell, flicking it toward Nis's body. A healing turquoise light enveloped the golden-haired youth. Chapter 5 The First Disciple, the First Servant of God. The first dear friend, Isaiah, once again felt profoundly ignorant of humanity. The rapidity with which they changed their attitudes struck him as exceedingly strange. Students. Although he had experienced something akin to this, the notion of formally taking on students had never crossed his mind. Yet, with a mere mention of it, he suddenly pondered the possibility that he might indeed make a splendid teacher. Moreover, when Isaiah intended to fulfill his promise and dissolve the blood pact with Hickey's, she surprisingly expressed reluctance. She stated, "No offense meant, but I think being with you might be more enjoyable." Well, he certainly could not grasp what she meant by no offense. He ought to reach out to other demons. The prelude to the apocalyptic war might already have concluded, and the demon king Beelzebub might have noticed his absence. No demon would dare oppose Beelzebub, nor would any demon refuse the call to the apocalypse. He truly wished to avoid it. There was another matter to stall for time. Setting up the summoning site? Hickey's evidently did not comprehend Iz's implication. What he meant was that if others discovered that the prisoner he was guarding had disappeared alongside him, he would find himself on the wanted list of the entire Sorcerer's Guild. Nice immediately clarified, however, if you can leave a miracle in the prison, everyone will assume that another faction has taken me and my teacher away. This is a considerate approach from my teacher. Hickey's nodded coldly, feigning understanding. Once again, thank you. Teacher. The dimensional sorcerer bowed to the goddess. Isaiah stifled a laugh and slightly raised his arm, allowing the joyful saintess to glide towards him like a purple spirit serpent, entwining her arm with his. Let us go. A warm breeze surrounded them as three figures vanished from the study. From the traces she left behind, it appeared as though Isaac had been flattened by a drooling giant dragon, then pried from the ground and hurled through a wall. Nice gazed at the miracle sprawled across the floor, shaking his head. His respect for the goddess Hickey's diminished rapidly during their brief encounter. The saintess is hardly different from a witch. Why would a deity like you even have followers? The dimensional sorcerer muttered softly. Human nature is complex, brimming with diverse supplications. All gods emerge from a collective manifestation of human will, Isaiah explained. This was all documented in books, even those written in human languages. Yet, Nice and Hickey's nodded repeatedly, as if he were uttering some self-invented holy doctrine. This experience of imparting wisdom indeed felt gratifying. He reached into his belongings. The tome titled A Compendium of 9 Dimensions should suffice for Nice to peruse. The sound of flapping wings caught his attention. He turned sharply towards the vast opening in the wall. A white light spread before him, an orderly white luminescence. Time had neared the depths of night, yet the sky was suddenly illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Strangely, the entire city remained eerily silent, offering no response. Hickey's darted to the edge of the opening, and Nice rushed to join her. They once again beheld the true form of a demon. Behold, a demonic sound erupted as thick black fog surged forth, swirling towards the pale sky. Within the black mist, Isaiah re-emerged in his demonic form, unfurling his enormous ebony wings. The crimson flames etched upon his robe, leaving ghostly trails as he surged forth. With a thunderous boom, the white light was cleaved by the black fog, diminished and obscured, and the sky darkened. Only a solitary white figure remained radiant, his form perfect, with a pair of blindingly pure wings unfurled behind him. The black and red demon hovered before him. Chaotic air currents swirled around gray clouds. An angel. Nice was knocked to the ground by the force of the wind. Hickey's had already reached Iz's side, poised to assist. The two locked gazes, a silent challenge passing between them. Must you always make such an entrance? The demon broke the silence. Isn't it cool? The angel replied innocently. When will you reconcile the power of order? Hickey's and Nice could hardly believe their ears. Wait, why do you seem so familiar with each other? The joyful saintess exclaimed, her eyes wide. The eternal opposition of angels and demons, order and chaos, seemed to have vanished. Nice rose from the ground, questioning the validity of his 19 years of life. A friend who is an angel. Hickey's and Nice stood in stunned silence. The angel nodded gracefully, landing beside the demon, inadvertently stepping onto the mess left behind. Blast! No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a plump rabbit, his divine light extinguished. Still can't curse? The damned 35,000 impure expressions. What a hassle. The blasphemy of that statement caused the angel to morph into a winged pig. Isaiah understood this was an inbuilt code of conduct within every angel. He employed his newly discovered theories to neutralize the situation, and the pig bounced back to its human form. Hickey's and Nice's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Isaiah brushed the dust from his robe, gazing at Kale, filled with questions that required careful consideration. What brings you here? He ultimately decided to start with the simplest inquiry. Of course, I heard you were in trouble. Kale scanned the surroundings, searching for the instigator. His gaze swept over Nice, and he winked with his shimmering golden eyes. Nice trembled but did not move an inch. No trouble, just a misunderstanding. Isaiah replied coolly, garnering Nice's gratitude. Isaiah forced a humorless chuckle, retrieving the scroll of prophecy regarding the Dawn War from his robe and tossing it towards Kale. Kale glanced at the illustration inked in violet ink, his smile turning awkward. So you already know. But this doesn't concern me. Doesn't he concern you? The obviousness of this error made Isaac too weary to point it out. Did you receive the notice? The Dawn War shares many similarities with the Apocalypse War, such as the necessity to mobilize all members. Naturally, the Dawn War has a summons for all angels. Kill should not be here. The angel fidgeted nervously. I ran away. From all the fighting. I am not suited for it. So I came to find you immediately. Ran away? To find me? This implied that a multitude of angels, ready to punish deserters, likely trailed closely behind him. And then he sought out a demon? Isaiah felt a genuine headache. Angels maintained the same simplistic thinking as they had for the past 6 centuries. Time left no marks upon their bodies or minds. By the way, where do you intend to go now? I plan to follow you and hide for a while. Kale regarded him with a saintly yet assertive gaze. Please allow me to accompany you to learn more. Nice stepped forward, realizing something important. I have no objection to lingering a bit longer. Hickeys glanced at him, her long, flowing hair framing her exceptionally beautiful visage. Isaiah contemplated, standing at the opening and gazing outward. The night was nearing its end, with a blush of pink appearing on the horizon. Below, the other structures of the castle clustered chaotically around the tower. He could see the training grounds leading into the woods, and in the distance, another city lay at the foot of the mountains. Barking dogs, people propping open windows, and others loudly reciting 21 ritual precautions filled the air. Iz's enhanced hearing captured the rising clamor. Though not all was perfect, everything in his eyes adhered to a coherent order. They undoubtedly possessed value beyond destruction, did they not? Moreover, others required his guidance. A new plan blossomed within him. Isaiah bore a smile only a demon could possess. Angels, sorcerers, and deities awaited him. Thus, he addressed them, ladies and gentlemen. Let us descend into the depths of hell together. Chapter 6. Caterpillar. For a moment, no one spoke. Kier stared at Azar as if he had just discovered him to be a demon. Go to hell? Like most angels born during this 7,000-year period of peace, known as the Century of Isolation, Kier had never ventured into the chaotic abyss. He had never even contemplated it. This was the advantage of order. It prevented one from pondering matters beyond its confines. Subsequently, he and Azar maintained a distant yet effective communication, and when it was imperative to discuss important issues face to face, they would choose to meet in the most secretive, balanced, and pure energy location among the 9 realms, the Garden of the Arbiter. This ensured a fair and impartial environment for their discussions. Now this fellow wants me to go to hell. Was he actually suggesting I venture into the abyss? Would I choke? Would I melt? Would the 72 pillars of demon lords discover me and tear me apart? Upon further reflection, the angel realized that this was a line of thought best left untouched. Damn. Oh no, I absolutely did not swear this time. How infuriating. Nisa's situation was somewhat better, but not by much. The sorcerer stood stiffly, more rigid than a statue of the knightly order. His gaze fixated on the distant floor as if it bore a life-sized portrait of Medusa. He put on and took off his hood 3 times in succession. Nice knew he could utilize the holy circle, precise instruments, pure spiritual essence, and ample concentration to master time, space, and the stars, capturing the moment of dimensional collision, guiding energies from other realms or projecting them forth. This was the duty of a professional dimensional sorcerer, to use a set of accurate rituals, materials, and will structures to channel energy, akin to using glowing iron tongs to stoke a fire, occasionally fanning the flames to make them burn brighter or extinguish them entirely. Even if the world were to be consumed by flames twice, he should adhere to the correct sequence of operations to salvage it both times, rather than plunging headlong into the inferno. Absolutely not. The only reason to do so would be the demon Azar, who sat casually at the edge of a gaping hole in the wall, compelling him to act thusly. The gentle breeze stirred the demon's black and red robes, rendering him particularly dignified, particularly right, and particularly impossible to refuse. Nice had already come to realize that Azar bore no malice toward the world or humanity, and he was likely the only demon with such an attitude. It now seemed that following him was the only way to access the key to averting the impending doom of the primary material realm. This learned and benevolent demon, amidst so many humans, had granted him the opportunity to engage with him, the chance to touch the truth, perhaps even to save humanity. A sense of glory surged within the sorcerer's heart, surpassing even the accolades he had received for his sorcerous prowess. As previously stated, he ought to follow this divinely appointed mentor wherever he might lead. However, the haunting images of hell's terrifying landscapes which had been ingrained in him since childhood, resurfaced in his mind. Nis shook his head, trying to dispel those visions. Perhaps the erudite demon mentor had his own methods, just as he had miraculously freed himself from the clutches of death. Yet, regardless, it was the chaotic abyss that sent shivers down every human spine. Silence. A profound silence laden with thoughts. After a moment of complex stillness infused with the sacred, the wicked, the mundane, joy, and ennui. Clap. Hekis's crisp clap broke through. So, have you made your decision? He was granting us time to choose. He truly respects our free will. Nis immediately recognized this. He glanced at Kier, who remained silent, confusion still flickering in his golden eyes. Nis understood this well, the fundamental characteristic of long-lived beings, sluggish reactions, vividly embodied in this fellow. Of course, I shall accompany my mentor on this journey. Nis promptly bowed. Heki shot him a surprised glance. He hadn't expected this diminutive human sorcerer to exhibit such bravery. I hope to stand by your side, Nis added. Izar rose and approached the sorcerer. He stirred the chaotic energy, transforming into his demonic form, with a golden chain of horns entwined around his crimson horns. Excellent. A commendable caterpillar of courage. He had not misjudged. Of course, it wouldn't matter if he had. He gently lifted a hand and pressed it against Nis's head. Nis remained still. Kier watched them with concern. You will die, Izar said slowly, feeling the young sorcerer beneath his hand begin to tremble. Hekis's eyes sparkled with excitement. As you command, Nis finally replied in a strained whisper. Izar smiled very well. He tightened his grip on the sorcerer's head. Blue flames flickered in his eyes, and chaotic black mist began to emanate from his body. It seemed as if something had latched onto the sorcerer's head, the top pressed against Izar's magical grasp, all his features and skin stretching upward. Hiss! In an instant, Nis was rendered mute. He trembled violently, the area where his head met the demon's hand emitting a horrific, sucking noise. The sorcerer's eyes and mouth widened, yet all that emerged was a gaping black void, with blood continuously dripping down. With a pop, his tongue, along with his eyeballs and brain, was drawn cleanly out towards the crown of his head. The sorcerer's body swiftly collapsed, his skin first turning pale as blood vanished, then becoming a desiccated gray. Gurgle. Flesh was pumped from within him. In the blink of an eye, the sorcerer had transformed into an empty, leathery pouch. Ugh. Ha 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 ha. Kier retched. Hekis clapped and laughed uproariously. Izar gently moved his fingers, and the crumpled pouch vanished as if elastic, slipping through his fingertips. Nis's cloak fell to the ground, devoid of its corporeal support. The sorcerer had disappeared within his grasp. A caterpillar. Izar mused. The black mist thickened, still and waiting for his command. The demon did not cease, concentrating on enacting the rules he had devised. His palm brimmed with the energy of this pitiful human, heavy as raw iron. Izar lifted that hand and tossed it upward. A gelatinous air was hurled into the void. The sounds of retching and laughter abruptly ceased. Like an illusion, the golden-haired youth materialized from midair, landing before them. Nis curled on the ground, bewilderedly gazing up at the demon. He appeared unchanged, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Izar rubbed his wrist. After a moment, Hekis and Kier cautiously approached, the angel instinctively draping a garment over Nis, as was his nature. Master. Nis's voice emerged, barely audible. Only energy beings can traverse the realms. This is the young caterpillar. Izar exchanged an encouraging glance with him. You are now a butterfly. Chapter 7. Energy beings and the Hell broadcast. It is widely acknowledged that nearly all life forms can be categorized into three distinct types: material beings, energy beings, and law beings. The primary material plane harbors approximately 80% of the material beings within the vast multiverse, including species such as bittergrass, snails, humans, and countless others. The remaining 20% of material beings are predominantly found within the Dreamweaver cradle planes inhabited by dragons and vine spirits. Notably, explorers have indicated that traces of material beings have also been discovered in the Wondrous Forest and the Domain of Slaughter. Material beings are rather cumbersome, unable to venture beyond their native planes, which restricts their perspective. In contrast, energy beings and law beings are not bound by such limitations. How did you manage to do it? Kier inquired as he playfully tousled Nisa's golden head, seemingly inspecting its quality. I have yet to announce it, he replied. The term announce refers to making a public proclamation in the academic paradise known as the Arbiter's Garden. Only then did he intend to discuss with Kier what they had initially planned to address a couple of days prior. Very well. Kier, casting aside the dimension sorcerer whose hair had erupted in disarray, wore a look of frustration. In any case, your current state allows you to accompany us. Ezra casually informed Nysa, simultaneously ensuring that the energy in the air was meticulously organized and seamlessly channeled into the sorcerer's new form. We? What about me? The angel interjected, before recalling something and pointing at Hickus with a sense of teamwork. What about her? Ezra glanced at Hickus, who was embracing herself. Seemingly lost in contemplation, a rather rare occurrence. He decided against interrupting this precious moment, instead removing the golden horn chain from his vibrant, crimson horns and tossing it to Kier. Don this, and you shall conceal that stifling, wooden aura. If other demons maintain a distance from you, they should remain oblivious. What? I possess an extraordinary holy aura. Kier retorted angrily, transforming into a polar bear at the expletive, but still scrutinizing the exquisite golden chain in his paws. Why? What is the principle behind it? The principle that remains unpublished, Ezra replied, feeling a swell of accomplishment as sparks of inspiration erupted within him. In an instant, he thought of two phrases that would surely infuriate the angel. Nysa cautiously interrupted, Teacher, his hair still resembles cauliflower. Ezra raised an eyebrow, his burning azure eyes fixated on him. What am I precisely? The sorcerer inquired, his voice laden with concern. A peculiar question, Ezra mused. Do humans often pose such strange inquiries? As if knowing would alter their circumstances. Yet, they are undeniably fragile and easily influenced. It is perhaps best to provide this fellow with a thorough explanation. You are now an energy being. You've revealed the process. I understand now, Kier exclaimed, clapping and laughing heartily. Remarkable. I almost divulged the crux of the matter, Ezra remarked, casting a glance at Kier, who had placed the golden chain atop his head, the ornament dangling from one of his furry white ears. He was thumping his robust chest with his paw, reveling in the triumph of his newfound intellect. He was not foolish, merely a tad naive. Nysa lowered his gaze in thought, his countenance still reflecting the bewilderment of newfound existence, appearing even more like a youthful adolescent. I see. The gratitude emanating from the young sorcerer's eyes was so pure it could soften the hardest of hearts. Yet, the demon merely bared his teeth in a smile, circling towards the joyous saint. The joyous Saint Hickus, the deity of delight among all beings, half demon and half fey, mistress of desire, and the matron of impulse. Would she not know how to navigate the chaotic abyss? It is a possibility, but how likely is it? Hickus turned to him, and Ezra noticed her forming a silent message with her lips, yet he could not hear a word. His mind was suddenly inundated by the dreaded, incessant buzzing of the hell broadcast. The hell broadcast, if there exists a significant grievance among demons, this omnipresent and intrusive broadcast surely ranks high. As long as one is utilizing chaotic energy, it can locate you at any moment, whether you are flirting with a half-goat beauty, sitting emotionally moved in the theater of the soul-devouring choir, or earnestly deliberating the ultimate theorem of the cosmos in the arbiter's garden. Much like an angel equipped with the 35,000 unholy lexicons for punishment, every demon can be reached by the hell broadcast at any time, often manifesting in the most vexatious forms, such as leaving a series of crooked demonic inscriptions directly on your arm. As was the case now, Ezra lowered his gaze to see the ground beneath him beginning to display revolting, vomit-like stains of red and green, forming filthy letters akin to the wings of flies, seemingly synchronized with the ceaseless clamor in his mind. Knowledge-seeking demon Ezra Sinchard, why have you been absent from our grand assembly? The legions of hell are about to embark. Do not defy, do not linger. Otherwise, you shall bear the brand of wicked transgression, the mark of a treacherous sinner, the insignia of a pitiful prey. Ezra felt as though a fly had entered his heart. Thank you, Beelzebub. Thank you for reminding me of that title, which no one remembers. Thank you for deigning to personally inform me as the Lord of Demons. Thank you for elucidating the consequences so clearly. You appear somewhat displeased. What troubles you? Hickus's gentle voice whispered in his ear, prompting Ezra to realize that the hell broadcast had concluded. The squalid stains at his feet reverted to their muddied, chaotic state. A beam of fresh sunlight filtered through a crack in the wall. Are you able? He succinctly queried Hickus. She nodded, her expression appearing somewhat complex. Yet Ezra was not in the mood to engage. Let us go? What shall we do? Hickus inquired. Is she a trustworthy presence? Ezra wondered. To prevent the apocalypse. He ultimately stated. Chapter 8. a dismal descent. Ica had developed an odd fondness for the chaotic hell. In truth, after enduring a prolonged imprisonment in the material plane, where days felt like years, the once dreaded sights of the billowing black smoke from sulfuric waterfalls, the barren ground littered with weathered skulls, and the occasional swarms of insects in the crimson sky began to take on a certain charm in his memory. There were numerous aspects he appreciated, such as the readily available materials. The thick layer of premium fibrous bone dust at the base of the Kachino's triple peaks served as an excellent stabilizer, while remnants of corpses in the fireburned valley often yielded primitive marrow stones, which he always kept a bag of refined specimens on hand. This substance resembled a porous, irregular sphere, imbued with a significant amount of chaotic energy, and it retained corresponding mental energies reflective of the corpse's emotions prior to its marrowing, making it an ideal supplementary energy source after refinement. Then there were the events, most notably the highly coveted and fiercely competitive imprint judgments. These judgments convened once every 150 years atop Kachino, where new members exchanged a portion of their soul for their true name, bestowed by the Lord of all demons, and subsequently had this name inscribed in demonic script upon the fiery cliffs of Kachino as an anchor point. Many names were destined to be forgotten from the moment they were claimed, as a considerable number of demons were illiterate. Thus, Beelzebub's solution involved a straightforward yet thorough description of the primary content, akin to what Ica had observed. It is worth noting that many demons lack mouths, rendering them incapable of inquiring with others. Nevertheless, this matter was ultimately resolved, albeit through means that inflicted considerable anguish upon Ica. As the most learned demon, Beelzebub had him tutor the entire chaotic hell in demonic script for a staggering 1,600 years. When the last demon fluently recited the 13 lines of the fallen upon departing Ica's abode, he watched that once vacant-headed figure transform into one of cultured eloquence, only to collapse backward and fall into a deep slumber for a century and a half. This ordeal yielded both a favorable outcome and an unfortunate consequence. The adverse effect was that Beelzebub now held a lasting impression of him, a predicament as no one desired to leave any mark upon Beelzebub. Even those few demon gods who shared similar ideologies regarded her with trepidation. But let us leave that for when we encounter her. The positive outcome, however, was quite satisfactory, providing a modicum of solace for the mental scars inflicted during his 1,600 years among foolish demons. He was granted the liberty to choose a name for himself, erasing his demonic birth name from the fiery cliffs and bestowing upon himself a new identity. Thus, his anchor point disappeared. He no longer required it, for wherever truth resided, that was where he belonged. Ica sent Cardus, meaning the shepherd of the Hydra's lair. Upon returning to chaotic hell, he was fortunate not to encounter Beelzebub immediately. Had it not been for the angel beside him, incessantly spewing forth a silver luminescent liquid like a fountain, Ica's plans would have been set in motion, and his mood would have undoubtedly improved. Alas, such was not the case. The golden horn chain he had provided to Kier could disperse and reconstitute the angel's orderly energy, allowing him to avoid detection by other demons, since appearances could be altered, but concealing energy signatures was paramount. The chain functioned effectively, and Kier's orderly energy was concealed even better than he anticipated. Even passing by demons would likely not reveal his presence. The issue lay in the fact that he had not foreseen Kier's utter inability to withstand the chaotic hell's environment. Upon arrival, he began to cough, soon succumbing to tears and vomiting, dragging everyone down with him. Ica could gently dissipate the harmonizing forces of order, but Kier required the opposite. As the silver liquid spewed forth, Kier opened his mouth, and pure white orbs of light began to bubble from within. Ica frowned at the angel, who was incessantly creating divine contamination. Fortunately, they had descended upon the outskirts of chaotic hell, a desolate and concealed area in the heart of the eternally dark-toothed desert, where they could easily obscure their presence. Ness had also been disrupted. He clumsily attempted to support Kier, splattered with silver liquid. Though it became evident that the orderly angels were not to be underestimated, still, Kier left a rather favorable impression on him. In a moment of misjudgment, Kier fell face first onto the ground, inadvertently dragging Ness down with him, who was still unfamiliar with his new body. Sakisis mocked them with a shrill laughter, striding alongside them. Perhaps due to their departure from the realm of their followers, the divine light surrounding her had dimmed significantly. At that moment, her lineage's traits became pronounced. Her hands had transformed into claw-like bird talons, her demonic horns curved backward, Her skin took on a pale pink hue, and her eyes became narrow and elongated, devoid of any white. The pitch-black pupils glimmered with no light. "Help!" The helpless Ness called out to Sakissis. She waved her arm, and suddenly, indigo feathers with hints of purple spread from her shoulder to her wrist, forming a narrow wing. She flapped her wings and sent Ness flying away. Her other half was that of a harpy. Ika frowned and snapped his fingers, appearing beneath the floating sorcerer, catching him, and then telekinetically lifting Kier. "Do not engage in such behavior again," he admonished, fixing a stern gaze upon Sakissis. The last thing they needed was an angel spewing divine gastric fluid and a half-demon, half-fae causing mischief. "Oh," Sakissis replied, turning her head away in annoyance. She leaped onto a steep rock face and squatted there, her dark eyes staring into the distance. "What exactly are we supposed to do? I recall you had something to say to me." "Not now," Ika replied, devoid of curiosity. After contemplating, he resolved to address both matters at once. "Let us split up for now." He tossed a red marrow stone to her. Fewer than a quarter of demons had settled habits, and Ika happened to be one of them. His books, laboratory, specimen room, and various fields of laws required space for storage. He could not abandon Kier, who might be captured outside at any moment. Though chaotic hell rendered the angels uncomfortable, it also served as a natural barrier against the arrival of other angels. The red marrow stone emanated a familiar energy, indistinguishable from his own. It contained sufficient chaotic energy, his own mental essence, and a drop of his blood. It would guide her to her destination without triggering a blood bond backlash and grant her access to his courtyard. Ika succinctly explained, gesturing with his fingers. "All right, go. There is a protective dome there. He will fare better." He felt no concern regarding the mischievous tendencies of the joyous saint. Even if the angel fainted, Sakissis could do nothing to him. The courtyard of the blood lord demon. Sakissis gazed at the blood-red marrow stone, filled with a sense of exquisite allure. She could not help but feel intrigued by the prospect. Twirling her eyes like a bird, she exclaimed, "All right, see you soon." The joyous saint bit down on the marrow stone, leaping off the rock face, hoisting the still burping angel. And with a powerful flap of her arms, dense indigo feathers wove into two slender wings. With a leap, she soared upwards, hovering for a brief moment before darting away like a flash of lightning. Chapter 9. 6 proposals. The burning sulfur flowed back into the violet sky, reminiscent of a dying man's pallor, while the stark white desert lay strewn with jagged teeth, poised to sever the flesh of any creature that dared to wander past. "Ika, where are you? Do not forget, I can punish you at any moment. Hurry, I will make you our strategist." Ika gazed at the yellowed, withered long teeth before him, which began to move on their own, arranging themselves into symbols of demonic language. Beelzebub's latest private broadcast was upon them once more, and this time her tone was unusually affectionate, a harbinger of imminent danger. She appeared to be growing anxious, an ominous sign. Such anxiety could provoke the Lord of Demons, Beelzebub, into a state of agitation, leading to a catastrophic fate where flesh would melt, bones would turn to ash, and souls would evaporate. Nis stood quietly beside Ika, having mentally prepared himself for the horrors that awaited in the chaotic inferno. He found himself surprisingly unafraid. The scorching, viscous air of the abyss filled his lungs, each breath a potential disaster for a mortal, yet the sorcerer felt no discomfort. As if his lungs could adapt to the air's very texture. An energy being, he mused. It was truly wondrous. He had died once, ceasing to be human, yet had been reborn anew. Nis felt his body. It was not overtly evident, but his mind was clearer and his body somewhat lighter, albeit making him more susceptible to falls. Beyond that, he sensed a transformation in the world around him. His eyes occasionally caught fleeting sparks and shadowy crimson motes dancing in the air, energy. This was something he had never witnessed before. He attempted to follow those motes and sparks with his gaze, but they effortlessly eluded his sight. More time was needed to observe, adapt, comprehend, and ultimately manipulate with ease. Nis looked at Ika, whose fiery winds respectfully lifted the hem of her demonic robe adorned with crimson stripes. His teacher must have already reached the pinnacle of her realm. It dawned on him just how formidable demons truly were and how fortunate he was. The trap set in the dimensional rift was only effective because Ika was lost in thought, gazing at the sky, allowing the demon to drift aimlessly. Preoccupied with her latest research, there was another matter. In an ancient, coverless forbidden tome, Nis had encountered the assertion, "It is well known that all angels and demons are quintessential energy beings." Though their energy fields and structures are diametrically opposed, they inevitably share some similarities. This book was banned precisely for this reason, even among the less scrupulous members of the Sorcerers Association. Such claims were deemed heretical and ridiculed. After all, in the mortal realm, angels symbolize justice, purity, and divinity, being objects of human aspiration and prayer, while demons are the embodiment of sin and ugliness. That forbidden book was indeed correct. There was still so much he did not know. For instance, his current self. Had he transformed into a demon? This was a grave concern. Nis placed a hand on his chest, feeling the weighty leather spine of the Compendium of 9 Realms, contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to learn more. The apocalypse would not wait for him. Perhaps his teacher was devising a strategy, Nis thought. Indeed, he was correct. Ica was formulating a plan to thwart the merging of the 9 realms. He had long begun considering solutions. The first that sprang to mind was the simplest, most demonic, and most direct approach: find the child of chaos and kill him. If Beelzebub intervened, eliminate her. Find the holy child of order and kill him. If the archangel Gabriel interfered, kill him. However, this was clearly unrealistic. Although he was unaware of Gabriel's specific circumstances, the Lord of Demons, Beelzebub, held absolute dominion over all other demons. This title, the Lord of Demons, was born of the acknowledgement, obedience, fear, hatred, and willing subservience of nearly all other demons, creating an immense collective will that empowered the one who bore the title. This was reminiscent of human faith. The Lord of Demons was akin to a god among demons. In the presence of the Lord of Demons, the power of other demons was as insignificant as that of mortals. Yes, they could only listen to the broadcasts, while the Lord of Demons was the one sending them, regardless of how mundane the content might be. Thus, he immediately considered a second strategy: find the child of chaos and kill him. If Beelzebub intervened, flee. Find the holy child of order and kill him. If Gabriel intervened, flee. It was evident that the second strategy also bore several significant issues. The first problem, as Beelzebub mentioned, was that the demonic army had already assembled and readied for action. Losing the child of chaos under such circumstances would not appease Beelzebub. Neither would Larilyn, who thrived on inciting conflict. They would only become more agitated. Ica pondered this and added a few names to the list of agitated entities: the three-headed Asmodeus, the mind-reader Mappa, the maggot-loving Bipi, the city-destroying Veyn, the harmonious envoy Andos, and the ever-contradictory Horus. It was too lengthy to enumerate. None would relent easily. Moreover, he was not particularly inclined to eliminate this unknown child of chaos unless absolutely necessary. Within the special year of torment in hell, the legendary child of chaos was born during his lifetime, and he was somewhat curious to witness it. Thus, he arrived at the third proposal: a modified product of thought, rather than killing. If they were to learn that the child of chaos was merely missing, perhaps neither side would rush to war, but instead focus on searching for the child. Although delaying the inevitable would ultimately lead to a confrontation, perhaps by then he would have devised a better solution. There was also a fourth proposal: approaching the matter from another angle. Find a way to change the perspectives of the child of chaos and the holy child of order. This was idealistic, nebulous. Consequently, a fifth proposal emerged: devise a method to alter Beelzebub's and Gabriel's intentions of unifying the universe. Forget it. The difficulty of this endeavor was likely on par with killing them. Angels and demons have long and unchanging lives. These extreme beings of energy seldom change their minds. Speaking of humans, drawing inspiration from human reasoning, he conceived a sixth proposal: alter Beelzebub's and Gabriel's views on the children of the realms. Change their level of belief in those ancient legends. He glared, his teeth shattering into a powdery white ring. Chapter 10: The Catastrophic Stone Floating Island. The demonic courtyard Iza made the decisive choice to confront Beelzebub directly. He had not yet made a selection among the 6 options, but it appeared that facing Beelzebub was the most straightforward approach. Of course, beginning with the search for the child of chaos was also a possibility, but it was evident that confronting Beelzebub was far simpler and more time-efficient. However, facing Beelzebub was not an easy task. He cast a glance at Nis, contemplating his next move. With a snap of his fingers, he ignited the top of a crooked willow nearby, which instantly transformed into a blazing orb of fire. Learn what I have taught you before this tree burns to ashes. The planar sorcerer had just turned to the second page of his tome when he felt the tension rise, his bewildered blue eyes widening. Nis's lips tightened. There was no issue. Hekis began to feel a twinge of regret. Yet, given another chance, she believed she would make the same choice. The current predicament, however, was fraught with complications, primarily due to Kyr's state. He was not only unable to care for himself, but he also continually disrupted her flight. Then there was the issue of distance. She had not anticipated that Iz's courtyard would be so far away. Hekis felt she had traversed at least 40 towering iron spikes of the Thorn Mountains and 15 basins ablaze with eternal flames, counting as she went, passing through 6 swamps, 2 emerald and 4 obsidian. The surfaces of these swamps were marred by writhing masses, resembling entangled entrails. The crimson marrow stone in her mouth continued to emit a signal, urging her onward. She sensed that her upper wings were on the verge of cramping. Cursed angels weighed a ton. She could not fathom how such heavy beings could possibly be deemed angels. It was all their fault. As for her own loss of divine energy due to her disconnection from the faith of her followers, this was but a minor complication amid a multitude of issues. It mattered not. She could still utilize the innate fairy tricks within her. Moreover, there remained remnants of demonic power coursing through her blood. The lineage of the destructive hand, Ifmet. Father. Damn him. Her slender brows knitted together. He had not even been willing to listen to her explanation from beginning to end. In his eyes, she was merely an ignorant, inexperienced, and weak little demigod. Lacking sufficient power, she had no opportunity to request that he remain. Such were the rules of demons. Ifmet's authoritative voice echoed in her mind. I shall ask you one last time. Do you wish to be a demon, a fairy, or a god? If you choose to be a demon, forget your words. I shall introduce you to the Lord of all demons, and we shall fight together. The joyous saintess licked the smoke-emitting marrow stone, her delicate molars grinding audibly. Yet here she was. Ifmet was now in the same plane as her. She hoped to encounter him, yet wished to avoid him simultaneously. Forward, 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 downward. Wait. The direction indicated by the marrow stone had shifted. Hekis strained to look down. Through the sparks and turbulence, a crimson three-tiered floating island of catastrophe materialized before her dark eyes. An exquisite, translucent arcane dome was inverted atop the floating island, shimmering with faint azure glimmers. Upon glancing down, the most prominent feature was the 13 circular basins in the lower courtyard. Resembling ancient beasts' sinister eyes, each sealed with individual sigils. The waters within remained undisturbed despite the relentless infernal winds. Hekis recognized that one of the basins contained nothing but ordinary water. The second tier of the floating island was adorned with 12 statues of black iron demonic gods, each exuding a fierce or revealing demeanor. In Hekis's perception, these statues should have offerings before them, yet all 12 stood barren, their forms covered in peculiar symbols. What sort of sorcery was this? The statues framed the entire second tier, divided into irregular areas by numerous vividly colored, densely packed circular stones, rougher marrow stones. What was the purpose of this? How much energy must be contained within these marrow stones? Hekis felt a chill run down her spine as her gaze shifted to the center of the floating island, where a colossal tower, vertically piercing through all 3 tiers and constructed of red catastrophe stones, overflowed with black-red sulfur from its crevices. Atop the tower stood a statue of 10 serpents. It appeared that several clusters of reddish-brown entities were jostling together before the 3rd tier of the tower, obscured against the backdrop of red catastrophe stones, rendering them indistinct. The marrow stone in her mouth guided her toward that location. Hekis adjusted her wings slightly to change direction, only to feel Kyr's hand slap against her face, which she roughly swatted away. The crimson marrow stone began to emit energy, and the arcane dome obediently opened a rounded entrance, allowing the joyous saintess to enter. Hekis exhaled in relief and descended. The clusters of reddish-brown writhing entities came into sharp focus before her. Long horns, tangled, seaweed-like hair, tails concealed beneath similarly colored filthy robes. Demons. A multitude of demons. Even by demonic standards, their attire was undeniably peculiar. Demons typically eschewed robes. Such light and simple garments were generally favored by angels. At that moment, the robed, long-haired demons crowded before the shadowy iron doors of the tower, peering inside, as if sensing the energy fluctuations. A tall demon in the back lifted his head, his dark green eyes locking onto Hekis's direction. Hekis jolted into awareness. There was no time left. The heavy, dark door exerted a powerful pull towards the marrow stone in her mouth, and her 4 wings had grown weary, unable to elevate her any further. She summoned the last vestiges of her strength. The angel, in this moment of catastrophe, suddenly seemed more spirited as he struggled against the urge to plummet. This undermined Hekis's final effort, causing her wings to tilt and sending her plummeting downward with double the force. Let it fall, let it all fall, to hell with it. To hell with the angels, to hell with the demons, to hell with the courtyard, to hell with my father. Damn it all. Hekis felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over her, and she crashed heavily before the demons. The robed, long-haired demons encircled her, their faces smeared with the black ash of hellish volcanoes. Were it not for their reddish-brown skin, Hekis might have mistaken them for the staggering vagrants she had seen on the streets of the Human King's city. Countless impolite gazes roamed over her. Hekis found herself immobilized, feeling as though her entire spine had shattered, yet she made an effort to widen her eyes and meet the gaze of every demon that looked at her. I have never seen her. Look at her feathers. This bird's thighs must be quite delectable, but she has horns, and she has come seeking the Duke. We cannot consume her. Have you seen a human? Just say they look like humans. One bite will reveal all. A four-fingered claw reached out, only to be swatted away by another claw. It was the tall demon with dark green eyes, now standing at the forefront. His robe was cleaner than the others, fastened with a feather-like golden clasp, and the collar was embroidered with a five-pointed star. Who are you? He inquired. Chapter 11. The fallen angels sect the joyous Saint Hekis, the harbinger of delight for all beings, a goddess of half-demon, half-spirit lineage, mistress of desire. And the mother of impulses. Hekis licked her lips. The well-rehearsed phrases lingered hesitantly in her throat. There seemed to be another way to articulate this. These individuals appeared to be seeking Ica, referring to him as Duke. She could assert with unwavering confidence that the gemstone in her mouth was a token of faith, and she was merely Ica's spokesperson, or his pupil, or perhaps his illegitimate daughter or mistress. Any term would suffice. Meanwhile, Kier was merely her servant, which should easily suffice to deflect their inquiries and mitigate the peril. Kier rose from beside her, and Hekis, for the first time, felt a surge of cleverness. She began to speak. I am Tabumer, the Archangel Kier. She is the earthly wild deity, the joyous saint. A divine voice articulated each word with precision. Burp. Hekis emitted a sound akin to a blocked airway, having accidentally swallowed the gemstone. Annihilate it all. How tiresome. She pressed her face against the scalding ground, feeling the gemstone traverse her narrow esophagus, descending heavily into her stomach. Well, at least that alleviated her fear of losing it. In despair, she fixated on a small crack in the ground. The tattered demons stirred restlessly. Did you hear? He claims to be an angel. What kind of angel was it? I didn't catch that. It was too fast. He is not an all-encompassing angel. What is that? It sounds impressive. Wait, impressive? Hekis lifted her head in confusion. The demons, wrapped in tattered robes, formed layers around Kier, chattering excitedly. Miracle! Miracle! Some began to shout. Without any discernible action from Kier, a pillow suddenly appeared 5 feet above his head. Then, the pillow burst, scattering countless pristine feathers. Feather made of light. The feathers transformed into flowers mid-air, cascading down. He is indeed an angel. A cacophony of shrieks erupted among the demons, pressing around him. Initially, the angel managed to endure the fervor, but his weakness soon became apparent, and fatigue began to cloud his demeanor. A tall demon with dark green eyes noticed this, raising a hand with authority. Stop! Stop! I understand everyone's excitement, but let us refrain from idle chatter. Allow our friend to rest. Thank you. Kier exhaled deeply. Our friend Hekis, now entirely oblivious to the pain in her back, sprang up with vigor, glaring at them. What's wrong? Kier regarded her with a warmth akin to spring. What's wrong? I don't even know what's wrong with this world. The apocalypse is just around the corner. Yet it feels as if all the angels and demons in the universe are the best of friends, Hekis thought dryly. I am Sankalabi, the leader of the fallen angel sect. The tall demon with dark green eyes gazed reverently at Kier. These are all members of our fallen angel sect. He sighed gently. After all these years, I never imagined we would finally encounter an angel today. Are you here to rescue us? A diminutive, dark-faced demon approached, his eyes shimmering with yearning. Kier was momentarily at a loss for words, still grappling with the situation. Wonderful. Long live the Lord. Long live the King of Angels. Long live the all-encompassing angel. The filthy-robed, pitifully shaped demons erupted into fervent cheers. Kier stood dumbfounded before the demons, utterly unsure of what to say, akin to an unwitting bystander caught in a celebration, swept away by the jubilant atmosphere. Stop! Stop. Sankalabi raised his right claw in a fist, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. We have waited for this day for 3,000 years. He is the all-encompassing angel. Akir scrambled in his mind for appropriate words. Nothing came to mind. A faceless demon affectionately placed its head on his shoulder, its visage as smooth and even as an egg. The angel, feeling somewhat drained, glanced back in search of assistance. Behind him, the heavy iron door had inexplicably swung open, releasing a cool breeze. Hekis, adorned in blue feathers, stood at the threshold. She had unlocked the door unbeknownst to him. Akir reached out a hand toward the sky, but instead, it was firmly grasped by Sankalabi. I never expected that in seeking the Duke, we would encounter our savior, Sankalabi murmured. Akir sifted through phrases in his mind, finally recalling something pertinent to say. What do you seek from Micah? Not important. None of it matters. The small, dark-faced demon excitedly clenched his fists. He has brought you to us. Yes. A chorus of demons echoed in unison. Akir felt utterly overwhelmed. Firstly, no one had ever mentioned the impending apocalypse to him. He stared in astonishment for a moment, then began to realize such an expression was impolite, yet his astonishment remained unabated. Nis and Hekis, are they still in the dark about Ica? He needed to swiftly inform them about the impending apocalypse. Surely, Beelzebub's army was already fully armed. Everything was far more perilous than he had imagined. I must take my leave. Akir stammered anxiously, pushing past the faceless demon, preparing to ascend, the hem of his white robe lifting from the ground. No. Where are you going? The small, dark-faced demon leaped up, grasping the hem of his robe. Do not abandon us. Do not leave us. 3,000 years. 3,000 years. Two more claws latched onto him, pulling him back down. He found himself utterly immobilized. Chapter 12. The name 800 years later to Kachier, overall. My circumstances have been quite dismal. You cannot fathom the abysmal level of knowledge possessed by those sent to me by Beelzebub. I had to commence with the basics of demonic script. However, that is not the information I wish to share. Recently, I discovered the existence of an organization among them known as the Fallen Angel Society. You might find it hard to believe, but their ideology is that demons are fallen angels, having descended from the source of order. They assert that the first fallen angel is named Lucifer, and they all claim to have been influenced by him. You and I both know that there is no distinction between the source of order and the chaotic abyss. They merely occupy two poles on the same map. Demons and angels are fundamentally different beings. Furthermore, to my knowledge, there is no demon by the name of Lucifer. I have mentioned the Flame Cliff, have I not? It bears the names of all our demons. I specifically checked, and there is no name Lucifer among them. Yet, they exhibit unwavering conviction. Can you imagine? They don angelic garb, live the most ascetic lives, endure the scorn of all, and adhere to some utterly ludicrous rules. I have heard they have been doing this for over 2,200 years, simply in anticipation of receiving absolution from the source of order. No offense intended, but even if this were true, I fail to see the merit in becoming an angel. As I write this letter, they are gathered at the fountain at my door, treating it as holy water, praying to the angel King Gabriel and that Lucifer. I must say, it is utterly ridiculous. If that water were indeed holy from the source of order, they ought to be cautious lest they fall in and be annihilated. By the way, they have been doing this for nearly 4 months now. This situation is becoming increasingly absurd. Can you imagine? Oh, you surely can. For you angels engage in such tedious practices daily. My point is, their biased behavior is causing me to question the fundamental knowledge I once acquired. Hence, I must inquire, have you ever heard of such a phenomenon? Or of an angel named Lucifer? I currently suspect they are ensnared in a collective delusion. What do you think? Wishing you a more entertaining day. Yours, Ishart. To my dear Ishart, order is paramount. How astonishing. Ha ha ha. In the public records consistent with your information, there is no angel by the name of Lucifer. Not now, nor has there ever been. I concur with your assessment. This is a remarkable collective delusion. Have you conducted an energy analysis on them? Delusions are often believed to be associated with the dream realm powers wielded by dragons. However, I must remind you of the fundamental tenets of faith. Where there is will, there must be illusion. Their behavior is perilously close to faith. I suggest you exercise caution. Yours in the most sacred, Kachier. Indeed, caution is warranted. Yet, it is I who ought to be wary, mused the melancholy angel Kachier, as he was joyously hoisted into the tower by the members of the Fallen Angel Society. The leading priest, Sankalabi, had even affixed a golden clasp shaped like an angel's feather to his vestment. It was as if he were shouting at the top of his lungs. Remember, we are the fallen angel society. We shall extol the archangel. Thus, he promptly revealed his identity to them. For the members of the fallen angel society, there could be no more potent or beneficial identity than that of a genuine angel. And it was indeed his true identity. It is always advantageous to speak the truth. Yet, he had not anticipated the greater troubles it would bring him. He found himself ensnared. Icar and Nice were nowhere to be found, and the only familiar face, Hickey's, had fled. The world spun around him, the cheers echoing in his ears, as a chandelier fashioned from finger bones loomed larger before him. Kuchier realized he was being tossed into the air like a hero. He swallowed hard, suppressing the tumultuous sensation rising in his throat. He was still wholly unaccustomed to the sense of this place. He turned his head and glimpsed the swirling heads of demons. They bore him past the grand sculpture of the 10-headed serpent in the foyer. Icar had described the 10-headed serpent to him, saying it was a vision he had seen in a dream, after which he had adorned his floating island with similar decorations. This was unusual, for angels do not dream. He was uncertain whether it was the demons who were different or if it was Icar who was unlike him. A claw pinched his calf painfully. He struggled against it, but dared not exert too much force, for the power of order would undoubtedly harm these demons. Perhaps it would be best to tell them the truth. Hey, listen to me. I am not here to take you. He attempted to sit up, but failed, struggling to articulate. I am merely a cherubic angel, tasked with overseeing a library called Tabmo. Lucifer does not exist. You are not angels. There has never been a fallen angel from heaven named Lucifer. You are merely a group of imaginative demons. In fact, there is nothing inherently wrong with demons. Being imaginative is commendable. He paused, unable to continue. Kuchier felt his words dissipate into the air, dry and lifeless. The demons stood frozen, stunned by his declaration. The raucous laughter and merriment burst like a bubble. The members of the fallen angel society slowly raised their grimy, dark faces, and Kuchier beheld many pairs of terrified eyes upon him, their fiery orbs dimming into a malnourished pallor. Esteemed angel, what do you mean by this? Sunkalabi trembled, his eyes still green but tinged with gray. What do you mean that Lucifer does not exist? He is our ancestor. It cannot be mistaken. The diminutive, dark demon shook his head repeatedly, yet in the suffocating silence, he ultimately faltered, glancing about at the reactions of those around him, his face contorted. Is it not? This last statement escaped him in a barely audible whisper. The demons emitted sounds of alarm. Everyone, please remain calm. Sunkalabi grasped the shoulder of a gaunt demon, nearly on the brink of collapse, while his other hand waved in the air, encouraging the others. He stepped forward, striving to force a grim smile. Esteemed angel, please do not jest in such a manner. Everyone believes in you. Kuchier found it difficult to breathe. Angels detest this. What do you mean? Lucifer does not exist. Sunkalabi leaned closer, his voice strained, each word articulated with palpable intensity. I mean, the war of the end, the war of dawn. The world is on the verge of chaos, and if we emerge victorious, then there shall be no chaotic abyss. There will be no refuge for you. And these beings have been monotonously waiting for 3,000 years. A myriad of chaotic thoughts raced through the angel's mind, swiftly turning it into a tangled mess. You may say whatever you wish. Sunkalabi murmured gently. You are angels. Yes, no. What I mean is, do not despair. The priest's voice was as dry as gravel. What I mean is, I indeed said so. Yes. I am not here to take you. There is no angel named Lucifer. Kuchier felt the words flow uncontrollably from his lips. The angel was oblivious as to why he uttered such things, yet he immediately sensed the weight upon him lighten. He surveyed the surroundings. Those hollow, dim eyes rekindled with a flicker of light. The angel blinked desperately. This place required a presence capable of comprehending these troublesome matters and powerful enough to address them. He had no choice but to continue speaking. His name is Icarin. Chapter 13, The Devil's Test in the Fat-Tooth Desert. The sickly forked willow was on the verge of burning out, leaving only a short stump flickering with its last embers. Against the backdrop of the ashen desert, a vast chasm had formed, its bottom uneven and crowded with approximately 100 stone spheres, each the size of a small hill. Despite their size, these spheres occupied merely 1/5 of the chasm's base. Upon closer examination, the spheres were not composed of rock, but rather an amalgamation of countless white teeth, forcibly compressed by some unseen force. Among the gaps in the stone spheres lay an irregular gray spot. That was Nice. From Iz's perspective, the sorcerer appeared as a minuscule gray dot within the array. Nis sat twisted upon the ground, his body marred with wounds. His left arm severed at the elbow and the white bone of his right knee exposed. It was a final opportunity or a direct indication of a failed physical assessment. Iza descended slightly to observe his pupil. The sorcerer gasped heavily, striving to control his trembling, having nearly bitten his tongue twice. "I want one last chance," he finally uttered. Iza, arms crossed, regarded him silently, aware that the sorcerer would not pass, and that the forthcoming blow would likely shatter his right arm. Even after transforming into an energy being, Nis's physical prowess had not significantly improved, and his agility was still lacking. However, Iza held little hope for these attributes. The young sorcerer seemed oblivious to this reality, blindly believing in the power of will, a common folly stemming from a lack of knowledge. Will is a form of energy, and all energy can be analyzed and utilized. Yet, it is inherently limited. Alas, the young sorcerer seemed unaware of this as well. Very well. He shall come to understand it now. The demon grinned wickedly, raising a hand and bringing it down in a fist. The surface at the bottom of the pit bulged as if stung, swelling rapidly until it detached from the ground with a creaking sound, transforming into a sphere akin to a lump of modeling clay. As Iza swung his hand downward, the newly formed stone sphere plummeted, accompanied by a howling wind, hurtling directly toward Nis. Boom! The grayish-white remnants shattered, sharp fragments scattering in all directions. The sorcerer was buried beneath a mound of teeth, resembling a pangolin felled by a hunter. His golden hair was matted with blood, clinging to his face, his head tilted to one side. Iza swooped down in an elegant arc, grasping the exposed collar of Nis's garment to lift him into the air, specifically his upper body, not far from breaking your right arm. The demon sighed. Nis's eyes were tightly shut, his expression devoid of anger, hanging down like a disheveled spool of thread, his insides exposed. Iza remained unfazed by this sudden display of vulnerability, continuing his work with 2 quick runes and 10 seconds to mend him, before gently dropping him onto the ground. "I hope you have come to realize your true talents lie elsewhere." Iza clapped his hands and stepped back, his dark wings unfurling behind him as he repositioned himself atop a large stack of stone spheres. The plain sorcerer opened his eyes and quickly rose. A look of frustration etched on his face. Physical assessment failed. There remains one final, crucial test. Iza swung his legs. The burning forked willow was nearly extinguished. "Do not disappoint me again. This should be your forte," he mused, hoping Nis might prove useful. Facing Beelzebub, any assistance would be invaluable. He had initially relied on Kechiel and Zekis to at least contribute. As for his fellow demons, he often exchanged tales with Mappa, Parisi, and Zeal, who frequently shared their experiences with him. Yet, when it came to the ultimate legend of Beelzebub and the chaotic underworld, it was clear where their loyalties would lie. Iza scrutinized Nis from above. Blood smeared across his nose, his lips cracked, yet his posture remained straight. Regardless, the current situation met all the criteria for hasty cultivation. Since he devised the process of transforming material beings into energy entities, he had never experienced such a complete success. The last test subject had been a leaf lizard egg, which ultimately hatched into something akin to a starfish, requiring bat guano to survive. Nis, however, appeared remarkably intact. His memory remained, comprehension unhampered, without any sudden fervor to seek out dung heaps. He even possessed some useful tricks: sealing, isolation, transformation. Yet, these human-like spells necessitated meticulous preparation and specific celestial alignments to be executed. Such was insufficient. He envisioned Nis standing earnestly before Beelzebub, pointing and declaring, "Wait. The Gannis star is about to enter the mass range of the Long-Lipfa Nebula. I shall return to battle you then." Iza chuckled at the absurdity of the image in his mind. "Young sorcerer, you must possess some genuine skills to make an impact." As he began to perceive them, the final trial unfolded: energy vision. "I hope you are prepared," he said to Nis languidly. The sorcerer breathed heavily with his eyes closed. His body ached, yet he inhaled deeply to maintain focus. It felt as though golden light danced upon the insides of his eyelids. A peculiar coolness washed over him, cleansing his mind. Nis opened his eyes. The world before him had transformed entirely. He could see them now, those scattered sparks and elusive wisps revealing their true forms. They were energy itself. The first thing he noticed was an omnipresent white thread, fine and crystalline, crisscrossing to form an expansive network spanning the cosmos. Each grid of this vast web was astonishingly large, with the chasm he occupied merely occupying half a grid. Nice's gaze shifted from one thread to another. He understood what they were, yet he marveled. The energy of the realm of order. The spontaneous energy field of angels. In the source of order. This power should be most dense, yet here it appeared as fragile strands. To date, nearly 100 energy fields had been discovered, with close to 40 being utilizable. You have just activated your vision. Identifying and naming 10 will suffice for you to pass. Iz's measured voice drifted from nearby. Reluctantly, Nice's gaze pulled away from the pristine threads. Do these energy fields have any connections? No one had yet completed a comprehensive summary. The blue flame in Iz's eyes flickered. Indeed, it is one of my research directions. The sorcerer concentrated his mind and shifted his gaze. Beneath the sky of calamity, the most voluminous presence was a mass of floating black mist. Clusters so numerous they nearly merged into a single entity. They pressed together, extending toward the burning horizon. At the center of each black mist swirled a spherical core. Upon closer inspection, these cores bore irises and pupils, twitching as they scanned their surroundings. The most abundant energy in the chaotic underworld, the realm of disorder, the spontaneous energy field of demons. Nice inhaled deeply, raising his head to regard his mentor. Izza lounged casually, the fiery winds lifting the hem of his black and red robe. To Nice's eyes, Izzy appeared almost submerged within the dense black cloud and those frantically spinning eyes. Strangely enough, he could still discern the demon's expression and posture. The ability to perceive energy did not obscure the material vision he held in everyday life. He almost immediately became aware. The sorcerer surveyed each eye with an energy-laden gaze. Against the backdrop of darkness, vibrant hues danced and flowed. In addition to the chaotic energy inherently possessed by demons, he also radiated other forms of domain power. This is acceptable. Icha noticed his gaze and smiled faintly. I possess a total of 6 types of energy. Identify them all, and you shall pass. Chapter 14. Energy vision. The flickering flame of the twisted willow diminishes, emitting a wisp of black smoke as it trembles gently. Thankfully, it has not extinguished. Nice remained silent, merely nodding, his gaze fixed upon Ika, who must maintain absolute concentration to sustain this newly awakened state of vision. His proficiency is still lacking. The chaotic energy emanating from the demon appears overwhelmingly disordered, akin to a flamboyant and vividly colored coat enveloping him. Ika, in his characteristic amiability, remains still, accommodating Nice's observation. In this energy vision, various fields of power reveal their forms. Aside from the innate chaotic energy inherent to every demon, the most discernible aspect of Ika is a cluster of shimmering greenish-blue lights, reminiscent of fireflies, playfully dancing around him. Nice has witnessed Ika harness this field's power on several occasions. Indeed, it was this very energy that had revived him. The spontaneous energy field of vitality. The first being chaos, and the second, life. Nice speaks softly yet assuredly, knowing Ika can hear him. Indeed, Ika gestures toward the nearly extinguished twisted willow, where a faint glimmer of similar greenish-blue light flickers, gradually dimming into oblivion. The life priest Takiki asserts that, contrary to its literal interpretation, life energy is far from ubiquitous. It does not merely arise wherever life exists. Rather, it aligns more closely with the concept of orderly creation in nature. Ika elucidates. Life energy manifests only during activities of a similar nature. Nice gazes at the forlorn willow tree, exhaling wisps of smoke. Once adorned with 11 branches, straight and comb-like, they have now transformed into unsightly ashes in the fiery wind. It is difficult to discern how this tree engages in orderly creation and natural positivity. Nice blurts out, only to immediately realize his tone could be perceived as harsh. It appears more akin to accidental destruction, a sentiment he sincerely holds. Do not merely observe the surface. Ika beckons toward the struggling stump of the twisted willow. The stump splits slightly, allowing a small transparent orb to soar into his palm. Ika pinches the orb between his fingers, shaking it gently at Nice. The sorcerer recognizes it as a marrow stone. Behold, this is orderly creation. Ika adeptly stows the marrow stone away. The marrow stone represents energy that has been densely arranged. Nice nods, his gaze returning to the firefly-like lights surrounding Ika. Why is there life energy constantly accompanying the demon? May I inquire, esteemed teacher, about the nature of your time is limited, Ika interjects, a hint of a smirk revealing his fangs. This is because I am perpetually engaged in thought. Contemplation is the most orderly form of creation. Nice finds it difficult to ascertain whether Ika is jesting. However, time is of the essence, and he diverts his attention to identify the next energy type. The second energy field manifests as what appears to be tendrils, faintly blue in hue. The color is extremely subtle, with peculiar protrusions, but lacking suckers. Though Nice suspects they should exist, these tendrils are nearly imperceptible. Nice is uncertain if this is due to his limited perception or if they are inherently translucent. He squints, focusing intently. Before him, over 100 soft, translucent blue tendrils extend from Ika, naturally cascading downwards, gently swaying, causing the demon to resemble a fearsome marine creature. This is. Nice mentally compares the concepts Ika has previously shared. He rules out several options, but finds himself indecisive among the remaining choices. What could it be? The spontaneous energy field of a dragon, perhaps dream energy? Surveying his surroundings, Nice finds no semblance of these pale blue tendrils in any nearby objects, leaving him without a reference. The transformation conditions are exceedingly stringent, as Ika has mentioned. Stringent does not equate to impossible. Surely, the teacher can manage. The sorcerer gazes upward at the tendrils. They could also be elemental or ray energies. He observes as the transparent tendrils playfully interact with a swirling mass of chaotic black mist, abruptly opening a mouth-like orifice to engulf the darkness. Elemental. The form of elemental energy often conceals itself within matter. For instance, the elemental energy of a flame closely resembles the fire's physical shape, making it easy to confuse the two, even when energy vision is activated. Given the subtlety and interactivity of these tendrils, they could indeed be elemental. As for whether they represent ray energy, ray fields lean towards the realm of laws, projecting images in energy vision that often depict one end fixed while the other unfurls. Judging solely by appearance, these tendrils, with one end springing from Ika and the other suspended in midair, do conform to ray standards. Nice mentally consolidates the three options for further consideration. The semi-transparent, elongated tendrils sway freely in the air. Ray energy should exhibit a discernible directionality, thus it can be dismissed. He hesitates between the two remaining options, noting the lack of sufficiently recognizable elemental characteristics or material traits. The third, dream. He declares. Ika raises an eyebrow, and the sorcerer realizes he has answered correctly. He swiftly immerses himself in identifying the fourth energy field. As if to prompt him, Ika lifts his right hand, sketching a pattern in the air. The sound of crushed teeth scraping against each other fills the air. The sorcerer looks down at the source of the sound, where he observes deep grooves swiftly etched into the uneven surface of the toothy desert, created by Ika's rapid movements. Due to the speed, fragments fly off, striking his robe. The lines on the ground converge, gradually forming a closed pattern, identical to what the demon has drawn in the air. A magic circle. Nice realizes he is standing at the center of the magic circle. Chapter 15. The fire swallower Jah raised his face to the sky, which flowed with sulfur, as if awaiting something. Then he lifted another hand, the one with the shimmering cuff. A ripple of concentric circles emanated from his sleeve, swirling through the air before penetrating the magical array beneath Nice. It seemed to trigger a resonance, causing the array to tremble in the sorcerer's eyes. Countless pure white rings, the size of a fist, surged forth from each line of the array, swiftly merging together. The larger rings devoured the smaller ones, growing larger with each consumption. As the larger ring continued to consume, it ascended higher. The rings merged like soap bubbles, their numbers diminishing. Nice observed this extraordinary supernatural spectacle, having no time for astonishment. He had already been amazed too many times within a single day. He understood that he needed to focus intently on seeing, comprehending, accepting, utilizing, and transforming. The largest ring consumed all the remaining smaller rings and rose to a height comparable to a normal city watchtower, its size nearly matching that of the magical array. The last small ring was swallowed, leaving only the largest ring, which hovered in the air like a colossal angelic halo. The demon twitched its fingers. Silently, the pure white ring seemed to suddenly acquire gravity, plunging downward. It landed squarely upon the vast, engraved magical array. In that moment, Nice realized that it was not merely close. It was perfectly aligned in size with the array. The pure white ring connected with the ground, merging into the pale gray array, as if water dissolving into water. The array emitted a crimson glow. Suddenly, a fierce flame began to spread along the pattern of the array, reaching the sorcerer's feet in an instant. Nis did not forget what he had been doing despite this unexpected event. He had already made a judgment. The fourth type is law energy, Nis declared. Undoubtedly, the rings released by Jia were pure law energy, the most authentic and primal form of power within the domain of law energy. Law energy is ever-changing, manifesting in the energy spectrum as points of light, curves, any shape of geometric planes, or even cubes. The concentric circles emitted by Jia were a common manifestation, often used to activate element-related magical arrays. All human spellcasters, mages, and sorcerers should be quite familiar with this. As the name suggests, law energy is governed by clear logic, relying solely on arrays and celestial positions, independent of faith, species, or excessive concentration of will. Most importantly, it is so accessible that any type of being can utilize it. In the primary material plane, it has become the most widely used supernatural force in spellcasting. Although humans, as material beings, do not possess an innate energy domain, after countless eons of comprehension and accumulation, they have gradually mastered the use of law energy. Almost all varieties of spells employ this source of power to drive various incantations and charms. In human terminology, it is commonly referred to as mana. Nis's robe hem had caught fire, flames licking upward. The serpentine flames coiled tightly around the sorcerer's legs, the heat intensifying. Upon glancing at the demon instructor, Nis instantly realized this was an additional trial set for him. With no time to ponder the optimal solution, human instinct compelled him to raise his hands to swat at the flames leaping around him. To his horror, as his fingers made contact with the fiery tongues, they ignited as swiftly as dry twigs. A string of small flames raced up his arm. His fingertips blistered, and his face turned bright red from the heat. Nis curled up and rolled on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. After a full roll, he was fortunate to have only completed one. This single roll coated him in a layer of pulsating crimson fire, transforming the previous small flames into a towering inferno. As an energy being, his pain was not acute, but the acrid scent of burnt flesh informed him of his predicament. Very well, a fire that cannot be extinguished by physical means. It seems my instructor wants me to resort to magic. He raised one hand, preparing to cast a spell. A simple incantation for ordinary water would suffice. One that could be used for 24 hours, invoking a sacred symbol to imbue it with order, countering the chaotic flames. Jia grinned, snapping his fingers. Nis's spell was interrupted as his fingers melded together, sprouting webbed appendages. Struggling, he felt the indomitable flames, akin to liquid, corrode his robe before flowing into his collar. Regardless of whether his throat had been scorched, he found himself unable to cast a spell. There must be a way. Since this is a trial, there must be a solution. In that fleeting moment of thought, a fireball 5 times larger than before erupted, engulfing the sorcerer. Nis beheld an extraordinarily bizarre scene. On one hand, the crimson flames filled his entire field of vision, crackling incessantly in his ears. On the other hand, he saw countless multi-layered concentric circles rushing toward him from all angles, as if intending to strike him from all directions. Energy vision. He perceived the energy. What if he could directly wield it? His mind buzzed, unsure whether it was enlightenment or mere confusion. With no time to contemplate, he concentrated all his focus, emulating Jia's demeanor, glaring at the crimson flames. Yet, everything felt exceedingly hasty and superficial. Without incantations, appropriate celestial alignments, meticulously prepared rituals, or conduits of power such as incense, essential oils, gemstones, and precious metals, could this truly suffice? He doubted himself. Nis saw nothing, heard nothing. His vision was consumed by flames, and the sounds of fire filled his ears. In the next moment, the flames on his face vanished. Could it truly be effective? It felt as if something heavy had stepped upon his stomach, pressing down upon him. He let out a muffled groan. Curling up, a viscous, foul liquid replaced the crimson flames, and the infernal sky reappeared before him. Something spiked and thorny moved across his face, accompanied by a low, rumbling sound. The sorcerer sat up in confusion, encountering a dog's head. A dog with ram's horns. The horned dog perched upon his abdomen, its crystalline green saliva dripping from its mouth. Its teeth were as large as spindles, and where its eyes should have been, 2 hollow sockets burned. Nis felt his entire body stiffen. The dog lowered its head and licked at the large mass of flames on his chest, inexplicably consuming it. Chapter 16. Farewell, farewell. Don't cause trouble, said Azar. Farewell? Nis contemplated for half a second before realizing that it was likely the name of the dog perched on his belly. The hellhound. with its massive paws the size of teapots resting on his shoulders, savored the moment, quickly licking away every flicker of fire from Nisa's body. Nis was extinguished, drenched in saliva. Izar whistled sharply. Upon hearing the command, Farewell ambled over, casually stepping on the sorcerer, leaping to topple 2 stone spheres, and rushing to the demon's side. Izar affectionately patted his beloved dog's head, looking at it with tenderness, refraining from excessive reproach. Hellhounds are obstinate creatures, deeply attuned to the minds of their respective demons. Each must mutually choose one another and enter into a contract. As long as they are within the same dimension, no matter how far apart. These dogs can pinpoint their master's location and rush to their side. Farewell obediently lay beside Izar, nudging its head against its long-absent master's thigh, lazily letting out a belch that emitted black smoke. Nis sat dazed on the ground, several paw prints marking his chest and abdomen, still pondering the recent events. The sudden intrusion of the large dog had devoured the content of the trial, leaving him unable to ascertain whether the hastily cast spell had taken effect. He felt sticky and unpleasant. There were still 2 more types to identify. He raised his gaze to his mentor, activating his energy vision. The core of disorder writhed and twisted, surrounded by flickering life sparks akin to azure fireflies, 1,000 soft, serpentine tendrils swaying indistinctly. Beneath his tailored black and red robe lay hidden many laws. Against the deep black backdrop, various energies materialized and shifted upon Izar's form. One particular point of interest had caught his attention earlier. The sorcerer squinted, calming his mind. His gaze shifted to Izar's waist, where a golden-hilted curved dagger hung. The dagger was enshrouded in black mist, rendering it indistinct, yet the smoke appeared denser there. Small spherical objects mingled within. Upon closer inspection, these were not the chaotic black mist representing disorder, but rather countless black particles, hundreds, perhaps thousands, even tens of thousands. They writhed and leapt, dispersing outward only to vanish without a trace, followed by the generation of new particles, endlessly cycling. He recalled an exceedingly rare material, shadow iron. If this were the case, then the scattered particles of power must represent the equally rare, true chaotic energy. True chaotic energy, unreachable, unsynthesizable, untransformable, uncontainable. Current records indicate that it is naturally contained within the shadow iron or found at the end of the river of Hell's reversal. Many scholars are unaware of the existence of this realm of power, and a handful of seasoned scholars often conflate true chaotic energy with disorderly energy, as both sound and appear quite similar in energy vision. Nis had previously asked Izar this question: why the most common black mist in Hell is not named chaos, but rather disorder? Firstly, the nomenclature of energy realms is not determined by demons. As with every realm's designation, whenever a new realm is discovered, it is first reported to the Arbiter's Garden. If the existence of this new realm can be reproduced and verified, the name will either be proposed by the initiator or determined through discussion at a roundtable meeting. The names and attributes of energy realms that I have conveyed to you are the accumulated summaries of tens of thousands of years from the Arbiter's Garden. As for the naming of disorderly energy and true chaotic energy, if you wish to delve deeper, we should consult the first scholar who ventured into the chaotic Hell 2 millennia ago. Their reports and proposals are documented in distribution and classification of energy sources in chaotic Hell. Ultimately, I share your curiosity, and this is indeed one of my future research endeavors, should there be a future. Yet another planned research study. There exists an immense void, too many unresolved mysteries. Nis fervently wished to contribute, not just to assist, but he yearned for his own stake in all this. To achieve this, he must apply himself diligently. The 5th, true chaotic energy. 5 types. Correct. Izar absently nodded. The sorcerer scrutinized him from head to toe once more. The demon made no attempt to conceal himself. Reclining on a massive gray-white stone sphere, yet nothing further could be discerned. There remains one more type. Answering correctly about the last one would grant him the privilege to traverse Hell alongside his mentor. He felt sorrow for Hixus and Queer, who had so carelessly squandered this precious opportunity. Nis's gaze darted across the demon, nearly straining his eyes. Only one type remained, yet he saw nothing new. Izar glanced at him, seemingly recognizing his dilemma, and patted the hellhound's head. Ah well, there is one I seldom employ. Let's not mention it for now. You have passed. Please grant me a little more time. The sorcerer felt this was somewhat like charity. Time was running short. Izar lazily gestured with his hand. Nis followed his direction and saw that the forked-tongued willow had lost its final form. The flames extinguished, black smoke rising, transforming into a heap of charred ashes. Just a little more time, Nis pleaded. Suddenly, he felt warmth. This was peculiar, as since his transformation into an energy being, he had hardly felt heat at all, even when ignited moments ago. Izar abruptly sat up, his eye sockets flickering with azure flames. Just in time. It's gone, he said tersely. Farewell emitted a low growl. The demon turned in the direction he had indicated, his finger now pointing towards the distant horizon where sulfur flowed. Nis stared blankly at that spot, feeling a growing heat. The night sky, reminiscent of a corpse's pallor, darkened further, a blot of ink-like blackness appearing on the horizon. Transform. Into yourself, Izar leapt down, addressing the sorcerer. The hellhound adeptly followed him. We cannot linger here any longer. He fixed his gaze on the edge of the sky, turning his back to Nis, and traced a circle with his hand behind him. With this, as his hand moved, a substantial mass of disorderly, core-laden black mist was cleaved from the air. Its cross-section perfectly smooth. Nis ceased speaking, stirring the mass of energy. He had never attempted to use disorderly power for transformation, but he understood what it would entail. The black mist enveloped and expanded, surrounding him, the writhing, flickering eyeballs aligning before him, bobbing up and down, locking onto the same direction, his direction. Stars. He inscribed a sigil in his palm, instinctively tilting his head to seek the correct celestial alignment. No need. Izar's voice echoed, now close, now distant. The heat intensified. Do not go. Do not go. Do not go. The small figures representing rules in Nis's mind urged. The heat swelled. Farewell, little figures. With a steely resolve, he stepped forward, plunging into the darkness of disorder. Squeak, 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 squeak. It was as if he had entered a solid-state collection of sound waves, a cacophony that could shatter one's nerves abruptly resonating against his eardrums. The sound of nails scraping glass, the dull saw cutting through sheep bone, the heavy axe cleaving a skull, the rustling of writhing maggots, screams, moans, frenzied laughter. Heat. Clamor. His body seemed to be undergoing a subtle transformation. A powerful hand seized him, lifting him up. His body soared, caught in flight. The air thinned and vibrated beneath him, whistling at his feet. In his ear, Izar's calm voice reached him. Remember, your name is Veilbreaker. You are my steward. A little demon. Chapter 17 in the front row. I eagerly sought to engage in malevolence alongside the others, my gaze fixed upon a distant black speck, racing toward it with the swiftness of lightning. That dark blot expanded with explosive rapidity, yet he yearned to hasten even more. His utmost desire was to collide with Beelzebub in a manner that conveyed his earnest and fervent commitment to the impending battle of doom. Simultaneously, he aimed to intercept her, creating some distance from their landing point, for the charred desert bore too many dubious traces. He sought to avoid raising suspicion, especially at a time when he was most vulnerable. Teacher. It's Duke Valade, he corrected himself. Your Grace, what should I do? Observe, he replied, gazing ahead at a grotesque bridge of decaying flesh that connected heaven and earth, with 13 gaping holes. Do you not possess a coin? And perhaps some tricks? Is that sufficient? Nis inquired, puzzled. His demonic form inherited the golden curls and slender physique, with azure flames flickering in his eyes, exuding an air of refinement. Oh, and still alive. You are not yet immortal, he remarked. He is not a true demon yet. Demons are immortal unless their souls are shattered. It would be prudent to maintain a low profile during this meeting. To launch a direct assault on the Lord of Demons without preparation would be sheer folly. The immediate objective is to gain time and gather intelligence. The young sorcerer can still be nurtured. It is best he does not perish. We must be thoroughly prepared suddenly. 3 shadowy figures materialized in the archway before him. Duke Ichard. A voice sharper than a needle called out. A million flies descended upon him like rain. Chaos above. Ichard declared loudly, as if fearing they could not hear him. A million flies buzzed around his ears. He glanced about, but Beelzebub was absent. Her flies had arrived, yet she herself had not. Chaos above. We gather here today, the voice, sharper than a needle, proclaimed. The demon speaking bore a head resembling that of a raven. Clad in a wolfskin skirt, a sheathed sword at his side. He stood at the forefront, flanked by 2 lesser demons who appeared to hold lower ranks. Ichard had little interaction with the raven-headed demon, knowing only that he was Andrus, the captain responsible for overseeing the scrutiny of all high-ranking demon information. Prepare to engage in malevolence. The two lesser demons and Ichard bowed their heads simultaneously, either sincerely or feigning reverence. Andrus, gripping the hilt of his sword, wore a serious expression. The forces of my master shall plunge 1,000 worlds into infernos. Enough. Impatient, sleepless, Ichard interjected, feigning a cough. What is it? I am searching far and wide for the great lord of demons, Beelzebub. Where is she? The Sphinx demon to Andrus's right hesitated for a moment. Ichard recognized him as Bile, a minor baron. She was clearly looking for you. She instructed us. Ichard pretended to lament. I hope I still have a seat in the front row. Bile and another demon appeared somewhat swayed by his words, yet Andrus seemed more astute. The front row seat. And our respect, you still possess. Andrus ominously fixed his gaze upon him, a hint of sourness evident in his tone. If you persist in your reckless ways, you shall soon find yourself without it. Reckless ways. Ichard noted the term, reflecting on Andrus's use of such elevated vocabulary with a sense of admiration. If only those demons he had once taught possessed a similar level of knowledge. The higher the rank of the demons, the more noble their status, and the better their education. Such was the nature of things. He nodded at Andrus, striving to appear well acquainted with Beelzebub, believing it would expedite his release. The flesh forge, is it not? She adores its scent. The great adversary, lord of demons, king of flies, queen of hell, the thousand-eyed demon. The illustrious Beelzebub is currently preparing the mobilization speech for the 45th to 66th legions at the flesh forge. Andrus raised his chin, exhaling cold air from his oval nostrils. Why did you not say so earlier? Ichard feigned sorrow, imagining a stack of precious rare volumes being incinerated. You may now go to see her, Andrus coldly stated. Excellent. Follow me, Velade. He gestured to the three demons before him, cheerfully preparing to take flight. Nis discreetly tugged at his sleeve. I mean with us. Andrus's claws pressed upon the hilt of his sword, his upper body slightly leaning forward, his expression as frigid as ice. He waved a hand, and Bile and another lesser demon dispersed from either side, encircling him in a triangular formation. Ichard understood their intent. Is this truly necessary? He leaned back, baring his teeth in a smile, his hand resting naturally on the edge of his shadow iron curved blade. He genuinely wished to avoid using it. Duke Ichard, we fear you may encounter unforeseen circumstances. Oh, that will not be necessary. I can protect myself. You see, I am a mature demon now. No. Andrus flapped his wings, hovering before him with ill intent. There are far too many unforeseen circumstances in this world. For instance, disappearing before the summons of the Battle of Doom, or inadvertently attending a class alongside some angel. Andrus laughed sharply. Although we all understand that the inquisitive demon surely adores attending classes, Ichard felt a sharp chill slice through him. They were investigating him. He hoped they had not breached the defenses against high-ranking demons in the courtyard. He had far too many secrets that must not be revealed. Do you truly believe those were mere accidents? After a moment of silence, Ichard replied coolly. Oh, what do you mean? Nis cast a furtive glance at the genuine coin concealed in his sleeve. His demonic mentor was posturing. The Lord of Demons has reserved a front-row seat for me. Not for you, Duke Andrus. Ichard emphasized his tone. I wish to see her. Alone. Afterwards, I wouldn't mind if you sat beside me. Andrus's gloomy gray eyes bore into Ichard. That Bile murmured unconsciously. See, the Lord of Demons trusts me, while you do not. Ichard watched as the feathers atop Andrus's head slowly stood on end. I feel there is no need to reiterate such disrespectful truths. Chapter 18. Unprecedented transformation. And you, do you heed his words, or those of our illustrious Lord of all demons, Beelzebub? Iza turned to address the two lesser demons behind him. The swirling mass of 1,000,000 flies seemed to be invigorated, buzzing louder than before. Bzzz. 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 Esteemed Duke. One of the lesser demons spoke. We harbor no such intentions. His left side resembled solidified magma, with a fist the size of a cauldron. Iza stole a glance at him, recognizing a faint familiarity. I am Amaladu, he continued, lowering his head respectfully. I participated in your training. The robust demon's tone suddenly softened, as if he were attempting to play a gentle melody on a grand bell, reciting, your youthful fineries, so envied by others, shall become tattered rags, unworthy of a glance. Indeed, I have taught him, Iza mused. Silence, Amaladu, Andrus snapped irritably. His subordinate's abrupt recitation had severely undermined his authority as the leader. Captain, perhaps Bile suggested quietly. Perhaps you should retreat. and we shall meet at the next intersection. Isa smiled at Andrus. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the flies rejoiced. One claw of the demon captain rested on the hilt of his sword, yet his narrow gray eyes betrayed a flicker of hesitation. Very well, Andrus finally conceded, his voice dry. You may act independently, he repeated bitterly. We shall converge at the blood and flesh forge. Do not engage in unnecessary actions. Understood, I will comply, is a thought. However, before he could voice this, Nis had unknowingly moved closer, urgently nudging his arm. Do not interrupt my farewell with Duke Andrus, Isa commanded, casting a sidelong glance at Nis, who appeared as dazed as if sunstruck. He then turned his gaze back to Andrus. The demon captain's raven-like gray eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had just noticed something blinding glimmering beneath the surface. A familiar energy wave enveloped him. No, it wasn't enveloping him. It emanated from within. He looked down, and a holy white light filled his vision in an instant. It radiated from himself. He was exuding a sanctified order energy. Isa felt a void in his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, he perceived the retreating figure of Nis, moving away. Chaos. Order. Whatever exists above. Your wings. Nis whispered urgently in his ear, as if the current turmoil were not sufficient. Isa mechanically turned to look. From beneath his shoulder blades, a multitude of beautiful feathers were perfectly aligned, sparkling with divine light. Everything appeared entirely normal and beautiful, except they were white. White. He touched his face. The rough, hardened skin of a demon had vanished, replaced by the delicate texture of an infant's skin. Only angels possessed such skin. He forgot to lower his hand. Kill him, he thought, struggling to believe this. Bzzz. 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 The million flies seemed to have caught wind of vital information, scattering in disarray. The power of order, the visage of an angel. Andrus's voice hissed like a venomous serpent. He glared at Isa, his expression shifting from confusion to shock, then to righteous fury. Traitor. No. A spy of the angels. He swiftly unsheathed the sword at his waist, raising it with a chilling glimmer aimed at Isa. Isa, I care not who you are. I know not how you deceived me. You shall be punished. This was entirely beyond Isa's comprehension. He was well aware of his capabilities. Nis's analysis of his power was correct. The energy type that the young sorcerer could not identify was indeed far removed from order. There was absolutely no trace of angelic order energy within him, neither innate nor acquired. He was 100% demon. It was almost unfathomable that he would need to explain this. For a brief moment, he even considered that perhaps his frequent dealings with Kier had infected him with that stench of decay. However, reason swiftly prevailed. Knowledge and experience assured him that this was impossible. He was speaking the absolute truth. Yet, unlike lies, no one was willing to believe him this time. Andrus maintained a vigilant stance, sword tip directed at him, slowly advancing. Bile. Amaledu. He shouted, obey the command of the Lord of all demons. The two lesser demons, startled by the sudden eruption of divine radiance, awakened. But why, Duke? Why is it an angel? Amaledu stammered, his brow furrowed. What are you waiting for? Andrus shrieked. By the command of the Lord of all demons, eliminate the traitor and conspirator on the spot. Isa gestured discreetly to Nis. Nis, not comprehending the signal, assumed it meant to flee, when in truth it was a call to fight if necessary, to act according to the situation. I will not flee, Nis declared, loyal yet unnecessary. A deafening roar erupted from behind. Bile, the lion-headed demon, no longer hesitating, propelled himself into the air, his massive form suddenly swelling threefold. Thick thorns sprouting from around his neck. His cavernous maw revealed sharp teeth, summoning a fiery wind as he lunged toward Isa from the side. I'm sorry, Duke, Amaledu said, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. He stepped forward heavily, crushing the rotting flesh beneath him and sending debris flying. His left side of solidified magma quivered as he swung his bulging fist, evading the hellhound's pounce and abruptly appearing 20 feet ahead, striking at Isa's lower back. The fragments of magma shattered. In an instant, that grotesquely large fist had crashed down upon Isa's rear. Isa pressed his wings down, lifting himself to evade two attacks from behind. He raised his head, a sharp glimmer of sword light pressing against his chest, the executioner's sword of Andrus. The blade that severs all discord. Chapter 19. Forgiveness. The tip of the executioner's sword was icy cold. Yikar's right hand had drawn the sinister iron-curved dagger. At this critical moment, time seemed to come to a standstill, as a dreamlike bubble expanded within his mind, unfurling like a painted scroll. In this vision, he beheld numerous grim-faced demons, clad in tattered garments resembling angelic brown robes, encircling a round pool in his courtyard. At the very center stood an angel, radiant in pure white. The filthy demons surrounded the angel, their eyes cast down, wearing the same peculiar sacred expression, tracing the counterfeit cross gesture he had once mocked. The fallen angel cult, Kikir. Yicker found himself unable to smile. They were praying, chanting, primordial guardian, spirit of supreme purity, the first fallen angel. You shall break free from shackles, grow strong, radiate light. We shall call upon your name. Our spirits shall heed your command. Yicker closed his eyes momentarily, then reopened them. A tumult surged within his heart. Time resumed its flow, yet he felt as though he was suspended in stillness. Everything appeared to slow before his eyes. Andrus's sword tip pressed against his heart, his right claw gripping the hilt with all its might, yet the sword did not advance, its blade bending upwards under an insurmountable resistance. The crow-headed demon opened its beak, crimson tongue flicking through the air as it screeched. Its eyes were no longer gray, its feathers no longer a sinister dark blue. The purple-black chest and wolfskin apron transformed in hue, illuminated by the light of the primordial guardian, the spirit of supreme purity, the first fallen angel, illuminated by Yicker's radiance. Bang! Bang! Yicker felt two heavy objects collide against his sides, one barbed against his waist, the other large and flat striking his back. He turned his head slightly, witnessing the two assailants, the lion-bodied bile, writhing in agony upon the flesh bridge, teeth lost, mane melted, tongue scorched. Amiladu lay crumpled in another corner of the bridge, clutching his arm, the wrist of his left hand bare, the massive rock-like fist missing. Not vanished. It had fallen a short distance away, shattered into three roughly equal pieces. A crisp, metallic snap echoed from his chest. Two claws fiercely gripped his shoulders. The crow was calling, shrieking, "Hell shall never forgive you. Hell shall never absolve you." Andrus screeched, his broken claws pressing against Yicker's throat, attempting to strangle him. Yicker pushed at his shoulder, hearing a crack. Gagagagaga. The stench from the crow's beak assaulted him, its narrow bird face framed by dark blue feathers curling back, emitting white sparks. Yet it seemed oblivious, twisting its face in four directions, its scarlet mouth opening to an unbelievable extent, suddenly pecking at Yicker's eyes. Then it halted. Its eyes trembled, feathers began to gray. Andrus slowly lowered his gaze, revealing the sinister iron dagger embedded in his abdomen, the hilt grasped in Yicker's hand. Black particles erupted from the wound like fireworks. Sinister iron. You wish to destroy me. The soul, slain by the true power of chaos, could not be resurrected. Even immortal demons were not exempt. Andrus struggled to point at Yicker's face, as if marking an eternal nemesis. You wish to destroy me. Bullshit. You truly. Black particles multiplied, forming a torrent of darkness cascading from Andrus's wound, rapidly hollowing him out. You shall be reduced to ashes, mate. Liar. Traitor. You vile, contemptible creature. Yicker uttered nothing. Weathered patterns began to creep across the crow's face, as it withered, appearing on the verge of splitting apart. Andrus trembled. You are finished, he gasped. Seemingly attempting a laugh. You are finished. You are done for, Yickerant. The Lord of Demons will not spare you. The chaos of hell shall not forgive you. You are doomed. Your soul will endure the most dreadful torment. His Highness Beelzebub will come personally. He burped and fell silent. Andrus's gray eyes lost their luster, his form seemingly dehydrated, resembling a specimen. Yicker reached out, wishing to support the demon captain's elbow, his kin, a vicious, spiteful, foolish, deceased kin. The weathered patterns deepened, cracks rapidly multiplying. The crow-headed demons split apart, Andrus fracturing into countless gray-blue and black fragments. The shards were swept away by the fiery wind, turning to dust. I forgive you. Perhaps due to the angelic form, he heard himself whisper. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon the rotting flesh bridge. The lion-bodied bile crawled painfully along the ground, howls escaping his mouth, freezing upon sensing Yicker's gaze. Amiladu, clutching the spot where his arm had been, remained motionless, revealing that his left side, like solidified lava, had been shattered. He was not dead, his dull eyes still regarded him. Their gazes collided. Your Grace. Amiladu's voice was unexpectedly calm. Have you betrayed us? Yicker shook his head, then nodded. Amiladu offered a weak smile. Duke, are you truly an angelic spy? Yicker shook his head. The lowly demon's face displayed relief. He frowned, Correcting himself, she has begun to roar. Yicker too heard it. The hellish broadcast filled with countless buzzing sounds. Yet this time, the voice was faint, nearly inaudible. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing forming into words. You may join me. He offered to Amiladu. Bile's eyes glinted like those of a ferocious beast, filled with murderous intent as he glared at Amiladu. It will be safe, Yicker added. Amiladu gently shook his head. I am on this side of hell. Forever. Very well. Such a pity. I suppose I reside on the side of cosmic knowledge. The lead. Let us depart. Your grace, Amiladu said again. What? Amiladu blinked. It is an honor to learn so much from you. I adore words. Yicker hesitated. I am glad. Then he unfurled his pure white angelic wings and soared towards home, his student and dog following in his wake. The foul winds of hell lifted his wings. He heard a demon laboring to soften its coarse voice, gently reciting a 13-line poem. If you could speak, my ignorant child, you would settle my account. Forgive my stubbornness. Your lineage inherits his magnificence. This shall allow you to grow anew at the end of time. Chapter 20. The Theory of Metamorphosis Upon Encountering Kier. Izza's immediate instinct was to find a place to conceal himself. Izza landed on the solid, pale red disaster stone pathway, surveying his surroundings. The circular pool, which had just graced his mind with its image, lay desolate, devoid of the demons from the fallen angel cult that had recently occupied the area. The crystalline waters shimmered with silvery reflections, while a deer-headed demon sculpture loomed, partially obscured by a white robe-s edge. Come out, angel, Izza stated coolly. From behind the sculpture, Kier's muffled voice emerged. Izza? Is that you? I heard your voice. I saw an angel. They are here to hunt me down. Did you see him? Izza was momentarily at a loss for words. A fleeting shadow darted past his feet, followed by a rustling sound from behind the sculpture. It wasn't long before a hellhound dragged a white humanoid figure from behind the disaster stone base. Wake up. I shouldn't tea. Kier halted, lowering his hand from his face to glance at Izza. He inspected him closely, rubbing his eyes vigorously. Izza regarded him with an expressionless demeanor. Izza? His voice, tinged with disbelief, rose in pitch. How did you? The hellhound released its grip. Kier clumsily rose to his feet, circling around Izza with eyes wide in astonishment, as if attempting to devour him with his gaze. It resembles a radish? He mused, perplexed. Radish? Oh, it is a novel term I devised. When I wish to utter impure words, I simply say radish, the angel replied. Indeed, that is quite a clever method, Izza thought indifferently. Kier halted, inhaling the scent of Izza's wings, then stepped back to scrutinize him further. His expression suddenly turned grave. You have taken a life, Mr. Izza. You bear the aura of sin. There is no such aura, Izza retorted, uninterested in jest. Well, your countenance suggests otherwise, as if you have just committed murder, Kier chuckled, having only pretended to be serious moments before. Izza fixated on the angel, feeling a surge of violent impulse. Radish, big radish, he thought. Do you have nothing to explain? He gestured to his own face. Oh dear, the angel crossed his arms, a sacred expression gracing his features. I suspect this stems from the power of faith. We have discussed this before. In fact, I have begun to sense it, but I did not anticipate their faith to be so potent. They, referring to the fallen angel cult, invoke the prayers of the original fallen angel upon you, Kier continued. You now embody the image and power of the original fallen angel, albeit perhaps only partially, as you can still hear the broadcast from hell. He was aware of this. What he wished to uncover were the unknowns. Why am I the target of their prayers? Kier stammered in a flustered manner. It's a long story. Spare me. Is there trouble? Kier inquired earnestly. Izza silently regarded his old friend, who blinked his golden eyes innocently, unchanged after 600 years. He exhaled slowly, for he had previously arranged matters with Andrus. He should have been conversing with Beelzebub in the flesh-forging pool, preparing for a clandestine maneuver. Andrus need not have met such a grim fate, at least not today. Now he faced the stark reality. The Lord of Hell, the King of Demons, was likely poised to turn his attention, first obliterating him and his small floating island on the path to world destruction. There was no need to rally an army. It had already been assembled. What of Hixus? Strange. I thought she was searching for you. Just wandering? Izza was not overly concerned. Hixus possessed half-demon blood after all. He had more pressing matters at hand, and his patience was limited. Demons lacked fixed beliefs. Angels were far more adept in this regard. Oh, splendid. What would you like to discuss? Kier brightened. The application of the power of faith in identity transformation. We refer to it as metamorphosis. Go ahead, Isa replied nonchalantly. Here disregarded the sarcasm and cheerfully approached the circular pool, extending a finger to lightly touch the water's surface. Isa gestured for Nis to come closer and listen. The water's shimmering surface was smoothed by an unseen force. A luminous coordinate system emerged upon the surface. Here tapped twice in the air and drew a line. 2 silver dots, one high and one low, were marked on the coordinate system, with an arrow pointing from the lower to the upper. Each existence can be represented in such a manner. Here glanced at Nis, kindly clarifying. Isa might already know this, though it may be somewhat complex for a sorcerer to grasp. Starting point, representing the anchor point. Endpoint, representing the destination. Isa indicated the 2 dots, then pointed to the arrow, the path. This denotes the process, where you come from, where you are headed, what you are doing. The Trinity represents the complete existence of a being. All right, get to the crux of it. Here nodded. So, in order to enact metamorphosis, the starting point, endpoint, and path must all undergo transformation to achieve a complete metamorphosis. Furthermore, the 3 replacements must harmoniously coalesce. I do not operate this way, Isa stated. I know. I have analyzed your chain of energy. You forcibly redirect energy to alter the form of the domain, which confines you to the realm of matter and energy. We are discussing my theory now. Here appeared transformed, exuding wisdom. Isa noncommittally grunted. Although his method of energy redirection was convenient, it could not accomplish all types of metamorphosis and lacked completeness. He had yet to expand upon it. Perhaps the angel's alternative theory could rectify the shortcomings of his method. Where was I? Ah, yes. All 3 elements must be replaced. Previously, I understood that the starting point and end point, which represent the anchor point of existence and its ultimate destination, could be relatively easily substituted. Many existences have identifiable, concrete anchor points. Simply replace this tangible existence and re-establish a new location. I possess no anchor point, Isa contemplated, recalling how his true name had been stripped from him atop the flame cliff. The endpoint, or the change of destination, requires a shift in the heart's desire of the existence. This task, while seemingly straightforward, is often the most challenging. Isa remained silent as Nis nodded earnestly. The most troublesome aspect is the alteration of the path. I have always struggled to comprehend the changes to the path. Not quite. The main issue is. Here scratched his head. It is too complex. There may be countless methods. I can only discover them one by one for now, without having summarized the underlying principles. Discovered any? How many are applicable? 1. And another. The angel displayed that familiar, earnest smile, pointing at him. Yours. Isa paused for a moment before stating. The power of faith. Precisely. And it must originate from the altered anchor point, directing toward the transformed destination through the power of faith. Thus, the 3 elements can fit together seamlessly. The angel waved his hand, causing the patterns on the tranquil water's surface to vanish. And the shimmering water began to ripple once more, his golden eyes sparkling with intelligence. The power of faith from the fallen angel cult converges upon you, altering your path. It has even transformed your appearance, bestowing upon you a portion of its strength. Yet, you lack an anchor point. Hence, we merely need to assign you a new anchor point and re-establish your position. This replaces your starting point, and then shift your heart's desire, replacing the end point. Thus, a complete metamorphosis is achieved, Isa continued. Chapter 21. The yearning of the heart, how is it? Kuchier asked cautiously. Icha observed that Kuchier seemed to fervently hope for his agreement. He paid little heed to it. The path of transformation offered him significant hope, and he had to see it through. Only by relinquishing his current identity and forsaking the use of chaotic energy could he completely escape the hellish broadcasts and simultaneously evade the oppressive stature of the Lord of Demons. No demon could evade the dominance of the Lord of Demons. It appeared he would have to forego his demonic status for a while. Once he shed the shackles ingrained in his very being, despite their apparent disparity in strength against Beelzebub's legions, they would no longer be without hope. He traversed the mist-like magical dome, enhancing his vision towards the horizon. There loomed something ominous. Let us begin, Icha declared. All right. Let us head to the field of law's energy chamber. It's just this is my home. Yes. I forgot, Kuchier said, awkwardly rubbing his hands. Shifting the topic. Everyone is there, preparing. Preparing? Icha repeated. You started early. Did you know beforehand? I didn't know. I'm sorry. But I hope you can agree to the upcoming matters of the fallen angel order. So, I made preparations in advance. Kuchi-air intended to say this, but stumbled. So he merely replied, okay. Icha absent-mindedly glanced at the sky again. The sulphurous heavens darkened, no longer bearing the violet hue. He waved to Nice, while Viliad and Goodbye watched from afar. Notify me of any changes on the floating island of Disaster Stone, in the 3rd level of the Demon Courtyard, outside the Field of Law's energy chamber. Wait, Kuchi-air interrupted Icha. I'll go let them leave first. Icha cast a puzzled glance at him. And Kuchi-air smiled sheepishly. They will be too excited to see you. You decide. And before he finished speaking, Icha had already slipped into a shadowy corner, concealing his form. Thus, the angels evacuated the demons of the fallen angel order through another passage. The two beings entered the Field of Law's energy chamber, which was entirely designed and constructed by Icha himself, powered by abundant marrow stones and statues, stabilizing and providing various field energies for different experiments and creations. This had taken him several centuries, but he had all the time in the world. Among them, this chamber that provided law energy was one of Icha's most frequently utilized spaces. The reason was the flexibility and malleability of law energy, making it highly versatile. Icha approached the center of the energy chamber. He was very familiar with the structure. The arched walls minimized energy dissipation. In the corners of the outer circle were heaps of marrow stones for energy supply, a row of continuous spell formations connecting the stone heaps to the chamber's center. And standing in the inner circle were 8 disaster stone rune columns amplifying energy. The inner circle contained 4 transparent gem mana rings for energy concentration, capable of rotating in any direction. At the very center of the inner circle stood a finely crafted black diamond pedestal, supported by many sculpted, withered fingers. Within his energy vision, the formations, rune columns, and gem mana rings on the ground continuously transmitted the same symbol towards the center, a singular circle. The black diamond pedestal held his horn chain. He lifted it and examined it. The chain had been remade, every link meticulously adjusted. Moreover, it was suffused with order energy. Now, the order energy could no longer harm him. He cradled the horn chain in his palm, feeling only a soft, cloud-like sensation. He switched hands to inspect it further. Icha, int sin cards. A new anchor point? He weighed the horn chain in his hand. Yes, it is complete. Kuchi-air approached, and once academic matters were involved, a spark of intelligence ignited in his eyes. He waved his hand, shutting off the 4 gem mana rings. Immediately, the 8 rune columns and the continuous spell formations on the ground were also deactivated. The singular circle that had been flowing towards the center vanished from the air. This thing is originally meant to channel energy. It's the easiest for me to recharge. Besides, I thought this would be more convenient. Etching the name signifies a new anchor point, doesn't it? It's not that simple. Kuchi-air laughed heartily. It must conform to the stature of the primordial position, the original fallen angel. Icha suddenly understood why Kuchi-air had summoned the demons of the fallen angel order here. Their legendary theory defined the original fallen angels, which was the primordial position. The singular circles continuously converging on the horn chain should be the energy of the fallen angel order members. They could stabilize the anchor point. Indeed, Icha praised with restraint, not wishing to overly inflate the angel's pride. The anchor point of the primordial position is established. The path is already within me. Let us now commence the alteration of the final position. According to the angel's previous words, the final position is the destination, the place to go, the yearning of the heart. Icha was not a stubborn individual. This should be quite simple. The angel's face flushed as he grew hesitant, as if he were about to break through some barrier. You must accept this final position. You must genuinely believe it in your heart. It is a decision, right? That is correct, he stammered at last. It can be accepted. The original fallen angel, indeed. Right? Kuchi-air fidgeted like a large white fly. You must truly act upon it. You must commit. All right, I commit. He sincerely hoped this conversation would proceed swiftly. You said it. The angel leapt, then immediately realized his indiscretion and cleared his throat. Okay, now listen to me. You must commit to transforming all members of the order into true angels. You must genuinely think of ways to make this happen, for this is the final position of the original fallen angel. This is what the original fallen angel must do. Their destination, their heart's yearning. Though he did not genuinely exist, in the order's definition, it was so. Kuchi-air paused for a second, hastily adding, the field of law's energy chamber was suddenly enveloped in silence. Icha felt his lips dry. Radish. He should have thought of it sooner. Radish faith, radish order, radish Kuchi-air, radish theory. This theory was utterly foolish, though there was currently no better alternative. Such a demand, he resolved to expand his energy channeling transformation method thoroughly. Next time, don't tell me you believe in their teachings, he said after a while. No. Kuchi-Air replied sincerely, as he always did. Icha allowed himself 10 seconds to think. It couldn't be too long, for the hellish legions might strike at any moment. Well, he finally said again, I commit. Kuchi-Air's face broke into a smile. This one do. Still not all right. To transform into an existence of the order realm, everything must be within order, Kuchi-Air stated. Chapter 22, My dearest. Your dead order must be maintained. Kier's voice suddenly thundered. He pressed a snow-white fist against his forehead, radiating a divine glow as he ascended. Then, he vanished into thin air. 16 white phantoms instantly materialized in the outer circle of the energy chamber, embodying Kier, who circled the walls of the chamber with astonishing speed. 8 rune pillars, the continuous array of spells on the ground, and the transparent gemstone mana ring flickered back to life, this time emitting a brilliant white light of order that converged towards the center. Kier's voice echoed unpredictably, while Izza grasped the golden horn chain tightly in his palm, fluttering his wings gracefully to alight upon the obsidian platform. All the light converged upon him, and he, too, began to emanate brilliance. He comprehended Kier's intentions. Kier's transformation method required not only alterations in the initial position, path, and final position, but also the amalgamation of these elements within the corresponding environmental conditions of the domain. To become a being of the realm of order necessitated an environment governed by order. As a demon, Izza's collection of constructions naturally lacked a chamber infused with order energy. Kier had to resort to the most manageable and easily transformable energy of the laws, using himself as the energy source to create the order energy field. The white phantoms fluttered, and order overflowed from Kier, dispersing into the air, while a portion concentrated towards the center through the continuous array of spells, the 8 rune pillars, and the gemstone mana ring. A faint gasp echoed as the angelic energy steadily diminished. I promise. The door burst open with a loud bang. Teacher, Nice gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Let me finish this sentence. I promise. Boom. A tremendous cracking sound erupted nearby. The lights extinguished. Izza found himself enveloped in darkness. The rune pillars, spell arrays, and mana rings extinguished. The source and support of order in the air rapidly dissolved. The white phantoms encircling the energy chamber vanished. Izza leapt off the obsidian rune platform like the wind, rushing towards Kier, who faced the floor. One wing spread wide while the other was tightly tucked. A crimson spear, as thick as a calf, protruded from the ceiling, shattering his shoulder and pinning him to the ground. This spear was not the weapon of Beelzebub. Another presence was at play. Is it done? Kier seemed momentarily bewildered, muttering. He instinctively reached out with his other hand to touch his transformed shoulder, but it was unattainable. Without the order energy crafted by Kier, the transformation could not be completed. Izza remained silent, with fragments of stone continuously striking him. He glanced upward, observing the ceiling rapidly sprouting cracks. Clang. He swung his hand to sever the crimson spear, yet it did not break nor bend. It merely left a dark impression. Whose spear is this? A wave of revulsion surged within him. Countless flies began to buzz in his mind, their wings vibrating incessantly, as if a dull rasp was scraping down his skull. Beelzebub's oppressive presence disregarded distance, directly descending upon his residual demonic essence. Perhaps she deemed the mere owner of the spear insufficient to eliminate him. My dearest, my dearest, my dearest. The voices of the flies swelled like bubbles, unexpectedly articulate. No words were formed before Izza, yet he could hear each syllable. My dearest, my dearest, my dearest. Oh, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Crack. A 3-foot-wide fissure split open in the ceiling, which was marred with cracks and on the verge of collapse. Within the gap, a pulsating mass of black and red emerged, revealing a fist-sized bulging eye. The eye lacked a pupil, its sclera filled with veins. Teacher, Angel. Nice rushed over, his face pale. The enormous bulging eye swiftly shifted away. Izza hurriedly gestured with a finger, sending Nice and Kier flying. The sorcerer and Angel left behind a trail of glimmering blood as they crashed into a pile of marrow stones, landing in a heap. Crack. The crimson spear embedded itself into the ground where Nice had stood, causing the earth to fracture spider-like, and the air suddenly became suffocating. The eye reappeared above the fissure, shifting to reveal 4 gleaming fangs. As the fangs clashed, a rumbling voice resonated from the gap. Isa int. I come to clear the obstacles for Lord Beelzebub. Let her come herself. Isa coughed, the air thickening with tension. Kier and Nice began to cough on the other side. A low, mocking laughter scraped against their eardrums. You are unworthy to make demands. I hope you understand what you truly are. I believe I have made myself clear. Obstacles. The fangs moved aside, revealing 4 glistening fingers that could barely fit through the fissure. Quickly, take this waste and flee. It took Nice half a second to realize that Isa was speaking to him. Any means will do. There is plenty of energy here. Use your hidden, transformative methods related to dimensions. Utilize them to the fullest. Teacher, I am confident. Crack. The sound of more fractures echoed. Boom, boom, boom. My dearest, my dearest, my dearest. You shall not escape. A centipede gnaws at his heart, and the flies mock him in his mind. A flicker of light appeared in the corner. Isa caught a glimpse of the end of the silver blood trail, where a disordered pile of marrow stones lay, along with several fading symbols of the loss. Nice and Kier had already been transported away. Ink-like liquid dripped onto him, sizzling as it met his skin. Turning around, a massive shadow of a demon began to materialize from the parted ceiling. Thick claws, fangs, and a pair of bulging eyes filled with blood vessels loomed before him, along with a bridge-like, glossy black shoulder bearing another set of muscular arms, each 7 to 8 times the size of a human S, tightly gripping the crimson spear. With a twist, a cloud of thick, murky smoke erupted. Amidst the smoke, only the crimson spear glowed, accompanied by a pair of stalactite-like horns that burned atop the demon's head. Fighting and slaughtering are not suited for me. Isa suddenly recalled Kier's words. Does that mean they suit me? He grasped the hilt of the dagger at his waist, tightening the golden horn chain around his arm before leaping through the crack in the ceiling. The sky was completely dark. The reverse-flowing river of sulfur tore the night into chaotic fragments. He glanced upward. The mana dome bore several massive cracks, and countless lesser demons surged through these openings like a tide. Looking down, he saw the intricately carved disaster stone statues, each surrounded by a circle of demon soldiers, working in unison to topple them. The sounds of crashing and shattering echoed. Each crash represented 3 months of his painstaking labor. The entire floating island was suffused with a fiery red light, an endless blaze akin to a burning valley. He halted before the arrogant face of the demon. The mana dome above him could bear no more. It suddenly retracted, revealing an opening. Chaotic fire rain, laced with sharp stones, poured down upon him. Isiant, I come with the 663rd to 666th legions of hell to bring you to an end. The bull-headed demon grinned maliciously, raising its human arms to wield the spear, which glistened with the blood of angels, droplets of ink like black water dripping from its tip. My dearest, you are destined to perish. My most formidable subordinate shall exact retribution for the injustices of the chaotic abyss. I am truly sorrowful, indeed. The voices in my head declare, silence, Beelzebub. He gazed into the murky eyes of the demon across from him. Is it not so? The hand of destruction, Ivermeth. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Chapter 23. Ifmoth, the colossal head of the bull-headed demon, tilted slightly, hesitating to launch an attack. How did you come to know of my title as one who walks among humans? A nearby bat demon surged forth from the throng of demons towards this direction. Duke Asmodeus. A low rumble echoed from Ifmoth's throat, and he lifted a sharp finger, as large as the runic pillars within the chamber. A whistle-like hum resonated as an invisible wall of air materialized before the bat demon's face. Thud. The lower-ranked demon plummeted like a small bird crashing into glass. No demon dared to approach thereafter. The Duke. Izar twitched the corner of his mouth, though he was far from smiling. He had heard that title. Asmodeus was indeed Ifmoth's true demonic name, and the title of Duke was a rank scarcely held in the chaotic inferno, second only to Beelzebub, the king of demons. Only those of tremendous power or contribution strong enough to reach the rank of king, yet unable to be granted the title of prince for some reason, could attain the special status of Duke. His gaze fell upon the crimson spear, noting that the black marks left by his previous strike had inexplicably faded. The weapon now smooth and unblemished. This weapon, the deep gray bullhorn, ablaze with unquenchable flames, arched powerfully forward, allowing Izar to recognize him. Endless smoke wafted from every muscle of his form, with slight distortions visible near his skin, a clear sign of concentrated energy. Beelzebub did not lie. This being indeed possessed the potential to be her strongest asset. Yet, he faced more than just that. The pervasive infernal broadcast engulfed him like a symphony, every instrument roaring around his ears, inundating him with relentless mental pressure. Even from 1,000 miles away, the king of demons could effortlessly suppress every remnant of demonic essence within him. The chaotic energy, akin to swirling black clouds, recoiled into a trembling core, unable to be summoned. Even when confronted with a mere civil duke, the infernal queen did not underestimate him. Ruthless and merciless, she preferred excess to deficiency. This was Beelzebub's style. "Ah, my dear, why must you oppose me? Why? Oh, why? Think of the good old days." The flies in his mind lamented. Izar paid no heed to Beelzebub's ramblings. A universal truth known to all demons. When Beelzebub began to entangle you, it signified the end of good days. I have only heard of a wandering demon named Asmodeus. Who would have thought that within a mere 450 years, he could ascend from the lowest ranks of wandering demons to duke? "Congratulations," he remarked, fixing his gaze on Ifmoth's bloodshot eyes. At that moment, Ifmoth's bulging eyes twitched, seemingly incensed by the words. However, more likely, he felt no need to hesitate any longer. The hand of destruction, Ifmoth's human-like arms, taut with muscle, tightened. The crimson spear stirred the air, striking downward like lightning. A dense rain of chaotic fire erupted from above, 700 blazing flames trailing behind, aimed directly at Izar. In an instant, Izar vanished, reappearing 30 feet behind, his maximum distance for instantaneous movement in his current state. Even so, the gunpowder-scented tip barely grazed his nose, the fiery rain scorching his beloved robe with several charred marks. There was no time for lamentation. Izar pressed his wings, soaring in the opposite direction of the spear's strike. He spun around, landing atop Ifmoth's enormous bull head, and shouted into his ear. "Adorned with spiny mane, a powerless wandering demon requires at least 1,000 years to rise to the rank of baron. From baron to viscount, another 800 years. From viscount to marquis and then to duke, an additional 1,500 years. And from duke to grand duke." Black smoke erupted from Ifmoth's entire being. The demonic legions below, the crackling sparks, the distorted night sky, all faded from view. The air thickened instantaneously, almost palpable. Smoke billowed, chaotic and murky. Izar raised a wing, evading Ifmoth's strike. "I forgot. There are only 3 dukes, while the number of dukes is vast. For instance, I spent 1,600 years tutoring nearly a third of the demons in hell, almost causing my own intellect to decline, yet only earned the title of Grand Duke and a choice between that and another matter." Izar skillfully glided forward, using his previous position to approach Ifmoth's wide forehead, prompting the bull-headed demon to grasp at him with his other claw in vain. Ifmoth's iron-like forehead, adorned with oily dark hair, loomed before him. He had made the right choice. With one hand, he seized a thick tuft of Ifmoth's spiny mane and extended his other hand, entwined with a chain of horns, focusing his mind to extract the unfamiliar order of power from the angelic part of his being. Fortunately, a sphere of white light rapidly coalesced, hovering before Ifmoth's brow, pressing that cloud-like entity against his forehead. "So, what have you accomplished during your 450 years among humans?" Ifmoth suddenly ceased his movements, halting his assault. Steam burst forth from his nostrils, each the size of a well, causing the orb of ordered white light to blur and dim under the onslaught. "Ha ha!" A booming laugh reverberated throughout the floating island. Izar remained silent, his body swaying as he struggled to maintain balance, one hand reaching for Ifmoth's brow amidst the searing heat. Ifmoth abruptly jerked his head, nearly throwing him off. The laughter ceased. "Such a verbose fool," Ifmoth retorted. The bull-headed demon suddenly leaned back. Izar flapped his wings to keep pace. As long as he maintained his position between Ifmoth's eyes and nostrils, the spear and massive claws could not be effectively wielded against him. However, he quickly realized that Ifmoth was not like those simple-minded demons. Ifmoth's human arms raised the spear, directing the tip forward, his body twisting in midair by 60 degrees. Simultaneously, the edges of his dark silhouette began to tremble and contract. He was shrinking. Ink droplets splattered onto Izar's face, prompting him to instinctively lower his head and retreat. The spear tip grazed his forehead, leaving a wound neither deep nor shallow. Yet, in an instant, that ordinary scar began to corrode deep into his muscle, revealing bone. Without hesitation, Izar skillfully stirred the life force energy, attempting to heal himself with the Vine Spirit's magic. Sizzle. The wound did not heal as expected. Instead, it became increasingly painful, emitting a burnt odor. With one hand pressed to his forehead, Izar felt dizzy, his gaze fixed on the crimson spear in Ifmotha's grasp. My dear, you are injured? You must heed my words. Promise me you'll listen next time, please. The ensemble of flies in his mind conveyed Beelzebub's will, emitting plaintive sighs. In the next moment, a chilling voice sliced through his skull. Indeed, there will be no next time. Izar felt an urge to vomit. He truly wished to retch. It was oppressive, too oppressive. The filth spewing from Ifmoth had suffocated him, and Beelzebub's mental corruption lurked, poised to lead him into madness. Golden, molten blood flowed from the wound on his forehead, trickling down his nose to his lips. In an instant, he had switched between the Vine Spirit's life force spell and human law magic for healing. Yet, that scar remained impervious, burrowing deeper like maggots. Izar fixed his gaze intently on the crimson spear. In his vision, two overlapping scenes unfolded. In the material realm, the nearly 80% diminished four-armed demon had turned over, brandishing a crimson spear that unleashed a fiery rain, aimed directly at his abdomen. Conversely, in the realm of energy, the position of the spear was replaced by thousands of disordered scarlet fragments. In the hands of Ivermeth, it resembled a clump of solidified, desiccated blood rain. At its core, a sharp-boned staff. The blood rain mingled with smoke-laden flames surged toward him. Ivermeth's appearance diverged entirely from that witnessed in the material realm. He comprehended the essence of what he perceived: destructive energy, the manifestation of such energy. The harbinger of devastation, Ivermeth, the Duke Asmodeus of Hell. His crimson spear embodied the quintessence of destructive energy. Annihilate the destructive cone. Chapter 24. The non-existent legend. The acrid scent of smoke and blood permeated the air, gradually suffocating the senses. Icha swiftly drew the sinister iron-curved blade, summoning every ounce of strength to block the torrential rain of blood descending upon him. The sound of shattering wood echoed ominously. The curved blade cleaved through the apex of the destructive spear, creating a path of escape. It was all too seamless, prompting Icha to retreat without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, the crimson tip of the spear converged like a flowing stream, striking precisely where he had just stood. Before he could savor his narrow escape, a chorus of buzzing voices filled his mind. You're incredible, my dear. I never knew you were so remarkable. Oh, if only I had known sooner. The gentle hum enveloped him, but it must not be allowed. The sound abruptly sharpened to a piercing intensity, as if driven by steel needles. No, no. It cannot be. No, 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 no. The fly orchestra, under Beelzebub's direction, played a cacophonous symphony. Beelzebub's words crashed over him like a tsunami. Icha felt his heart constrict like a balloon on the verge of bursting. This was truly wretched. Fortunately, his mind still functioned. Ivermet approached like a tempest, his bulging eyes betraying no emotion as they locked onto Icha. He maintained a defensive posture. I know without you saying it. You two have harnessed the power of faith. Icha forced himself to speak, his words punctuated by coughs, his wings, his extensions, growing weak and limp. Do I still have a chance? He cast a fleeting glance downward, adjusting his position. A brief quarter of a breath passed. Ivermet detected his vulnerability, and the spear shot forth like lightning, aimed at his face. Black particles erupted, scattering, as crimson shards exploded like bloodied needles in the air. Icha gasped for breath, his arms coursing with electric pain. The wound on his forehead began to throb, a trickle of molten blood escaping his chin, cascading down his body. With a whoosh, Ivermet's broad horns blazed with fire, propelled by a fierce wind. His form expanded once more, towering over Icha and shrouding him in darkness. There was no choice left. Icha wrapped his weary wings around himself, streamlining his body to minimize resistance. Gravity pulled him downward, as countless sharp crimson shards whizzed past his head. Without hesitation, Ivermet followed suit. The two hurtling toward the ground in rapid succession. You rely on the mortal realm to accumulate the faith of your followers, Icha spoke amidst his descent, nearly coughing up his lungs. And the identity they revere you by is not that of a mere wandering demon, but of an omnipotent god of destruction. This has altered your trajectory. Ivermet's expression shifted, his forearms gripping the spear tightly as he lunged toward Icha with ferocity. A torrent of wicked flames poured forth, bloodied fragments raining down, accompanied by a cloud of corrosive, black smoke. 3 differently colored cones descended upon Icha like grotesque nets. Am I correct? Icha strained to reach out, and a shattered half of a bowman statue hurtled through the air to shield him from the impending cones. The 3 nets tore open a small gap, passing around him as the statue shattered into countless pieces. Dozens of large fragments struck his neck and face, leaving thin, elongated gashes. This thing can even wound me. Under Beelzebub's overwhelming authority, the demonic aspect of his being had been fully restrained, rendering him as fragile as a mere doll. His incomplete transformation faced the destructive force of Ivermet and an unhealable, deteriorating power. Could he withstand another blow? Regardless, he pressed on. You have completed your transformation. No, you have not changed your domain, merely ascended. The wind howled. Icha closed his eyes, his voice weak. Yet he mustered the resolve to seek the answers he desired. I do not know how you altered your anchor point. Perhaps it relates to your name change. I also do not know what conditions you promised your followers to achieve this transformation. Does it involve your family? The air shattered with Ivermet's furious roar. The sound of destruction echoed as he hurled the spear, the destructive cone, toward Icha, enveloping him in a deadly rain of crimson. In his frail state, he could not resist the impending strike. Simultaneously, a splash erupted, crystalline droplets shimmering as Icha plunged into the circular pool in the courtyard. The familiar clear water was the very one where the fallen angels had prayed 3,000 years ago, and where they still prayed today. 3 millennia of supplication. Icha opened his eyes. A radiant white light enveloped him. The energy of order encircled him, generated by the unbroken prayers of 3,000 years, manifesting as a pool of holy water. Clenching the horn chain inscribed with his name, his anchor point, he felt the flies stir in agitation, sensing a shift. My dear, dear. What are you about to do? Screams echoed, piercing his mind. Do not do it. Do not do it. Do not do it. The buzzing of the flies faded into insignificance, as though Beelzebub were tugging at his ears in terror. His heart ached painfully, his lungs felt constricted, his arms and wings fatigued, and his mind swirled with dizziness from the relentless blood loss. He clenched his fists. It mattered not. He had already resolved his words. Impervious to any interruptions, he proclaimed, I hereby vow, every lost lamb, every displaced fallen angel. I, Icha Inti Syncardus, the original fallen angel, the primordial guardian, the embodiment of utmost purity, shall free you from darkness, cleanse you of filth, and lead you away from chaos and weakness. His voice rang with sincerity, shining like holy light. Order above, I make this vow. The holy water bubbled. The crimson destructive cone plunged into the water's surface. Ivermet hesitated for a fleeting moment, retreating to evade the sacred droplets. Suddenly, a dazzling figure erupted from the pool. Icha clenched the crimson spear between his teeth, his golden eyes blazing with determination as he faced the colossal, imposing bull-headed demon. With his heart's direction set, the transformation was complete. The beginning, the end, the path, unified in the corresponding environment. The metamorphosis had been realized. My dear, you have abandoned me. Beelzebub's voice dwindled to a whisper. The flies that had nested in Icha's mind were uprooted entirely. The oppressive presence of the demon king no longer held sway over him. The fiery winds swirled around his tattered black and red robe, yet he radiated brilliance. The non-existent legend, the original fallen angel, born of the abyss. Chapter 25. The treasure from the central floor of the twisted and ruinous tower of disaster. A heart-wrenching cacophony of joyous screams and sorrowful cries suddenly erupted. Ika cast a sidelong glance toward the source of the commotion and beheld a throng of faces, gaunt and shadowy, clamoring at the narrow circular window. The Duke! No, no, no! Oh my God! My Holy Spirit! The demons wept and wailed, frantically scrambling through the window, each unfurling their frail wings, their tears cascading like molten lava as they glided toward Ika. Holy Spirit! Commander! Lord! A chaotic chorus of titles erupted from their lips, akin to a heap of tattered earth being drawn toward a radiant star at its core. Leading the charge was a tall, slender demon with emerald eyes, appearing somewhat cleaner and calmer than his compatriots. Adorned in a robe fastened with golden feathers and embroidered with a pentagram at the collar. As the slender demon attempted to approach, Ika gestured for him to halt. He complied, blocking the way of his frenzied brethren, who had lost all control. I am your loyal disciple, Sankalabi. You may summon me at any time. His steady voice, tinged with an undeniable tremor, floated toward Ika. As the desolation spear threatened to plunge into the sacred pool once more, all 72 pillar statues had been toppled, and the marrow stones scattered like pebbles. 13 pools lay more than half destroyed, their precious mercury and pestilent flower juice now choked with debris. Everything flammable had been ignited. The night blazed with fire. Ifmet hovered across from Ica, and in his formidable shadow, Ica resembled a silver fish gliding through a black lake. The demon soldiers from the 3 legions stood upon the shattered, 3-tiered floating island, having uprooted many of the stone slabs beneath their feet, now idly gazing upwards at the angels and demons above. Duke Asmodeus! A demon suddenly cried out. Duke Asmodeus! Duke Asmodeus! Duke Asmodeus! The air filled with the hoarse resonance of their voices, echoing through the night sky. Ica pressed his hand against the wound inflicted by the desolation spear, a mere touch. The injury had not completely healed, yet it no longer festered inward, nor did it bleed or cause pain. This was not healing, but rather a form of equalized power. Ifmet slowly raised the desolation spear, but refrained from immediate attack. You are indeed an angel, he remarked, his tone slightly diminished in arrogance. Not quite, Ica thought. The muscles on Ifmet's sturdy shoulders twitched. Blood rang. The desolation spear hurtled toward him. Ica extended his hand, white divine light coalescing into a luminous orb. The orb dispersed like dandelion seeds, and in an instant, a flurry of soft, ordered energy danced through the air, each mote gently enveloping a sharp drop of blood rain. The light-laden orb converged, producing a resounding thud. In the material realm, that crimson spear appeared to collide with a solid barrier, shaking momentarily before plummeting to the ground. The fallen angels of the cult gasped in astonishment. Nearby, several demon soldiers recognized their superfluous presence and began to approach. Do not fear. The holy angel is with us. Sankalabi calmly directed the cult members to form a circle, facing outward in unison. Ica glanced their way, his eyes shimmering with golden radiance, akin to stars. The demon soldiers recoiled. The desolation spear neared the water's surface. Ifmet's bloodshot eyes remained fixed, and he raised his hand once more, clenching the desolation spear tightly. He huffed disdainfully, yet made no further move. You cannot kill me now, Ica declared, his voice imbued with a warmth-inducing magnetism. You are quite astute, not attacking directly. Ifmet remained silent, cautious and evidently valuing his life. Ica observed. Following a brief exchange of tentative measures, both recognized that the fallen angel's status was not inferior to that of a lord of hell. Ifmet no longer possessed unwavering confidence in victory, nor could he ensure his own escape. Would the ruler of the domain of destruction choose to perish along with his adversary? Ica gazed at the minotaur demon opposite him, offering a chance for 2 reasons. He adorned his neck with a golden chain bearing an anchor point. You may leave now. Should Beelzebub wish to seek me out personally, inform her that I await her here. If she does not come, I shall seek her out myself. By the way, I can no longer hear the broadcast from hell. The cessation of hell's broadcasts was yet another unfortunate revelation for Ifmet. He crossed the spear before him, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. State your reasons. Ica smiled. The first reason, you have mastered the art of transformation. Thus, I surmise you are quite intelligent. I would not wish to see such brilliance squandered on trivial matters. He gestured toward the ruins below, his tone laced with regret. Do you understand what could be created from this? Ifmet gazed at the angelic figure before him, seemingly watching with eyes devoid of pupils. He let out a low, mocking chuckle. And the second reason? I deem the second to be less significant, Ica replied. His understanding of familial ties was limited. Given the earlier mention of family, it was perhaps best to avoid discussing Hyksos here. In truth, he could not comprehend the concept of family at all. In his moment of urgency, he had merely dragged out everything superficially relevant to buy time. To him, this reason indeed held little weight. Ica sighed and continued, in any case, take your troublesome companions and depart from here, ensuring that you apply your talents in the right places henceforth. I shall overlook the havoc you have wrought upon my courtyard. While he felt a twinge of sorrow, the courtyard could be rebuilt, but a wise being like Ifmet was a rare treasure in the universe. If only he would embrace that role. Though the similarly precious Kiker had been injured by him, possessing one treasure was better than having none. Ica regarded Ifmet, not feeling as though he had made a significant sacrifice for the universe. After careful consideration, he believed it was only fitting. However, the floating island had not been constructed in a day. It required time. He simply hoped Ifmet would recognize his own worth and refrain from wasting his precious intellect and strength on frivolous endeavors like overturning others' tiles and shattering vases. The air fell silent, save for the crackling of flames. Both the Legion demons and cult demons stood stupefied, unresponsive. No one comprehended Icar's words. Chapter 26. Mistakes on the other side. Ivor was almost glaring at him, his bloodshot eyes appearing more bulging than usual. His thick, bovine lips quivered, as if he were attempting to suppress a laugh. The right place? The right place? He repeatedly inquired, struggling to comprehend what was so amusing. Or perhaps you would prefer to follow me. I can offer you several research directions, topics. Yes, that's what we call them. Suddenly struck by a thought, he continued fluidly. We have quite a few individuals who can collaborate on research. Your efforts would yield greater results. This trifling transformation is truly foolish. I have a far superior idea. His words were abruptly interrupted by a derisive laugh. Let me enlighten you on what constitutes the right place. A cloud of black smoke erupted beside Ivor, and in the next moment, he reappeared 200 feet away in Iz's energy field of vision. The prisms reflecting his fragmented form seemingly twisting to another location at once, and thus he simply manifested there. Ivor materialized beside the demon Sangarabi, reverting to a typical demon's height, albeit with a grotesque and sturdier appearance. The Hell Duke grasped the cleric by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. The frail cleric was utterly powerless against a demon of Ivor's caliber, futilely clawing at his fingers. Release him, Iza said, his brow furrowing slightly. I still have plans to transform these fellows. He thought to himself, the right place is. Ivor intended to snap Sangarabi's neck, but Iza had already flown into action, his shadowy blade slicing through the air towards Ivor's shoulder. The bovine-headed demon recoiled, releasing the cleric, who was swiftly caught by several agile members of the order. Sangarabi coughed twice, waving them off. He was not gravely injured. You are truly laughable, Ivor said to Iza, this time genuinely mocking him. I have no desire to kill you, Iza quickly retorted. My talents ought to be employed in the right manner. I hope you come to understand this matter soon. The smile vanished from Ivor's face. The low-ranking demons surrounding them exhibited confusion and bewilderment, some beginning to whisper among themselves. How old are you? Ivor suddenly inquired. Perhaps nearing 4,000 years, Iza surprisingly realized he could not recall his exact age. The concept of age seemed trivial compared to other significant knowledge. For 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, Ivor's lip curled, revealing his yellowed fangs. You fail to grasp that if you do not kill others, they will kill you? Before he could finish, in the blink of an eye, he had eerily teleported in front of Iza, thrusting his destructive lance towards his throat. The demons from the 3 legions erupted in excited roars, while those from the clerical order gasped in horror. Iza deftly deflected the strike with his right hand, severing the crimson lance's tip, yet it quickly reformed. Uncertain of his current physical strength, he inclined a wing to evade. Simultaneously, he stirred the dream energy with his left hand. A delicate, soft blue tendril sprouted rapidly in his palm, resembling spring grass, with dew-like suckers forming on its blades. He directed that tendril towards Ivor's temple. The destructive energy collided with the primordial order energy of the fallen angel, coalescing into gravel-sized gray-white particles that drifted downwards. Ivor's reflexes were remarkably swift. He managed to block this sudden attack, almost. The supple, elongated blue tendril slipped through his fingers, gracefully curling forward, navigating through the spiny, coarse bristles, and making contact with Ivor's temple. I was wrong, Iza thought, particularly mindful of such matters. Mistakes must be rectified. Ivor's bloodshot eyes froze, his movements stilled. His body felt inexplicably heavy. Ivor sensed he was dreaming. No, he was certain he was dreaming, for he once again beheld his wife. She leapt from the shadows of the cave, making a familiar grimace, an ugly object pressed against his face. He should have been startled, yet he was not. He gazed silently at her. The bright blue feathers of the bird witch were neat and vivid. Her face contorted into a strange shape to match her grimace. Yet her captivating light purple eyes sparkled with mischief and brightness. He observed the object in her hands, an unsightly bird egg, bright purple with black spots. Serena, he uttered, surprised by the strangeness of his own voice. TSK, how dull. Not even a scare, Serena chirped, playfully balancing the egg on one wing. Her name is Hickius. Do you have any objections? He exhaled softly. None at all. Very good, Serena chuckled. And let me share some delightful news. The elders of my clan visited me today. We must relocate. Delightful news. Ivor understood the connotation of that phrase in Serena's context. He grasped her other wing firmly, revealing bloodstains. Beneath the thick feathers lay bandaged wounds. Oh, oh, stop pulling me, Serena exclaimed, clutching the egg closely, lest they end up with a daughter omelet for dinner. Do you wish to eat a daughter omelet? They dare to bully you. Even in a dream, the anger he felt was all too real. Bully? What bullying? Serena nimbly withdrew her wing from his grasp, soaring to a branch above the cave. We do not use such terms. We fairies speak of mischief. We must create mischief as long as we live. Do not be so pitiful, Asmod. That only makes you more susceptible to pranks. That is bullying, he thought. I ought to eliminate them all. The ones who bully her, mock her, ostracize her. Oh dear, do not be so petty, Serena would surely say. She was a fairy, after all, and that was the nature of fairies. Moreover, he might not even be able to defeat them. Fine, he heard himself concede. Where shall we go? Oh, Asmod, do you have no ideas of your own? Serena chirped cheerfully. None. Oh, correct. Asmod earns extra points. She jubilantly tossed the bird egg in the air with one wing. Isn't it a coincidence? I have just the plan. We shall go to the material plane. It is populated by lowly beings. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that our Asmod is a demon of refined tastes, Serena laughed. All right, you may complain along the way. I have a grand plan. What plan? Serena's bright blue feathers blurred before his eyes as the dream closed like an iron door of death. Chapter 27. Selena's scheme. The gates of the dream realm once more opened to Iverdemi. This time, he found himself atop a lofty cloud. He almost forgot that this was a dream. Gazing downward, he beheld a barren rocky mountain shrouded in swirling white clouds. Atop the mountain stood a grand six-sided marble altar, each corner adorned with a stone pillar engraved with a bull's head insignia. In the center of the altar loomed a colossal statue, boasting a pair of wide, elongated horns, the fangs of a leopard, a serpent's tail, and 4 arms. Before the statue lay numerous fresh, bloodied human heads. 3 living humans prostrated themselves before the statue, muttering incantations. This was clearly the primary material plane. For reasons unknown, a twinge of anxiety gripped him. Go now, Selena nudged him. Will this truly be effective? He heard himself inquire. Are you frightened? Do not be. Hee. Selena teased, playfully tickling the tip of his nose with a feather. Just leap down and greet them. Greetings. I am Iverdemi, the hand of destruction, the deity you summoned. Express your satisfaction with their offerings and encourage them to continue. Simple, isn't it? These peculiar beings will be utterly astonished, and they will spread word of your divine prowess. The title Hand of Destruction felt foreign to him. He was unaccustomed to such a designation. She claimed that by gathering the power of faith, he could grow stronger. I believe I am sufficiently powerful as I am, he recalled stating. Precisely. Henceforth, we must grow stronger, ever stronger. Hee. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Selena's assertion. She was invariably correct. He obediently leapt down, but inadvertently crushed the 3 prostrating supplicants. Well done, Asmodeus. Selena erupted into laughter. Everything blurred once more. The gates of the dream closed again, only to reopen. This time, he sat upright in a hall of worship. He occupied an immense black stone chair that seemed custom-made for him. 12 distinct human figures lay prostrate before him, each adorned with bone helmets marked with a bull's head, their bodies painted in vivid crimson, and leather sashes of unknown origin tied around their waists, their faces, palms, and knees pressed against the ground. I am Iverdemi, the hand of destruction. State your ultimate request in the name of destruction, he proclaimed, his voice considerably deeper than in the previous dream. Ultimate request. The wills of all Iverdemi's followers converged into a colossal entity, represented by the 12 elders, to propose an ultimate plea. This request he must fulfill. It would alter. What was it called? Yes, the apex. He did not comprehend it fully, but Selena knew everything. She always did. His devotees bowed repeatedly, until their foreheads bled. Lord of destruction, wrath of the world, the right hand of unending annihilation, Father of destruction, the master of rebuke, slaughter, and madness. Please indulge in my sins. Penetrate my soul. The 12 individuals removed their bone headdresses, extending their hands forward, inscribing ash-white symbols upon the ground. We shall shatter the bones of our enemies. Shatter the bones of our kin, just as the rigid statues erected shall crumble before you. When the rampant chaos reaches its zenith, when disintegration becomes the ultimate form of definition, they rose upright, thereby allowing them to acknowledge your glory. In the name of destruction, please accept our ultimate request. This prayer contained many unnecessary and inaccurate words, except for the last line. In truth, they needed only to utter the final phrase. However, there was no need for Demi to remind them. The air began to tremble. The voices of the 12 elders suddenly seemed to be grasped by something, amalgamating into a viscous whole. The inferno of the northern lighthouse, the ice tides of the infinite lowlands, the tranquility of the moonlit desolation, and the annihilation of the unyielding city. Strangely, despite their cryptic utterances, Demi understood their meanings clearly. The northern lighthouse referred to a small town named Kanaya, the base of the Twilight Nights. The infinite lowlands comprised a vast marshland situated in the central western continent of the primary material plane, home to nearly all renowned arcane sorcerers. The moonlit desolation was the territory of druids. The unyielding city naturally denoted the royal capital of the kingdom of Vidoka, the holy city of Martim. The ultimate plea of his followers was to obliterate these foremost formidable adversarial forces. "I shall grant your request," he declared. As Selena had stated, he had to acquiesce. For the transformation of the apex, to truly become the infamous demon known as Demi, the followers collapsed, their spirits utterly drained. Even so, they remained profoundly grateful. Demi raised his hand. He vanished from the black stone throne. This dream dissipated from his vision, replaced by a shimmering expanse of pale blue light, until the next dream unfolded. This dream, a tempest howled past Demi's ears. He soared over the smoldering ruins of Martim. Once soaring towers, opulent palaces, magnificent fountains, gardens, and squares now lay in desolation. His heart raced uncontrollably. A demon's heart ought not to beat so fervently. He was about to convey this splendid news to Selena, truly good tidings. "Selena, I have succeeded. The final task is complete. I am about to acquire the power of the hand of destruction for which they have prayed. I can grow stronger now. No one shall dare to mock us again. We shall turn the tables on them." He intended to express this, eager to hear Selena's jubilant laughter, saying, "You are magnificent, Asmodeus. Such a good boy, Asmodeus. At last, we can depart from here, Asmodeus. Where shall we go? Isn't it a coincidence that I have already devised a plan?" What she said mattered little. What was significant was her unrestrained laughter. In his mind's eye, a volcano emerged beneath Demi's feet. It was the lair they had meticulously cultivated over the years in the primary material plane. He seamlessly slipped into a concealed crevice. With a gentle turn, a cavern of unfathomable depth unfolded before him. His heart raced once more. At that moment, he beheld a multitude of harpy fairies waiting deep within the cavern. Not just one, but many. Hearing the commotion, the fairies turned in unison to fix their gazes upon him. He scanned their faces, failing to find the one belonging to him. The harpies were unusually silent. Harpies were never this quiet. Dozens of elongated eyes regarded him with significant meaning. "Where is Selena?" he finally asked, unable to contain himself. "Dead," a tawny harpy remarked nonchalantly. "I have seen her. She was an elder harpy." His once racing heart came to an abrupt halt. "She has gone to the infernal crags to steal your name. What a splendid prank. We truly ought to award her." Another harpy interjected, then seemingly recalled something, adding, "Oh, I forgot. She cannot receive the award. She is dead." All the harpies erupted into uproarious laughter in perfect unison. Chapter 28. Emergence. Ivermeth stood still for a moment, his mind buzzing from the piercing laughter that echoed around him. In a sudden fit of fury, he reached out to grasp their throats, unselective in his choice, merely a matter of sequence. The elder harpy let out a strange cackle and vanished into thin air, leaving a burst of luminous yellow dust that shimmered in the air. The eerie, glowing particles rushed towards him, veiling his vision in a thick mist. He halted, desperate to wipe away the obstruction that clouded his sight. Yet another cloud of dust struck him from a different direction, stinging his eyes and rendering his view a haze of gray. The bird-like creatures flitted about, appearing as mere blurred, colorful shadows. Ivermeth attempted to discern their movements by sound, lunging toward a particular silhouette, but it darted away with a chorus of laughter. The harpies behind him began to screech, flapping their wings and disorienting his senses. Occasionally, he felt the smooth edge of a feather brush against his fingers, but the agile sprites twisted away, evading his grasp. Not a single bird did he manage to catch. Why did he remain so feeble? Was he still that wandering demon? Asmodeus? Perhaps it sufficed to remain this way. Ivermeth recalled his previous assertions and pondered why he had ever believed such a notion. The harpy sprites danced, effortlessly evading his attempts to seize them. Waves of fairy dust cascaded toward his face, imparting a tangy, piquant sensation. A magma-like liquid began to pool in his eyes. He yearned to capture them. In a fleeting moment, he grasped a short, stout tail feather, but almost simultaneously, several sharp beaks pecked at his head, sending the entire flock into a frenzied escape. He was powerless to stop them. Why had his elevation not been accomplished? Why had he yet to obtain the power of the Hand of Destruction? He had made a promise, fulfilled it, and garnered the faith of his followers. Serena. Serena had erased his name, stripping away the old anchor, had she not? The harpies bombarded him with dust as if engaged in a snowball fight, their laughter ringing with delight. His vision was awash with crimson hues. A dusty yellow shadow leaped forth, and he lunged towards it, only to miss once more. Serena, Serena. Why? Serena had spoken. She had demanded a new anchor to replace the original. He suddenly recalled. This new anchor must be inscribed upon something that entirely belonged to him, bearing his new title. Ivermeth halted, dumbfounded. He strained to contemplate this matter. It was imperative that he do so. Whatever Serena instructed, he would obey. It had always been thus. He needed something that was wholly his, upon which to carve his new name. And then, he compelled himself to cease overthinking. The fairy dust continued to pelt him. Boredom crept in. Time passed, and he heard the elder harpy gradually cease her wing beats. After a while, the assaults from the other harpies subsided as well. Hey, clumsy ox, have you had your fill? He heard the elder harpy's voice, prompting him to turn in that direction. Yet, he could see nothing. Ivermeth felt something slender and elongated thrust into his hand. It was rigid, marked with scars as if burned by fire, one end rounded and the other sharply pointed. What is this? He inquired. Serena, came the reply, with some of them unable to contain their laughter once more. Fairies sought new delights at every moment. It was their nature. His eyes felt as though they might burst from their sockets, yet he could see nothing. Serena, Serena, speak to me. He slowly sank to the ground amid the laughter. Who killed her? I do not know. Where did it come from? From a demon without ears. Who is that? Clumsy ox, you asked too many questions. I asked too many questions, he mused, as Asmodeus took a hit. Serena, please, come forth and tell me so. In response, only the sharp laughter echoed around him. He remained seated, one claw gliding over the bone like a musician's hand over strings. Ivermeth sat in silence for a while. Eventually, he lifted a finger, the sharp claw scratching as it carved his new name upon the bone. The Hand of Destruction, Ivermeth. He grasped it tightly, feeling his blood boil. Something radiating from within him. The sound of his shoulders cracking echoed as new flesh burst forth. The bone in his hand inexplicably thickened and elongated. He gripped it with the newly emerged arms. The laughter abruptly ceased in the air. In the next moment, he heard panicked gasps and the frantic flapping of wings. Ivermeth's horns collided with the cave ceiling. For reasons unknown, the cave had suddenly become exceedingly constricted. The ground was slick and sticky. He cautiously kicked aside the torn remnants of harpy limbs, using the wall for support as he moved slowly. His vision was shrouded in a blur. At last, silence enveloped him. However, he soon discovered that silence was not a boon. The stillness crept around him with malicious intent, constricting his throat. Where should I go? Surely. Serena would question his lack of initiative. He tightened his grip on the crimson spear. The demon without ears. He recalled the words of the harpy sprites. The demon without ears had delivered her bones. Every demon without ears must perish by his hand. The Hand of Destruction, Ivermeth, was destined for this. Elevation achieved. No longer would the feeble wandering demon Asmodeus exist. He would become one of the most formidable demons. With his heart in tow, he slowly ventured outward. It felt unbearably heavy, as though it might crash to the ground like stone at any moment. He would slay them, kill every demon without ears, every being that thrived on mischief, every entity that obstructed her playful spirit. This cursed silence threatened to consume him. Serena, Serena. He could think of nothing else. Serena, Serena. A faint tapping from the corner shattered the silence. Ivermeth paused. He nearly forgot this detail. A peculiar warmth wafted from that corner. The tapping morphed into the sound of a thin barrier being breached, followed by the cheerful chirps of harpy fledglings. It was not weeping, it was laughter. He cautiously approached the sound, guiding his claws beneath the object, lifting it carefully. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. A plump little bird was raised high, chirping joyously. Who are you? Asked the chick from within its shell. Ivermeth felt as though he had aged 3,000 years. Your father. After a lengthy pause, He extended another hand to gently poke the chick's small head. "Oh, father." Ivermeth gazed towards her direction, unable to see clearly, yet uttered, "Remember, your name is Zekis. It was bestowed by your mother." A faint blue luminescence enveloped him, whisking him away. He felt the warmth of the fledgling's touch fading from his palm. The realm of dreams receded into the distance. Chapter 29. The white pack before him. The indistinct image shifted once more. The pale blue ethereal light vanished entirely. Against the backdrop of endless black and crimson, a white silhouette loomed nearby. The acrid scent of scorched earth mingled with dust filled his nostrils. He tightened his grip on the scarlet spear made from Serena's bones, the destruction cone. "Ah, it is but a dream. Indeed, all of this has long since passed. I rectify my errors." Ivermith perceived a gentle and magnetic voice emanating from the white figure before him. Intelligent enough to comprehend the methods of transformation was not you. "But Serena." "What?" He mused, dazed. "What was I just doing? What did that voice say?" It seemed to commend Serena's brilliance. Naturally, Serena is the best. Yet, how could this presence know such a truth? Ivermith became aware that his right forepaw was poised in a defensive stance, blocking the left hand of the entity before him. This being has accessed my memories. After a considerable moment, Ivermith finally recalled the name of the figure opposite him, Icarant. He seemed to have been engaged in combat with him. "However, it appears you require proper guidance." The voice, radiant as sunlight, resonated again. "No," he thought. "What you need is, based on your dream. I surmise revenge is of great importance to you?" Icarant leisurely interrupted his musings. "So have you completed it?" All Ivermith could discern were vague outlines. Yet he felt a formidable energy of order emanating from Icarant. This being was powerful. It momentarily sharpened his awareness. He must take his current predicament seriously. "No," he replied coldly. He had not yet exacted his revenge. He had to remain in the primary material plane until Hekasis attained maturity. Yet, he never forgot those matters for even a moment. Almost simultaneously with Hekasis's coming of age, the summons for the apocalypse war arrived, and the conditions seemed finally ripe. Beelzebub praised his astonishing enhancement in power and bestowed upon him the rank of Archduke. Second only to the multitude. He had once yearned for such a lofty title, so their family could remain in the chaotic hell without any being daring to speak against them. However, after Serena's demise, he gradually forgot this wish. Until now, he realized that this Archduke rank still held some utility. It would facilitate his search for the demon that possibly killed Serena. The bird demons had spoken of a demon without ears who delivered her bones. Yet he must wait until the apocalypse war concluded. He did not place much importance on the apocalypse war. However, all demons must prioritize the commands of the demon king above all else. It was not a matter of choice, but an ingrained compulsion inscribed in their very blood. He could wait. "Very well. I can assist you in your quest for vengeance. But you must agree to 3 conditions. Icarant interrupted his thoughts. "This is my own matter." "Then, if I were to say there is a possibility of resurrecting Serena?" Ivermith unconsciously tightened his grip on the spear. Resurrection. This being might merely be speaking fancifully. All demons enjoyed fabricating tales. Icarant had once been a demon. He knew this well. Serena had imparted fundamental knowledge to him, such as, fairies possess no soul. How could a soulless being be resurrected? There had been no precedent. It is impossible. No one has succeeded. Ivermith asserted. "I say there is." The being did not argue, offered no explanations. Surely, he was fabricating tales. Yet, Ivermith gazed intently at the white silhouette. Even with severely impaired vision, he could sense the piercing, divine radiance emanating from Icarant. Icarant. He was not a mere high-ranking demon. He easily annihilated Andrus. He possessed those peculiar abilities that no other demon could claim. He could create dreams, dissolve his memories, and read them. Even when the chaotic energy was entirely locked away under Beelzebub's mental corruption, he could still rely on those eclectic tricks to engage in combat. He achieved an almost impossible transformation under extreme interference, transforming into the Archangel, the nemesis of demons. He could even evade the control of the Demon King, Icarant. Memories associated with this name surfaced in his mind. The Demon of Knowledge. This being had imparted knowledge to the most ignorant demons of chaotic hell for 1600 years. Despite being preoccupied with clandestine meetings with Serena, the most erudite entity in all chaotic hell, he claims there is a possibility of resurrecting Serena. "Let us hear your conditions." After a moment of silence, Ivermith spoke. The demon legions above and below erupted into chaos. "Archduke Asmodeus, what are you planning?" A commander approached him, his voice laced with shock and anger. He irritably waved his right forepaw, and the commander was reduced to a fine mist of flesh. The lower-ranking demons fell silent. A few demons, sensing the impending danger, attempted to sneak away, only to have their brains obliterated by the destruction cone in nearly the same instant. The silence was so profound that one could almost hear the sulfur river in the sky reversing its flow. No demon soldier dared to move. "Please proceed," Ivermith said. "First, your army must withdraw from my domain, and whatever can be restored must be returned to its original state." Icarant gestured to the floating island below, resembling a tornado's aftermath. "Second, you must no longer voluntarily assist Beelzebub, and you cannot hinder those around me. My companions. These terms are acceptable. What is the final condition?" Icarant smiled slightly. "Most importantly, you must not squander your abilities. You must accept the training methods I provide. Additionally, I have numerous research endeavors to attend to. Once I have concluded my current matters, you may choose one to assist me with." Ivermith contemplated the scarlet spear in his grasp. "By the way, what has the Archangel been saying since earlier? Why can't I comprehend it?" In the ranks of the fallen angel congregation, a diminutive, dark-skinned demon could no longer contain himself and turned to the presiding priest beside him. "The intentions of the Archangel are unfathomable." The priest, Sunkalabi, replied with profound reverence. "Oh, splendid." The small demon began to clap. The entire congregation, in a stupor, commenced applauding, offering praises in various terms. "I concur," Ivermith declared. A faint murmur spread through the demon legion, quickly quieting. Icarant inscribed a sigil in the palm of his other hand. "Sign here." He extended that hand before Ivermith's face. The sigil emitted a dazzling white light from his palm. Unlike the strictly brutal blood pact, this contract, utilizing the energy of the laws, was rather common, typically employed to constrain ordinary behaviors. Once the terms were established, it sufficed to inscribe a name for it to take effect. The bull-headed demon bowed his head and inscribed Ivermith in that palm, then crossed it out, rewriting it as Asmodeus. Chapter 30 Reunion. The signing was complete. The sigil flickered thrice, embedding itself beneath the skin. Almost simultaneously, something rapidly approached from a distance, accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting wind. He noticed Yvermet across from him frowning, displaying a peculiar expression. Suddenly, a slender figure collided with his back, and a sharp claw latched onto his neck. A massive cloud of purple dust surged towards his face. Isaac deftly seized the claw on his neck, lifting the intruder effortlessly before him. "Run. What is wrong with you? Aren't you supposed to be formidable?" The assailant hissed at Yvermet. Isaac sighed, holding her aloft. "Hekesis, it's me." Yvermet glanced at them. "I don't know you," the joyous saint retorted irritably. Her 4 slender wings flapped violently as she attempted to kick Isaac, only to find her aim thwarted, redirecting her kick towards Yvermet instead. Yvermet shook his head and gestured dismissively. Hekesis found her legs bound together. "What are you doing?" "I came to help you," Hekesis shouted. Isaac placed a hand over her eyes, revealing a rough, red pattern on his palm that emitted a metallic gleam. Hekesis froze, her face contorting in confusion as she stared at Isaac, then turned to Yvermet, her agile tongue stumbling over words. You. Where have you been?" Isaac interrupted. "I went to." She glanced at Yvermet, seemingly weighing whether to continue. "Speak," he urged. "He is now one of us." Hekesis' mouth hung open, transforming her into a statue of a bird woman. "You told me not to interfere with those around you. Does that include her?" Yvermet said slowly. "Oh, due to some unforeseen circumstances, she is now learning from me," Isaiah explained, releasing Hekesis, who plummeted 30 feet before realizing her predicament. "Indeed. Ahem, that's it. Learning." Hekesis flapped her wings, ascending with a bemused expression, half of her face twitching while the other remained rigidly composed. Remembering something, she turned the tables and aggressively questioned Yvermet. "What about you? What are you doing with him?" "Also learning," Isaiah replied nonchalantly. "Let us not bicker. We are all classmates now." A profound silence enveloped the air, with Hekesis and Yvermet exchanging peculiar glances. Yet, upholding their dignity, they ultimately refrained from speaking. "Are we classmates too?" The diminutive demon from the order inquired timidly to Chancellor Calabi. "What the holy angel says is what it is," Calabi replied solemnly. The demons of the fallen angel order nodded in realization. It was a familiar sentiment. This was quite agreeable. There was no need for excessive introductions. Isaiah ignored the myriad of glances Hekesis threw his way and turned his attention to Yvermet, I believe we can commence from this moment. You know, Beelzebub's patience is somewhat unreliable. Yvermet remained silent, his bloodshot eyes betraying no emotion. He pinched a rough, large demolishing cone in his hands, which shrank and changed colors, ultimately transforming into a slender bird bone, sharp at one end and rounded at the other, inscribed with several characters. He plunged the pointed end into the back of his right shoulder near his neck, his expression unchanging as he descended. Yvermet acquiesced to Iz's initial request, endeavoring to restore his courtyard. The demon duke hovered 5 feet above the ground on the second tier of the floating island, directing the somewhat reluctant demon soldiers to right the toppled statues, reorganize the scattered marrow stones, and retrieve various debris from the pools. The demons busily cleaned the holy angel-esque courtyard. A great miracle, the diminutive demon murmured. Calabai sought to contain his emotions. Praise once again filled the night sky. Isaiah observed for a moment, satisfied to see the restoration project led by Yvermet progressing swiftly. Enough. Speak. He turned to Hekesis. Why are you like this? Where did my father come from? What are you all planning? Why did your home explode? Where are the others? Isaiah responded with a thoughtful hum. I went to find the child of chaos, Hekesis replied. This was indeed an unexpected answer, yet a favorable one. Did you find him? Isaiah inquired. A flicker of pride crossed Hekesis' face. What do you think? However, her expression soon shifted to one of regret. Unfortunately, I cannot take him away. That is quite commendable. Isaiah nodded, genuinely feeling it exceeded expectations. Truly impressive. Hekesis could have utilized that marrow stone to escape. The child of chaos was inextricably linked to the war of apocalypse. If one could cleverly deal with the child of chaos, the plans for the war of the demon king would suffer a severe blow. Beelzebub would not tolerate this for long. Once she discovered Yvermet no longer adhered to her control, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. Priority must be given to addressing Beelzebub. He mused internally, but it was also prudent to assess other circumstances. Where is the child of chaos? Isaiah asked. I will take you there. Not now. He pointed to the pool below. Just unfold it here for me. His intent was clear, the simplest method for visual manifestation. Humph. Hekesis crossed her arms. Isaiah scrutinized Hekesis. The distance from her followers had caused her divine light to wane. The half-demon, half-phase saint was half enshrouded in chaotic, dark mist, while the other half was surrounded by nail-like, pale golden energy entities, a manifestation of the phase innate domain, bewitching energy. Ah, so you cannot. Isaiah realized she bore no traces of processed law energy. Memories could be read using dream energy to ascertain her location, yet he believed this was not a long-term solution. I will teach you. Do you truly consider me a student? I merely came for amusement. The title is inconsequential. However, these are foundational skills, Isaiah replied calmly. Your divine power is derived from your followers. If one day they cease to believe in you, what will you do? You also lack substantial mastery over the powers of demons and fae. How many followers do you have? Hekesis did not respond. 2,652. She hesitated. Isaiah regarded Hekesis, pulling her downward, halting 3 feet above the water's surface. Observe closely. Envision the location or entity you wish to see. It must be something you have witnessed before. Draw the corresponding symbols in the appropriate direction. He stirred the law energy, sketching several simple symbols. The shimmering water surface first flattened, then a scene materialized, upon a cliff ravaged by axes and knives, with lava flowing. 2 figures clung to the rocky edge, buffeted by red currents. One, in a hellish backdrop, was unnaturally white, while the other, slightly frail, sported a golden mane. Below the cliff lay an abyssal void, above which several gray-black creatures peered down with disheveled visages. Hekesis leaned forward, stifling a giggle. Isaiah observed the 2 figures for a moment, then snapped his fingers. From a pool of shimmering green slime, a well-behaved creature leaped into his arms. He patted the hellhound's head, whispering a few words, then retrieved a book from his pocket, flipping to a page and handing it to Hekesis beside him. Knowledge is power. This power is your own. Now, it is your turn. Chapter 31. A guide to wandering in the chaotic hell should you be fortunate enough to venture into the depths of hell. Do remember the following 3 rules. Never tread upon the smoldering sands. Always keep close to the forest, and steer clear of the crimson streams. Alternatively, you might simply adhere to this singular piece of advice. Do not enter hell at all. The myriad depictions of chaotic hell crafted by humanity vary greatly. The aforementioned may not be the most accurate, yet it stands as the most commercially successful. Ness had certainly perused it. At this moment, he lay supine, gazing at the sulphurous sky, repeatedly reciting these seemingly farcical tenets to distract himself from the agonizing sensation in his innards. As if they were being tugged in 16 disparate directions. He endeavored to recover while mentally counting for approximately 1,000 heartbeats. Only when he regained sensation in his posterior did he rise. Immediately, he discerned that his legs remained devoid of feeling. Here, resembling a somewhat stale goose, lay motionless upon his thigh, a large gaping wound on his right shoulder blade, his right wing marred with silvery streaks of blood. An angel. Ness contemplated waking him, yet hesitated to find a suitable place to do so. He bent his leg, nudging Kier aside, who rolled off limply. The angel lay supine, his vacant golden eyes wide open. Panic surged through Ness's lungs like the venom of a poisoned fly. He fought to suppress his inner dread, vigorously shaking Kier's unscathed shoulder. Angel, are you all right? Almost forgot. Energy beings do not require breath. Excessive stimuli may induce breathlessness. Ness clung to this fleeting thought as if it were a lifeline. Everything will be fine. Let's take another look. Despite just awakening from unconsciousness, his mind swirling in dizziness, he focused intently and activated his energy sight. A translucent, filamental web of static order energy outlined Kier's dim silhouette. The gaping void on his shoulder, which appeared empty in the material realm, was now filled with a mass resembling ground meat, interspersed with shards of blackened glass. Destructive energy. Ness discerned clumsily. He noted the presence of fragmented teal-green orbs swirling around the angel's neck. This was, undoubtedly, life energy. He should still be alive. Ness felt a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to survey his surroundings. In the midst of the urgency, he had attempted to create a rift in space-time to escape with Kier. His intended destination was his own tower in the material plane, where a meticulously maintained reception array awaited, perpetually operational and prioritized for emergency teleportation. Yet, it was evident they remained in the chaotic hell dimension, perhaps due to an operational miscalculation. Fortunately, Ness deemed this level of error somewhat acceptable. It was merely his third attempt. The ramifications of a catastrophic teleportation failure could be dire and cliché, such as arriving with only 2 legs and a nose. He looked up, failing to spot the disaster stone floating islands within his line of sight. No recognizable landmarks graced his view. He pondered the state of his mentor. Ahead loomed a towering mountain, its shape akin to a frozen wave, puncturing the heavens, while to the right lay a vertiginous abyss. To the left, he had yet to glance, but something behind the cliff demanded his attention. How strange. How had he not seen it earlier? Behind the undulating obsidian rock formations flowed a quiet crimson stream, lazily cascading into the abyss. Steer clear of the crimson stream. He strained to twist his body, peering upstream against the current. Just behind him lay a dense thicket. The trees bore peculiar shapes, yet in the context of chaotic hell, many things were best left unexamined, so they could begrudgingly be labeled a forest. Could it be? Ness struggled to contain his emotions. He had been doing so since encountering Isa. He cast his gaze to the left. Indeed, as he had suspected, there sprawled a stretch of sand ignited with sickly green flames. Never tread upon the smoldering sands. Always keep close to the forest. He began to suspect the guide to wandering in chaotic hell harbored some lesser-known secrets. In any case, rousing the angel was an advisable course of action. Among the spells known to humanity, healing magic was his least proficient area. Perhaps directly channeling energy would prove more effective. He made simple preparations, stirring the scattered life energy emanating from Kier, cautiously attempting to gather the faintly shimmering teal orbs as if crafting exquisite cotton candy. Sweat droplets fell into his burning azure eyes, yet he remained unblinking, concentrating on consolidating those orbs before gradually directing them toward the angel's gruesome shoulder wound. With a hiss, as if pouring a pot of boiling tea upon a red-hot stone, a blinding white steam erupted from the exposed flesh. Ness had already prepared a rudimentary sealing spell on the ground. At that moment, he directed his magical energy toward Kier's shoulder, encapsulating the steam within. He was uncertain if this was the correct course of action. Perhaps it was not. Perhaps it was entirely wrong. No sooner had he thought so than he observed Kier inflate like a balloon, rising upwards. In the blink of an eye, Kier floated beyond his reach, the angel awakening, emitting his characteristic panicked, stammering voice. Ness staggered as he struggled to stand, his legs protesting fiercely. He willed them to obey, limping after the drifting angel, uttering all manner of incantations that might halt this predicament, yet none proved sufficiently effective. "Think of something," he finally shouted. "Yes, yes," Kier exclaimed. It seemed he had just remembered he was an angel. "Miracle," he cried. The innate application of order energy by angels is miracles. It is difficult to ascertain whether a miracle constitutes a standardized spell, although Kier and ISA had contemplated formalizing it. A miracle is simply a miracle. Depending on the individual angel, the challenges faced, environmental circumstances, and even the emotional state of the parties involved, miracles manifest diverse effects. Currently, the effect was a mass of gray, wriggling entities materialized 2 feet above Kier's head. These beings plummeted downwards, crashing into the angel and forcing him onto the ground. As they flickered and flapped, Ness focused and realized they were a multitude of round, plump fish. Kier grasped a protruding rock to prevent himself from soaring away once more. In any case, the situation appeared to have temporarily stabilized. Ness exhaled a long breath. Then, he suddenly felt an intense itching in his calves. Looking down, he discovered he stood in knee-deep crimson waters. Chapter 32. The Miraculous Fruit Upon the Miracle Tree. Beneath the miracle tree, you and I. Kier exhaled forcefully, contemplating a more expedient and effective method of expulsion, though it struck him as rather unrefined. Virat's legs were nearly reaching the ground, prompting him to glance upward towards the direction of Nice, calling out. He was unaware of Nice's name, having only heard Ica refer to this youthful companion in such a manner. The golden-haired, demonically inclined youth was no longer in his original position. Kier, puzzled, scanned his surroundings. And in the distance, he beheld the red stream bubbling forth, a solitary hand emerging from the water, desperately grasping at the air, drifting downstream. "Is that you, Virat?" the angel inquired vacantly. The water's surface began to churn, as though someone beneath was struggling mightily. Ica had described this locale, the infamous torture chamber of the chaotic hell, the Fire Thunder Jasong River. Kier recognized that malevolent, unnatural landscape, his heart sinking in alarm as he shouted, "Miracle! Miracle!" It is noteworthy that, unlike most angels, Kier seldom employed the innate powers bestowed upon him. On one hand, those devoted to theoretical studies preferred precision and stability. On the other, when compared to the immensely powerful and pure seraphim, Kier's miracles were undeniably unstable, often failing to guarantee a positive outcome. Miracles were subject to myriad influences, such as a gentle breeze or the hardness of the communion bread on that day. Believe me, if you refrain from letting surprise disrupt your focus, your miracles will manifest more fluidly, Ica once advised him. Kier found it difficult to contest this notion. Nonetheless, he once believed it to be inconsequential. His other skills, though not inherent, sufficed. However, those techniques required sufficient power to breach a threshold, a constraint absent from the abilities inherent to his divine domain. This remained his sole recourse at present. Regret began to creep in. He ought to have calmed his emotions before summoning a miracle. Nice could likely endure for another moment. His feelings were tumultuous. He wished to extricate himself from the state of expansion and weightlessness, yearned for the restoration of his strength, aspired to rescue the person submerged in the water, hoped that this individual could extricate himself, and desired for the Fire Thunder Jasong River to cease its flow. For the entity stirring beneath the water was perilously close to the edge of a cliff, about to plunge into the ominous abyss. Thus, the miracle that ensued was a patchwork of these thoughts. His already rotund form suddenly became exceedingly heavy, crashing down like a lump of iron onto the obsidian riverbank. Before he could express gratitude for the order, the angel found his face rapidly approaching the ground, then rhythmically ascending towards the sky. Kier realized he had transformed into a massive, solid sphere, rolling in the direction of the stream. The horror did not end there. The gases within his body did not dissipate with his hardening. They concentrated in a most embarrassing location. With a sudden pop, those noxious gases erupted from his rear, propelling the now colossal Kier forward with unstoppable momentum. "Forgive me," the angel internally cried, amidst a flurry of frantic thoughts, as he rolled across more than 300 uneven obsidian stones. With a jolt, his body struck a cleverly angled stone ridge at the precipice of the cliff, bouncing upwards. Kier plummeted heavily at the edge of the Fire Thunder Jasong River, teetering on the brink of the abyss. His large, rounded form miraculously and precisely blocked the entrance of the stream. The vibrant red waters of the Fire Thunder Jasong were obstructed, beginning to rise from 1/3 of his position. Kier felt numerous things scratching at what was once his abdomen, inducing a ticklish sensation. A laugh was abruptly interrupted as something from a deeper position beneath the water, mingling with a chaotic mass, slammed into his body. A hand emerged from the water, grasping firmly at Kyr's upper half. Excellent. Virid, quickly ascend, the angel urged, sensing the miraculous energy waning. I cannot ascend, he heard the young man's strained voice from below. Kyr's heart raced in terror as he attempted to twist his head, but alas, his entire form was part of that solid sphere, rendering his neck immobile. He could only watch helplessly as another hand emerged from the water, gripping him tightly from the other side. The person I seek is not in the water. A second hand crawled up, followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Dozens of hands grasped at his rotund body from all directions. The young man named Virid could not possibly possess such a multitude of hands. Could he? Kyr strained to lean back. Suddenly, a grotesque, gray visage materialized mere inches from his face. The angel screamed in agony, desperately shaking himself. Miracle! Miracle! A miracle indeed manifested, following the angel's utterance. Yet this miracle was an amalgamation of complex emotions and desires, to distance himself from the ghastly apparition, to restore his former state, to reach Virid's side. These were all perfectly reasonable wishes. However, in that moment of exclamation, a thought involuntarily slipped into the angel's mind. Surely, the situation cannot worsen. Yet it could. A profound lesson, Kyr mused. He now found himself restored to a state of vulnerability, hanging precariously alongside Nis, suspended from a single, precarious branch above the cliff. Beneath them lay a writhing tide of pale, monstrous worms, an abyss of disorienting darkness. The crimson waters of the fire thunder Jasong cascaded incessantly from above, drenching the two, rendering them unable to lift their faces and enveloping them in an uncontrollable itch. Though unseen, they could hear the creatures above them, gathering ominously at the cliff's edge, issuing spine-chilling wails. How are you? Nis broke the silence after a moment. I am well, Kyr replied resolutely, though his shoulders throbbed as if continually struck by sharp-toed boots. Good, Nis remarked, gazing down at the angel, who had a string of crimson droplets trailing from his robe's hem. After a pause, he added, Do you have a plan? None, Kyr stated firmly. He had no intention of invoking another miracle, regardless of the circumstances. Chapter 33. Are you close to the forest? Nis hesitated, having witnessed Kyr skillfully articulating profound and inspiring theories that even the teachers present had acknowledged. Moreover, he was an angel, a high-order, immortal being, inherently endowed with formidable abilities, especially in contrast to Nis, who had only recently transformed into an energy being and was still struggling to adapt. Nis did not wish to entertain any disrespectful thoughts, yet he could not help but wonder why he had ventured alone into the crimson stream, while now both of them were precariously suspended there. Battling the scarlet currents and the overwhelming urge to scratch his back, he observed Kyr. The angel was sharing a moment with a frail sapling clinging to the sheer cliff, a sapling with hardly a second branch. One of Kyr's wings drooped, while the other convulsed tightly. The order energy threads that outlined his silhouette appeared alarmingly sparse, as if on the verge of snapping. The wound on his shoulder was adorned with a chaotic array of geometric symbols, the result of Nis's own magical seals maintaining a binding spell. Destructive energy had yet to be eradicated, continually inflicting harm from within, diminishing his strength. Furthermore, the omnipresent force of disorder in the abyss was evident. The surrounding orbs of blackened clouds, resembling eyes, gravitated toward Kyr, drawn like magnets, enveloping him like dark tufts of fur. Nis realized the gravity of their predicament. This was not merely a matter of injury. Kyr had departed the safety of the Disaster Stone floating island, losing the protective amulet left by Ja. The chaotic energies of this hellish environment would gradually erode the strength of this low-ranking angel. No wonder Kyr had expressed helplessness. Indeed, the angel was running on fumes. The troubling reality was that Nis himself was not faring any better. He was not only preoccupied with maintaining the magical seal on Kyr's wound, but also suffering from the incessant draining of his vitality by the red waters cascading down like fiery rain. In that moment, Nis felt his palms growing increasingly slick, the impact of the river becoming unbearable. A chilling sensation, reminiscent of despair, began to swell within him. As if nothing he did mattered. The sounds around him grew muffled, and a thought crossed his mind, perhaps it would be better to simply let go and fall. This notion jolted him, awakening him to the reality that his grip on the sapling had nearly slipped away. Across from him, Kikier wore a dazed expression, while a hissing sound akin to the breath of a dying creature emanated from below. Nis looked down to see pale, writhing worms emerging from the abyss, slithering up the cliffside. "Angel, wake up!" Nis shouted, abandoning civility as he delivered a sharp jab to Kikir's face. The angel groaned. Nis began to strain himself, attempting to pull himself up onto the sapling. It seemed barely matured, its trunk soft and slick from the river's relentless wash. He grasped and kicked, nearly exhausting himself, managing only to drape his arms over its fragile form. The pale swarm of worms approached rapidly, their shapes becoming discernible, some resembling half-hatched chicks subjected to heat, others bearing grotesquely distorted faces. Suppressing the urge to scratch, Nis cupped a handful of the crimson river water. He required a reflective surface to cast a long-distance spell, seeking aid from Ja. He had not intended to disturb his mentor, and the thought filled him with shame. How he wished to resolve this predicament on his own. To keep the surface of the small pool tranquil, he leaned over, bracing against the flow. Peering into his palm, Nis felt his blood run cold. The water's surface reflected nothing. His features, his head should have cast a shadow. Any semblance of a mirror should have revealed at least that much. Yet, there was nothing but a murky crimson expanse. This strange stream of hell did not reflect anything. He should have heeded the warnings from the guide to wandering in chaos hell. Upon regaining consciousness, he ought to have dragged Kikier toward the direction of the bizarre forest, away from this cursed place. Unbeknownst to him, he had spoken this thought aloud. "You are in the forest," a delicate voice chimed in. Nis's eyes widened as he turned to Kikier, realizing that liquid slipped through his fingers. The sapling wedged beneath his arms. The angel, too, stared blankly at him. That previous statement was clearly not uttered by Kikier. "Your voice has become so thin," Kikier remarked. "Not me. Neither am I. It is I," the delicate voice declared. "Who?" "Not me," Kikier repeated. "Huh. It is I," the voice insisted. Nis gazed down at the sapling he had trapped beneath his armpits. "How many times must I say it? Are you deaf?" The sapling huffed. Nis remained silent. "My apologies. I did not realize you were here. I am truly sorry." Light sparked in Kikier's dim eyes as his trembling hand reached out to caress the bark. "Greetings. I have long admired your reputation." Nis still said nothing. How shall I put it? He suddenly felt that this conversation had become both perplexing and difficult to interject. Yet, the dialogue continued, ignoring him. "Huh. A little angel. I cannot believe you have heard of me," the sapling exclaimed. "The illustrious Alexander the Hanged Man," Kikier interjected. "Your remarkable tales have endured, resonating with all who hear them." The sapling emitted a sound akin to leaves rustling in delight. "Huh. You are fortunate. My temper has improved significantly. You should understand my meaning. Your performance has been commendable. Enter." "Enter where?" Nis intended to inquire, but soon realized it was unnecessary. With a series of crackling sounds, the sapling rapidly thickened until it expanded to the width of a grand carriage. Just as the pale swarm of worms reached their vicinity, they were barred beneath the burgeoning trunk. Simultaneously, elastic branches sprouted from the treetop, unceremoniously lifting both the angel and the sorcerer and casting them onto the now ample trunk. The sapling, no, the magnificent tree, descended into the cliff's roots, cracking off a portion resembling an eave, pushing upward. The cascading crimson waters were perfectly obstructed. A dim entrance materialized before the two. Nis struggled to contain his emotions once more, and then hastened to follow. "Is this tree truly named Alexander the Hanged Man?" "Why?" he whispered to Kikier as they turned a shadowy corner. "What tree?" Kikier replied, astonished. The sorcerer sensed that one of them must have lost their sanity. The angel scratched his head, a faint halo suddenly illuminating above. Though not overly bright, the soft glow illuminated their surroundings. The cavern stretched infinitely high and deep, with countless thick trunks crisscrossing, their leaves dripping with viscous liquid, roots snaking across the riverbed-like ground, extending into the abyss. Thousands of filthy flowers, adorned with patterns resembling weeping faces, bloomed amid the darkness, their edges charred. Upon encountering the angel's sacred light, all the flowers wept tears resembling insect eggs. "Alexander the Hanged Man," Kikier remarked, "is as ancient as the chaotic abyss itself." Chapter 34. It is best to comprehend his intentions. One must walk closely alongside the forest. Indeed, they now found themselves within its depths. The damp Nazidi, filled with trepidation, trailed behind the equally wet Kikier. Unlike Yiza, over time, he discovered that Kikier failed to provide the reassuring sense that things were progressing favorably. The angel engaged in lively conversation with the forest, eliciting its joyous chirps, while persistently advancing, exuding an impractical vigor that seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of him. He made no pauses, occasionally leaping down the dark rocks, traversing the deep crimson currents, or smoothly bending to evade the branches overhead, which bore a row of desiccated skulls adorned with vines, their bones grotesquely protruding, infested with maggots. Kikier appeared utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Could you recount once more the origins of the century of isolation? Kikier resumed the conversation, which had only just ceased. I thought these were compulsory subjects for you. Alexander the Hanged Man rustled, seemingly enjoying himself. I've already recounted it thrice. Ah, then let us have it again. A cacophony of laughter, reminiscent of sawing wood, echoed from all directions 7,000 years ago. How peculiar. Nazidi was astonished by Kikier's newfound loquacity. He flipped a real coin. Astonishingly, everything this fellow uttered was the unvarnished truth. Kikier hastened his pace, and Nazidi found it increasingly challenging to keep up as the ground grew stickier, almost ensnaring his feet. Thoroughly drenched, he felt weighed down. The sorcerer had to break into a light run, soon finding himself panting. Strangely, the angel, despite bearing grave injuries, maintained an untroubled demeanor, continuing the lengthy dialogue while pulling further ahead. Ultimately, after stumbling over a concealed tree root adorned with a cluster of rat-like ears, he lost sight of Kikier. The air grew ominously silent. Almost simultaneously, the forest's rustling turned sinister. Shadows in the corners festered quietly, and the slick vines swayed in the air, approaching him like nooses with malicious intent. Child, why have you stopped? Alexander the Hanged Man chuckled. The ubiquitous crying face flowers twisted in the air, their eyes curving into eerie arcs as insect eggs plopped onto him. Child, are you still moving? You are not yet one of them. I see it clearly. You must grasp my meaning. Though Nazidi struggled to free himself from the clinging sensation beneath him and rose to run forward, a damp tendril leisurely draped over his shoulder. Would elemental fire spells hold any effectiveness against this creature? He pondered. The forest erupted in laughter. A soft white light appeared before him. Kikier turned around, his expression devoid of emotion, his once golden eyes now nearly colorless. No need, esteemed Alexander the Hanged Man. As grand as hell itself. The angel grasped the sorcerer's hand, which felt chillingly cold, as he hurriedly walked in the initial direction, speaking in rapid succession. By the way, what topic were we discussing? You see, I do not wish to waste a second of our time together. Yes, we were speaking of the child of chaos. You wouldn't happen to know where that little one is now, would you? Nazidi felt a stirring within, the greatest reaction he could muster at that moment. Oh, are you testing me, little angel? Naturally, I know. The ancient forest of the underworld emitted a low thrumming sound, as filthy, crying face flowers spiraled down, resembling a grotesquely abstract beheading ritual, amusing itself, while that thing lay at the end of Kishino, the house that devours. This was not a direct geographical location. Evidently, the angel was also uncertain about its exact meaning, and could refer to many things. Which end are you speaking of? He inquired. I truly dislike him. You must understand my meaning. You know, it's rather exhausting. I feel I am getting a bit old. Once the child of chaos appears, well, it's back to the battlefield. After all, there was no place that wasn't a battlefield back then. I do not wish to strangle 7,777 angels at every turn. A dull howl resonated through the sticky leaves, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was laughter or a sigh. When a little angel like you behaves so well, I don't mind saying a few extra words. You must grasp my meaning. I mean, it's acceptable not to strangle, or to speak first and then strangle. You are truly wicked, Kikier said flatly, pushing the sorcerer over a round, wide, smoldering log. However, he soon realized that calling Alexander the Hanged Man wicked was, in fact, a compliment. Would you care to share your insights regarding that little one? Yes, I mean the child of chaos, Kikier quickly added. There's not much to say. He is merely a vessel. What matters is the oil within that vessel. You must understand my meaning. To make a loaf of bread for the entire world, flour, bones, and beetles are essential, but there must also be oil. Understood. Quite a dark diet, the angel remarked. That is naturally a compliment in hell. A vessel, oil. Are you suggesting the child of chaos is merely a container? Nazidi inquired, naturally connecting the dots. This was his first proactive engagement in conversation with Alexander the Hanged Man. He shouldn't have been so reckless, so abrupt, but he was utterly exhausted. The forest paused momentarily. Good question. It suddenly erupted into a sharp laugh, reminiscent of a swarm of bees. You've stumped me, little one. I truly do not know. Generally, I would remove your head as a reward, but today I am simply not in the mood. Here, take this as your reward. A light object struck Nazidi's forehead. He reached up to grab it, discovering it to be a small, seemingly ordinary branch. I'll show this to my teacher, he thought, continuing on without stopping, tucking the branch away. He had finally grasped the crucial point of walking closely alongside the forest. It was not merely about the forest, but also about the continuous movement. The angel's body was likely on the verge of collapse, yet he persisted, barely keeping pace while distracting himself, or perhaps not even distracting himself. Was he intentionally seeking information? Nazidi found it hard to believe. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, you must have sensed something amiss. On the other side, Kikier had already initiated a new topic within 3 seconds, as if silence would suffocate him. Well, what else would there be? Nazidi listened intently to their dialogue. Is there a difference? Kikier asked. A significant difference. For instance, when they prophesied, they originally intended to write, dissolve him into oblivion, to unleash ultimate chaos. But not a single soul would inscribe the words dissolve, or scattered, or end. So, it was changed to, let him burn away, thus scorching the entire world. You must understand my meaning, he added. A peculiar silence ensued. Nazidi contemplated the distinctions in meaning between the two expressions, beyond mere eloquence. This time, Kikier surprisingly remained silent. Nazidi lifted his head, encountering a wall-like tree trunk before him. The angel's damp robe vanished behind it. Chapter 35. Embrace what a pity. It is undoubtedly a loss of precision. Drawing upon his earlier experience, Nice immediately imitated Coutier, striving to adopt an air of mystery as he continued the conversation. There was no moment to pause. He ran wildly, circling the massive tree trunk, heading in the direction from which the angel had departed. His heart pounded like a hammer. As he maneuvered around the trunk, he encountered a damp slope, leading upward to an exit large enough for a single person. The opening exuded a crimson backdrop, gradually unfolding before him. The exit. Nice mumbled incessantly, unaware of what he was uttering. He merely emitted random sounds while desperately running, attempting to maintain his balance and avoid falling. Regardless, he appended a series of polite phrases such as thank you, wonderful, it is an honor, and good evening. Perhaps moved by his civility, or perhaps due to the dire state of the ancient forest akin to hell, Alexander the Hanged Man spared him further torment. Is this farewell? You had better grasp my meaning, the forest seemed to whisper behind him. Nice nearly tumbled out of the exit in a frantic scramble. Outside the opening lay the opposite side of the sparse woods on the previously traversed ground. A dark brown, fragmented beach welcomed him. The infernal winds felt unexpectedly warm and comforting. Suddenly, the fatigue in his limbs surged like a tide. He felt utterly incapable of taking another step. The magical seal upon Coutier's shoulders had thinned considerably, the strands of ordered energy reduced to a mere 3. One encircled his head, another bound his waist, while the last preserved the contours of his legs. Beneath the seal, something pulsated and writhed desperately. This is bad. Nice had no time to savor any joy of escape, laboriously dragging his heavy feet toward Coutier's direction. With a single step, there was a resounding thud, not a real sound, but rather the voice within Nice. He witnessed the frail magical seal shatter like oiled paper. Destructive energy, sharp as glass shards, instantaneously engulfed Coutier. It expanded with a grotesque haste, converging ravenously toward the center. The disordered black clouds of the surrounding environment, like a swarm of vultures, swooped in, encircling him. Nice watched helplessly as the strand of ordered energy around Coutier's waist snapped with a crack, the end withering in midair, the pure white figure consumed. The acrid scent of char and a cool aroma penetrated his nostrils. It was the scent of angelic blood. He jumped, but his fatigue limited him to a mere 3 inches. Attempting to cast a spell in an ungainly manner. Bang! A robust figure surged ahead, colliding with the moldy, white mass that was Coutier. It emitted a wheezing sound. Nice was caught off guard and toppled to the ground, rolling 4 or 5 times before managing to stop, hastily propping himself up to gaze at the silhouette of the newcomer. A large dog, muscular and drooling green saliva, with hollow eyes and teeth larger than spindles. Farewell. The hellhound. It was the teacher's hellhound. Farewell. The teacher had come to aid them. Nis felt all the emotions he had been holding back erupt within him, flooding his mind. He was nearing his limit. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He pressed his hands against his face, rubbing vigorously, then quickly scanned his surroundings for Iz's figure. The demon tutor did not appear. This was a relief. They were now two squeezed lemons, devoid of any juice. Nis struggled to rise, slowly approaching the hellhound. Then he heard a chilling sound of tearing and ravenous consumption. Initially, he thought the hellhound was merely assisting in devouring the various energies that had been harming him. As he had once witnessed, it consumed the demonic flames upon itself at a distance of less than an inch. Crack, crack, two sounds that sent shivers down his spine. Nis clutched his clothing to facilitate his breathing, inching forward. He first glimpsed the hellhound's face, splattered with silver blood, several pristine feathers stuck to its mouth. Then his gaze fell lower, landing upon Couture. In truth, he only saw half of Couture. The upper body above the waist had vanished. The wings. Now they were gone. A chaotic mix of energy sprawled messily like fries beside a steak. Nis felt as though his legs were glued to the ground, immobile. Crack, crack. Though the hellhound appeared nonchalant, it moved with remarkable agility. It swiftly tore off one of Couture's right legs, ripping it in half and swallowing it whole. Then repeated the process with the left leg, consuming the other half of the angel as well. It extended its barbed tongue, meticulously licking every morsel of flesh from the ground. Then the hellhound turned its head, the two hollow sockets that served as eyes fixating on the sorcerer. Baring its yellowed teeth, Nis found himself face to face with the monstrous visage of the beast. The hellhound sprang forward with a powerful leap, and his scream was stifled in his throat. Disaster Stone Floating Island. Iz's courtyard. I cannot learn. I cannot learn. I cannot learn. I cannot learn. It is pointless. 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 Hekis trembled her wings, a mass of blue-violet feathers exploding outward. The liquid in the flattened pool quivered, splashing two pitiful droplets before returning to its tranquil state. Once more, Iza crossed her arms. It had already been 29 attempts. Despite this, Hekis, still unsatisfied, raised her right paw, mimicking a gesture in the air. Izzy observed her movements. In truth, her actions were quite standard, nearly indistinguishable from what Iza had taught. The elements of the spell-casting posture could tolerate slight deviations, which would only result in minor positional shifts. However, she indeed lacked talent in this area. The law energy hardly heeded her commands. She could not generate it herself, nor understood the method of conversion. Even switching to a more malleable mercury pool proved futile. Iza concluded it might be best to abandon this path for Hekis. Perhaps it would be more prudent to have her lead the way later, specifically to seek out the child of chaos. The joyful saintess flitted about, yet the result merely reaffirmed Iza's perspective. The silvery surface of the water remained unchanged. That's enough. No. Once more. She forcefully rubbed her two paws together. Finally, a blurred image emerged in the pool. A point. Then it rapidly magnified, revealing a head, tail, for paws, and a belly. It appeared to resemble an animal viewed from below. Hey! Hekis' joy lasted less than a tenth of a second. Iza shook her head. The hellhound plummeted from the sky, shattering the surface of the mercury pool. Chapter 36. Injection Goodbye. The exuberant creature leapt from the pool, shaking off the mercury from its body and rubbing against Iza's leg, leaving only Hekis, who was splattered with it, dejectedly preening her feathers nearby. Iza patted the large dog's head, which appeared to be more than twice its usual size, its belly swollen. It extended its spiked tongue, panting as it licked his hand, nudging him insistently. Iza led it away. Don't come over yet, he said to Hekis, who was half demon. Goodbye obediently followed behind him. They traversed the remnants of statues that had been re-erected, through the ruins of disaster that were under reconstruction, past a clumsy group of 20 or so low-ranking demons sorting through marrow stones, and 6 barons complaining on a suspension bridge, along with the commander of the 664th Legion of Hell, a viscount. Hurry, get to work. The viscount cast a glance at him, then turned to berate his subordinates ferociously. The nearby land demons, seeing him as a true monster, fearfully cleared a path. The winged ones had all been reassigned to repair the ceiling of Iza's tower. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of a few adoring gazes, likely from students he had once taught. His eyes swept through the ruins. We need a body. Although Goodbye was the most solid and reliable energy vessel, it would not lose a speck of Kier and Nis's essence along the way. But this would destroy their original physical forms as a source of power. This was different from when Izza had initially altered Nice's biological state. At that time, he had essentially used Nice's original material form as raw material to mold a new appearance. Now, he glanced at Goodbye, which was burping. Nice and Kier had likely been reduced to mere energy. Their material forms had been obliterated. Digestion. Energy beings also require a manifestation. They need a new body. A new form of expression. Izza's gaze swept over a pile of unfit flesh. The commander of the 665th Legion of Hell, killed by Eifer. A few low-ranking demon deserters still had their corpses intact. He crouched among the bodies to select one. The souls of the demons had fled, leaving the empty shells sprawled haphazardly. Each head and chest bore 2 gaping holes, spewing dark red fragments. The criteria for judgment were simple, since Nice excelled in law spells. A body with good conductive properties for such spells was required. Ideally, it would have innate law energy, but such qualifications were nearly impossible among demons. A glance through the energy spectrum revealed no exceptions. Conductive properties for law energy took precedence. He raised his finger to sketch a simple concentric circle sensing spell, testing each of the bodies in turn. There were 4 empty shells. 3 of them, arranged in a triangle, showed no reaction to the concentric circles, while the 4th, sporting a pair of gentle, curled sheep horns, quivered slightly as his finger approached. The law geometric concentric circle on his fingertip was drawn towards the corpse's head, slightly deflecting. It was not as effective as the original body of a sorcerer in terms of conductivity, but it would suffice. There was no need for hesitation. Such a degree of rarity among demons was already considered unusual. Izza waved Goodbye closer, preparing to let it expel Nice's energy and then inject it into the new form. Suddenly, the law concentric circle on his fingertip shot away. He quickly turned in that direction. Holy Angel, is there anything I can contribute? Sankalabi had appeared by his side without him noticing. The leader of the fallen angel order. Izza recognized him. He focused intently on Sankalabi's slender yet handsome head. The law concentric circle was drawn to just above his forehead, dissolving into his skin in the blink of an eye. The leader shivered slightly in confusion. You. Nothing to worry about. Izza paused for a moment before speaking, turning away to end the conversation. Such exceptional law conductivity, he thought. With this level of conductivity, even without innate law energy, using external energy sources, through proper training, could easily allow one to become any type of grand spellcaster. However, Sankalabi was not usable. According to the final transformation into the original fallen angel, he would have to ultimately convert this fellow into an angel. No need to dwell on it. Izza tucked away his slightly regretful feelings, picked up the ordinary-bodied corpse on the ground, and led Goodbye over, instructing it to consume the remnants of that deceased body, then expel the energy belonging to the sorcerer, preparing to guide it. A clear, transparent stream erupted from the hellhound's gaping, bloody mouth. This was Nice's energy form, still amorphous at present. After being transformed into an energy being, it had merely donned a demonic disguise without truly settling into a form. Thus, it remained weak. The advantage, however, was that such energy could be contained within any shell. Izza wrapped a chain around his arm, considering as he followed the procedure. Purely neutral energy beings certainly existed, but it was rare for any to remain on such an unstable and featureless path for long. However, there was no need for haste. Nice would soon make a decision for itself. Soon, at least in terms of demonic time. The clear spring flowed steadily in, the edges of the sheep-horned demon's body becoming blurred, bubbles beginning to form on its skin. With the healing of the mending spell, the wounds on its head and chest started to close. Ordinary, unchanging conductivity was simpler than material transformations, such as shape-shifting or converting between different energies. Izza completed the injection in a short time. The final droplet of water sprayed from the hellhound's mouth. Goodbye smacked its lips and howled, its body shrinking. Such an action would also deplete its body, hence Izza seldom permitted it. Yet today was special. Lately, situations seemed to be frequently exceptional. The bubbles on the skin of the sheep-horned demon settled, and one leg twitched slightly. Izza snapped his fingers to conclude the ritual. With a whoosh, bright blue flames ignited within the empty eye sockets of the sheep-horned demon. Izza pondered for a moment, patting the creature's head. The filthy black hair of the sheep-horned demon was replaced with golden curls, marking it more distinctly. Teacher? Nice mumbled, struggling to sit up, though somewhat dazed. It appeared to be fine. Izza replied, somewhat absent-mindedly. And then there's Kier. This fellow's pure order energy will undoubtedly be incompatible with these demonic shells. Chapter 37. Command and Choice. The angel, Nis, awakened, surveying his surroundings before hastily inquiring of Izar. Is everything all right? Izar's mind momentarily wandered, recalling the common human literary trope of a person awakening and asking questions like, where am I? Who am I? What has happened to me? It seemed these descriptions were not entirely accurate. It was now exceedingly challenging to find a vessel capable of containing pure order energy. It appeared that the angel would have to remain within the belly of the beast for a while longer. Hell was rife with unpredictable upheavals. Should an energy state angel inadvertently dissipate, it might amusingly be mistaken for raw material for spellcasting. Izar couldn't help but chuckle softly. Suddenly, the hellhound, Zaijian, emitted a retching sound at Izar's feet. He reached down to pat his loyal companion's back. Gur. The hellhound coughed vehemently, expelling a slender object along with a large mass of green saliva. Astonishingly, it had not been digested by Zaijian. Izar picked it up, shaking it off, a small brown twig of neither short nor long length. This is from a gentleman, he noted. Nis recognized the object as belonging to a forest lord, feeling the statement absurd. Alexander the Hanged Man, Izar remarked, revealing no surprise as he wiped the twig clean on the corpse beneath him. From here, I observed the region of fire thunder, the forest of Alexander the Hanged Man, the scorching soul shore of Herigissima, and the abyss of cursed worms. You have been transported to the borders of purgatory. Not a pleasant place for you. Nis nodded, feeling ashamed, acknowledging this was indeed due to his teleportation error, mentally noting those names. The scorching soul shore. It seemed the burning sands described in the book referred to Herigissima. He recalled that tome. Have you heard of the Guide to the Chaotic Hell? He inquired. The book was eerily accurate. Nis even suspected it was penned by his mentor under a pseudonym. I am aware. Perhaps another time, Izar replied, focusing intently on the twig, smiling after a few seconds as he tucked it into his robe. Its quality was commendable. The essence of the hell forest could be employed for numerous magical purposes. As an entity almost as ancient as the chaotic hell itself, even a small fragment from Alexander the Hanged Man could serve as the energy source for a large-scale disorder field. Furthermore, if fashioned into a tool, its energy conductivity would be 5 times that of gold, with unparalleled law conductivity. However, there was no time to showcase it now. Izar listened, lost in thought. The information provided by Alexander the Hanged Man was indeed significant. Could it validate some of his hypotheses? Suddenly, a thick black smoke enveloped the area. Just moments ago, there had been no sign of Ivermet, but now he tore through the air with an imposing presence, his towering figure materializing before them. Nis ceased his conversation, maintaining a calm demeanor. His mental fortitude had gradually been fortified through a process akin to cramming. However, Shankalabi appeared pale, much to Izar's surprise, as the archdeacon had been quietly standing nearby, seemingly eager to assist. The Lord of all demons wishes to see you, Ivermet stated bluntly, not sparing a glance at the sorcerer or the archdeacon. Indeed, after losing contact with Beelzebub, she had taken the initiative to seek out Ivermet. She says she is giving you an opportunity. Beelzebub never granted opportunities to demons. Izar immediately grasped the implication. Quickly, he urged Ivermet, tell all these fool beings to leave. Without further ado, Ivermet spread his wings and shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, his voice reverberating across the floating island. Command, immediate retreat. The deep, suffocating sound waves swept over them like a tempest, simultaneously echoing through the 3 demon legions. All demon soldiers dropped their belongings and raised their heads. Despite their vast differences in appearance, they maintained the same stance. Each could be categorized by their legs. None, a few, countless, or all legs, but at that moment, they all mirrored one another. With a crackle, their multicolored eyes flashed simultaneously. Distinctions faded, igniting a unified crimson flame. Their expressions aligned. From above, countless red eyes glimmered densely across the floating island. Every face tilted at the same angle, resembling a swarm of worker bees adhering to a singular command. The command, equivalent to the miracles of angels, was an innate energy manipulation exclusive to demons, directly linked to the inherent power of destruction. Ivermet, the hand of destruction. The Grand Duke of Hell, Asmodai, stood above all demons. His command effortlessly radiated across the 3 armies. The demons surged forth like a torrent of malevolent sludge, flowing in the direction indicated by Ivermet. The ground resonated with synchronized thuds, the 3 layers of the floating island trembling rhythmically. The previously disordered demon soldiers now stood straight, devoid of collisions, congestion, or queue-jumping. Under Ivermet's command, they vanished in orderly waves into the distance. Very obedient, very swift, very direct, as easy as a flick of the wrist. However, Izar had no time to commend their discipline. He concentrated all his energy on repairing the magical dome. Standing at the center of 6 heaps of marrow stones, 3 heaps of white providing law energy, and 3 heaps of red, blue, and brown representing the 3 major elemental energies, 12 outlines of magical statues were veiled in a faint white mist, each extending a thread of energy towards him. A storm-like spiral enveloped Izar, the azure flames in his eyes shimmering like stars in fusion. Interlocking triangular patterns twisted into a beam of law energy, shooting from his hand. Soaring to the apex of the disaster stone tower that pierced the entire island, bursting like fireworks and cascading down to form a new, net-like inverted bowl of magical barrier, sparkling and gradually covering the entire demon courtyard. Observing Izar's actions, Nis promptly summoned law energy, attempting to assist in mending the holes in the net-like magical barrier, a spell within his realm of familiarity. Shankalabi called upon the members of the congregation, although they were bewildered by the sudden shift and felt powerless to contribute. They sensed the rising pressure in the air and gathered around Izar, offering small prayers. "Look at me," Izar beckoned. The archdeacon humbly turned. Within the rapidly spinning storm, a gaze of azure flame met his, followed by a small crystal vial thrown in his direction. Shankalabi reached out to catch it. Discovering it contained half a vial of azure blue, 4-sided conical finely ground stone, each face inscribed with symbols he could not comprehend. He looked up in confusion. "You possess another path, Shankalabi. Your innate talent allows you to surpass an ordinary angel in strength and utility." Izar's voice, entwined with wind and thunder, resonated broadly. "Are you willing to become an angel at all costs?" Shankalabi inhaled deeply. "Holy angel," the archdeacon's voice trembled with suppressed emotion, "to welcome you is my destiny. Fate has led me to your side. I gladly embrace it with joy." Chapter 38. The Road. Beelzebub thunder rumbled ominously. "Your wishes, I have already discerned." Sankarabi. A hand emerged from the swirling vortex of energy, belonging to the original fallen angel, divine and powerful. Sankarabi approached, his gaunt and grotesque claw gently resting upon that flawless creation. "I shall impart to you all known laws, regardless of faction." A surge of smooth and rigid power erupted from Ikara's hand, piercing through the withered palm of the patriarch like a steel needle. "You shall retain the power of choice. The road shall unfurl before you. May you discover therein your own laws and direction." Clang, clang, clang. The jarring sound of metal clashing. Everything distorted and shattered before Sankarabi's eyes, as countless nested, frantically swirling geometric patterns appeared in the patriarch's gaze. Triangles, concentric circles, stepped cubes, spirals connecting head to tail. Interlocked hexagrams, each forming flawless 3-dimensional shapes. A cold, dull ache surged from his claw, like steel nails filling his veins in an instant. Whispers of demonic language flooded his mind, murmuring the laws. The laws poured in. A profound fear welled up within the patriarch of the fallen angel cult, who had never undergone any arcane training. "Relax," Ika instructed. Sankarabi's lips trembled as he fervently recited the familiar prayers. The cult members, unaware, followed suit, murmuring prayers beside him. "Great Holy Spirit, you have opened my heart, granting me insight in your presence. Dull my ears, that I may hear your teachings. Please affirm your words to your servant. Do not forsake me in times of trial. Let us be witnesses to your grace, goodness, forever." Again and again, a trust deeper than the abyss of the original fallen angel ultimately rose like the sun, dispelling all shadows. A jolt of electric tremor. The contents of the crystal vial in his hand intensely beckoned him. He lowered his head, staring blankly at the intricate runes, their symbols no longer obscure. The patriarch of the fallen angel cult surveyed his surroundings. All the symbols of law revealed their essence to him. Above him, a crystalline arcane dome, more translucent than dreams, comprised of a dense lattice, pulsated with tiny geometric shapes, gradually defining its outline and thickening. His gaze fell upon the original fallen angel. Ika had already soared beyond the dome, flying further away. "You remain here. Do not depart." A golden object fell from the sky, and Sankarabi caught it. It was a golden horn chain. Bring it to my hellhound. The voice gradually faded. Sankarabi turned around. Ivermeth perched atop the highest point of the disaster stone tower, maintaining a detached watch. His low-ranking demons had been dispersed, leaving only one captain to hold another direction. Nisir, drenched in sweat from overexertion, began to seek a suitable position to prepare a magic circle for reinforcement upon hearing Ikra's words. A bluish-purple figure flitted past the patriarch. Half-bird demon, half-creature of chaos. She aimed to follow the original fallen angel into battle. Bang! It seemed she was caught by an invisible hand, plummeting toward the ground. Hecate, do not make me command you. Ivermeth remained motionless atop the tower, yet it was evident that he had obstructed her actions, as indicated by the resentful gaze of the joyous saint. Hey, the king of demons is approaching. Do you wish for death? What king of demons? I am not one of you, subservient. The joyous saint sat on the ground in a very unbecoming manner, mocking. Sankarabi heard none of Ivermeth's further words. He discovered the hellhound amidst a broken statue, hurriedly moving around it. Little pup. He grasped the golden chain and shook it, saying goodbye. He watched as the Master's horn chain was swallowed whole, then turned and leaped into a verdant pool. The sky suddenly darkened, and the suspended river of sulfur turned to a dull, ashen hue in Ikra's eyes. Countless black dots converged upon him from all directions in a chaotic trajectory. The sound of a million sesame-sized wings began to envelop him. Command. Buzz. He had not flown far. The disaster stone island loomed close behind. Though he could now withstand Beelzebub's oppressive presence, other demons could not. Even Ivermeth would likely be incapable of enduring it, certainly would not. The defenses on the floating island should suffice. The rewoven, thickened arcane dome, alongside the martial deterrence of the destructive hand, Ivermeth, would allow Sankarabi and Nisir to defend with spells. Within the protective dome, Hecate should also be able to safeguard herself. Here was absent. The greatest variables should have been eliminated. As long as Beelzebub did not descend personally, even if his yard were simultaneously attacked by two other archdukes, it should withstand. Ika had already evacuated the low-ranking demons who might not withstand the opposing commands to prevent chaos and further complications. While it could not be said to be foolproof, under such tense circumstances, it was a sufficiently comprehensive plan. Now, he merely needed to intercept Beelzebub. It would be best if he could. Command, command, command. Buzz. 3 incomplete, directionless whispers of command scraped like tiny claws. Without the support of rank, Ika could endure. He silently continued to fly forward. A buzzing sound like silken fabric rustling filled the air. That voice seemed to come from a million sources, speaking simultaneously. The sky darkened abruptly. Ika halted, suspended in midair. An impenetrable darkness surrounded him in an instant, snuffing out all light in the vast area. Demons could see in the dark. Yet, Ikar's vision was engulfed in pitch black. Silently, arms gently wrapped around his legs, waist, and shoulders. Esteemed king of demons. Commands must specify the desired actions. I believe you asked me this 3,000 years ago. Ika replied flatly, as the order light of the original fallen angel radiated from his fingers. Swiftly, he raised his hand and slashed downwards, severing 3 arms grasping his right side at the root, sending them plummeting. The assailant lost balance, as the remaining 3 arms on his left clung sticky and clammy to him, which he forcefully shoved away. I don't care. Dear one, I said commands should suffice. Dear one, you no longer heed my words. Buzz. The million voices echoed again from behind. New sets of 3 arms wrapped around him once more. Beelzebub. He seized one of her arms fiercely. Even Beelzebub, whom not even the light of the original fallen angel could illuminate. Through study, Ika concluded that equating all demons with evil was an unfounded bias. Yet this entity was undoubtedly pure evil, pure chaos. Indeed, Chapter 39 Yicker severed the slender arm. A new limb took its place, tightening its grip, the fine hairs embedding themselves into his skin. A low hum resonated. He glanced around, engulfed in an oppressive, solid darkness that obscured all boundaries. Yicker flapped his wings in an attempt to advance, only to have his silhouette cleave through the darkness, which was swiftly replaced by more of the same. The 6 delicate arms that ensnared him felt like ill-fitting garments, binding him tightly. The buzzing continued, as Beelzebub cheerfully remarked. Yicker felt his mind tremble, as if it were a pudding without a container. Even in the absence of the demonic hierarchy that could obliterate him in an instant. The insidious, penetrating sensation returned with each of her utterances. Commands. 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 The sound emanated from the left, the right, and above him. This time the orders lacked a specific target, yet her tone grew more insistent, akin to 3 crocodiles biting down on his mind and twisting it in 3 directions. One slender arm pressed into the muscles of his back, exploring back and forth. Yicker furrowed his brow and grasped her wrist. Beelzebub let out a melodious laugh intertwined with buzzing sounds. Esteemed Lord of all demons, what commands do you wish to issue? Yicker seized the hand adorned with a soft pad and flung it away along with the mass that clung to him. The conglomeration soared through the dark, as if colliding with a vast mound of popcorn, producing a muffled thud accompanied by a rustling cacophony. 6 new arms ascended to him, this time unreservedly encircling his neck, pressing his face into the irresistibly soft and fuzzy texture. All. Of course, all, she buzzed. All. Everything was shrouded in darkness. Yet Yicker's eyes flashed white 3 times with those 3 succinct phrases. Simultaneously, several slender, tube-like entities pierced through his robe, gently prodding his lower back and spine, both pressing and sucking. These appendages were not sharp, their tips were as soft as tender buds. Were it not for their incessant action, he would have thought little of it. He hesitated for a moment. He could easily snap those 6 arms or hurl Beelzebub away again, only for her to reappear in less than half a second, growing increasingly adept. One tube nudged aside some feathers near the base of his wing, hissing as it sniffed at the skin beneath. Yicker shook his wings, creating a colorless circular airflow that dispersed the probing tubes around him. Approximately 2 million lighthearted giggles, 2 million complaints, and 6 million buzzing background noises erupted from the black dots surrounding him. They all originated from Beelzebub, or rather, the potential larvae of Beelzebub. Yes, she had 10 million alternatives. Each of those tiny, bothersome black points could instantaneously transform into her, allowing her to navigate through them at will. The Lord of all demons could annoy you without inflicting harm if she so desired. She could also easily harm you if she wished. As Beelzebub's larvae remained uncoiled, Yicker swiftly manipulated the energy of the laws to shape a specific form, then expanded the order energy that coursed through him outward. Guided by the laws, the order energy swiftly wove into a translucent white bubble, isolating him from the heavy darkness, separating him from Beelzebub, enveloping him within. In this forcibly created small space, he felt he could barely think. The translucent bubble flickered in and out. The rate of energy depletion was faster than he anticipated. Normally, maintaining this small domain would require little effort. However, the circumstances were different now. Tap, tap, tap. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Tap, tap, tap. Knocking and clamoring. 6 slender arms tapped on the defensive hemisphere composed of order energy at varying frequencies. She exerted little force, merely expressing eagerness. Dearest, Beelzebub cooed. Yicker, the Yicker, the Yicker, the Yicker, the Yicker, the Yicker, the Yicker. The Beelzebubs chimed in unison. Pressure pressed against the white circular domain encasing him from all directions. Beelzebub leaned in, affectionately pressing against his bubble. It was uncertain whether it was due to her proximity to the original fallen angel's sphere of order energy, or if the Lord of all demons herself had dissolved some of the pure darkness. Suddenly, her face emerged from the endless void. It was the first time Yicker had seen her face since Beelzebub ascended to the Lord of all demons. To be frank, he would have preferred not to see it at all. Beelzebub appeared far more mature than she had 2,000 years prior. She now possessed nearly 600 eyes ablaze with deep crimson flames, though only 14 resided upon her face. 2 large, round, owl-like eyes occupied the position of her humanoid eyes, with 6 smaller ones arrayed above her cheeks, glowing intensely. The remaining 500 eyes formed a bizarre radial symbol extending from her back. She blinked. Not many demons would dare blink. The larger eyes blinked slowly, reminiscent of frothy waves crashing ashore and gently receding, while the smaller ones flickered incessantly. Beneath the eyes were small red lips. Dearest Yicker, she buzzed. Yicker was all too familiar with this gesture. It signified danger. Great Lord of all demons, I have something of great importance to report to you, he immediately interjected. He had not forgotten his purpose in confronting her. He had words to share. Wait, my Yicker. We cannot converse like this, Beelzebub chuckled, her four-layered, barbed net-like wings extending like a massive moth, tightly enveloping his sphere of white light. Then she gazed directly at him, her red lips forming a small circle. 2 words sprang forth. Command, come. With a resounding crack, the white, translucent bubble composed of order energy was violently torn apart from the front, darkness flooding in. Come. Abandon all escape. The 5 purest demonic commands. Come. The foremost of the 5 pure commands issued by the highest-ranking demon. In an instant, Yicker understood that her power had escalated significantly since her ascension. Infinite energy, boundless malice, and an eternity of time had allowed her to undergo multiple transformations. This single utterance, directed at the most elite 6th Legion of Hell, would require no hierarchical suppression to instantly consolidate them into a demon rod of substantial girth. Now this command, delivered at such close proximity, was directed solely at Yicker. Come. She unfurled 3 pairs of arms towards him. Her diminutive, rosy lips smiled at him. Her 600 eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 40. Private channel. An invisible force tugged at his collar, pushing against his back. This unseen power siphoned away all the air between them, propelling him forth like a stretched rubber band released. Simultaneously, he yearned to flee. Yet, he was unable to do so, for an order had arrived in that fleeting moment. The white light transformed into a powdery substance, which then faded into a dim dust before finally dispersing. A sudden brightness, then an abrupt extinguishing, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Cool blood surged, bubbling in his throat. The Lord of Demons had 4 long, slender spikes, sharp as poison-tipped diamonds, protruding from his chest, piercing through the shield of order. A crack echoed as they penetrated his torso, emerging from his back. Beelzebub extended 6 arms, gripping him firmly. Her owl-like, pale eyes nearly pressed against his own. Her brow met his, and tiny sparks leapt from her eye sockets into his. Those eyes blinked slowly, like the ebb and flow of midnight tides. A hum resonated as her 4 slender legs coiled around his waist and knees, while her 2 forelimbs embraced his neck, the spikes embedded deep within him, her wings arched, enveloping him in a gossamer cocoon. She even had a hand free to caress his hair, her smooth forehead brushing against his like a lion licking its freshly slain antelope. Her fur nestled into his hair, causing a prickling sensation. My dear hum, she murmured. Beelzebub's silver blood stained her entire chest and abdomen. She sighed, her voice a soft hum, pressing his head against her neck. Power ebbed from the wound. Izar remained still. It was acceptable to make mistakes, but one must act rightly. Luck was simply required. Beelzebub held him tighter, speaking softly. I understand that you find this challenging. You must listen to me. Those fools have been praying in hell for years. I know much about the original fallen angels. You see, hum. Suddenly, everything fell into pure darkness. Beelzebub's deep crimson eyes vanished from his sight, yet he was acutely aware of her presence. The sensation of her touch remained undiminished. In the darkness, Beelzebub parted the feathers on his white wings with 2 fingers, snapping off a piece from the area closest to his skin and holding it before her face. She illuminated the solidified order energy, resembling a grayish-white limestone. The Demon Queen's petite claws gently squeezed and then released. The fragment of order energy crumbled into dust, and she gazed at the particles as they scattered like ordinary sand. She turned, blinking slowly. I can stabilize your light, my dear. I know you are no longer a demon. I cannot suppress you, but I can stabilize you. That is power. She emitted a delicate hum. I have undergone far more transformations than you. How unfortunate. You could agree to my terms. I have granted you countless opportunities. Blood surged, and he rudely spat upon her neck. Beelzebub tilted her head, sticky against his. I know you are clever, my dear. There is no demon in all of chaotic hell smarter than you. And you are so generous, so unique. Izar subtly shifted, the spikes in his chest digging deeper. He stilled his movements, one hand reaching for the knife at his waist, the other allowing translucent, pale blue tendrils to extend from his palm. In an instant, Beelzebub clamped down on both his hands, still holding him tightly with 4 additional arms. The pale blue tendrils solidified, turning into useless sand that fell away. Beelzebub summoned a tangible darkness, compressing them together. He found himself immobile. He recognized the energy she wielded, chaos power, nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet, Beelzebub's chaos power was nearly equivalent to half the energy that could be summoned from the entirety of chaotic hell, an infinite force. She continued to lament, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had thwarted an attack. I admire you so, hum. Why do you wish to distance yourself from me, hum? Why are you so stingy with me, hum? Izar felt a wave of irritation wash over him. You always infuriate me. Very much so, hum. If you speak of my current state, it was an accident. That's not what I meant, hum. Oh, Beelzebub truly became agitated. The hum transformed into a heavy rumble. Why? Hum. Her claws pierced his skin. She suddenly yanked at his collar, 14 eyes igniting, searing his cheek. No one can leave me, hum. No one can leave me, hum. He felt no pain in his chest, yet it felt stifling, prompting him to cough twice. Do you wish to speak, my dear? Yes, you have something to report. Beelzebub, like a spider weaving a cocoon, enveloped him tightly, her face close to his. She blinked. Speak. His throat felt parched, perhaps from excessive blood loss. He swallowed a non-existent lump of saliva. Your Excellency, Lord of Demons. Do not call me that again. Hum. I will ignite your soul. Beelzebub interrupted rudely, her 6 claws roaming over him, searching. Where is your anchor point? You do not carry it with you? Who did you give it to? No matter, I will surely find it. Hum. Izar exhaled slowly. Bezaliah. Beelzebub bumped her forehead against his, clinging tightly. A million voices buzzed sweetly. You remember my name before my ascension. She rejoiced momentarily before her anger flared anew, her soft pads pressing against his back, nearly suffocating him in her embrace. No, your memory is too sharp. You remember everything. Hum. This is unacceptable. Hum. This was a realm Izar could not comprehend. Her hypothesis was undeniably correct, yet her reaction was one of fury. Listen to me. The war of the apocalypse may not be as everyone believes. Izar closed his eyes, remaining still, pushing aside the distractions and organizing his thoughts. Alexander knew something was amiss. And it was more than just that. He understands nothing, hum. I will turn him into carbonized mud. How dare he obstruct the progress of our great endeavor? We shall burn every corner of the world, establishing a new final hell upon the ruins. He will be but a flicker of flame before the eternal darkness. A mere flicker. Hum. A flicker. Beelzebub's reaction was indeed as he anticipated. Bezaliah. He exhaled slowly. I am here, she whispered. The source of order has initiated the Dawn War. Do you not find this an extraordinary coincidence? There are secrets behind the Child of the Plains as well. Halt your armies. In an instant, Beelzebub erupted in fury. So what? He is merely the small key that opens our great door. The path will surely be clear. We shall prevail. Whoever stands in our way shall be reduced to ashes upon the graves. Hum. It is likely there will be no graves. It is likely there will be no remnants of ashes. Izar was certain of this. Delay the departure. I must investigate. He finally felt an overwhelming weakness, abruptly halting the conversation. He had done all that could be done. All that needed to be said had been articulated. He had conveyed all doubts and the best methods of resolution. If he could find the time to unravel the mysteries behind the Dawn War and the War of the Apocalypse, perhaps he could bring an end to all troubles at once. There would no longer be a plane eager to annihilate the world beyond its own. Countless civilizations, rich in mysteries and reservoirs of knowledge, stand to be preserved. Should the apocalyptic war be dissolved, he would not be coerced into participating in it. In truth, he perceived this as an exquisitely intricate notion. The world would suffer no loss beyond a few foolish legends. He could endure a bit of toil for that. The 14 white eyes of Beelzebub swirled with profound intensity, fixated upon him. Itzhak understood the implication. Beelzebub would remain eternally unchanged. Coincidentally, so would he. Oh dear, dear, dear. I know you. I recognize your hum. You refuse to accompany me in conquering them. My words are futile. The voice of the demon queen was incomparably gentle, silencing the other larvae, as her whisper resonated in the boundless darkness. It seemed as though the entire world had condensed into this brutal and clamorous fragment. I must kill you, dear. You have disordered my heart. You must first perish for a while. I shall proceed to ferry your soul. I will await you in the only ultimate hell across the cosmos, where you will hear my private broadcast. She tenderly caressed his back, skillfully avoiding the bloodied, gored areas. I truly loathe to part with you. I am genuinely sorrowful. Hum. Then she embraced him tightly, raising her voice. Life. Miracle. Itzhak uttered weakly yet distinctly. In the final moment, he beheld those owl-like eyes filled with panic. A miracle indeed transpired. For the angels, the arms of Beelzebub were irresistibly drawn away from him, the stinger in his chest withdrawing from the front. He was cradled by the dense darkness, losing consciousness. Chapter 41. After the miracle, the gentle, dreamlike energy relaxed his nerves, while the vibrant life force wove together to mend his wounds. A thin layer of magical energy formed a protective shell, now trembling violently, awakening him. Izar sprang up. Almost simultaneously, a gaping maw, reeking of blood, lunged toward him, its glistening white fangs mere inches from his head. The moment the thought to evade crossed his mind, his body instantaneously shifted sideways by a meter. He realized he was brimming with energy. Swiftly, he drew his curved dagger and struck at the creature's waist, carving a deep, long gash. The thunderous roar echoed in the air as the assailant collapsed to the ground, black sparks erupting from the wound. Izar stood, prodding the creature on the ground with the tip of his blade. It could only be described as a monster. Demonic forms were exceedingly varied, but this one bore distinct stitching marks, its pockmarked belly adorned with 4 bowl-shaped protrusions on one side. It sported a mane of coarse, lion-like fur, yet its body resembled an oversized water strider, with a back that had the texture of solidified lava, culminating in a scorpion's tail. Its entire abdomen was riddled with rough, deep brown stitches and large, dark green scars. The creature lay in a grotesque heap, its throat emitting broken roars. However, it could no longer rise. All that remained of its essence leaked swiftly from the gashes carved by the raw chaotic power. One side of its face was covered in grape-like tumors obscuring its features, yet its silhouette seemed eerily familiar. Izar raised a finger, and the creature's other side twisted unnaturally at a stiff angle, letting out a sharp howl. Gazing at its half-revealed visage, he recognized the lion's face. It was Barenbile, a subordinate of Andrus. Izar's gaze shifted to the monster's back, where he discovered the solidified lava-like material. He had seen this texture before on Amulat. The little demon, who fancied poetry, had ultimately been dealt with. Was it due to severe injuries, or had it been punished for allowing him to escape? Truly unnecessary, as they could not have stopped him anyway. Izar's attention lowered suddenly, and he realized something. He glanced down at his reflection on the blade, his skin firm and angular, 2 crimson horns protruding from his forehead, blue flames flickering in his eye sockets, a quintessential demonic visage. A miracle? Indeed, it must be the effect of the miracle, entirely beneficial effects. No, that seemed improbable. Miracles often appeared to manifest desires, yet frequently contradicted the circumstances of the involved angel. He recalled the famous tale. A great angel ventured to a human city in the material realm, warmly welcomed by its residents. In his kindness, the angel bestowed a miracle, hoping the city's inhabitants would never suffer from illness. A miracle did occur, as a storm of fire and brimstone rained down from above, leveling the city overnight, turning all its residents into ash, ensuring they would never fall ill again. The angel, overwhelmed by anguish and guilt, took his own life, a grave act, as angels are forbidden from such actions. Thus, he became a horrific, immortal entity, eternally tormented, drifting between the realms of slaughter and the ultimate end. Izar shook his head. Regardless, he fervently wished not to be the protagonist of such a tale. According to Kier, miracles that were entirely positive and aligned with one's desires did exist. However, according to the records of the Source of Order, only the purest, most powerful, and devout seraphim could create miracles in the most stable of environments. The original fallen angels, although they possessed the same rank as seraphim within their order's prayers, were merely a fabricated identity, having transformed from demons, and thus lacked the purity of true seraphim. Moreover, the state and environment in which he had invoked a miracle could not have been worse. It was improbable that a miracle would be so lenient towards him. Undoubtedly, some dreadful consequence, unbeknownst to him, had already begun to manifest, yet he remained oblivious to it. Izar quickly scanned his surroundings. He was on an observation platform high above the Casino Mountain, a place familiar to every demon, a prime location to witness the marking judgment. Dozens of towering black stone chairs cast blurred, quivering shadows, arranged according to the position of a half-hexagram, while the other half was filled with 6 rows of suspended cages, housing emaciated, withered beings. The Casino Mountain itself was a steep, crescent-shaped edifice, with countless massive, sharp canine teeth jutting out in all directions, forming a rough and violent profile. The mountain's 3 tiers curved outward in a great arc, resembling a bizarre tongue lined with barbs, extending far and wide. At the tip of this tongue lay a trapezoidal, immense blunt opening, ablaze with eternal azure flames, crimson waves, and complex energies swirling ceaselessly above. The flame abyss. Its sides were inscribed with asymmetrical, intricate ancient runes, each repeating 6 times the paths of soul, matter, law, sin, punishment, and annihilation, illustrated through spears, blades, claws, stings, curses, and fangs, layered 6-fold. The surface facing the ground bore the living fire branding each demon's true name. with rows upon rows of densely packed ancient demonic script extending all the way to the fiery moon's center. All demons' anchor points were here. The chaotic anchor point resided here as well. Kashino Mountain, the most concentrated locus of chaotic energy, the heart of the chaotic hell, the nexus through which the Lord of all demons connected the powers of the entire abyss. The area was desolate, likely because all demons had been summoned by Beelzebub to the flesh-forging pools. However, there was nothing amiss, except the distance from Izar's floating island courtyard was a whole radius of hell. He had no idea how he had arrived here. Izar glanced at Bile, a strange discomfort bubbling in his chest. How much time had passed? He mentally calculated. After that, injecting the energy of Nice into the new vessel took about 10 minutes. Then, Ivermeth quickly came to deliver the grim tidings. Within the next 10 minutes, they had secured the floating island's defenses. Then, 30 seconds later, he had encountered Beelzebub. How long had Beelzebub spoken to him? Though it felt like an eternity, upon reflection, it had not been long at all. Regardless, the total time did not exceed half a day. He stared at the creature on the ground, its body marred by stitching, its skin evidently treated in a pool of blood. Bile's voice grew softer, bubbles of tar beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. A new stitch demon required 5 days to complete. Where had those 4.5 days gone? Had he been unconscious for that long? Izar bent down, delicate blue tendrils sprouting from his palm. Bile let out a few grunts. Crack, 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 crack. There was no time left. The stitched demon shattered like a porcelain cup dropped to the ground, cracks spreading instantaneously until it was reduced to dust. He was utterly dead. Chapter 42. Erasure. A chilling silence enveloped his mind. There was no sound from Beelzebub, nor the insufferable, incessant background noise one would expect from a demon. The absence of any message from the Lord of the Flies left him perplexed. What had transpired with Beelzebub was a mystery he struggled to unravel. Instead, his thoughts wandered to the 4.5 days that had inexplicably vanished. If Beelzebub had continued on her prior course, that span of time was ample enough for her to obliterate his courtyard 3,000 times over. With this thought, Ashar raised his hands, disturbing the 2 contract talismans, one red, one white, sensing their energies. Both Hecades and Ifermet were unharmed. A slow, pulsating stream of life within his blood indicated that the hellhound tethered to his soul was also in a stable condition. Excellent. Beelzebub had not descended upon his floating island in a murderous rampage. There was no need for further contemplation. Regardless of how long this miraculous coin might continue to spin in the air, whether its luminous side could illuminate the impasse or its shadowy side would obscure the path ahead, action was imperative. The flame abyss blazed fiercely as Ashar flapped his wings, soaring towards the pinnacle where the eerie blue flames danced. The intense heat waves assaulted him. He ascended to the edge of the cliff, quickly searching through the chaotic, writhing symbols of living fire that formed the demonic language. He had not yet had the opportunity to inquire about the names of the fallen angel cult members. Indeed, a regrettable oversight, but he could address one matter first, the name Sankalabi. He discovered this term in a nondescript corner, above the flame abyss. The name of the demon was inscribed in 6 different ways, overlapping 6 times. To eradicate it, 6 methods were required, or perhaps a singular, exceptional one. He drew forth a curved blade imbued with the essence of true chaos, embedding its iron tip into the name Sankalabi. The living fire that formed the word twisted slightly, flattening and shriveling like an insect crushed under the relentless sun, reducing to an unsightly black strip. Ashar retrieved a small branch of the Alexander's noose from his pocket, effortlessly scraping away the withered, water-stained remnants. Other materials with superior energy conductivity could suffice, but nothing surpassed the essence of the Hell Tree's branch. As he scraped away the remnants of the living fire's script, a series of indentations remained. These marks required attention. Without intervention, the living fire would swiftly regenerate along the grooves, rendering his efforts futile. Ashar produced a precious vial of the silent ink, a sturdy, resting stone bottle sealed with an inert rubber band, its base rounded, allowing it to rest in any position. He conjured a small, transparent sphere of enclosed energy in his right hand, perfectly encasing the ink bottle within, gently prying open the seal and removing the cork. As he tilted the bottle, nothing flowed forth. After a brief moment, the entire transparent magical barrier began to darken radially, resembling a droplet of ink being introduced into a vast sphere of water. Before long, the magical barrier transformed into a small, obsidian sphere. He carefully recorked the bottle, securing the silent ink, and pressed the dark sphere against the indentations. It was difficult to determine which description best suited the current situation. It was evident that as the magical barrier dissipated, the dark sphere burst like a water-filled balloon, flooding the previously engraved grooves with ink. Yet, upon closer inspection, the true occurrence was that the indentations gravitated towards the dark sphere, neutralizing each other until both became transparent. However, this abrupt disappearance left behind a new expanse of darkness where the marks had once been. Ashar understood clearly that the principle at play was the latter. The darkness was not black due to color, but rather the absence of substance void of anything, including light. By employing emptiness to address those indentations, even if the living fire could penetrate, it would find no foundation upon which to grow. The empty energy represented the sixth type of energy that Ashar had yet to identify, sourced from the vial of silent ink he always carried. He possessed only this small bottle and needed to wield it with care. Scholars currently assert that emptiness is indeed a unique form of energy. It cannot be transformed nor obtained from other energies. Empty energy reacts with every substance except resting stone and must be extracted using energy conduction techniques. Notably, no naturally occurring beings have been discovered to embody emptiness. Energy can be void, but life cannot be. When discussing the terminus of the dimensional plane, one cannot overlook its most famous attraction, the ocean of nullity whirlpool, which produces over 90% of the world's empty energy. Each year, during the downward season, skilled octagonal curved fishermen band together, navigating their 144-sided vessels to extract the fleeting bubbles from the whirlpool, purifying them to create an invisible ink-like substance. Local merchants refer to this as silent ink. A single vial can yield 1 cubic meter of empty energy. There was no issue. Removing the old anchor points was a crucial step in the transformation. He had pledged to the fallen angel cult. As for the other members of the cult, he would revisit that once he acquired the complete list of their names. Ashar surveyed the area where the empty energy had dissolved the marks. With only half a precious vial of silent ink, he could have attempted to erase all the names atop the flame abyss. His gaze shifted upward, landing upon the uppermost names, particularly one that singularly belonged to the Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub. He was not surprised by the demon queen's cruelty, her capriciousness, or her irrationality. Such traits were hardly novel to him. However, it appeared Beelzebub harbored some personal vendetta against him. This was indeed perplexing, as Ashar had believed he had never engaged in any personal disputes with other demons. Regarding Beelzebub's pursuit of him, he initially thought that transforming into an angel was merely an exacerbation of his many inappropriate actions. Yet, from Beelzebub's perspective, it seemed that minor matters he deemed inconsequential held far greater significance. The living fire forming the name Beelzebub writhed before his eyes. Chapter 43. The crossroads of Kishino Icha gazed at that grand, arrogant, mad, greedy, and powerful name. He could erase her name and sever her connection to the chaotic abyss, except for a Baron Billier who inexplicably appeared, seemingly without any guards. This was a fortuitous opportunity. No, he swiftly dismissed that thought. Beelzebub still held the formidable status of the Lord of all demons, and all demons would unwittingly channel their energy to her. Even if he cut off the connection to hell, it would merely transform the two towering mountains above him into one. Moreover, he could not guarantee that she would not immediately detect this change. He desperately needed to remain undetected by her at this moment. In truth, one of his thoughts when summoning a miracle was to gain the chance to engage with the child of chaos without Beelzebub's interference. The miracle would respond to the most pressing intention of its creator, offering a distorted and unfathomable answer. He was acutely aware of the side effects of unstable miracles. Hence, he refrained from envisioning anything too grand or vague while crafting the miracle. If his true intention was to quell the interplanar disputes and the miracle instead obliterated other planes, that would be disastrous. No need for Beelzebub to intervene. In fact, she would likely be quite pleased. Icha did not entertain thoughts of enhancing his power within this miracle. Seeking to augment one's strength was a common mistake among novice angels, and it was one of the most perilous miracles. Although not explicitly confirmed, there existed a pattern. Miracles that brought incredible fortune also tended to usher in incredible misfortune unless, like Seraphim, one utilized a substantial amount of stabilized energy coupled with a meticulously honed procedure passed down through countless generations for compensation and control. The hope of generating energy from nothing in the pursuit of power naturally led to greater energy deficits, making the corresponding misfortunes even more elusive. Consequently, he endeavored to simplify his thoughts, keeping them straightforward, direct, and minimal when summoning the miracle. The fiery abyss stirred with scorching currents, comfortably roasting his face. Icha's gaze slid down to the second line of names. This line should have contained the names of 3 great Duke demons. But only the first 2 remained, Lyrican and Asmontis. The final position was entirely excavated, leaving behind a suspicious mass of solidified transparent glue, resembling congealed saliva, along with a mixture of bright blue feathers and earth. It was undoubtedly the mischief of the harpy fairy Serena. Mischief, a spontaneous application of the innate energy of the fairy category known as bewitchment. Through this prank, Serena had stolen the original anchor point of Ivermeth. The stolen name of the 3rd Duke was undoubtedly the true name of Ivermeth, Asmodai. The blue, twisted fairy feathers, set against the backdrop of the blue flames rising from the fiery abyss, were not entirely concealed, but neither were they overtly obvious. Remarkably, it had not been repaired. He carefully grasped an exposed feather's tip and pulled. Indeed, that seemingly loose and fragile mixture was as hard as diamond, immovable. What a potent prank effect. It had maintained such strength for 450 years. It must be, yes, a powerful bird fairy, the ultimate prank effect, life's jest. In simpler terms, playing with life itself. Regrettably, Icha thought, drawing forth a curved blade radiating authentic chaotic power. He aimed at the small protruding feather tube and struck down with force. The sound echoed as black particles and gleaming golden pins of bewitchment scattered in all directions. With another strike, the small segment of feather tube adorned with a hint of bright blue feather finally snapped in two, the end drifting downwards. The solid mass of the saliva mixture around it fluctuated for a moment, reforming into a new, complete shape. Icha reached out to catch the severed piece of feather tube, tucking it into his bosom. That was sufficient. Above the fiery abyss, there seemed to be no further actions required of him at this moment. Next, regarding the floating island courtyard, 4.5 days had passed. Whatever was to happen should have already occurred. According to Nisa's recounting, the child of chaos awaited at the end of Kishino Mountain. The miracle had followed his intent, bringing him to the distant Kishino Mountain. There was no reason to turn back midway. He ought to seek out the child of chaos directly. He needed to summon Hecasis. She knew the precise location. Icha felt the dark red blood contract seal on his palm and discovered it was once more ready for summoning. It seemed the previous failed attempt stemmed from her being in an unreachable place. He pressed the seal on his palm, sending a summoning signal to Hecasis. He soared into the air, gazing into the distance. An ominous haze enveloped the area. Hecasis could not descend directly and would require some time to arrive. He flapped his wings, soaring high and circling around the fiery abyss, ascending to the highest point of the intertwining peaks and blades of Kishino. Then looking down at the terrain, his gaze fell below. The fiery abyss of Kishino stretched out before him, while on the opposite ridge, towering blades pierced the sky like thatch, shrouded in smoke, extending endlessly back, splitting into 3 indistinct paths at a point almost beyond sight. The end of Kishino. The hanged Alexander might refer to the terminus of any of these 3 ridges, or perhaps the end before the fiery abyss, or the depths below. At the foot of the mountain, a vast expanse of scorched, withered goosehead grass met a stretch of exposed gray resting stone. The surface of the resting stone was flattened, extending into the mountain's recesses, leading down into the solemn and terrifying underground judgment chamber of 66,666 layers, each layer more solemn and terrifying than the last. If the end of Kishino referred to this place, then there was much to unearth. Yet, this was not the most challenging destination. The most arduous was the end of Kishino's celestial dome. Looking up, one could see the sky of the chaotic abyss, the purple-blue canopy twisted into visceral patterns, changing direction every 2,000 heartbeats. Countless inverted rivers of sulfur flowed indifferently in the same direction, ascending slowly into the infinite distance. However, in that infinite distance, the end of the sulfur river was marked by 3 flickering lights. Upon closer inspection, 3 torches shone downwards, illuminating a tightly shut gray-black door, devoid of patterns, handles, or seams. Encrusted with orange-yellow crystals and dust. An impenetrable door. It led to the city of benevolence, accessible solely to demonic souls, Gaminet. Beneath that inverted city lay the only deposits of true chaotic power, the shadow iron ores. Icha sincerely hoped that the whimsically chaotic forest of hell did not refer to this location. The benevolence of the city of benevolence differed fundamentally from human understanding of compassion. He could assert with certainty that thoroughly exploring the various places represented by the end of Kishino would not be an easy task. He could easily remain here in the dreariness, awaiting Hecasis's arrival to guide him. Or, he turned and gazed towards the ridge behind Kishino. The ridge split into 3 distinct branches in the distance, winding toward the smoke that obscured the view. One was a steel blade, another wreathed in flames, and the last, a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. Chapter 44. The Flesh and Blood Foundry Pool at the junction of Kishino. The very heart of the chaotic abyss. With a discerning gaze, Iza focused on the most rightward of the 3 split ridges, the one grotesquely marred with blood and flesh, Kishino's spine of flesh and blood. Above the ridge loomed a terrifyingly pulsating, grotesquely swollen pipe, from which chunks of flesh and a viscous substance were incessantly delivered to the mountain's base. The mountainside was adorned like a Christmas tree with a plethora of entrails, composed of variously sized lumps and slippery sacks. By traversing along the spine of flesh, one could reach the flesh and blood foundry pool. Compared to the arduous journey to the end of the canopy or the deep excavation of the underground tribunal, this sinuous, bulging, and vibrant route appeared considerably more accessible for exploration. Iza felt compelled to investigate. While the abode of flesh-eaters may not be located there, it was certain that Beelzebub's demonic legions were stationed in that vicinity. He could take advantage of the time it would take for Sheekish to arrive, to scout their preparations and gather intelligence. Moreover, he had an inkling. If one arrived first, they could await me at the abyss's core. He activated the blood pact, transmitting words to Sheekish. After pondering, he also tugged at the soul link within his blood, summoning the Hellhound. Known for its quick escape and ability to consume various forms of energy, an invaluable companion for survival in any circumstance. As for the others, Ifmert, Nis, and the awakened Shankalabi should be more than capable of defending against assaults from Beelzebub while under the protection of the repaired dome. He let the hellish winds of the abyss fill his wings and swiftly soared along the serpentine path of the flesh spine. As the ridge extended, the terrain beneath Iza transformed. A network of deep fissures crisscrossed the parched, dark brown soil, which abruptly descended into a vast, unfathomable abyss. A sheer cliff with a drop of 1,000 meters. Below the precipice, a side was marked by the exposed, undulating red disaster stone. Mushroom-like formations of massive stones rose prominently, among which 9 towering stone pillars encircled a colossal blood pool, while on the opposite side lay a desolate, smoking forest. The spine of Kishino's flesh cascaded downwards in a waterfall-like manner, branching into hundreds of fishbone-like offshoots, with the thick blood pipeline splitting into an equal number of dark purplish-red tributaries, sprawling outwards and winding into various directions. Numerous blood and flesh foundry pools, resembling malevolent fruit, burgeoned at the terminus of each tributary. Iza slowed his pace, descending into the withered forest. At the forest's edge, he began to meander, deliberately distancing himself from the immense blood pool known as the Chalice of Birth, one of Beelzebub's favored haunts. It was easy to surmise that the area surrounding the chalice was likely guarded by the most elite battalions, while the other 2 demon archdukes and their armies were probably stationed near the 7 great organ pools beneath the chalice. According to the hierarchy of leaders and the strength of their battalions, all demon legions radiated outward from the chalice, arranged in descending order of power. At the deepest part of the chalice resided the most formidable forces. As he ventured to the furthest reaches of the forest, only Iza remained. Intriguing. Iza heard a voice behind him, astonished and slow to inquire. He turned to see 2 furry creatures dangling from a bare tree branch not far to his right, both sporting round black noses and a pair of bright yellow eyes. "Are you the Duke?" One of the furry beings struggled to articulate, simultaneously attempting to extend a paw, though it took nearly 5 seconds for it to lift 2 fingers. Only sloth demons remained, Iza thought. This was astonishing. Beelzebub's summons even spared them. He could hardly fathom how these creatures contributed to the world's destruction. Once the world crumbled, they might only slither to the bottom of the realm. "Fro," he called out. Teaching this creature had undoubtedly been a nightmare, lasting a staggering 690 years. Most were unaware that sloth demons learned rapidly, yet if one sought to test their knowledge, it would occur, at an excruciatingly slow pace. This is Fro, the sloth demon, seemingly eager to introduce his companion. The two fingers that had barely been raised struggled to shift direction in the air. Hello. The other furry sloth demon began its own slow upward motion with its paw. Very well. The air itself seemed to cease its flow for them. Izza reminisced for a moment about the vial of rapid incantation stones he had given to Shankalabi, which contained 5 acceleration spells. He almost instantly quelled any thoughts of inquiring about their circumstances and instead asked, "Where is Duke Wabra's battalion stationed?" The two sloth demons exchanged a glance, transitioning their paws to point at the forest adjacent to the spine of flesh. "Thank you, Fro." "Thank you," the other added. "You didn't see me today. Farewell." Izza swiftly departed. The garden of the focused. Indeed, Wabra was quite overlooked. This elderly demon had been relegated to a very remote and inhospitable locale, which conveniently favored their meeting. Chapter 45. Intelligence of Wabra in the region of the Flesh Forge. The garden of charred armor presented no semblance of a garden. From a distance, Isaac could discern a meager gathering of emaciated, faintly odorous low-ranking demons, evidently the leftovers of other battalions. Their discipline appeared severely lacking. Without supervision, 2 beaked demon soldiers squatted by a small river of flesh, one attempting to fish out entrails, while the other, having evidently succeeded, gleefully tilted his head to consume a liver. For lizard-like demons with ashen, wrinkled skin lay contorted upon the earthen slope, had it not been for their complete limbs. Isaiah might have mistaken them for lifeless forms. The remaining demon wandered aimlessly around the sole small tree, truly blind to its surroundings, for it possessed no eyes. Another demon clutched 2 stones, rhythmically striking them together while wearing a foolish grin. At the top of the slope, 2 soldiers dozed, clutching their own tails, entirely oblivious to his presence. Wabra was nowhere to be seen. If he had not ventured out, he must be within the chamber of the slope. Estimating the distance accurately, he found himself fortuitously positioned within a cramped storage room, having avoided entrapment underground or in any awkward predicament. A minor mishap occurred as he inadvertently toppled a shelf crafted from shimmering black scales, causing an array of assorted trinkets to cascade to the ground. Alas, these were likely Wabra's treasured artifacts, and his keen eye quickly recognized them as handcrafted items. Isaiah raised his hand, managing to catch most of them, but 2 exquisite, curvaceous stone sculptures resembling succubi slipped from his grasp, plummeting toward the floor. Crack! The sound of wings flapping reached his ears, and before him appeared a demon with the lower body of a griffin and the upper body of a human. His brows were thick and lengthy. Wabra, the Duke. Wabra did not lift his gaze to acknowledge Isaiah, exhibiting no surprise at the intrusion. Instead, he stretched one delicate wing and awkwardly gathered the scattered debris with his hands. "I can assist you in repairing this," Isaiah offered, standing aside, feeling an unfamiliar itch on his face, perhaps a sign of embarrassment. "Pathetic," Wabra drawled languidly, his coarse, white brows drooping to his pointed ears. Isaiah reclaimed the fragments and deftly cast a reinforcing spell. The energies of the laws began to weave together, meticulously arranging the pieces and gently adhering them. "Done," Isaiah announced, placing the restored succubus models into Wabra's hands. He had to admit that the restoration was remarkably successful. Even the intricate patterns on their shells were perfectly aligned. But what significance does this hold? Wabra mused, gazing fondly at the 2 models as he caressed their smooth forms. "Tell me, after being shattered and mended, are they still the same as they once were?" This query surely posed a philosophical conundrum. After a deliberate silence, Wabra slowly lifted his head. "What brings you to me, Duke Isaac?" "I merely wish to inquire about the battle plans of His Highness Beelzebub." "I assume you have noticed my absence from the assembly," Isaiah replied, stating the unembellished truth, instinctively seeking a place to sit, only to realize the Griffin's form required no chair, thus none were present. Above the rank of Viscount, I should also be included, Isaiah thought. He had not received any notification. Beelzebub had evidently stripped him of his status among the demon dukes. "Ah, the miracles of some effect. I am utterly ashamed," Isaiah said without a hint of remorse. "What transpired this morning?" 3 times, Wabra corrected, using the universally accepted method of counting. He curled his avian legs into the earth, reminiscent of birds incubating eggs. "You must have missed the occasion when troops were dispatched to you." "Pathetic. What a pity," Isaiah reflected, envisioning the poorly faring demon soldiers currently stationed above them, which hardly seemed unfortunate. "Did His Highness mention when we shall embark?" "Tomorrow." When the light of 3 torches fills the door that cannot be opened, we shall ignite the children of chaos, shattering the chains of the planes, descending in succession to annihilate them. Such is the plan, Wabra replied, devoid of enthusiasm. Isaiah nodded. When the light of 3 torches illuminates the door that cannot be opened. In human terms, this suggests noon tomorrow. Only 1 day remains. By the way, he ventured cautiously, did you encounter Duke Andrus or Grand Duke Asmodeus at today's meeting? Wabra's expression remained impassive for a moment, his thick brows quivering slightly. No, of course not. Isaiah merely sought to confirm whether the news of Andrus's demise and Asmodeus's betrayal had circulated, both matters closely tied to him. It appeared that the knowledge had yet to reach many, at least not to Wabra, who had attained the rank of Duke. Upon reflection, Wabra had displayed no signs of wariness at Isaiah's sudden intrusion. If it were a matter of the events occurring too swiftly, Beelzebub calling Ivar to dispose of him, followed by personally attending, then a lack of public announcement would seem reasonable. However, now, 4.5 days later, it was peculiar that other demons, even those of Duke rank like Wabra, remained unaware of his transgressions. All in all, it was a fortunate circumstance. Do you require anything further? I am weary, Wabra stated. Ah, yes, Isaiah feigned nonchalance. I have heard whispers that the children of chaos are behaving oddly. Are you aware of this? My curiosity piques. Curiosity is a malady. Pathetic, Wabra asserted. What significance does this? He paused. Suddenly, the storage room darkened, significantly. How is this possible? Chaos above. His Highness Beelzebub. Isaiah heard the demon guarding the jeweled entrance exclaim in a panic. Chapter 46. The new Duke. If the esteemed Lord of all demons inquires, I have never been here. Izar whispered to Wabura. I shall personally craft an entirely new set of succubus models to present. But what significance do these hold? Merely stones, after all. The old demon cleared his throat, insisting on the necessity of a rabbit's tail. Izar was no longer in the storeroom. Only a remnant of his presence lingered. In the blink of an eye, Izar vanished, expected to reappear in the forest just as swiftly. He collided with the darkness, which was as soft as a feather cushion. Radish, he mused. Why would Beelzebub suddenly take interest in a fallen duke, one who had long been overlooked? Facing outward, he could still sense the intense scrutiny of 600 crimson eyes approaching from behind. Beelzebub. He pressed the dark iron-curved blade against his arm, concealing it behind his back, and boldly turned to meet the gaze of the Lord of all demons. It was, of course, improbable to confront Beelzebub directly. However, should she drop her guard, there might be an opportunity to slice through the darkness and flee. Who are you? Beelzebub tilted her head, scrutinizing him. How do you know my former name? She vanished from the air and reappeared mere inches before him, leaning in closely to inhale his essence. Your power. You are a duke. How curious. She rubbed her small hands together, a genuine flicker of surprise crossing her features. I have not encountered a duke of such caliber among my subordinates. New duke, did you attend today's meeting? Why have I not seen you? Izar fixed his gaze upon Beelzebub. A flash of enlightenment illuminated his heart. A miracle. He sought a miraculous escape from Beelzebub's awareness, and it yielded an unexpectedly profound result. Beelzebub entirely forgot his existence. He was erased from her memory. The resplendent aspect of the great miracle shone brightly. Yet, the corresponding cost remained unknown. My territory is exceedingly remote, esteemed Lord of all demons. Izar swiftly assessed the situation, promptly altering his demeanor. I apologize for my tardiness. I spent an inordinate amount of time preparing for the grand plan of hell and hastening here. As you know, the recent transportation. Wait, Beelzebub nodded, seemingly distracted. She raised 3 hands on one side and pressed downwards. Bang! In contrast to the dull, destructive, and terrifying sound, not a speck of dust was stirred. Only, the towering, hardened garden behind her was flattened into a smooth expanse. The demons guarding the entrance, those who fished for intestines, those who played with stones, and those who stared vacantly, retained their original postures, yet they had become as flat as a painting, a mere printed image. Their innards were neatly pressed aside. The scene was both orderly and silent. Your Highness, Wabura. Izar maintained his composure. Wabura and his legion have been executed. The new duke. He conspired with the source of order and prepared to betray. Beelzebub suddenly halted, casting him a sidelong glance. Is that so? Weren't you just here? I have yet to meet Duke Wabura. Izar responded after a brief pause, but I find it highly improbable. Wabura could not possibly betray us. Based on my recent interactions with him, I can affirm that this eccentric, simple-living old demon duke could not possibly be entangled with the source of order. The closest he has come to betrayal is perhaps his clandestine collection of 4 statues of the angel Ramil, merely due to her slender waist and long legs. What do you mean, new duke? Beelzebub regarded him with indifference. Perhaps a side effect of the miracle, Izar suddenly felt a familiar pang in his chest, as if previously pierced by a sharp object. Where did you learn of Wabura's betrayal? This question was somewhat perilous, but after the miracle, certain circumstances appeared altered, and he needed to understand promptly. Without warning, Beelzebub extended a hand to touch his face. Izar remained still. Your tone is rather disrespectful, new duke, she mused. Strangely. Why do I not wish to execute you on the side? You can discern genuine loyalty, Izar replied, unwavering in his gaze. You are quite endearing, Beelzebub chuckled. Where is your territory? I could relocate you closer. Ah, that would be preferable. Once the flames of hell merge the world into one, I shall rearrange your position, perhaps beside my palace. New duke, this may be somewhat beyond your comprehension. The demon queen bore an air of superiority. Hell is in my grasp. As long as I remain focused and attentive, no trace can escape my sight, especially those nearby. As she spoke, the numerous floating eyes behind her ascended, glimmering. Within 10 minutes, I sensed traces of betrayal from the source of order at the forest's edge and within the hardened garden area. New duke, should you wish to know. It is that simple. Her 6 arms clapped simultaneously, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Per sloth. May I pose one more question? Izar gripped the curved blade firmly behind him, concealed by his sleeve. Did you sense traces of betrayal on Wabura? Beelzebub's large owl-like eyes scrutinized him, while her other eyes drew near. Of course. Is it you? Naturally. You possess none, she assured. Fear not, new duke. Beelzebub smiled. Izar nodded impassively. Beelzebub would not deceive him. Her preference for honesty was her virtue. She remained oblivious to the anomalies within him. This must be the miracle's effect. Was it not a matter of erasure, but rather of transference? Transferring those anomalous traces onto those he had interacted with. He shifted the fingers, tightly gripping the hilt of his blade. Thank you for your patient explanations, he said. Please allow me to take my leave. I hope to prepare further for the great calamity that is to come tomorrow. Beelzebub regarded him intently, then smiled once more. You may. She dispelled the veil of darkness. Izar turned to depart. New duke, Beelzebub's myriad voices echoed behind him, causing Izar's blood to momentarily freeze. He felt once again as though his chest had been pierced. At the boundary of Heragissima, at the scorching soul's shore, a minuscule, insignificant piece. Esteemed lord of all demons, Izar quickly replied. Her voice was smooth. After tomorrow. It shall no longer be so. We shall meet frequently. Deeply honored. What is your name, new duke? She inquired again. Chapter 47. 60,000 layers below, to where have we arrived? He confirmed that he had left the surveillance range of Beelzebub and transmitted a message to Hekis. I see you. Ashar lifted his gaze and noticed a shadowy figure of a blue-purple birdman standing on a platform far above, surrounded by a mass of hellhounds. I am coming, Hekis replied. Do not approach, Ashar cautioned. Huh. It's difficult to explain. You could say I have contracted a severe plague. If you come near me, you shall perish. What plague? Just kidding. Hee hee. So, shall we proceed? After a moment's contemplation, Ashar responded, You go ahead, with the hounds. I shall follow. The distant blue-purple figure led a hellhound larger than herself, gazing upward briefly before unfurling her slender, magnificent wings and flying toward the direction opposite the fiery abyss. She then circled around the goosehead grass before descending into the underground judgment arena. Why here of all places? Ashar mused. To avoid any traces of betrayal reflecting upon Hekis. He had intended to simply follow her at a safe distance. However, the underground judgment arena had a circular structure that continuously descended, and if Hekis dropped to the layer beneath him and lost visibility, they could easily find themselves in close vertical proximity. Even though he could activate the blood bond to sense Hekis' location, it was estimated they needed to maintain at least 10 layers of vertical distance. In such obscurity, should Hekis encounter any troublesome issues, it would be challenging for him to rush to her aid promptly. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. He would proceed inside. Ashar waited at the entrance of the underground judgment arena for a while, ensuring Hekis had descended more than 10 layers before cautiously advancing along the circular path. The underground judgment arena was dark and damp, devoid of any illumination. Before long, the light was completely obscured. Fortunately, Their demonic lineage allowed them to see in such ordinary darkness. At the center of the arena lay a pitch-black abyss that descended indefinitely, surrounded by a ring of chambers. The number ominously corresponding to the sinister figure of 666 on each layer. The uppermost tiers housed various skeletal remains, shrouded in dust. Further down, desiccated corpses began to appear, followed by relatively moist bodies, and eventually, the more robust and recently deceased. Why do the upper layers contain corpses, while the lower ones harbor living demons? Heki's message flowed through the blood bond. It seemed she had ventured quite deep. Are they unable to fly up? Not within the abyss. Have any demons been released? What do you think? I cannot see those who have been freed. Heki's sudden insight was unexpected. Legend speaks of it. I have never witnessed it. TCH. Oh, so, every condemned demon is cast down this pit, either thrown down or executed on the spot. Is there truly no distinction between crimes? Then why pass judgment at all? Ashar noted that although Heki's was half demon, she lacked fundamental knowledge about demons. It appeared that Ivermet had not imparted much wisdom to her. As they continued to descend, Ashar began to observe some curvaceous, foul-smelling corpses. The ground was also teeming with charming maggots. Cast down. Await death. Such a monotonous method of disposal, Heki's resumed the conversation. Those found innocent would surely meet the same fate, Ashar replied. Huh. Ashar sensed Heki's had halted, seemingly quite agitated. He too paused. The distance between the layers insufficient for him to fly. Innocents are thrown down here. After a moment, her message, tinged with a myriad of emotions, reached Ashar. And the guilty? Executed on the spot. I should have mentioned that. Either executed upon capture or in the public square. Heki's maintained her usual disdainful demeanor, now laced with disbelief. Why does it seem to you that the fate of the innocent is worse than that of the guilty? Of course, for demons, it is indeed preferable to be guilty. There is only one exception, betrayal. Betrayal is the worst. This is a recent shift in the winds of fate. Ashar refrained from elaborating further. More accurately, it was a change following Beelzebub's ascension as the king of demons. Although factions had long suggested that demons should embrace evil, crime, and radical transgressions as their rightful conduct, Beelzebub was the first leader to actualize this inclination, rendering the remnants even more wicked and further complicating the entire process. Beelzebub possessed a unique talent for this. What becomes of traitors? After a while, Heki's continued her descent. She had only half a soul, stemming from her demonic lineage. Ashar pondered, deciding to elaborate further. There was little distinction in not severing the soul. Whether executed immediately or left to perish here, all souls would eventually descend to Gemenity. Gemenity? The realm where demon souls reside. Ashar gestured upwards, transmitting the motion as well. He was somewhat astonished that Heki's was unaware of this. Such knowledge should have been imparted by Ivermet, he thought. Tales of Gemenity were replete with various narratives. Even the newly flying young demons were familiar with 100 terrifying stories about the city of compassion. Yet she had never even heard of it. A wave of sympathy washed over him. Heki's was evidently lacking in knowledge. For most demons, utter annihilation seemed preferable. In the myriad methods of murder, I believe the most humane is to slay the soul along with the body. Though it lacks excitement, it spares one from suffering, he patiently explained. Why? Once your half-soul reaches Gemenity, you will have ample time to understand why. Ashar recalled an important matter and ceased his idle chatter. By the way, I must inquire, how did you manage to locate the child of chaos, given your ignorance? Did you encounter any guards? A few, but I sent them to Gemenity. It was peculiar. The guards here should not possess such feeble strength. How could Heki's, with her diminished divine power, easily vanquish them? Ashar quickly contemplated a possible explanation and shifted the topic. How do you recognize the child of chaos? Have you seen him? Not directly, but I know he is there. You would know upon seeing him. Heki's message came through. No, he is just one layer beneath me. Chapter 48. To be or not to be, they moved with a swiftness that surpassed his expectations. Icha had intended to inquire about the recent events on Heki's side. He paused before a cell containing a bear-like demon, its pale, vacant eyes staring through him as it savored its own right forepaw. The sound of its chewing mingled with the surrounding pained groans and sporadic roars. A fleeting glance at the demon revealed that, aside from the remnants of its devoured paw, its other limbs remained intact, and its spirit was relatively unbroken. It had likely been here for no more than 3 millennia. Icha looked upward. The exit of the underground tribunal loomed like a dim, unremarkable moon far above. They must have descended at least 40,000 layers deep, somewhere between the bottommost 10,000 and 20,000 layers. The air was thick and briny, reminiscent of soap. He held his breath. Was it necessary to be so detailed? When you visited before, did you venture deeper? Her emotional fluctuations coursed through the blood bond, indicating that her unease was far from trivial. Icha understood. The demons at the depths of the tribunal had yet to acclimate to their new existence. They were vibrant and full of life, yet deeply aggrieved, which inevitably tinted the atmosphere with chaos. Moreover, as they neared the cornerstone of the tribunal, remnants of ancient sorcery lingered in the air. With each descent into the inferno, various mutated energies converged, warping the very fabric of space. It was not surprising to encounter horrifying spectacles. "Are you afraid?" He sent a message. "Who is afraid? There is nothing to fear, especially not you." "Especially me?" "Extend your hand." Ichao approached the edge of the central chasm. "Uh-huh. Extend your claw at the mouth of the hole, so I might see." Upon dispatching his message, Icha leaned over to gaze downwards. Before long, a claw covered in blue-violet scales reluctantly emerged from several meters below. "Got it," he conveyed through their bond, producing a small fragment of Selena's feather, severed from the flame cliff. He infused it with material through a spell, augmenting its weight, then aimed it at Hickey's claw and released it downward. The bright blue half-feather fell unnaturally straight, landing on the diminutive claw like sugar dissolving in water, quickly merging. Hey, do not shout. There is no need to draw attention," Icha urged. "How do you feel?" After a moment, Hickey responded with a new message. "You might not believe this. It feels as if..." She hesitated. "I do not wish to say." Icha was not eager to hear. He could sense through her conveyed emotions that the word she hesitated to utter was likely Mother-S embrace. The corporeal essence of a pure-blood fairy, imbued with energy, could activate the innate realms within direct descendants in a compatible environment. "This can be your safeguard," he remarked casually, gazing downward. His vision pierced through the long, dark layers of cells, forming a circular center. The demon's dark vision barely reached the bottom of the tribunal, where a vast, stained pit lay. Upon closer inspection, atop the dense heap of decaying bodies, several fresh corpses caught his eye. These must be the guards Hickey had dispatched earlier. In his energy vision, the chaotic, dark clouds of energy swirled violently, pressing against one another. A discerning eye could detect occasional elements of destruction, will, and collapse orbiting like satellites amidst the tumult. Yet, despite the chaos, the brilliant golden light could not be concealed. Those golden rays, pale and nail-like, emanated from the gaps between the corpses, forming a beautiful vortex that spiraled upwards. This environment, saturated with enchanting energy, undoubtedly empowered Hickey, half-demon of enchantment, to an extraordinary degree, even if she remained oblivious to it. "There is nothing to fear. Proceed. Should any trouble arise, do not forget your mischief." He reignited their bond, sending a message to Hickey. "I will not. You will," Icha asserted resolutely. Hickey ceased sending further messages, and soon her figure began to descend slowly. Indeed, the excess energy interference precipitated a qualitative change, merely descending 3 layers. Icha felt their connection weakening. In his perception, the hybrid avian figure blurred, as if submerged in a viscous liquid, casting only sporadic reflections. Icha was unperturbed. He waited until he was confident Hickey was far enough away, then proceeded down the circular path. The cages beside him hissed. The opposite cage emitted a piercing wail. Numerous eyes, aflame with various colors, flickered ominously. From this layer onward, all imprisoned demons were alive. He moved swiftly downward. The steps began to yield beneath his weight, becoming soft and springy. After descending about 10 layers, Icha grasped the meaning behind Hickey's words. Once seen, it was unmistakable. 2 cells on one side of the circular chamber were conspicuously absent. A massive, bluish-purple maw was embedded in the wall, gaping wide, its stalactite-like teeth densely arranged. The broad lips were covered in honeycomb-like swellings, with a viscous substance swimming between them as if defying gravity. Through the open mouth, a passageway could be glimpsed. The floor beneath was already unsettling enough. The sight of the passageway was even more discomforting. "A house of consumption, is it not?" Icha idly remarked to the cage nearby. Silence enveloped the cell. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was empty. "Empty. I distinctly saw prisoners in every cell just moments ago." Without further thought, he lifted his leg to stride beneath the great maw's lips. As he turned, He noticed a low-ranking demon resembling a pile of sand had manifested in the cage. It had been empty moments ago. "Oh ho, you!" The demon within the cage spoke. Icha flashed to the front of the cell, his eyes ablaze. Swiftly raising a hand. "Command, yes or no?" The command was issued. The sand-like demon's 5 eyes aligned simultaneously, staring blankly in unison, their will shattered by the command. "Yes." The low-ranking demon stood motionless, gazing vacantly at a non-existent point. "Did you just go outside?" Icha inquired, leaning closer. The sand-like demon stirred its crinkled mouth. "No." "You were just here?" "Yes." "You remained here without moving?" "Yes." "Is the child of chaos within?" Icha pointed at the great maw. "Yes." "Did it manipulate you?" The sand-like demon trembled, resembling a pitiful scoop of ice cream, before responding after a moment. "No." He hesitated. It seemed he could not ascertain the matter. Icha pondered. "So it appears. The child of chaos likely did not deliberately manipulate this demon. It may have merely been an unintentional release of power, or perhaps the distortion of space caused by the clash of energies. I can ask one more question." Icha contemplated. "Is the child of chaos harmless?" He inquired. "Yes." Chapter 49. The House of Flesh-Eaters. The power of commands waned. The sand-like demon languished. Its 5 eyes became chaotic once more, moving erratically across its body like a derailed train. The child of chaos posed no threat. Iza pondered this conclusion, finding it somewhat comprehensible. He turned and tapped on the cage made of the stone of rest. This stone was harder than the soul itself. It did not react with any matter, energy, or laws. The stone of rest, as its name suggests, once one is confined within it, can rest eternally. It formed a perfect synergy with the energy array directly linked to the Lord of Hell. "Oh, haha." The sand-like demon regained its vitality, arching towards the cage's edge. "Do you wish to die?" Iza inquired politely. Generally, he would not pose such a question. After all, there were too many demons imprisoned here. However, this one had just assisted him, albeit in a passive manner. "I want to get out," it said earnestly. Iza glanced upward. The distant exit appeared as a dim, hazy speck above. "Very well. Listen to me carefully. You decide." He lowered his head and took a deep breath. 30,400 years from now, this room will reach the top of the queue, and only then may you leave. During these 30,400 years, you will have no food, no drink. No one will visit you. No one will play with you. No one will toy with you. You will find no rest, as there will always be others incessantly calling in your ears. If you have no ears, they will shout directly in your mind. You will be susceptible to illness, a kind of sickness unimaginable to demons, for the energy radiation here is far too complex. You will not perish swiftly, for demons are notoriously resilient. Yet, you will not recover. Your body will decay, and you will acquire a new hobby, incessantly picking up your own eyeballs. After a while, even that amusement will be stripped from you. Your eyeballs, too, will rot away. Should misfortune befall you, the great king of demons will randomly select a few of you to light a soul lamp for entertainment. If fortune smiles upon you, oh for you. There is no fortune. There was once a prisoner who escaped. However, in the annals of chaotic hell, that was but a singular demon. To my knowledge, this occurred eons ago, approximately 7,000 years past. So, do you believe you will be the next fortunate soul to escape? Iza concluded his remarks. The sand-like lower demon appeared stunned by his words. Its 5 eyes ceased their rapid movement, resembling a row of buttons frozen in place. Oh. It stammered, its wrinkled mouth quivering. Iza remained silent, averting his gaze to alleviate its anxiety. Gradually, the sand-like demon slumped into a thick pancake form. "Don't go. Let me think." It suddenly shrieked, its voice tearing like fabric. Iza shrugged, indicating that he had not moved. After a moment, I wish to die, the lower demon finally whispered. Iza drew his knife. "Do you desire to go to Gaminet, or do you wish to die?" "I wish to die." No sooner had the words left its lips than a curved blade, spewing forth black particles, sliced through it. Black fireworks erupted. "Oh, thank you." The voice of the lower demon vanished along with its existence. He clapped his hands and stepped over the grotesque threshold of the door, entering the uncomfortable passage. He trod upon a ground akin to a mire. The surface was as soft as granulated sugar, leaving a deep footprint with each step. However, the second foot could not find purchase. The rebound from the first step caused Iza to soar upward. No gravity. No. Iza lifted his legs, spreading his wings within the narrow passage to maintain balance. narrowly avoiding contact with the patrolling yellow-green liquid. Gravity was in utter disarray. Fortunately, he acclimated to this sensation, curling his body and propelling himself forward. The narrow passage became increasingly treacherous. It resembled the tangible manifestation of destructive energy as seen through the lens of energy perception, yet it appeared similarly in both perspectives. Furthermore, judging by the half of a yellow-green droplet that Isa had inadvertently collided with, the material form of these substances had indeed transformed. This was something Isa had never encountered before. The phenomena before him were undoubtedly not the chaotic energies typically wielded by demons, nor were they destructive energies. They were not even the true essence of chaos. Distribution and classification of chaotic hell energy sources had not recorded such occurrences. No, although there was no direct evidence. The author noted a peculiar, unbalanced, and disharmonious distribution of genuine chaos, destructive energy, and disorderly energy. Their rough estimates of existence within hell aligned with another extraordinary law, note, mathematics, known as the infamous ratio of great evil, namely, 1:396, 947583261. Could this suggest a certain connection among these three energies? Regrettably, this was the only link the author had discovered. Therefore, this immature hypothesis was not included in the main text. Friends with special insights on this matter are welcome to correspond. Distribution and classification of chaotic hell energy sources. Preface. A definite connection. Isa fixated on the continuously moving fragments that obstructed his path. They fragmented like destructive energy into sharp shards, radiating black mist from these convulsing cores, all while adhering to the motion rules of true chaotic power. Is this the connection in question? The chaotic scene before him, whether it be energy or a manufactured material manifestation, must surely be radiated by the children of chaos. The manifestations emitted by these children bore a striking resemblance to the combined characteristics of those three energies. Is this the essence of true chaos? Can disparate energies amalgamate into one? He had long sought to explore the connections among different energy domains, but had made little progress until today, when he obtained a crucial piece of evidence. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say, destructive energy, disorderly energy, and true chaotic power are, in fact, separated from this ultimate chaos. This is entirely plausible. Now, he had something to discuss with the author of Distribution and Classification of Chaotic Hell Energy Sources. He had questions he wished to address when time permitted. However, the pressing concern remained: how to navigate through these obstructions to the other side. He could slip past. But if there was no refuge on the other side, he could charge headlong into the dense fragments, obliterating himself. Isa reached into his robe, gently caressing the bottle of silent ink made from the stone of rest. Could he utilize empty energy to absorb the obstructions before him? There remained a trace of ink, but it might prove insufficient. No, if it were inadequate, even by a fraction, it would be a complete waste. He needed to devise an alternative strategy. Chapter 50. The prophecy of truth and deceit. All great figures shall tremble at the approach of the end. All that burns in chaos shall also burn in order, in balance, and in every nook and cranny. Everything shall commence with his birth, and everything shall conclude with his demise. Let him ignite, adding fuel to every eye, thus illuminating the entire world. As a demon, Izar was well aware of the prophecy concerning the apocalyptic war. He believed that the interpretations offered by others were not without merit. The child of chaos must be at the very end of this ultimate turmoil. Perhaps by reciting this prophecy, he could attract the child's attention, for it was the most relevant concept he could conceive in relation to the impending conflict. Upon uttering these words, the myriad fragments swirling about, akin to mosquitoes discovering a blood source, quivered momentarily and turned toward him. The shards began to converge slightly at the center, as if a pathway were about to assemble before his eyes. Had he caught the attention of the child of chaos? Alas, it swiftly lost interest in him again. Izar silently observed the shattered and chaotic scene, as Nisa's words echoed in his mind. Alexander the Hanged Man spoke of a version of the prophecy known to all demons, which was not the original iteration of the apocalyptic war prophecy. This was a simplified version, born from collective ignorance. Furthermore, from his words, it was evident that the meaning of the prophecy had also been altered. To what extent had it been changed? Could it be that the current prophecy was not recognized by the child of chaos? It was entirely possible. The original version. If only he could recite the original, it would surely capture the child's attention. Though Nis had not inquired about the ancient text, Izar could not help but feel a sense of regret. However, he did mention a phrase, dissolve him in the dead end, to unleash the final chaos. He whispered it softly, sensing that a louder voice was unnecessary this time. The demonic tongue flowed from his lips, resonating with the air, gradually amplifying as it spread rapidly. Like a fierce wind, it bent all the grasses in a singular direction. Dissolve him in the dead end, to unleash the final chaos. The air, indeed the entire space, was listening. The flickering fragments were attentive, the swirling dark mist was attentive, the vessel-like passages were attentive, and even the viscous slime, drifting like tadpoles, was listening. The child of chaos was listening. He was certain. They listened, echoed, magnifying his voice, harmonizing with it, lifting it higher. Their voices buzzed, becoming cacophonous and as heavy as iron, gathering in his throat, guiding him to proclaim, to the traveler racing toward the end and the beginning. Your transgressions shall receive greater absolution. Shepherd of the Hydra's lair, you wield the whip of fate. Reconciliation, reconciliation. You flee from your visage, scattering the twin stars. One star falls, obscured. One star shall return to you. The deluded dove has brought forth the genuine garland. And where shall your heart's blood flow? Return the void to void. Return chaos to chaos. You shall draw back the curtain and gaze upon the reflection in the mirror. That reflection comes from your rear. Discover him. Retain him. Punish him. Separate him from your kin. Dissolve him in the dead end, to unleash the final chaos. Dissolve him in the dead end, to unleash the final chaos. Dissolve him in the dead end, to unleash the final chaos. Izar tightened his grip on his throat, gasping for breath, his mind a tempest. Before him swirled an equal tumult. He pressed one hand to his ear, seeking respite from the cacophony. The chaotic fragments, trailing dark tendrils, began to coalesce in his vision, reshaping and smoothing out. Forms were remolded, gaps filled. A yellow-green liquid descended from the air, obediently seeping into the ground. Gravity no longer tore at him relentlessly. It restored a gentle, stable pull, drawing his body downward. With one hand still clutching his throat and the other pressed against his ear, Izar shook his nearly stiff wings, trembling as they settled upon the ground. A deep purple, remarkably clean and orderly passage unfolded before him. Come forth. He forcefully shook his hand, clenching his nearly numb fists. His heart leapt rapidly to his throat and fell back, a chaotic rhythm that approached the point of nausea. He heard the phrase, Shepherd of the Hydra's lair. That was himself, Izar, the Syncordes. It was the name he had given himself, tied to a dream. In that dream, he found himself at a crossroads with 10 diverging paths, humming a light-hearted pastoral tune, wielding a long whip while herding a flock of soft, cloud-like lambs. When he looked down, each path curled upward, twisting into serpents, their rounded heads protruding with flickering tongues. The tails of the 10 serpents intertwined at his feet, their heads lunging toward him in unison. He remembered awakening in surprise. Demons do not dream. At least, they do not choose to dream. Izar had once assumed this dream was the product of external manipulation. He reasonably suspected it was the work of the dragon-like beings or the mischievous fairies, or perhaps a scheme devised by the creatures of the end of all things. Later, to unravel this mystery, he undertook a journey across 3 realms, seeking counsel from 4 esteemed masters of dreams: the guardian dragon Tyamalaun of the Dreamweaver's cradle, the great life weaver Talakili of the vines, the fairy progenitor, the lamp king of the first world, and eventually, he traveled to the end of all things to meet a complete 7-star equidistant waxing crescent. Despite their vastly different methodologies, they all yielded the same conclusion. Thus, he accepted the reality of being a dreaming demon. That dream had only occurred once, yet he deemed it significant, a true dream belonging to him. When he had the opportunity to rename himself, he recalled that dream. However, nearly a millennium passed, and Izar gradually forgot about it. After all, there was much to remember. Yet his name and its meaning persisted. That dream resurfaced vividly in his mind. Izar, the Syncordes, the shepherd of the Hydra's lair. Was he not the figure from that distant, ancient, original prophecy of the apocalyptic war? Indeed. He exhaled slowly, then soared into the clean and pristine passageway ahead. Chapter 51. Child of Chaos. This passage appeared endless, but with a single step forward, it suddenly expanded into a vast expanse. The walls, ceiling, and floor began to fracture, with some fissures oozing vibrant, molten syrup reminiscent of melted malt, while others overflowed with grotesque entrails and flesh. Irregular stones of various sizes erupted from the cracks. Among them, he discerned obsidian and calamity stones, common materials of hell, but most remained unidentifiable. One particular fissure captured his attention. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a sorrowful white flower and entwined vines darting past from the right. That was the Alexander-hanged one, as ancient as hell itself. He called out towards that direction, yearning to understand the true meaning of the prophecy. "Who are you?" came the unrelenting rustle of sound as it faded away. Turning, he hastened towards the crack, eager to peer outside. Yet, the fissure rapidly closed before him, nearly pinching his fingers. A new crack opened above him, pouring down a torrent of fiery, thunderous crimson water. Wiping his face vigorously, he pivoted back towards his original path. Well, this was manageable. This level of chaos seemed to represent a relatively calm state of ultimate disorder. The child of chaos was indeed a progeny of hell. His energy field encompassed all elements of the inferno, manifesting in a state of complete turmoil. The passage leading out, connecting to the subterranean judgment grounds, appeared to be a random outcome. The child of chaos was harmless. After all, hell was the sweet abode of demons, even after such a chaotic amalgamation. With a sigh of relief, he flew steadily forward, intending to call upon the name of that hellish child, though he found himself at a loss for words. Was the child of chaos merely a child of demons, or perhaps their leader? It was a question worth pondering. As he soared, he traversed a waterfall composed of burning gravel, only for the passage to abruptly narrow before him. A substantial mass of energy, a fusion of destruction, disorder, and raw chaotic power loomed solidly in his path. He hovered in midair, the sound of metal scraping against metal resonating in the air. All the fissures closed as if drawn shut by a zipper. With a resounding crack, akin to a shattered bottle in reverse, the mass of energy contracted into a small figure. A silhouette appeared, a little girl. She bore a pair of distinctly small goat horns atop her head, her fine, dense black hair braided into 6 short plaits draping over her rosy shoulders, and a slender, elegant tail curving gracefully behind her, while delicate goat hooves graced the ground beneath her. Esteemed, he pondered, crouching to match her height. "Hello." The little girl abruptly spun around. Her eyes were asymmetrical. One smoldered like fire, the other was as dark as ink. Her lips trembled violently, her delicate face twitching as if suppressing something within. "I." He began to introduce himself. The goat-horned girl leapt forward, mere inches from him. "Save me! Save me!" she cried, her tiny fists clenched, desperation spilling from her lips. "Save me! Save me!" "I intended to do just that," he replied calmly. "Really?" The girl gazed at him intently. "Indeed, it is true." Slowly, she turned away. He peered over her dainty shoulder, and as the energy that had obscured his view coalesced, the scene behind her unfolded, a vast expanse of swirling void adorned with countless bizarre patterns. The little goat-like girl silently leapt into the abyss. He observed her as, beneath her hooves, a purple, sludge-like path formed. Ascending through the swirling void, she left behind a peculiar staircase in her wake. He carefully followed, treading where she had stepped, his mind swirling with myriad questions, unable to discern which was more pressing. "Tell me your troubles," he urged, contemplating his racing heartbeat. They had ventured far on that bizarre cloud-like staircase, now standing in the heart of the void. The girl halted, and as she did, a circular platform gradually emerged beneath her hooves, its shape materializing like ink spreading on paper. Suddenly, the girl bent down as if to topple over, a guttural roar escaping her lips, a sound that was unmistakably not her own. He remembered her voice. This was different. This was the voice of an old man. With her furious cry, the void began to tremble. Splits tore open in the fabric of reality. A bone-chilling wind surged inward. She ceased her screams, replaced by a chilling, sinister laughter that echoed like a decrepit man. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and grasped her, pulling her back. The fire in her left eye was extinguished, her gaze turning into a lifeless gray-black, her face contorted in a grotesque smile. Was she under control? He shook her shoulders vigorously, then seized her tail, lifting her as one might clear a clogged fountain pen. He recognized this approach was far from professional. As she flailed in midair, biting her tongue, her laughter ceased. "It hurts. It hurts so much." Her voice became muffled, regaining its sweet, childish timbre. In that instant, the piercing wind that had surrounded them vanished as if it had collided with an invisible barrier. He swiftly set her down on the soft platform, turning her face towards him. Indeed, her eyes had returned, one aflame, the other as dark as stone. Who was that just now? Do you know? He inquired, crouching down. I don't know. She shook her head. All right, that's fine. He seamlessly shifted the topic. What else do you know? Her eyes widened, gazing at him. She appeared just like an ordinary, innocent, oblivious young demon girl. The child of chaos was harmless. He recalled the words of the demon from the sand pile. Yet, the other entity within her was far less benign. The prophecy, she said. I only know the prophecy. I heard you reciting it. Very well. The prophecy. He contemplated the deeper significance of the unrecorded prophecy. Why have you brought me here? Because. Her head tilted back, her tone growing dreamy. I had to summon you. I had to summon you. He steadied her with his left hand while his right moved towards his curved dagger. Why? Because you are the shepherd. He gripped the hilt tightly. Chapter 52. The shepherd in the Hydra's lair to slay the shepherd. I must lure him and end him. You must lure him and end him. The child of chaos's eyes rolled back, becoming pools of impenetrable blackness. Almost instantaneously, Isaac's scimitar flashed, piercing the girl's body with a multitude of invisible wounds. Boom. An endless barrage of black smoke-laced needles erupted from the fallen girl, instantly transforming Isaac's front into a pincushion. The needles detonated. In that moment of explosion, Isaac hurled the vial of tacit ink, dislodging the stopper. The serene stone vial pirouetted in the air, its ethereal void energy drawing in the impending fragments. Even so, several stray needles burst into insidious corrosive dust, assaulting his face, neck, and torso, inflicting agonizing pain and leaving a trail of raw flesh. Isaac kicked the girl away, summoning all his strength to cleave with his blade. Splat! The long, elegant tail, tipped with a heart-shaped rosette, was severed. Another wave of needles descended like a torrential downpour. Isaac teleported to the side, evading the assault, and snatched the detached tail from the air. Cough, cough, cough. The aged voice coughed, and the girl rose unsteadily, like a marionette. Flesh rapidly regenerated from the cavities blasted by the black fireworks of true chaos. The child of chaos is indeed no ordinary being. Even the iron blade imbued with the power of true chaos could only inflict temporary wounds. Isaac wiped his face, wincing. Indeed, the peculiar energy within her is a confluence of disorder, true chaos, and destruction. Evasion is only a temporary measure. And, tease easy. His eyes caught a mere flicker, and he instinctively teleported upwards, maximizing the distance. Crack! A terrifying cluster of needles exploded where he had stood. Swish! Simultaneously, the girl ascended to his level. A new platform materialized beneath her feet. Heh. The horned girl's lips twitched, producing a choked sound. This is dire. I must act before she is completely controlled. I must attempt this desperate measure. Isaac felt a pang of reluctance. Lately, I seem to be acting against my own inclinations far too often. Glug, 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 glug. The dozen or so fist-sized wounds on the girl's body healed as water fills a ditch, closing in an instant. Hiss! The aged voice emitted a low, serpentine chuckle. There is no other recourse. Without hesitation, Isaac transferred the tail to his right hand and flourished it in the air with a resounding crack. He began humming a light-hearted tune. Almost at the very instant the notes formed a melody, the aged voice was cut off mid-sentence. Isaac glanced over and saw the horned girl standing motionless, her chest heaving, beginning to tremble once more. He advanced slowly, brandishing the tail like a whip. Leisurely strolling, Isaac composed his features into a serene expression, adopting a relaxed demeanor, as if a shepherd enjoying a tranquil moment in the countryside under a clear sky. He traversed the muddy, fetid purple steppes, braving the biting wind. A cheerful melody spilled from his lips, like a shower of colorful candies upon a verdant meadow. He hummed the shepherd's song of dreams. The horned girl stared at him vacantly, her expression shifting. Crimson and deep gray swirled within her eyes. The shepherd's song. The shepherd's song. Flowing, flowing, ceaselessly flowing. Whap! Isaac cracked the whip with a flourish. He maintained his cheerful demeanor, slowly approaching her step by step. The shepherd in the Hydra's lair, you who wield the whip of destiny. The instant the child of chaos mentioned the shepherd, he understood the meaning of the prophecy. Isaac raised the elegant, crimson tail. The shepherd raises his whip. Whap! He struck the dazed horned girl. She shuddered, and the tail that had been halfway regrown ceased its growth. Whap! He struck again, this time across the child of chaos's slender arm, leaving a red welt. The horned girl groaned, clutching her arm, her face contorting, the colors in her eyes shifting rapidly. Isaac continued to sing, continued to sing. He walked before her, circling her as he sang. Disregarding his somber robes, he adopted the lightest of steps, skipping and hopping, brandishing the whip as he sang. Whap! He struck the horned girl across the back. The blow nearly jolted her soul from her body, and dark shadows momentarily flickered from her back. Isaac sang on. Ba ba. Black sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for the demon, 1 for the angel, and 1 for the little girl who lives down the lane. The shadows dissipated. As the resonant song flowed, the hostility vanished from the horned girl's eyes, and the gray eye was gradually overtaken by the fiery orange. She lowered her head, bowing weakly, clutching her reddened arm, and cowering. The wound on her arm did not heal as quickly as before. Isaac skipped and hopped. He had already torn the elegant hem of his beloved robes. He skipped and hopped, cracking the whip with a resounding snap, and wrapped the elegant tail around his waist, where it coiled obediently, like a pet serpent. He circled the horned girl, then suddenly pulled her slender arm and embraced her, stroking her soft, woolly hair as if comforting a lamb. The girl shuddered twice, then leaned into his embrace submissively. Isaac continued to sing. Ba, ba, white sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for the dream, 1 for the swarm, and 1 for the little girl who lives in the well. He took her small hands and placed her tiny hooves on the tops of his feet. He spun and danced with her in the endless void. He continued to sing. Ba, ba, red sheep, have you any wool? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags full. 1 for the new leaf, 1 for the aberration, and 1 for the little girl who lives on the star. He continued to sing, then scooped up the horned girl and placed her on his knee, twirling her around and around. The horned girl wrapped her arms around his neck, tilted her head back, and began to giggle. He continued to sing. Ba, ba, little lamb. Have you any wool? Not enough, not enough. I only have 1 small bag. Oh, then we'll wait for you to grow. Go on. Go to the unattended meadow. We'll be waiting for you. After an indeterminate amount of time, Isaac ceased his now hoarse singing. He carefully, gently, stopped his steps. Even faint breathing reached his ears. The horned girl had fallen asleep at some point, her face flushed, as if reflecting infinite firelight. Isaac exhaled slowly and quietly. Then, as if handling the most precious and fragile porcelain, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and slowly, gently, retraced his path. I don't know how long this state will last. The child of chaos is innocent and naive, but there is another malevolent presence within her. And considering the altered prophecy, in any case, I must quickly devise a way to separate them. The horned girl stirred on his shoulder. The sound of space being torn asunder resonated, and suddenly the void trembled, as myriad beams of vibrant light cascaded upon him. Chapter 53. For descending openings, how many layers had she traversed? 9, 10, 11. It mattered little. She decided to descend a couple more layers. Hecasis thought. The spatial disarray was palpable. Hecasis deftly spread her 4 slender wings, pulling herself up from the bizarre scene that had suddenly unfolded before her, intently gazing at the distorted pathways, attempting to discern which of the 4 flickering staircases was genuine. After a prolonged examination, she merely felt as if the chaotic knot in her mind had submerged in water, threatening to burst her skull. Very well. Her bewildered head was on the verge of cracking open. She truly did not comprehend. There had been far too many things beyond her grasp in recent days. For instance, the sudden appearance of Ifmert at Icha's abode, behaving as docile as a simple, faithful ox, despite having heard a sufficiently detailed account from Dankalabi, which was laced with fervent adulation, rendering her utterly incapable of understanding. Moreover, Icha had inexplicably vanished for 4.5 days after soaring from the floating island courtyard. It must be said, this had been one of the most excruciating 4.5 days in history. First, Ifmert prohibited anyone from leaving the demon's floating island, leaving her to exchange dull glances with a group of utterly uninteresting individuals. Then, as before, he scarcely acknowledged her presence. They were like 2 clouds not occupying the same altitude. Furthermore, Dankalabi and Nice had suddenly become as familiar as 2 fools hatched from the same nest. The 2 had borrowed the tome on Rules of Magic 101 that Icha had left for her, gathering each day to discuss the intricacies of viscosity, technique, posture, and pace with a hefty volume that could easily serve as a weapon. The art of spellcasting. They seemed somewhat more vigilant than before. Having suddenly grasped a modicum of skill, she found it impossible to easily dismiss them now, if she attempted to speak to them amiably. she would appear utterly out of place, although she had no desire to engage in pleasant conversation with them. However, life had grown exceedingly monotonous. Thus, she occasionally exchanged a few words with goodbye. Only occasionally, for goodbye was perpetually lurking in that murky pool of green, and when it was not, it busied itself dripping saliva onto her legs. Additionally, Keki was missing, and every time this topic arose, Nice would wear a grim expression. In short, when she had just received Icha's summons, and crucially, he had summoned only her, excluding the dog did not count. She felt an exhilarating sense of relief. Yet now, that joy had been ruthlessly devoured, akin to a newly hatched egg. For the current situation left her utterly baffled. All she had to do was continue descending along the circular path, just as she had through the previous tens of thousands of layers. There was nothing difficult about it. She could easily disregard the incessant noise from the demon prisoners in the cells along the way. Yet, suddenly, they had all fallen silent, as if to underscore her predicament. She found it difficult to comprehend this embarrassment. Upon entering this layer, the ceiling above had curved in an odd arc, intimately touching the floor behind her. The escape route was severed, and she felt as though she had plunged into the maw of a carnivorous flower. The ominous pit beside her remained, merely cut into 6 wedges like a cake, with each wedge existing on a different plane. Very well, these could be temporarily overlooked. The route downward consisted of 4 staircases, each resembling fragmented wreckage, or rather, staircases that were supposed to lead downward. One triangular staircase, with half a step, was affixed to the wall between 2 cages, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. The other 2 resembled chimney pipes, arching from the ground, their upper parts bent towards each other, with merely a hand's breadth separating them. The last staircase, appearing quite normal aside from its sporadic flashes and occasional transparency, was completely filled with some grayish-white bricks. Hekasis felt as though her brain would truly explode. She was exceedingly vexed. She abandoned goodbye, flapped her wings, and sent out a gust of air as her 8 indigo feathers sliced through the wind. Heading towards the 4 exits, 2 feathers darted towards the first triangular staircase, disappearing midair. The 2 feathers aimed at the opposing staircases collided with a thud, falling to the ground like metal, bouncing twice before rolling aside. The 2 feathers aimed at the last obstructed staircase reached their destination unscathed, only to be gently halted by the blockage. Was this exit normal? Merely blocked? Hekasis pondered as she swooped towards the final exit on the floor, lifting her 4 wings in a powerful sweep, sending a gust of wind to strike against the obstruction of bricks. Silently, the exit transitioned from brightly lit to transparent. The warm breeze she emitted passed unobstructed through the now transparent staircase, striking the pliable floor beneath. Humph! Hekasis huffed, unhesitatingly unleashing another powerful gust. The sound of stone crumbling echoed. Her strength. She felt a sudden lightness. She sprang up, only to find the 2 opposing exits in disarray, a pile of rubble blocking one of them. Humph! She shook her wings, conjuring a tempest to blow away the stones. That was not enough. She dashed to the pile of rubble, using her arms to assist in clearing the stones. Suddenly, someone pinched her waist. Chapter 54, A Joke Who? With a piercing shriek, Shirkis spun around and swiftly wrenched an arm clean off. A wail echoed, but upon inspection, the space was conspicuously vacant. Shirkis held the bloody arm. Observing it closely, it was a frail, ordinary demon arm, adorned with sparse brown fur, ending not in claws but in a fuzzy hand. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted. Instantly, a chilling sensation gripped her right calf. Reacting with remarkable speed, she kicked her right leg while forcefully hurling the severed arm towards the source of the threat. Thud! The assailant was captured, his head shattered by Shirkis, his body contorted into an unnatural arc. She clawed into his eyes, lifting him from the ground, a lizard-like demon. Casually, she discarded the demon into the gaping pit at the center of the judgment arena. His body was abruptly severed into 6 pieces, cascading down like dandelion seeds. Shirkis admired the spectacle, cackling for a moment, before swiftly circling around, surveying the surrounding, eerily contorted prison cells. One particularly flattened cell appeared empty, while across from it lay another, distorted into a 4-sided pyramid, housing a frail demon. With a monkey-like visage and a broken arm, it curled in the corner, gasping. Its outline faint. How had these prisoners emerged? Why had they instantly returned? A thud reached her ears, a meaty thump hitting the ground. Turning, she beheld the lizard demon's corpse, recently discarded into the pit, now reappearing in the empty cell. Despite its head being pulverized, the body remained surprisingly intact. Stunned, Shirkis recalled witnessing the corpse being cleaved into 6 pieces right before her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, the severed arm vanished as if erased. Shirkis shook her head vigorously. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated the implications, yet ultimately returned to the pile of stones she had struck, continuing her excavation. As rubble was cleared, her heart sank. The base of the stone pile revealed no openings. Crouching, she yearned to smash through the floor, but recalled Iz's admonition. The Lord of Hell, King of Demons, would notice such destruction, and he wished to avoid her attention. What of it? Shirkis scoffed. Nevertheless, she cast her gaze toward the final exit on the wall. It was pitch black. Just darkness. What else could it be? This was the last stairway. With a huff, Shirkis lowered her head and plunged into the abyss. She felt herself yanked forward, her vision flooded with a kaleidoscope of colors. She landed on something soft. A farewell fell upon her face as she grasped the neck of a hellhound, pushing it aside. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Her vision cleared, revealing her back, adorned with beautiful, neatly arranged indigo feathers, a purple band encircling her waist, enhancing her lithe figure. Shirkis stared at her back for a moment before erupting into high-pitched laughter. How delightful! How could a harpy bird demon see her own back? She propped herself up with her hands, chuckling, only to discover her left hand was missing. Yet she was clearly supporting her body with it. Where was her left hand? Shirkis glanced around. Opposite her, to the left front, was a beautiful, sturdy bird claw, firmly gripping the thigh of a demon corpse. She squeezed her left hand, feeling a resilient texture at the claw's tip. The demon's body seemed familiar. Upon reflection, she realized it was one of the demon guards she had slain. So, this place is... Shirkis peered down, struggling to comprehend the complete scene. It appeared as though it had been torn apart and haphazardly reassembled. For instance, she could see her left foot positioned to the right of her right foot, which stood upon her left shoulder, wedged between 3 desiccated demon skulls. Various corpses, large and small, lay scattered about. Yet it was sufficient to deduce that this was the 66th layer of the underground judgment arena. At the very bottom of the massive pit of corpses, Shirkis stood frozen for a moment, suddenly finding the situation amusing. A joke, perhaps? She chuckled to herself. Just as her words faded, the dim pit was suddenly illuminated. No, it was not brightly lit. Rather, it was her vision that had brightened. A pale golden vortex, akin to an exquisite whirlwind, emerged from the depths of the dense pile of corpses, swirling and extending to heights beyond her sight. Upon closer inspection, the vortex comprised countless tiny, shimmering nails. Filled with astonishment, Shirkis slowly rose. Her back, left hand, right hand, and shoulder, the strange images that had appeared from all directions, vanished from her view. The environment, too, the vast pit appeared complete in her sight, densely packed with demon carcasses beneath her feet. The uppermost ones were those guards she had previously dispatched, while the layers below grew increasingly ragged. A warmth enveloped the back of her hand, perhaps due to the substance Iza had given her, soon to meld with her. The pale golden vortex also radiated warmth. She reached out to touch it, but her hand passed through effortlessly. Bending down, she observed the pale golden nails flowing from the depths of the pit. Shirkis dug, tossing 2 demon corpses aside. With vigorous flaps of her 4 wings and the strength of her 2 claws, she dug fervently. The exhumed bodies were carelessly cast aside, soon forming a small mound. Before her lay the source of the pale golden vortex, the corpse of a harpy bird demon. Compared to the demons whose bodies had been corroded and distorted by various energies, this corpse appeared remarkably intact and beautiful, despite the absence of its right wing and the singed feathers. Pale golden, flickering, ethereal nails continuously emanated from this lifeless form. Shirkis gazed at the deceased bird demon in bewilderment. Why was there a? Yet the allure of those pale golden essences bewitched her, making her reluctant to ponder further. No. Suddenly, she jolted awake. How long had it been? Surely, it had surpassed half an hour by now. She gazed longingly at the deceased bird demon, following the tail of the pale golden vortex upward. How to ascend? She suddenly wondered. Flapping her wings, she attempted to soar upward, but barely ascended 3 feet before plummeting back down. Oh no! Iza had mentioned that flying was impossible here. In an instant, a sense of urgency overwhelmed her. Do not forget the prank. Yes, he had indeed mentioned that phrase. A prank. What did that mean? Shirkis was instantly engulfed in agitation, tugging at her long feathers atop her head. I will teach you. Then she heard that familiar voice. Chapter 55. Relaxation. Hekisis turned her head in astonishment and delight. In the shadows stood a familiar figure. Zijian had rushed over, panting. Dressed in a black and red robe, tall and imposing, with a vibrant red whip at his waist, the demon emerged with piercing azure flames in his gaze. You. In an instant, she felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his arms. However, she noticed that the demon's chest was marred with bloodstains resembling molten lava, and on his shoulder rested a small girl. What happened to you? Who is this? Hekisis halted, crossing her arms and inquiring loudly. The hellhound nestled at the demon's feet, affectionately nudging his leg with its forehead. Shoo, Izza whispered, placing a finger against his lips. Zijian promptly sat back on his hind legs, striving to conceal his excessively large teeth behind his lips. How did you suddenly arrive here? Hekisis whispered. Izza cast her a sidelong glance. All right, I won't ask anymore. Teach me. Hekisis spread her hands wide. A common misconception is that all species endowed with innate energy fields can intuitively wield their natural abilities without instruction. This belief is particularly prevalent among races with exceptionally high average energy excitation levels, such as dragons, wraiths, heteromorphs, angels, and light sprites. Indeed, for these species, which exhibit strong consistency and minimal individual variation, utilizing innate field abilities is as natural and effortless as a monkey consuming a banana. Note, even among these populations, there exist individuals who do not spontaneously use their innate abilities. However, such exceptions are exceedingly rare. Generally, these unfortunate individuals are collectively referred to as fakes, though different races have coined various, more emotionally charged terms for them, as outlined in Appendix 2. Nevertheless, it is essential to recognize that among species with significant individual variation, the inability to spontaneously utilize innate abilities is quite common. Fakes, do not despair. Every fake can effortlessly learn to harness their innate abilities, including you. All that is required is to diligently read through this book and follow the instructions within. Now, focus on these words and follow along. First, please relax your life waves. This book can help you utilize your innate abilities. Relax and breathe, Izza instructed. Hekisis mumbled, attempting to comply. Have you finished reading Rule Spells 101? No. Hekisis felt an inexplicable sense of guilt despite her conviction in her response. Well, even if you cannot wield rule energy, you should systematically study the rules. There are many universal aspects to rule spells. Without mastering the rules, learning spells one by one will be a slow process. Izza sighed. Posture elements, energy elements, symbolic elements. Hekisis nodded, her expression contorting in discomfort. Relax. Maintain your breath, Izza reiterated. Through gritted teeth, Hekisis ultimately forced herself to relax under the demon's watchful gaze, gripping the feathers atop her head. What else? Trigger elements, target elements. The demon stepped lightly onto the pile of corpses, standing on two deflated heads. Good. Remember these first. I've got it, Hekisis replied dryly. Izza remained indifferent to the half-bird fairy's reluctance to learn, gazing toward the hellhound on the other side. Utilizing innate abilities bears some resemblance to quick casting. The difference is that symbolic elements can be entirely omitted. Energy elements only require you to mobilize yourself. What does mobilizing myself mean? Just as the question escaped her lips, a dark, spherical object, propelled by the wind, hurtled toward Hekisis. She swiftly dodged. Swiping her claws to seize the object, it was the head of a deceased demon. What are you doing? She exclaimed, tossing the severed head aside. Just like that, Izza said, clapping his hands and speaking in a leisurely manner. Instinctive, focused action will naturally activate your innate field. Oh, as for symbolic elements, trigger elements, and target elements, when utilizing innate abilities, they can be replaced by verbal elements. Just say prank, add the target content, and you're good to go. So, pranks are my innate ability, Hekisis exclaimed, a spark of realization igniting within her. Lower your voice. Relax. Maintain your breath. Oh, Hekisis whispered, why are you so knowledgeable? I do not possess universal knowledge. Izza replied coolly. I am not a hapless bird fairy. I am merely teaching you the fundamentals. If you wish to wield powerful pranks at will, you must engage in more practice. He gestured toward his temple. Here. Hekisis scratched her face, falling silent. We still have posture elements to cover. Common posture elements. I will study diligently. I promise. Hekisis suddenly declared. Izza cast her a glance. The feathers atop the bird fairy's head stood on end as she clenched her fists. Just you wait, I won't let you down. Relax, relax, Izza gently interrupted her. Hey, let me finish. Shoo, Izza gestured, indicating the little girl in his arms. I believe in you. Hikisys felt something strange enter her eyes. She fought to suppress it. Posture elements. I heard you. Please teach me, she said softly. Afterward, the pace of instruction accelerated immensely. Hikisys swiftly mastered the art of pranking, leading them out of the underground tribunal. However, Izza found that, while unexpected, this outcome was still within reason. Hikisys, possessing the bloodlines of the genius fairy Serena and the demon Duke Evomia, had a talent that could be trusted. Moreover, within the powerful energy field generated by Serena's corpse, her pranks were virtually guaranteed to succeed. Her peculiar emotional fluctuations remained well within acceptable limits. In any case, Izza felt a profound sense of satisfaction as yet another gifted individual applied her talents while stepping toward the path of greater knowledge. There was also another matter that brought him joy. He had allowed Zai Jian to consume the remnants of Serena, preserving all the energy. This was undoubtedly a monumental stride towards solving the enigma of Evomia and aiding the research on the energy of confusion. By the way, why didn't you come with me before? How is it that you can now? Hikisys suddenly asked. Because of her, Izza maintained his position, cradling the horned girl, who remained sweetly asleep. Oh, I see. Hikisys exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Is she that powerful? Even more powerful, Izza suddenly smiled, turning around. Chapter 56. Home Hex gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene before her. It appeared that Izza had not performed any particular actions. He merely lowered his head slightly, his lips moving gently, as if whispering to the slumbering child of chaos in his arms. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. The world around them became a chaotic tapestry, fracturing into countless irregular images that enveloped their surroundings, vibrant hues of light dancing upon them. A dark purple void of chaos seeped through the crevices of these vivid pictures, interspersed with intricate patterns reminiscent of tree rings. Hex twirled in place, captivated by the myriad of images, her jaw dropping in awe. She found herself at a loss for words. Most of the scenes were utterly alien to her. Yet some were strikingly familiar, such as the twisted abyss of the lower trial chamber they had just occupied, 666 layers deep, the jagged sands of the Toothed Desert they had just traversed, and the demonic floating island courtyard. She even beheld an image filled with countless sorrowful faces resembling flowers, while another scene showcased a blinding red stream and a smoldering beach nearby. The largest image depicted the very place they stood, a wild crescent moon-shaped peak of the Kishino Mountain. Opposite this was a hexagonal image reflecting an ancient, pure black door devoid of a handle, flanked by 3 peculiar torches, brilliantly aflame, yet seemingly motionless. The door exuded a profound and unusual allure. Hex approached the image in a trance. Be cautious, Izza warned, activating the blood pact in his palm. A jolt of pain surged from her hand to her mind, awakening her instantly. Was this also a power of the Child of Chaos? She scrutinized the peacefully sleeping horned girl, who was experiencing a remarkably deep slumber. She was a child of hell, Izza had said, connected to the realm of chaotic inferno more intimately than even the Demon King. More intimately? Izza guided Hex to a triangular fragment of the scene that mirrored the demonic courtyard. There, she could even see the tall tower's pinnacle where Ivmir sat, spear in hand, gazing vacantly into the distance. The demon beckoned, bidding farewell to the obedient creature at their feet. For instance, Izza grasped Hex with one hand while touching the image with the elbow of his other arm. Hex felt herself swept away, as though caught in a tempest, the world spinning around her. Before the towering stone edifice of disaster, she was utterly astonished, nearly exclaiming aloud, but recalled Izza's repeated admonitions and quickly lowered her voice. She realized something profound. So, all those places we just saw can be teleported to. Izza nodded, confirming their destination, relieved that the Hellhound remained faithfully by their side. Around her, the infernal realm was organized in an entirely different manner. Izza shrugged, explaining that the form of chaotic hell she beheld was fundamentally dissimilar to their own. Due to certain peculiar reasons, I can temporarily utilize this difference. Thus, that is how you suddenly appeared behind me, Hex murmured. Indeed, Izza replied absently. He surveyed the courtyard, noting the absence of the fallen angel sect and niece in sight, then turned to push open the door. Did you notice? Izza smiled briefly. Isn't this splendid? A double insurance. However, In an instant, his smile vanished. The state of the child of chaos was exceedingly unstable. I cannot ascertain how long this state can be exploited. It is prudent to enhance one's abilities as swiftly as possible. Hex paused, feeling the weight of his words, and silently turned away. Isa strode toward the tower. Upon entering the disaster stone tower, they arrived in a spacious hall, at the center of which stood a 10-headed serpent sculpture, crafted from his dreams. Isa stared at the sculpture for some time, recalling a prophecy. The shepherd raises the whip of fate thereafter. You escape your face, racing to scatter the twin stars. Accepting the significance of the prophecy was essential, and correlating it with the current circumstances rendered the obscure hints remarkably clear. Scattering the twin stars likely referred to separating the child of chaos from the other being residing within her. Escaping the face indicated regardless. The foremost task was to ascertain the form of coexistence. He had previously surveyed the chaotic child's energy. It bore no semblance to that manipulated by other entities. Nor did he believe that even the true chaotic power could be swiftly healed by simple spells. It could be said that the mechanism of manipulation spells was akin to dropping a drop of dye into a glass of clear water, altering its hue at will. Yet, the energy of the child of chaos was as vast as the ocean. A single drop of dye, even if poured from a cartload, would scarcely make a difference. Moreover, this influence seemed to surpass even the strength of the child of chaos herself, enabling her to utter the plea for help. What sort of dye could possess such formidable contagion? Isa had already formed a tentative suspicion and yearned to confirm it, albeit at a potentially steep cost. He hastened up 2 flights of stairs towards his private library. Teacher. Upon rounding a corner, the voice of Nice resonated at the library's entrance. Isa, momentarily distracted, nearly collided with his diligent student. He swiftly turned to shield the horned girl, preventing her from awakening. Nice stepped forward, his gaze fervently fixed upon Isa, his tone brimming with joy rather than shock, as if he had something to convey. He glanced at the peculiar girl in Isa's arms, noting the demon's reluctance to introduce her, thus refraining from further inquiry. Isa appraised him. A hint of pride adorned Nice's countenance, perhaps due to his academic progress, radiating confidence in anticipation of the forthcoming trial. Well, Isa said, eager to gauge the young sorcerer's learning progress, but now was not the opportune moment. Come, together. Let us gather all the materials pertaining to souls. Chapter 57. Soul Topics. Indeed. If you have any discoveries of your own, please do share with me, Izar added. Nice nodded, his expression betraying little contemplation, as if he had already established his objective and was ready to act. He navigated through the towering bookshelves that reached the ceiling, adeptly turning corners, and vanished deep into the library. It appeared he had frequented this place quite often in recent days. Izar settled himself behind a large writing desk in the corner, tapping his left index finger on the surface to minimize any potential disturbances, while his right arm maintained its position cradling the sleeping horned girl. A faint sound of rustling echoed from afar, and a row of thick, hardbound books bound in lizard skin suddenly appeared before him. These were tomes he recalled mentioning soul studies. Izar quickly scanned the titles, retrieving a dusty volume from the middle and exhaling slowly. The study of souls was not within his realm of expertise. In fact, it was one of the subjects he was least inclined to pursue. The manifestations of souls were diverse, with certain types being highly toxic, causing significant risks for any experimental procedures involving exposure. Most souls proved elusive, demanding extraordinary precision, purity, and funding for the instruments and incantations employed. Consequently, there existed countless prohibitions surrounding soul research, each rooted in grim lessons of either scattered remains or total disappearance. It was difficult to ascertain which was worse. Moreover, there were stringent ethical conventions regarding souls enacted by the Arbiter's Garden. These accords considered an array of racial circumstances, ultimately resulting in an intricate web of redundancies and contradictions. One commonly cited rule prohibited any form of soul torment. Ironically, this regulation contradicted its own intent to bypass convoluted procedures, avoiding any taboos and meeting requirements while providing sufficient documentation to obtain formal approval for soul research, which in itself constituted an ultimate form of torment for one's own soul. Izar was indeed reluctant to engage in such approvals. He was also disinclined towards a research path fraught with unpredictability. Prior to this, he had no compelling reason to clandestinely pursue this matter. Teacher, have you encountered any troubles? Izar raised his head to find Nice standing before him, empty-handed and visibly hesitant. He glanced down, noting that the wound on his chest had healed, the molten blood long since solidified and removed. What is it? Izar set the book down. He could see Nice's expression was somewhat unnatural, fixated on him, his gaze slowly drifting from left to right and back again. Your energy is disordered, the sorcerer stated. Is that all? Then it is of no concern, Izar replied absent-mindedly, gesturing towards the girl in his arms. It's her interference. However, she is quite calm now. It merely bent the surrounding energy field. We must cherish the time we have now. Ah, I see. Nice appeared somewhat reassured, casting one last glance at Izar's chest before diving back into the layers of shelves. Indeed, it seemed imperative now to contemplate the existence of souls. The anomalies surrounding the child of chaos were undetectable through energy and material vision. Spells could not probe, and powers could not rival. With two entities contained within a single body, he had to consider that the aberrant state of the child of chaos was due to the presence of an extraneous soul. It was necessary to extricate that surplus soul. He flipped through the pages, his eyes swiftly scanning the text. Certainly. He found the title, Form 8, Symbiosis and Parasitism. Symbiosis and parasitism are often conflated. In most cases, it can simply be stated that symbiosis is mutually beneficial, while parasitism is detrimental to both parties. Invisible beauty. The 9 forms of soul existence. It seemed that the ancient male voice within the body of the child of chaos resembled that of a parasite. The girl nestled against his shoulder shifted slightly, and he gently stroked her head, his other hand tracing a straight line along the edge of the book, causing the thick pages to flutter noisily. Form 5, Concentration Camp. The soul existence form categorized as concentration camp bears a striking resemblance to containment. Both restrict pure souls within a designated space. However, unlike containment, the concentration camp type is collective, tightly knit, and comparatively freer. It could be said to be more lifelike. Souls within a concentration camp enjoy a degree of activity space and can even communicate with one another. Of course, this is not necessarily a positive aspect. As a concentration camp for souls, it naturally entails higher standards than the crude containment method. All 1-star concentration camps must possess the following elements: a wall that isolates souls from incompatible entities, a gate that allows passage for souls while barring all other existences, a playground for soul activities, a front desk for inspecting and distributing souls, a balcony for judging souls, and a place of atonement for punishing or extinguishing souls. 2-star concentration camps must meet the aforementioned conditions while additionally incorporating a self-sustaining energy circulation system, a gladiatorial arena to maintain the vitality of souls, and a mirror chamber to prevent soul adhesion. 3-star concentration camps require the following additional facilities. A concentration camp. While not explicitly stated, it was abundantly clear that the city of Compassion, Gamanidi, functioned as such a concentration camp. According to various records, it reached at least a 2-star level. Now, one might ponder whether there exists a possibility for transformation between the different forms of soul existence. The text concluded with the words, "See the next volume." Izar snapped Invisible Beauty shut with a decisive thud. Teacher. Nice reappeared at an opportune moment, this time carefully cradling a dozen hefty tomes. Izar's eyes immediately landed on Invisible Beauty, the 9 forms of soul existence, continuation, and he swiftly extracted it from the pile. Have you made any other discoveries? He inquired, opening the new book casually. I believe your soul has been altered, the sorcerer affirmed resolutely. Chapter 58, The Method of Reformation. Izar pressed his hand against the coarse cover of the Invisible Beauty, the 9 forms of existence of the soul, continuation. The news brought by Nice was evidently imperative to hear. I confirmed it once more. Nice placed a large stack of books in the corner of the writing desk, his gaze fixated on the surface, although it was still uncertain. According to your assessment, it cannot be said to have been completely transformed. Nice retrieved a coin, laying it flat on the table. If your soul's shape was like this before, he cast a simple mapping spell, and the coin wobbled upright. I could sense that it now appeared this way. Iz's gaze fell upon the standing coin, and after a moment, shifted to the sorcerer's face. Are you interested in the study of souls? A little, Nice admitted, ruffling his hair, causing 2 golden curls to stand straight. I have been somewhat unclear about my current state these past few days. You know, I am like this now. He gestured to his demonic form, but not entirely so. I wish to understand more about myself. I believe the soul may be an excellent entry point. Humans indeed have an intrinsic desire to know who they are, Izar thought. I have diligently studied the fundamentals, Nice quickly added, but I hope you can understand. Understand. Iza raised a finger, causing the coin to spin rapidly on the table, transforming into an ethereal sphere. He patted the cover of the Invisible Beauty. Continuation. So, you have read all this? Some parts. Nice sat across from Iza, staring intently at him, his hands tightly clasped together. I can only observe for now. I am still quite unfamiliar. I cannot be certain. Nice murmured, but I must inform you. It seems that within you, there are two distinct souls. Iza momentarily fell silent, both pairs of eyes fixated on the spinning coin, the air filled only with a faint whooshing sound. So that is the case. I understand now, Iza said slowly after a while. No wonder, there are remnants of orders still present. This explains everything. However, it seems that the original status of the fallen angel has not entirely vanished from him. At what juncture did such a transformation occur? According to Kikier and his current understanding, that transformation should have completely converted him into the original fallen angel. Indeed, regardless of whether this influence is beneficial or detrimental, it certainly presents a new research topic. You are aware? Ah, naturally, Nice whispered. Iza lifted his gaze and beckoned, the real coin on the table obediently flying into his hand. He activated his energy sight for inspection and observed the ancient silver coin, where geometric symbols representing the energies of laws were interspersed with vibrant greenish-blue specks. It appears you have altered this object. He nodded, perceiving the soul through the lens of life mapping. Quite clever. Nice's eyes sparkled with a small smile. The demon placed the coin back on the table. Let us set this matter aside for now. Iza indicated the girl in his arms. Our current focus should be to find a method for altering her soul's existence. To be more specific, a way to separate a parasitic soul from a special body. As he spoke, he flipped through the Invisible Beauty, the 9 forms of existence of the soul. Continuation. Do you have any thoughts? My thoughts. Nice seemed unprepared for the question, pausing for a moment before leaning forward, grabbing the first volume of the Invisible Beauty, quickly flipping to a page and laying it flat. I was thinking of containment. The 4th form of soul existence. Containment. To encapsulate the soul within a specially crafted material container, energy field, or law matrix, serving the purpose of transfer and preservation. Iza had already browsed through it. The method should be outlined here. Iza pushed the book toward him. Iza's gaze fell upon the page Nice indicated. Steps and precautions for extracting the soul from a material organism. Steps and precautions for extracting the soul from an energy organism. Steps and precautions for extracting the soul from a law organism. No. He shook his head. This still follows the current biological classification. The soul we are attempting to separate cannot simply be categorized into these 3 biological realms. Moreover, I see. There is subjective malice. Iza recalled the attack he encountered in the cannibalistic house. This is the closest we have to our requirements. Let me think further. Nice furrowed his brow. Iza used one hand to flip through the book, terms sliding past his eyes. Rejected. Accelerated sedimentation is safe, requiring no direct contact, a very peaceful method. Unfortunately, it would take at least 20 years, and if the parasite has a very strong attachment to the host soul, separation is utterly impossible. There is no heavenly time to undertake this. The method of reformation directly shatters all souls together, then extracts them through different soul characteristics, followed by crystallization and reshaping. The original soul of the Chaos Child would also be shattered, making such an approach even more improbable. Iza turned to the next page and paused. A bold idea emerged in his mind. The method of reformation. Although the method is entirely impractical, it seems to offer a conceptual framework worth considering. Special circumstances indeed require special handling. He looked up. To summarize the topics that have emerged and await research. 1. The limits of energy conduction. 2. Addressing gaps in energy domain types. 3. Faster, better, simpler, and more widely applicable transformation methods. 4. Connections and underlying principles between energy domains. 5. The biological categories of plain children and related special energy research. 6. Exploration of the feasibility of directed positive, stable miracles. 7. Investigating methods of soul separation. 8. Initial exploration of the essence of the soul. 9. Revision of biological classification. Chapter 59. Very well. No need for that. Ashar stood up, maintaining the posture of cradling the horned girl in his right arm. Nice lifted his golden head from the book, gazing at him in confusion. There are still many pages left unread indeed. Ashar nodded. Stay here. He then walked straight out. No time to waste, he thought. Conventional methods always falter in terms of exposure, timing, or completeness. That is precisely why they are conventional. A day's time, in the perspective of a demon's life, is but the snap of a finger, almost equivalent to immediate action, right here, right now. Ashar felt a twinge of concern that if he merely blinked, a day might slip by. He suddenly realized he had not slept in what felt like ages, though he had fainted numerous times. He stood atop the lookout, surveying the courtyard, deep in thought. This contemplation was of great significance. There are ways, yet none without risk. The distinction lies in which risk to embrace. The risks of exceeding the deadline and of destroying the very essence of the child of chaos are both unacceptable. The former would leave the world in a state of chaotic hell, while the latter would eradicate chaos altogether. Ashar pondered, concluding that neither outcome was tolerable. It appeared the only option was to risk his own life. Yet, before that, there were matters to attend to. Nis emerged from a pile of books, his golden head bobbing as he burrowed like a groundhog. Suddenly, a knife slammed onto the writing desk before him, lacking a sheath. The hilt and spine were embedded in a mass of golden threads, forming intricate magical symbols, while the blade emitted dark particles like splashing water. It was Ashar's dark iron curved blade. The sorcerer looked up to find that the demon Minter had returned, cradling the slumbering horned girl in his arms, standing resolutely before him. Teacher? Farewell, Ashar said. Nis took a moment to realize he was addressing the hellhound. The large dog appeared from nowhere, wagging its thick, club-like tail, obediently settling on a thick cushion. I have matters to attend to outside. This time, the demon was speaking directly to him, pulling out several bottles containing quick runes and marrow stones, along with a book, seemingly clearing his arms of the previous contents. Take these for now. These. Nis gazed in astonishment at the curved blade imbued with genuine chaotic power, a formidable protective weapon that the teacher had always carried. Ashar sat down leisurely, appearing to have much to convey. Can your plane transfer spell target distant souls? Nis felt an ominous premonition rise within him. No. Is it that you have not tried? I have not tried. Nis observed how the demon's inquiries were often remarkably precise. I could enlist the assistance of Shankalabi, but the success rate remains uncertain. Possibly only a theoretical possibility no matter. Ashar waved his hand, and a metallic hourglass filled with bone sand flew to the desk. He flipped the hourglass over, scratching 2 claw marks on one metallic edge. You may not yet be adept at calculating time. Observe this. Nis nodded, dazed. All right. Nis felt a twinge of anxiety. His keen mind quickly picked up on the implications in Ashar's words. Why? Do you wish to? I said if. Listen. If you wish to remember, then do so. But refrain from asking questions for now. Ashar snapped his fingers, and all the books on the table were abruptly pushed aside, haphazardly stacked into a towering pile. He lifted a leg and sat atop the table. Nis was taken aback, fully comprehending what Ashar was implying. Where are you going? I will accompany you, he exclaimed urgently. I said do not ask questions, the lead. Ashar fixed him with a gaze until he was compelled into silence. Very well. To persuade them to accompany you. Simply inform them of what you are about to do. Nis nodded, resigned to comply. The second matter, if the world is fortunate enough to avoid destruction, then the next step is to find a body for Kikir. Any naturally occurring body that does not fall into disorder will suffice. I trust you and Shankalabi will quickly master the method of infusion, and with these quick runes and marrow stones as a source of energy, it will undoubtedly be sufficient. Additionally, even if matters seem to settle, do not lower your guard. Kikir requires the utmost level of sanctuary. Do not fear the cumbersome procedures of application, for greater troubles will arise otherwise. Ashar gestured. In order. The third matter, together with Kikir, contact the Grand Life Master Tyriliki. Just state that we need to resurrect a soulless being. There is a direct bloodline connection to Zakisi, and her residual energy has been preserved within this creature's belly. Ashar pointed towards the farewell, adding that Ivor knows all the information regarding the lady to be resurrected. Have Tyriliki contemplate a solution. If he refuses, then consider Kikir as collateral. Nis felt his body stiffen. After a second, he realized Ashar was staring at him. Why do you not smile? I said smile. The demon grinned, revealing teeth, for the spirits were all kind-hearted fools, especially since Kikir was his prized pupil. Tyriliki would surely comply. Nis felt his entire face freeze. He tugged at the corners of his mouth in vain. Truly unappealing, Ashar remarked objectively. The fourth matter, clarify the facts with Shankalabi. If you are unaware of the facts, inquire with Kikir. Then, Inform Shankalabi that although the facts are as such, it is still somewhat embarrassing not to have fulfilled their requests. Teacher Nice stammered, a mix of concern and fear in his voice. Do not rush. It will soon be your turn. Ashar glanced at him, motioning for him to gather his belongings. Farewell. Take care. Do not point the knife towards yourself. It is not difficult, is it? Once the tasks are completed, all research topics will be of utmost importance. However, considering the urgency of the situation, it matters not if they are completed last. Ashar pondered briefly, raising his hand to add 2 lines on the resting stone tablet. He then opened a crystal vial and retrieved a vibrant red marrow stone. Keep this. Even in my absence, you will have free access to my courtyard. You may utilize all the energy chambers, material pools, and stone heaps, but solely for research purposes. Teacher Nice suddenly stood, uncertain of what to do, then crouched down abruptly as if struck by a severe angina attack. Where are you going? Please, allow me to assist you. I beg you. Shoo. Ashar pointed to the girl in his arms, looking at him flatly. There is no need for unnecessary words. Do you remember? Chapter 60. The unopenable door. Nice opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, perhaps due to the languid nature of the air. The demon flicked its fingers, propelling a vibrant crimson gem into his golden curls, which rebounded off his scalp and tumbled down, falling from the nape of his neck and rolling onto the ground. Nice, in a daze, picked it up and examined it closely. Do you remember? I remember. Icha reiterated, transforming the question into a statement. He clenched the red stone tightly. I remember. It's possible. Icha nodded affirmatively. He was not idle. His free hand glided along the formidable bone spines, caressing the back of the hellhound before tapping its rear. He tilted his head back and sneezed greenly. A golden horn chain burst forth from the hellhound's gaping maw. Remaining still, he deftly caught it midair, swirling it around leisurely before wrapping it around his left hand. He snapped his fingers and vanished from the air alongside the horned girl. Nice made no further attempts to intervene or speak. He solemnly pulled the heavy metallic hourglass before him, fixated on it. The infernal winds of hell were sweltering and silent. Icha hovered silently beside the opaque, thick window of the tower, his back pressed against the rough, disaster-worn stone wall, gazing down at his courtyard. The 72 columnar demon statues within the courtyard lay in disarray, with roughly a quarter irreparably damaged, their shattered remnants scattered in a corner. Rare plants had been incinerated, meticulously laid stone pathways were cracked, their edges warped, marred by shoddy repairs. The entire courtyard appeared to be in dire need of its master's pity. However, Icha's thoughts wandered elsewhere. He understood Nice's thoughts well enough, but whether to elucidate them to others warranted consideration. A careful reevaluation. Explaining the situation to Zakisi would clearly yield more disadvantages than advantages. Informing Yifemi would bring neither benefit nor detriment. Thus, no further words were necessary. He touched his face, then placed his palm upon the girl's delicate, soft black curls, merging his perceptions with that of the chaotic progeny. In an instant, the tension released like a taut spring, shattering his vision. It reformed. Countless irregular scenes erupted like shattered glass, competing to leap from the toxic, syrupy void, encircling him in an instant. They resembled a throng of spectators clamoring to witness a street performance, pushing and shoving to secure a front-row position. The edges of various images intertwined and overlapped, presenting their spectacles to him as if vying for his attention. Icha surveyed the surroundings, searching for his intended destination. He found it, a large, gray-black door devoid of adornments. Handles, or cracks, was mirrored within a crystalline hexagonal image above him. To the left, right, and above the door, 3 differently colored torches emitted light. 3 indistinct halos illuminated the left half of the door, signaling the twilight of a day. The unopenable door. The entrance to the city of compassion, Gamanidi. Icha tilted his head back, one arm embracing the girl, while the other extended with fingers splayed towards the gray-black door's reflection above. His hand seemed to pierce through ice. A whip-like chill coursed through his arm, freezing his flesh inch by inch. The 6 corners of the image reflecting the gray-black door bent downward, flipping upside down like a rough-edged ice cream scoop, cleanly rotating once to excavate him from his original space. Teleportation. May Gamanidi welcome me, Icha thought. As the gray-black door loomed closer, it transformed into a shadowy city wall shrouded in mist, towering to an unfathomable height. Near the wall's edge, a deep, round void resembled a colossal eye socket. Icha froze midair. It could not be termed flight. His limbs were nearly immobilized. At the periphery of Gamenidi, the usual rules of behavior had ceased to apply. He endeavored to maintain his posture, using his neck to cradle the girl's head while cautiously surveying his surroundings. To the left, center, and right stood 3 torches. Yet these were not mere torches. They were 3 immense eyeballs affixed atop towering iron spires. Their pupils were larger than castles, with irises patterned as thick as garden pathways, each continuously overflowing with a honey-like luminescence. At such a close distance, the distinctions among them were strikingly clear. The left eyeball was smooth and serene, radiating a rosy glow, appearing tranquil and gentle. The center one erupted with dazzling silver-blue light. The farthest yet the most brilliant. The right one, in stark contrast, appeared rather dim, enveloped in a gossamer veil of pale light. In that moment, the eyeballs turned. Their royal fountain-like pupils fixated intently on Icha and the girl in his arms, as if a viscous glow had splashed upon them. Icha attempted to move his fingers, reminiscent of a previous memory, yet they remained utterly still. "Have you seen that handsome young man?" The dim eyeball on the right addressed the others, its voice reminiscent of a malnourished old woman. "Indeed, grandmother," replied the rosy-eyed girl to the left, sounding akin to a 16 or 17-year-old maiden. Well, ahem." The dim old woman chuckled softly. "But have you seen that girl?" "Indeed, grandmother," the youthful rosy-eyed maiden chimed in, giggling. "I suspect you do not fancy her, grandmother." Her rosy gaze lightly brushed over them. "Shall I chase her away?" "Good afternoon, Celine, Diana, Hecate. It is a pleasure to see you again," Icha interjected promptly. "Oh dear, this is quite the surprise. Mother, grandmother, he has come from below, yet he recognizes us," the rosy-eyed girl named Celine exclaimed in astonishment. As her last word echoed, she wobbled upwards from her fixed position atop the iron tower, tracing an unnatural arc before plummeting like a bolt, embedding herself seamlessly into the hollow void at the center of the unopenable door. "Please, allow me to speak," Icha urged. "The handsome young man wishes us to listen," Hecate reminded. "Grandmother, do not rush. Let me see who he is first." Celine's voice cascaded like dawn, vibrant and effulgent, filling Icha's view with countless rosy clouds. "Please stand straight. There will be some minor examinations," the youthful eyeball gently instructed. With these words, Icha sensed his body being inverted and suspended. Chapter 61. Compliance with distribution. This is indeed the correct posture. Gravity here is entirely reversed, and now, there is no need to exert all my strength to prevent the girl in my arms from slipping away. Serene's rosy gaze clings to the top of his head. "Oh, dear granddaughter, allow me," the old woman, Hecate, said in a strange tone, her eyes shimmering with a faint light. "No fighting allowed." Suddenly, the brilliant silver-blue eye of Diana spoke with authority. "Do not rush, grandmother." Serene's melodious voice chimed in. "Guess what? He is still alive. They are both alive. 2 living beings. One a demon and one." She paused. "No self-destruction," Diana stated coldly. "That shouldn't count," Ika argued rationally. "I do not intend to self-destruct. I merely need to be dead for a moment." Diana seemed to contemplate for a while, then sternly replied, "No wordplay allowed." "All right, mother." "He knows," Serene gently interrupted her. "I have examined his physical condition. He is quite clever. Now it is my time to speak, is it not?" Hecate let out a low hum. "You are at the door. You may speak." Diana showed no objection. "Naturally. This young demon, Ika, is it? My mother may have been a bit too direct. If you do not mind, I can explain," Serene offered. "Please do. Firstly, you should know that the City of Charity welcomes every soul, but merely the soul." The warm light of Serene enveloped him. "Regardless of your purpose, you must shed your corporeal form to enter the Gamenidi. There are no exceptions. This is precisely my aim." Ika thought. Once within Gamenidi, the obscuring veil of the corporeal shell would be lifted, and the 2 intertwined souls within the Child of Chaos would be clearly unveiled before him, significantly easing the challenge of their separation. The Child of Chaos cannot interact with ordinary energy spells. Yet the laws of Gamenidi hold the utmost priority in the chaotic abyss and will undoubtedly apply to beings with souls. In the chaotic abyss, no other place matches the level and scale of Gamenidi, a closed sanctuary. If they could transcend their physical forms directly, the hostile soul within the girl would have no means of external exposure, thereby eliminating the risk of contamination. Moreover, the integrity of the soul would remain unscathed, provided he protects it, and all of this would transpire swiftly. From the perspectives of time, exposure, and preservation, there is no superior alternative. "Understood. Please continue," Serene said. Thank you for your ever-considerate demeanor, as legendary as it is. It truly moves me. But I said, no problem, Hecate grumbled impatiently. Your charm has left grandmother feeling quite restless, young demon. Serene laughed. I hope you are not troubled. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. This was Diana's cold, moonlit response. Now, let us discuss self-murder and the murder of others. You see, if you enter alive, you would be committing suicide. Bringing this living girl in would be tantamount to murdering her. This is a serious matter in Geminity, which would complicate your journey. She pondered her words. Then satisfied, added, enriching. I believe neither of these charges holds merit. Regrettably, that is not for us to decide. You must wait until you reach the balcony to face the judgment of souls. Then I should only begin to worry from that point onward, Ika said calmly. Perhaps we should expedite the process and distribute us from the front desk sooner. Serene let out a bright laugh. Naturally, but do you not wish to know what will transpire? I can tell you. This is a special privilege, considering my grandmother seems particularly fond of you. Despite Serene's amiable demeanor, this was hardly a compelling reason, and Ika was not very interested in hearing. No. As the front desk, we are obligated to truthfully inform you of what is to come, Diana interjected abruptly, her tone suddenly harsh. Ika felt a shift in his heart, noticing her emphasis on truthfully. Very well. Please proceed, he said after a moment of thought. Strangely, no one responded. The dawn-like girl did not continue the previous topic. A silence enveloped the room. Oh, mother. Mother. Serene spoke again, her gentle voice tinged with annoyance. I said, it is my turn to speak. Do not forget, I am at the door. Please refrain from interrupting me again. I do not wish to make our already rare guest a source of amusement, provided you are speaking the truth. I have warned you many times. Diana maintained her chilling tone, showing no distinction even with her daughter. The front desk prohibits lying. Another silence fell. Only Hecate quietly muttered to herself, He looks just like my dream lover. All right. I will heed you, mother. Who could resist your radiant splendor? You are above all. After a while, Serene broke the silence. Her glow intensified momentarily before quickly returning to its gentle warmth. Well, let us start anew. She sweetly addressed Ika. There was one point I overlooked. The balcony will indeed consider our opinions from the front desk. Explain to him what compliance with distribution entails, Diana said coldly. Naturally, that is only fitting. Serene quickly stated, pausing. All right. What else? Diana's tone turned severe. Serene shot a glance at Diana, her massive eye glimmering as if a comet had changed course. It was strikingly apparent. I believe she means you should tell me what compliance with distribution specifically represents, Ika offered as assistance. She did not say that. What she should have said is that the front desk is powerless regarding the subsequent procedures. Ika frowned. He had already noticed the discrepancies in Serene and Diana's words. He simply did not wish to engage in a dispute within an I family, nor in any family dispute for that matter. It now appeared that Serene was not as gentle and harmonious as the bedtime stories depicted. She had described the situation in two entirely different manners. However, given the gravity of the matter, his concern for this was of minimal priority. Chapter 62. The pale remnant of the sun. Isa resolved to suppress his bewilderment. He gazed at Selene through the ethereal, rose-tinted light that enveloped the atmosphere. To the discerning eye, she was delicate and beautiful, yet neither friendly nor sincere. He had not traversed the front desk of Ganymedes. His previous visit had been an accidental trespass, bypassing the convoluted protocols. Naturally, during his desperate attempts to depart, he had encountered these curvaceous ladies on a few occasions, and coupled with the notorious tales that circulated throughout the chaotic inferno, he could be said to possess a rudimentary understanding of them, albeit not entirely accurate. Well, she had transformed into the most striking orb within his vision. Now listen to my judgment. Wait. Isa interjected. I merely inquired. We have yet to discuss my intentions regarding self-murder or the murder of others. Selene disregarded his protests. Her gentle tone escalated to a thunderous resonance, her pupils emanating a blinding cone of light that enveloped him entirely. Isa, son of Sincards. As she uttered his name, he felt every part of his being tugged forward, drawn inexorably towards the vast pupil of that rose-hued orb. He stared into the abyssal depths of her gaze and blinked. Hello, Selene. His limbs felt immobile, uncertain whether she was willfully ignoring him or simply did not hear. Thus, he contorted his head at an odd angle, attempting to capture her attention. You Haven T informed me what I should do if I comply with the assignment. What if I refuse? I believe I have the right to know. According to the corporeal vessel you possess and the crimes you are about to commit, Diana shouted, Celine. Prohibition. Mother. Do not disregard the reception manual. I am at the door. You all must heed my words. Do not interrupt me again. Celine erupted into a chilling scream. Izza was momentarily engulfed in darkness, followed by a second scream, this one emanating from a mature woman's voice, laden with unbearable agony. He turned in that direction, witnessing a blinding, rose-hued beam erupting from above Celine, piercing the distant chaotic boundaries like a dueling sword. The beam penetrated the dazzling, silver-blue orb. Diana bellowed, Celine. Prohibition. Only the one at the door is permitted to speak. Celine's voice pierced through Diana's, amplified. The rose-hued light surged through the silver-blue radiance, creating a series of dazzling waves. Perhaps due to the power of the locked door, Celine appeared even more formidable and resplendent than her mother. The rose-hued light forced its way into Diana's form, inflicting harm as though it had burst a water balloon. A cacophony of metallic friction ensued as the silver-blue Diana slid down the iron tower, rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. Yet, in Izza's eyes, her swift descent gave the illusion of her expanding. Celine continued to shriek, relentlessly pursuing her with that terrifying light, while Diana spiraled, leaving behind a burning trail, silver-blue spots cascading like autumn leaves. Even Izza found himself momentarily at a loss for thought amidst this sudden upheaval. He heard a voice beside him. In the next moment, he felt himself being drawn in a singular direction. A faint white light illuminated him from the side. Izza turned to find Hecate gazing at him languidly, as if just awakened. Aren't you going to consider maintaining order? Izza said, wishing he could massage his temples if only his limbs were not incapacitated. It seemed somewhat absurd for a demon to seek to uphold order. However, he could not conjure any other words to fill the awkward silence. You truly care for others, charming young man. Hecate's gaze remained fixed, too lethargic to even glance upward, her ancient voice imbued with an overly familiar warmth. No need. We are, after all, one. The rose-tinted dawn shall supplant the silver-blue full moon, while the pale remnant of the sun shall sink below the horizon. You have seen me, charming young man. Do you recall what was different then? Izza pondered intently. You were a full moon, and Diana was the dawn? A large mass of silver-blue, pudding-like radiance plummeted onto his shoulder. Looking up, he noted that Diana's counterattack had proven effective. Celine's upper half was now adorned with silver-blue spots, emanating vapor that twisted the very fabric of space, oozing liquid. The rose-hued orb of the maiden appeared to have diminished, swaying within the gaping void of the dark door. Hecate chuckled softly. This is abnormal. The cycle does not progress this swiftly. Celine would not easily lose her patience. In the myriad cycles, this indeed deviates from the norm. I can surmise, perhaps incorrectly. You hold a unique purpose. Celine has uncovered your little secret behind you. That secret is what troubles her. What secret does she possess? Do not inquire of me, charming young man. It is a secret, after all, Hecate reproached. I am old and weary of deciphering your intentions. I merely wish to gaze upon young and beautiful men a while longer, to converse with you. Izza was uncertain of her aesthetic standards. Thus he straightforwardly replied, Please allow me to enter. I am pressed for time. I understand. Thank you for your candor. Your current assistance suffices. Much appreciated, Izza stated. Please permit me entry. Mother. Diana seemed to have sustained a grievous blow. Her icy voice shattered, calling out to Hecate from above. Large clusters of silver-blue spots descended like meteor showers. Here it comes, my dear daughter, Hecate remarked nonchalantly, ascending above the iron tower that had ensnared her. Uncertain of the fierce battle that had transpired between the two ladies, Celine, now reduced to half her size and teetering precariously, while Diana was riddled with holes and fragmented. Hecate leisurely approached Celine, gently striking, sending the rose-hued orb hurtling aside like a ball. In her place, the pallid Hecate embedded herself into the void of the door, her once dim radiance instantly magnifying thousands of times in brilliance. Old crone, Celine seethed through clenched teeth, yet she still exuded a veneer of gentleness. Mother. Prohibition. Diana called out, yet she remained steadfast in her adherence to the rules. Diana, my dear daughter, cease your words. When will you learn to be more carefree? Hecate's voice resonated with solemnity and allure, and Izza suddenly realized that he was indeed witnessing her full moon state at that moment. Ladies, bear the consequences of your actions. Please proceed, she declared. Izza felt his limbs regain mobility. Thank you, he said without hesitation, propelling himself swiftly towards the dark door as if to collide with it headlong. "Why are you thanking her?" he heard the chaotic child in his arms question. Chapter 63. When we speak of purity, what do we mean? Because. Aika instinctively glanced down at himself, where two asymmetrical eyes, one pitch black, the other fiery red, gazed back at him. The girl clutched his clothing with one hand while the other encircled his neck. He had no recollection of when she had placed her hands in those positions. "Why?" She spoke in two vastly contrasting tones, one eerie and the other perplexed. Crash. He felt one side of his body pressed against rough, cold metal. A sharp inward jolt. His face overlapped with the grim, gray door. It felt as though he were plummeting from an altitude of 100,000 meters into the ocean, only to crash against the barnacle-encrusted seabed after a brief moment of cushioning. And then, he had to penetrate further. Aika tightened his grip on the horned girl, clutching himself with the other hand. They were passing through an impenetrably thick door, akin to a city wall. One eye was submerged within the door's interior. He felt as though he might be torn apart. The agony of having one's flesh forcibly stripped away in a state of vitality surpassed the sum of all opposing joys. He desperately commanded his will to grasp the girl's shoulder, uncertain if he had succeeded. Every sensation, touch, sound, sight, became exorbitantly precious, each one beyond his means to afford. Pain consumed his entire being. As he traversed that grim, heavy door, its sharpness pierced through him. He felt all his insides scrape against the rough, oyster-like metal, each cell crying out in agony. He nearly howled, if only he could produce a sound. The piercing pain, the tearing agony, the anguish of dismemberment. All his nerves betrayed him, turning against one another. They wielded knives against each other, wielding heated tongs to strike at one another's faces. Hacking down from shoulder to thigh, he sensed his spine cracking from both sides. "Do not faint. Hold on to her. Do not faint. Hold on to her. Just one more second. Just one more second." Is willpower, after all, energy? Aika grasped at this distracting lifeline amidst the chaotic torrent of his thoughts, fervently pondering this question. Is willpower indeed energy? Scrape, 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 snap, click, pop. It is difficult to articulate this sensation. It was as though he had suddenly fallen from a mountain of blades and flames into a pile of cotton. Dear travelers, you may find it hard to believe, but the realm of chaos, despite its name, is one of the purest places in this world. This is no exaggeration. I pose a question. When we speak of purity, what do we truly mean? Generally, we refer to the unified natural landscapes of the chaotic realm, devoid of standards yet instinctively similar in their artificial constructs. Everything is designed to be sensational and troublesome, with functionality relegated to a secondary concern. Additionally, let us not forget that rarefied populations, 90% of which consist of demons, dwell within. Perhaps even the demons, who have existed within this chaos for millennia, remain oblivious to the fact that their headless, erratic behaviors create a macrocosmic harmony. Indeed, much like angels, I would deem demons to be pure beings. Although they are among the sentient creatures, they seldom possess genuine intentions throughout their lives. When they do harbor a desire, they typically pursue it unreservedly, even if it renders them foolish in the eyes of others. For instance, severing the flow of water, shattering clouds, consuming everything pickled, crafting emeralds from wheat, manifesting virtual images from their minds, and attempting to discover a universal algorithm capable of determining whether any given Diophantine equation has integer solutions, thereby resolving such issues once and for all. When we speak of purity, my friends, we are indeed referring to such foolish matters. They plunged into the realm of gamenity, enveloped by it. Their bodies remained outside the door. Only their souls were permitted entry. Aika rolled over and floated upwards. He became aware that his right hand was grasping a slender arm, an arm with red skin, belonging to the horned girl. Looking up, he saw a delicate, charming face. There was no time to observe the surroundings, only a shadow fleeing rapidly into the distance, the soul that had separated from the child of chaos. Aika quickly pursued, his left hand reaching for his waist. He grasped the slender object. As he suspected, it was not a pure entity. It could be brought within. Swish. The crimson tail lashed out from his waist, drawing a beautiful arc as it struck toward the shadow like a serpent. The heart-shaped tip pierced into the shadow's back. Aika leaped forward in hot pursuit, flicking his wrist to form a lasso in midair, aiming to ensnare the shadow. Just as he was about to bind it, the shadow suddenly let out a chilling laugh, curling into a ball and smashing downward, altering its trajectory. The long whip could not catch up. and the shadow instantly sank halfway into the ground. Aika swiftly blinked to that spot, employing the same method he had used in his corporeal form. He had to act first. The blink was not as nimble as before. He could distinctly feel it was not instantaneous movement, but rather he traced a path through the air. He still landed before the shadow, which was reduced to a mere head. The long whip coiled into a ball, raised like a hammer. Almost simultaneously, the shadow merged with the ground, a massive clump uprooted. Crack! That unknown material was compressed into a sphere, with the shadow caught within like the filling of a sesame pastry, emitting a sound akin to a mouse ensnared. Aika caught a glimpse of the horned girl standing beside him, her hand extended in a pinching motion. He unfurled the long whip, wrapping it around the entire sphere, securing it tightly like a gift, pulling it back into his hands, a sphere roughly the size of a human head. The shadow thrashed within the whip's confines, desperately struggling but unable to escape its restraints, huddling in despair at its center. "Who are you?" Aika inquired of the shadow. The only response was a breathy, deflating laugh and silence. "Do you know who he is?" He turned to the horned girl, noticing her eyes had regained their beautiful, flame-like orange-red hue. Her bright gaze was fixed intently upon him. "Are you all right?" That was likely an indication of unawareness, Aika thought. "I'm fine. How about you?" He indeed noted that the horrific pain had vanished entirely. Instinctively, he raised his other hand to wipe away sweat. Then he simultaneously discovered two things. First, there was no sweat on his brow. Second, two hands reached out toward his forehead, colliding with one another. Aika halted his hand and turned his head, discovering a translucent figure, androgynous and closely pressed against his back. He was astonished that he had not noticed it before. At that moment, a wave of coolness slowly surged into his heart. The translucent figure also bore a pair of wings, extending its hand to silently wipe his forehead. Chapter 64. "There is something behind you, there is something behind you," said the horned girl. The realm of Gaminet lacked a clear distinction between heaven and earth. No matter the direction one gazed, it was a monotonous expanse of brown. Everything blended together, making it difficult to discern outlines, whether near or far. Against the bothersome brown backdrop, a shadowy, indistinct figure loomed closely behind him. As Iza turned his head, he found himself nose to nose with it. It was wiping the sweat from his brow. He saw it. Iza gripped the trembling whip cage in his hand, scrutinizing the figure's face, which indeed possessed a shape. Yet when he focused his gaze, it appeared shrouded in a veil of mist. He took 2 steps forward. The translucent figure maintained the same distance, as if it were adhered to him. Looking down, he noticed that this somewhat ghastly entity had no feet. Its torso seemed to merge with his waist, twisting in unison with his movements, akin to branches sprouting from a tree trunk. Iza raised his hand to touch it, feeling a texture reminiscent of a sparse jelly. He extended his right arm, and it passed through the figure's body as if traversing gel. "It's an angel," the girl stated again. "It had a pair of wings behind it, truly resembling an angel." "You possess 2 souls within you," Iza recalled Nisa's words. He nearly forgot that not only the 2 souls of the child of chaos would separate upon shedding their shell, his would too. Nis was right. Indeed, there were 2 souls. He turned his head directly towards the figure behind him, which was not difficult given his current state. He faced the hazy shadow, the other side of the coin, the initial status of a fallen angel. However, it seemed different from the shadow that had detached from the girl. This entity did not appear to be an independent soul. Rather, it seemed to cling to him. "Hello," Izzy addressed the indistinct visage. He was curious to know if it possessed independent consciousness. "Hello," the shadow of the fallen angel echoed back, vacantly mimicking his words. Was it merely imitating his actions? Iza raised a hand in greeting, and the shadow of the fallen angel waved back. But wait, there was a delay of a few seconds. It was not an exact mirror image. It neither imitated perfectly nor seemed to possess autonomous awareness. Could it be following his thoughts and movements? "Can you act independently?" The shadow of the fallen angel remained silent and motionless. Perhaps it could not comprehend the concept of acting independently. Surprisingly, the translucent figure nodded slightly. It could understand the question. "What is your name?" Ripples formed on the blurred visage as it responded, "Ichin Tinkadisu." It felt peculiar to hear a faceless being affixed to his back utter his name. Yet Iza was pleased to engage in a verbal exchange with the shadow of his status. "Turn around," he commanded silently. The shadow of the fallen angel obediently complied, its wings sweeping across his face, lacking the essence of true wings, instead resembling a fluid that created a semi-ethereal barrier. Izza tentatively grasped the shadow's wings, envisioning a feather fan transforming into a complete illusion and a solid entity. Unexpectedly, both attempts succeeded. Once the wings passed through his hand like air, and another time, he firmly plucked a feather from it. Indeed, he could manipulate it directly with his will, even switching between the ethereal and the tangible. However, it seemed that this ability was confined to the realm of Gaminet. Further exploration was warranted. Izza rolled the feather between his fingers before letting it fall. Once released, it quickly dissipated into the air. He gazed at the fading specks of light. Thus, it appeared that the items on the shadow of his status could not depart from their host. Consequently, the shadow could not detach from him either. He issued a new command in his mind. The translucent, indistinct shadow turned around, raising a hand to clasp his in a gentle shake. Surprisingly effective. Izza suddenly realized that directing the shadow of his status felt no different from simply raising his own arm or wings. The limbs belonging to the shadow of the initial fallen angel felt akin to a newly grown sixth finger, capable of fluid movement. It merely required him to forget his habitual actions, adapt, and concentrate more intently. Hey! The horned girl leaned closer, tugging at his arm. Izza gently tapped her head, signaling her to wait. Unable to restrain his thoughts, the shadow of the fallen angel reached out and tapped the girl as well. Huh! She exclaimed. There were nearly 100,000 urgent matters at hand. He was aware of that. However, there was one final task, albeit not of utmost importance, that needed addressing. The girl was now grasping his hand, while her other hand carefully lifted the whip cage containing the imprisoned shadow from his grasp. It feels strange to call your own name. I shall bestow upon you a new one, he thought to the translucent figure before him. The shadow of the fallen angel nodded solemnly. This name had long been decided. Though not originated by him, it was fitting for this context. When I call this name, it will be as if I am calling you, he stated. I shall name you Lucifer. Lucifer. Your name is Lucifer. My name is Lucifer, the shadow repeated. Someone is coming, the girl exclaimed, hanging onto his arm, swaying slightly. Look, the liberated horned girl appeared invigorated, one hand holding the whip cage while the other pointed into the distance. There, two vividly colored figures emerged, trailing a dazzling array of remnants against the deep brown monotony. Bending and leaping towards them, there was no escape. The girl tugged at a strand of her hair, tilting her head as if suggesting or assessing the situation. They will take you to the balcony. She referred to you, not us. Izza pondered the implications of this distinction, yet the two dazzling, elongated figures had already thrust themselves before him like two mutated sardines. They possessed prominent, widely spaced eyes, one figure predominantly red, the other green. They stood before him, twisting their heads to gain a clear view. Izza noticed they did not even glance at the girl. Welcome to Gaminet. I am Baron. He is Babas. The red figure stepped forward, adorned with a wrinkled smile. We guide all pure spirits into the sunlight. Please surrender yourself to us. Clearly, there was no sunlight here. The only association with sunlight was the location known as the balcony. Izza weighed the necessity of pleasantries or the possibility of escape. He glanced at the child of chaos, who had regained his vitality, cradling the whip cage with eager excitement, showing no desire to leave. Noticing his lack of response, the green guard, Babas, raised his finned hand and coldly remarked, "Both guards speak solely to you." It appeared they truly could not see the girl. Baron and Babas exchanged glances, requiring no physical turn of their heads. From nowhere, they conjured a massive, rigid rainbow. Then they knocked him unconscious. Chapter 65, Four Voices and the Canoe. The rainbow, harder than diamond, had surely done more than merely render him unconscious. In a state of half-dream, Izza felt an overwhelming fatigue. He had heard the extreme state of weariness described as having one's soul hollowed out. I truly feel as though my soul is being emptied, he thought. He felt akin to a canoe, adrift in a somber, boundless sea, as monstrous waves surged menacingly from afar. At that critical moment, he suddenly discovered a sizable hole in his abdomen, from which water was seeping, and he felt exceedingly weary. Wake up, a voice whispered in his ear, a crisp and lively tone belonging to a girl. He had just been on the verge of sleep when she roused him. I am so tired. I am but a canoe, he thought. His eardrums could barely muster the energy to vibrate. Bubbles gurgled from the fissure in his belly. He resolved to rest briefly, closing his eyes once more. Wake up, another voice called to him. This time, the tone was hollow, sacred, and devoid of emotion, akin to a cold, rising draft that cradled the sides of his canoe, cushioning him between himself and the surface of the sea. The influx of water slowed. He cracked his eyelids open, peering into the sky of his consciousness. He became aware of a dark blue void at the edge of the firmament, something moving within its depths, as though something existed that was spying on him. Perhaps it was merely a pattern in the heavens. His gaze was too unfocused to distinguish it clearly. He sensed that he had ceased to descend. The water entering his body had become sluggish. Yet, he was truly fatigued. Get up, get up. The voices continued to call him. As the monstrous waves approached, their thunderous roar echoing behind him, though he gradually learned to ignore them. I need to rest for just a moment. No one can stop. Wake up, Buzz. All right, to hell with it. Though his eyes were closed, an irritating little white fly buzzed past him. He lacked the strength to swat it away and could only open his eyes. The bothersome fly vanished, leaving only the sky, which loomed to a height that induced discomfort in his heart. He felt a heaviness settle in his chest, releasing a deep sigh. I must turn over. Just a simple turn. With great effort, Iza attempted to roll onto his side, forgetting that he was a canoe. The surface of the sea tipped over, dark waves, thick as oil, surged toward him. As a canoe, he nearly found himself face down in the dreadful, murky waters. The ocean's ripples reflected in his eyes, and he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him again. Wake up. The fourth voice sounded, distinctly different, a male voice. Iza felt the urge to laugh. Nothing was more amusing than being encircled by four noisy entities just as one was about to drift off to sleep. Wake up. The fourth voice repeated. This tone, resembling a fallen egg white, was lethargic, even conveying the sense that it too was on the brink of slumber. Yet, it sounded near, very real. Simultaneously, something akin to a grappling hook latched onto the bottom of his canoe. No, it was not a metallic grappling hook. It was claws, sharp, avian talons digging into the wood between the slats. Claws. Something resembling bird talons gripped him. He heard the sound of wings flapping slowly. A pair of broad wings lifted him, swaying as they pulled him from the water's surface. He wished to turn his head, again forgetting that he was a canoe. Wake up, Buzz. He was rising further from the water's surface. The monstrous waves brushed against his sail, slowly retreating into the distance, fading into a momentary silence. The gloomy sea, the oppressive air, and the stifling space receded from him. Wake up. Iza awoke. He beheld a brown ground. Uncertain if it truly was the ground, for many scenes in Geminity bore a brown hue. The first sensation he registered was the undeniable grip of someone holding his arms, pulling him upward in an unnatural manner. He was indeed roused from his slumber. Iza turned his head to glimpse the benevolent demon. This time, he successfully turned his head. He was no longer a canoe. He beheld two long, white eyebrows draping over the figure's ears. You're awake? What a waste, the demon's spirit remarked. Iza blinked rapidly. Duke Vibura, it is a pleasure to see you again, he quickly replied. Yes, he had almost forgotten. Vibura was indeed in Geminity. The souls of demons invariably resided here. And perhaps due to the proximity of death, Vibura had not yet departed the balcony. They could very well be among the same batch. Despite still feeling weak, he managed to rise, politely extricating himself from Vibura's assistance. What is missing? Iza quickly scanned the surroundings. The child of chaos, along with the whip, had vanished. This is bad. No, it cannot be that she was captured. The guards did not see her. It seems the child of hell's condition here differs from that of these demon souls. Did she flee? He had just heard her attempting to rouse him. That was correct. Where could she have gone? No opportunity to ask her further questions. Iza suppressed his disquiet and surveyed the environment. Both he and Vibura were bathed in a golden, ominous sunlight, akin to a bee's sting. Rays of light streamed in from 6 directions, nearly illuminating every exposed part of their bodies, causing a frenzy of tiny, boiling bubbles to rise, releasing steam-like white smoke of intense heat. There was no shade. They found themselves encased in a transparent, bubble-like dome. Within this dome, there were only the two of them, and the space was filled with the high-temperature mist evaporating from their bodies, making it unbearable to remain as it drained their strength and sanity. He cast his gaze around. Against a dark brown backdrop, whether room or the earth's bottom was indiscernible, countless bubble-like domes mirrored their own, arranged in a gently undulating plane that extended beyond the reach of sight. Upon closer inspection, each misty bubble contained 1 or 2 souls. The entire background was monotonously dark brown, yet the intense sunlight seemed to emanate from nowhere, infiltrating every nook and cranny. rendering all demon souls incapable of escape. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending demise. This was undoubtedly the balcony, the city of benevolence, Geminity. Its love was as omnipresent as sunlight. Are we being judged? Iza curled his body to minimize his exposure to the sunlight, inquiring of Vibura. Dried. Vibura replied, not even opening his eyes, distilling away all elements unfavorable to the judgment. Chapter 66. Your infuriating little one suddenly appears. The process of drying is an integral part of the judgment pretreatment. It is known to those who seek knowledge. Its primary essence lies in rendering you incapable of uttering falsehoods through the obliteration of your consciousness. However, drying is not entirely effective, for some demons are inherently deceitful in every utterance. Therefore, further processes such as positive and negative assessments, as well as proofreading, follow to eliminate them. Ikar cast a glance across at Wabra, who shared a bubble of sunlight with him. Much like the last time he faced an abrupt intrusion, the ancient demon did not inquire why he was present or if he was the one responsible for his demise. There was no hint of resentment. In fact, he even roused him from his stupor. Perhaps this is what defines a true philosopher, truly awe-inspiring. Did you not promise me a set of succubus models? The genuine philosopher suddenly inquired. Yes, Ikar replied, feeling somewhat uneasy, as he had just intended to pose a few questions to Wabra. But we are dead now, you know. He attempted to elucidate this evident fact, yet somehow felt it to be a feeble assertion in the presence of the ancient demon. Alive or dead, what difference does it make? Wabra retorted, his tone steeped in negativity. Both states are devoid of meaning. Our existence is but a void. Whether we are alive or dead is inconsequential. Look at me. I sit here and converse with you. What difference does it make? Even if I could no longer speak with you, what would change? Indeed, I suppose so. Ikar attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Can you discern the passage of time? What time is it now? Or how long have I been unconscious? Time is crucial, immensely so. He recalled traversing the unopenable door into Geminity at dusk. Wabra disregarded his sentiments. Continuing in a droning manner, I see no significance in inquiring about time. We are all here. Geminity is eternal. Do you know what eternity is? It matters not if you do, for it is meaningless, utterly pointless. Ikar was still contemplating his response when a familiar voice began to echo incessantly in his ears. Die. Die. This loathsome old man is insufferable. Who allowed him to chatter so incessantly? Have I ever seen him? Why did I not crush him directly before? He felt a sudden stiffness coursing through him as the image of the canoe dream surged into his mind. The third voice calling him, like a fly buzzing about. It was no illusion. Ikar turned towards the source of the voice, looking up to the right. In the golden sunlight, amid the vapor, an inconspicuous, half-translucent white fly was fluttering. The temperature within the confining bubble, capable of incinerating souls, surged tenfold. His thoughts began to whirl chaotically. The fragmented soul of Beelzebub. When had it attached itself to him? This solitary shard still remembered him. So it was before the miracle occurred, when she had pierced him. The soul-detecting coin of Nice had not revealed it. No, it had. The coin had been experiencing subtle disturbances, yet he had overlooked it. Oh. A significant part of His Highness Beelzebub is present here as well. Wabra's tone remained unchanged. No surprise, no fear, nor resentment at being slain. Hello, he stated, even omitting curiosity. The soul fly tilted its body, attempting to kick Wabra with its legs, while the half-griffin demon gently raised a wing, creating a gust that sent her tumbling far away, flipping over several times. Total annihilation. Total annihilation. The diminutive Beelzebub soared back, then angrily articulated in a more comprehensible manner, I will ensure your entire family perishes. I will drive your nails into your eyes, and what significance does that hold? Wabra interjected, revealing a contemplative expression. Ikar could clearly sense he was weighing whether to append the term worthless to his statement. This momentary hesitation was the utmost respect the ancient demon could display. What was your name again? What is your name? You are doomed. I care not whether you are alive or dead. You and all your minions shall be ground to dust. The tiny Beelzebub seethed with fury, yet as a mere fragment of a soul, was powerless to fulfill her curse. Reveal your name. You had best be prepared. Dear princess, a name is merely a designation. What does it matter enough? Enough? Ikar interrupted, feeling somewhat conflicted and unable to calm himself. However, he understood that this dialogue with the impudent spirit could not continue. Wabra resumed his apathetic demeanor, falling silent. Die. The fragment of Beelzebub flew indignantly toward him. Basilia, Basilia, be still, be still. Icar felt as though these words were directed at him. Be still, be still. Lucifer suddenly emerged just above his head, solemnly reiterating his words. What a lively scene this has become, Wabra remarked, slightly raising an eyebrow, observing everything as if it were but smoke drifting past. Darling, darling. The little Beelzebub began to circle his head. All right, all right. The rising temperature and draining energy left Icar at a loss for words. By the way, we were just discussing, did you not promise me a set of succubus models? Wabra suddenly appeared invigorated, emerging from the meaningless dispute, recalling the original topic of profound significance. Icar pressed his hands to his head, burying his face in his knees, wrinkling his features in exasperation. What's wrong, dear? The little Beelzebub alighted atop his head. Basilia. Wait a moment. He raised a hand. Icar rubbed his face vigorously. Lucifer, he called out. The fallen angel initially remained silent, obediently appearing behind him. Can you change your appearance? Into that of a succubus or something similar? What is that? Lucifer asked, bewildered. Like this? Icar envisioned a beautiful succubus in his mind, adding, with a rabbit tail. Chapter 67, Rainbow Fishing in summary, after demonstrating the conceptual design of the future model to Wabra for half a day, and promising to find a physical version later, the devilish elder nodded in satisfaction and casually informed him of the correct time, according to external calculations. It was the early hours of the night before the Doomsday War began. This indicated that there was still half a day remaining. During this interval, Izzy attempted to break free from the bubble they were in, but concluded that it was impossible. All present were, to some degree, souls, and the specially crafted bubbles of the game amenity had complete binding power over them. The sunlight streamed in from 6 directions, above, below, in front, behind, to the left, and to the right. Baron and Babas flitted about like true sardines, skillfully maneuvering while wielding a bundle of rainbow strands, which were divided into 7 forks. Prodding at the bubble, the rainbows and sunlight seemed to share some intrinsic properties, allowing them to pass through the bubble's barriers unimpeded, and they could be easily manipulated in size by their hands. After this flurry of activity, if they could scrape off a suitably sized soul residue, one that neither crumbled into powder nor flowed like liquid, it would signify that the soul had been sufficiently dried and was ready for the next step of positive and negative identification. At this point, the rainbows would converge into a line as resilient and luminous as fishing line, piercing through the desiccated soul like a skewer, enabling them to reel it in and carry it away. Izza pressed against the transparent bubble wall, observing the conditions of the other souls, silently summarizing his findings. The drying process, in fact, was occurring rather swiftly, averaging less than a day, with significant variation depending on the strength of the individual. He witnessed a particularly feeble soul entering the adjacent bubble, which, within mere minutes, was deemed thoroughly dried and was fished out on a rainbow line. My dear, what are you pondering? Buzzed Beelzebub, landing on his shoulder, tilting its head and rubbing its hands together. I'm contemplating how to escape, Izza replied directly, having cast aside formalities. More accurately, he was devising a way to meet the standards for being deemed dried. He needed to leave this place quickly. The soul of the Chaos Child had already been separated and captured by them. This was, in fact, quite fortunate. He merely needed to devise a way to bypass these tedious processes, reunite with her, and eliminate the shadow that had been captured. If he could extract some information, that would be even better. You flee from your visage, racing to scatter the twin stars. He should have completed the true prophecy with this line. The next line was, a star falls, vanishing. This star should be the shadow that had been stripped from the Chaos Child. He was almost certain. They needed to find a way to ensure its complete descent. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a red shadow. Baron suddenly lifted his head like a shark sensing blood, swaying his body and darting towards them. Izza glanced around and identified the source of the scent. Wabra, listless, huddled in a smoky corner, began to emit shimmering particles that floated away. Izza approached and placed his hand on the elder's shoulder, the texture feeling dry and fragile, on the verge of crumbling. Wabra Duke, he called, but the devilish elder showed no reaction. He-s drying, buzzed Beelzebub nonchalantly. He-s about to be taken away. Then he can leave. Is amused, turning to the white fly on his shoulder. Can you attach yourself to him? Your size. It seems Baron shouldn't notice. Use this chance to sneak outside. Help me locate someone. Who? Beelzebub flew close to his face, its voice flat as still water. The little girl with horns who has been nearby. You may not have seen her. This is very important. Repeat that. The girl with. Izza realized Beelzebub had not misheard, but was once again in a fit of rage. However, it was too late. The white fly began to buzz furiously. Huh. Repeat that. Are you telling me to leave you? Do you wish to die again? Izza sighed, dismissively waving his hand to shoo her away. He caught sight of the approaching red shadow. Baron was drawing near. A rainbow streaked past Izza, striking Wabra, bending and awkwardly scraping under the demon elder's griffin wings. Baron was inspecting. Izza subtly turned his head to ascertain the position of the red sardine guard, positioning his body to obscure its line of sight. Lucifer. Emerge from the front. Hand, he mentally commanded. He had just discovered that it was unnecessary to summon Lucifer in full. He could merely reveal a portion of its body, such as a hand, which could connect with any part of Izza's own body without affecting its functionality. A smooth-skinned hand, slender and delicate with vividly red nails, quietly emerged from Izza's abdomen. He had forgotten to dispel Lucifer's seductive appearance. No matter. Izza discreetly maneuvered the demon's delicate hand towards the rainbow hook, gently. Lucifer's elegant finger touched the bend of the rainbow hook. At the point of contact, the 7 distinct light trails merged into a singular, dazzling white beam. Izza lifted Lucifer's finger, and the white light scattered back into trails. Indeed, the shadow of the fallen angel's status was, after all, the essence of an angel's order, differing fundamentally from their demonic essence. Although he had previously attempted it, Lucifer could not penetrate most of the facilities within the game amenity's sunlight bubbles, which were primarily designed to target souls. Not all places were like that. For instance, the rainbow, which could easily enact their punishment, was sharper than a knife and harder than diamond for these demonic souls, yet seemed to be harmless and even beneficial for Lucifer. Please make way. Cooperate with our inspection, Baron politely requested from behind. Izza stepped aside, quietly retracting Lucifer to a location unseen by the guards. The rainbow hook withdrew, changed direction, and formed a noose, ensnaring Wabra's neck and slowly tightening, seemingly testing his elasticity. Wabra emitted unconscious grunts, the shimmering soul residue falling from where the noose tightened. Good. This one is nearly ready. Baron tightened the noose a couple more times, transforming it back into a long staff, striking Wabra's forehead, and then, satisfied, reshaped the rainbow back into a hook, piercing into the demon elder's chest, preparing to reel him in. Chapter 68. Rainbow Fishing in the Sweltering Heat. Sunlight poured down as Izza shifted his position, concealing himself behind the robust body of his griffin companion, waiting for the opportune moment. Baron hummed a peculiar, rhythmless tune, akin to mere noise, as he leisurely tugged the fishing line extending from the rainbow. The upper half of Wabra's head peeked out from the bubble, and Izzy adjusted his angle. Lucifer, he murmured, and in an instant, a pair of delicate, crimson-nailed hands emerged from Baron's chest, slipping beneath the broad wings of Wabra. Seizing the rainbow hook, with a swift motion, the 7 vibrant strands of the rainbow contracted, coalescing into a sharp beam of white light. In an instant, the entire hook, along with the flattened multicolored line, transformed into a brilliant white glow. The already blurred space was engulfed in an even thicker fog of white smoke. Hiss! Baron grimaced and jumped aside, vigorously shaking his finned hands as if scalded, though his skin was already red and blistered, resembling a burn. Yet, there was nothing that aroused his suspicion. Baron leaned closer, the fish's body pressed flat against the exterior of their bubble, and Izza caught a glimpse of its pale, scaled belly. He feigned indifference, turning his gaze elsewhere. His dear little Beelzebub, feeling bored, began to buzz. Silence, Basilia. Don't cause trouble, Izzy admonished in a low, stern tone. Surprisingly, the soul fragment, resembling a white fly, obediently quieted. The sardine guards, hearing the faint sound, peered inward, seeing only the swirling white smoke, a half-griffin demon soul, and another ordinary young humanoid demon soul, panting against the side. Baron scratched his head in confusion, glancing at his hands. The sensation of being burned had dissipated, as if it had never existed. Really? Working in this cursed place has made me dizzy. I must request a transfer to the playground next month, he muttered to himself, making a judgment. Then he pressed one of his finned hands against the outer shell of the bubble. Izza maintained his nonchalant demeanor, while keeping a vigilant eye on that hand. A pale green liquid seeped from the sardine guard's palm, quickly corroding a hole the width of an arm in the bubble. Baron thrust his arm inside, pressing his face against the bubble's surface, feeling for the rainbow hook. Isa stealthily used Wabra's broad griffin wing for cover, summoning Lucifer to hook the rainbow line with his toes and pull it back. Baron strained, extending his arm to its maximum reach. His eyes pressed against the bubble's shell, his finned hand grasping desperately, almost touching the rainbow hook. Baron, Babas, from a distance, seemed to notice his companion's awkward predicament. Do you need help? Isa wanted to frown but restrained himself, maintaining an air of indifference. Yes, Baron replied with difficulty. Oh, then I won't help. Babas chuckled as he swam away. Phew. The guards of the city of demon souls were, of course, demon souls themselves. This was a classic portrayal of a demon, a dead fish, never to rise again, Baron cursed. He turned his gaze and found his rainbow hook seemed even farther away. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed the half-griffin demon soul was indeed listless, immobile. The youthful humanoid demon soul remained in a fixed, seemingly docile pose, seemingly without issue. He wiped away the pale green liquid, enlarging the hole, and made a vigorous lunge. This time half of his body entered the bubble. The rainbow hook lay before him. Baron reached out to grasp it. I see, he heard the young humanoid demon soul say slowly. If you cannot touch the final rainbow, you cannot control it freely. What? What did you say? Baron looked up to see the humanoid demon soul turn, rising to its feet. I believe this matter merits investigation, the humanoid demon soul stated gently. Investigate what? Baron asked, bewildered, searching his mind for records, recalling that this was a newly admitted demon today, named as Saint Sincards. If you lack the final rainbow, is it comparable to my abilities? The demon soul, named as Zaint, continued. Little soul, what do you mean? I don't understand, Baron scoffed, reaching out to touch the rainbow hook right before his face. The final rainbow slipped away from his grasp. Stunned, he followed its trajectory, only to see a pair of rounded, delicate hands gripping the rainbow hook, leading up to long, graceful arms, perfectly curved shoulders, and then the voluptuous upper body of a woman reclining on the ground, her slender neck connecting to a stunningly captivating face. A succubus. The succubus's lithe, athletic waist seamlessly connected to that of the humanoid demon soul. Don't understand? Zaint chuckled. As he smiled, the succubus returned a bewitching smile, radiating spring-like allure. You know, this is the phrase I hear most often. Do you know what I generally say? As the humanoid demon soul uttered this, the succubus yanked, and the final rainbow transformed into a dazzling white light in her enchanting hands. Babas, you scoundrel, Babas, come quickly. Zaint crouched before him. The succubus emerged from behind him, as if perched on his shoulder, hands raised high with the white light, their faces tilted at the same angle, gazing down at him. You, what do you usually say? Baron stammered. I say, I will teach you. The humanoid demon soul grinned, revealing its teeth. The white light descended upon him. Chapter 69. The final rainbow, a cacophony of despair erupted from Balong as he clutched his fish head. Ah! A blinding light surged past him. He froze for a moment, then fervently groped the top of his head, searching for any potential cracks. No. Please no. Babas. Babas. To his astonishment, he discovered he could still call out. His fingers brushed against the side of his head. Everything felt normal? Was his little soul misaligned? Babas. Hurry. A soul is escaping. Balong shouted with righteous indignation, forcefully shrinking back, his hands gripping the edges of the bubble as he pushed against it. Suddenly, a scent reminiscent of grilled seafood wafted by. It seemed he had managed to push himself out of the perilous sunlight bubble, for he could indeed see the white light coalescing in the hands of the succubus, as the spirit of Achaint was rapidly retreating into the distance. Then, a vast expanse of deep brown monotony came into view. Babas, I'm not joking around. Get over here quickly. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he shut his eyes to scream. He saw it. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed above him. Thud. Babas appeared like a green wave, catching Balong's head, which had been forcefully severed from his body. With 4 hands, Achaint and Lucifer propelled Balong's headless spirit out through the rupture in the sunlight bubble. Balong's body drifted out stiffly, lacking the guidance of its head, dissolving gradually under the sunlight like a pot of fish soup. How cruel, murmured the little Beelzebub as he rubbed his hands on Balong's shoulder. Cruel? Is that what your highness thinks? Achaint bit back those words, but Lucifer did not. The succubus voiced them loudly, attempting to intervene, but far too late. The little fly said softly. Ignoring him, Achaint seized the little fly and stuffed it into his breast pocket. He had been forcing himself to stay composed. But as he relaxed, he found it difficult to maintain his footing within the slippery spherical bubble, sliding down along its edges. Duke Wabra, will you be leaving with us? He tugged at Wabra rather roughly, nearly tearing him in two. The demon elder resembled a weathered clay statue, speaking in almost inaudible tones. It's all the same. Very well. The model. Ichaint released him and crawled through the gaping hole that had formed. In the distance, a green dot appeared. The dot transformed into a beam of green light, leaping toward him at obtuse angles, accompanied by a cold, rapid sound akin to a wave of electricity. In an instant, the green light reached Ichaint, morphing into a green sardine. In its finned grasp was the head of a red sardine. A bulging eye gazed directly at him, moving up and down in scrutiny. The balcony overseer Baba's reports. Investigation on the escaping soul has identified it as Ichaint Syncardus. Baba's twisted his neck in a bizarre manner. Request for obliteration. Without hesitation, Ichaint forcefully flapped his four wings, swiftly retreating as hundreds of sunlight bubbles, akin to fungal spores, rushed past beneath him, widening the distance by several miles. The sunlight illuminated his eyes in a dazzling gold, while the deep brown backdrop remained still and unwrinkled. The green sardine morphed back into a green dot. A chilling voice floated back to him. Received. The balcony overseer Baba's is proceeding to obliterate Ichaint. As Baba's uttered the first word, his voice was still 1,000 meters away. By the time he spoke the last word, it seemed to echo directly into Ichaint's face. The voice compressed as it neared, whistling like a wind through a narrow passage. With a sudden burst, the green light transformed back into the green sardine, the distance shrinking to mere inches. With a crack, a rainbow surged forth at an unreasonable speed. 7 broad beams of light erupted from Baba's hands like 7 colorful giant pythons, instantly revealing 6 gaping mouths before Ichaint. Another sharp, triangular serpent head lurked beneath the 6 bodies, sweeping towards his midsection with a crushing blow. The sound of wind roared like a ferocious beast. Thankfully, Ichaint was mentally prepared this time. Lucifer twisted his body, unfurling his wings abruptly above Ichaint. Like a guardian spirit descending, the succubus entwined white light around her neck, spreading her arms wide, her crimson nails pointed, as she lunged toward the 7 rainbows. Lucifer swung his arms, fingers slicing through 2 of the giant snake mouths. Yet, 2 more long serpents, one orange and one red, loomed high and low, and in an instant, the hideous red serpent head pressed against Lucifer's delicate chin. Swoosh! Sizzle! The red and orange serpents bit down hard on Lucifer's chest and abdomen. White smoke billowed forth. As the massive serpent's gaping maw met Lucifer's body, its sharp teeth shrank, transforming into white specks of light. The initial shadows of the fallen angels for serpentine light beams, yellow, green, blue, and indigo, snapped like fragile paper, the torn fragments igniting into ash-like remnants. Yet, it too was ultimately bitten, its form momentarily blurring, movement stalling. In that fleeting moment, the red and yellow serpents, now shriveled, burst apart, unleashing a chaotic flow reminiscent of black fireworks. The true chaotic power capable of obliterating demon souls. Withdraw. Ichaint instinctively sought to grasp Lucifer's arm. Though it was unnecessary, he spread his wings wide, plunging downward forcefully. Swiftly ascending, he drew a line of soul smoke against the golden sunlight. Swoosh. The final rainbow's 6 giant serpents dissipated. 3 entities emerged from the vanishing rainbows. Baba's, leaping forth with 2 obsidian curved blades, a grotesque purple triangular serpent head, and a red sardine head hurtling toward him. A single phrase echoed. The balcony overseer Baba's prepares to execute Ichaint. The words flowed rapidly, nearly overlapping each other. A pincer attack. The black chaos brushed lightly against Ichaint's calf, sending a searing pain through him. Bang! At that very moment, this collaboration is utterly unpleasant. Salty fish Baba's. Belong's head crashed against Ichaint's forehead, the red scales on his cheekbone causing stars to dance before his eyes. Ichaint's mind reverberated as he caught a glimpse of Baba's nimbly leaping upward, his elbow clamping down on the red sardine head, twisting to strike with both obsidian blades. Baba's hummed a peculiar, rhythmless tune, a mere noise. Lucifer, Ichaint thought inwardly. Lucifer appeared, but this time only as a faint white shadow. The final rainbow. The white shadow extracted the dazzling white light from its neck, casting it forth. The rainbow unfurled. Chapter 70. Innocence and humility, the last rainbow unfurled like a screen, radiating an infinite warmth reminiscent of the legendary extremes found only in epic tales. Without delay, two curved blades, spewing black particles, danced before and behind, one piercing the blue band of light within the rainbow, erupting a torrent of darkness, while the other collided with its rear. Clang! The two blades surged forth in unison, their speed significantly diminished as they veered sideways, casting fleeting glances at the balcony's surroundings. No shadows could conceal themselves, rendering everything indistinct and murky, a homogeneous brown blur, obscuring both distance and depth. Suddenly, Barbados appeared, grasping Ball N's head as if it were a large red shopping bag, arriving with astonishing swiftness. With remarkable speed, he compelled Lucifer to reshape the rainbow into a single white beam of light, which he held aloft, sending the two shadow-forged blades flying. To his surprise, he did not continue his assault. "I know why you fled." Barbados abruptly halted in midair, one hand pinching the two blades while the other began to caress Ball N's face. "With this angel you carry, if I do not eliminate you now, you may very well face judgment and be condemned at the atonement place." Ball N emitted a faint protest, but Barbados remained unmoved. After a moment's contemplation, he asserted, "In this entire process, remorse and weeping are strictly forbidden." This was something Azar understood, maintaining a vigilant posture as he pondered. In truth, he held no aversion to the procedures of Geminity. The appropriate and uncomplicated protocols were rather delightful. Yet, time was not on his side for such formalities. "Perhaps," Ball N murmured softly, his voice particularly weak due to the majority of his soul dissipating, "we only do what is expected of us." "Are you attempting to educate me, you wretched Ball N?" Barbados nonchalantly tossed the head of a red sardine along with the two blades high into the air, catching them only when he could no longer bear the strain of holding them aloft. The scene was somewhat amusing, though Azar did not laugh. The demeanor of Saraline offered no immediate clarity. Within Geminity, it was impossible to deduce whether a being's intent to utterly annihilate you stemmed from benevolence or malice. This information, however, was clearly unsuitable for sharing with the balcony overseer. Did they truly believe there was hope for you? Barbados continued to pinch Ball N's face while idly manipulating the two blades, contemplating the possibility that they had indeed grown blind with age. There was reason to interrupt the discourse. Azar, maintaining a composed facade, began to speak freely, a task not difficult for a demon. "Hecate believed that the balcony would grant me what I rightfully deserved, not merely a 19th full set. You may inquire with her," he added, a gamble that could not worsen given the circumstances. "And Hecate might even cooperate." "Oh, that will not be necessary," Barbados replied coldly. With a gentle sweep of his left hand, the two shadow-forged blades vanished into the ether. "Perhaps I misjudged the situation. As you say, following the proper procedures would not warrant such severe punishment." He leisurely elevated himself, tilting his head to scrutinize Azar. "However, that is only if you refrain from harming the innocent Ball N, preventing any Herculean level of destruction." "Who is innocent? You understand that innocence is not a favorable term, do you?" Ball N weakly protested. The blinding sunlight from 6 directions seemed to dim slightly. Strangely, despite the negotiations falling apart, the atmosphere did not grow tenser. Rather, it settled into an eerie calm. Barbados hovered still, seemingly awaiting something. "What do you intend to do?" Azar warned. "If you dare touch him again, buzz." A small Beelzebub emerged from Azar's collar, wobbling towards Barbados, emitting a noise akin to a buzzing fly. "Apologies. I am deeply ashamed," he uttered, realizing how peculiar it was to voice such sentiments. These words seemed to escape him involuntarily. A shadow enveloped them, and a deep, melodious voice resonated from behind. "Thank you for your humility. It truly moves me." The shadow materialized into the form of a colossal being. He tilted his head to gaze upward, finding it challenging due to the creaking of his neck urging him to bow. Backlit, the figure was not easily discernible, yet it was unmistakably a giant, crowned with thorns and adorned with a light gray garland around its waist. The giant possessed an immense embrace, encompassing them all. How could he be backlit? As this realization dawned upon Azar, he perceived that the sunlight had not merely dimmed, it had become humble. The rays had graciously lessened their brilliance. Even Barbados lowered his proud sardine head, inadvertently pressing Ball N's face against his thigh. It was difficult to ascertain, but the space seemed to shrink ever so slightly, as if embarrassed by its own grandeur. "Humble gardener, who might you be?" Barbados inquired with humility. I am the overseer of the balcony, Barbados. The giant proclaimed in a harmonious, hymn-like tone. Your unwavering dedication to your duties has greatly moved me. I owe you my gratitude. Both Barbados and Ball and humbly echoed. We thank you. I am Jiddahemyub. The giant gracefully bowed, extending a palm as expansive as an island before Izar. The atmosphere was steeped in an uncanny tranquility. Izar remained silent, captivated by the outstretched hand, feeling an unprecedented stir within his being. Humble Gardener, the most efficient enforcers of the welfare agency, numbering only 159. They are not souls, but rather bioregulatory entities crafted during the inception of Geminity, designed to instill humility in their surroundings. They typically appear only during the most critical activities, never overstaying their welcome. They are the suppressors of Geminity's atrocities, the devourers of plague, and the dissolvers of souls. In the prolonged presence of the humble gardener, overly humble souls will come to feel shame for their existence, and, in turn, cease to be. Chapter 71. A Guide to Wandering in the Chaotic Hell. Geminity, no one suggests that you venture to Geminity. I mean, absolutely no one. Please, refrain from going to Geminity. Is anyone still here? Good. To my remaining friends, join me. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Inhale. Draw in as deeply as you can. Breathe. 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 Exhale. 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 You may release a bit more. Now, I will count to 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. I said 3. I have already mentioned 3. So now, greetings to you all. Greetings. To you, the true valiant souls, adventurers, miscreants, outlaws, gamblers, mad scientists, the directionally challenged, the somnambulists, the reflections of those too distant. The societal outcasts, the new deities, the dream weavers, the populists, the fools, the victims of fatalistic spells, the unfortunate mishaps of teleportation, the lone wolves, the egalitarians. The rock stars, the underperforming salespeople, the arcane scholars, the madmen, the compulsive check-in enthusiasts, the skeptics, the roadside pebbles that have suddenly gained self-awareness. Those who must ascertain whether 1 + 1 = 2, and those who insist that 1 + 1 surely equals 42, the indifferent ones, the defiant ones, the conquerors. The relinquishers, the fearless, the fearful, the vacant-minded, and the internally exploding souls, greetings to you. Greetings. Geminity welcomes you. Ahem. Since we have reached this juncture, we must disregard the glaring truth. One must be deceased to enter Geminity. Then we must further assume the exceedingly slim chance that you genuinely wish to venture to Geminity. To travel, to pillage, to daydream, to wander, to mine, to forge friendships, to lick the floor, to consult dictionaries, to craft, to conduct geological surveys, to depart from existence, to experience affection, to bring about destruction, to extend a helping hand, to amplify madness, to replenish one's hair volume, to assassinate a president, friendly reminder. Geminity has no president, to escape from the condition of colorlessness, to augment the browns in one's field of vision, or whatever else you may desire. Regardless of your purpose, I trust that prior to arriving here, you have acquired some knowledge about this place. Do not tell me you are oblivious. Do not claim ignorance. Ahem. Just kidding. If you knew everything, that would be a true catastrophe. Inhale. 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 I speak of myself, for I am about to exhaust every ounce of my being to provide you, my delightful companions, with intelligence. Intelligence regarding Geminity. Now I will count to 3. Bayou, I have finished counting. Here is the intelligence at the level of common knowledge. The essence of Geminity is, in fact, a 2-star concentration camp for storing, managing, and processing souls. I believe you understand what I mean. No, do not rush to compare. The point is not how many stars it has. The essence lies in the fact that it is currently the only soul concentration camp in the chaotic hell. Camps between planes are mutually exclusive, as I presume you are aware. Have you ever seen a tadpole? I refer to that creature with a black round body and a short tail, which grows into a frog. Have you seen a frog? No. No. Let's skip the frogs. I cannot encompass everything within this book. Where were we? Ah, tadpoles. Yes. Allow me to expound upon tadpoles. If you place numerous tadpoles in a teacup, have you seen a teacup? They will devour one another. The soul concentration camp operates in much the same manner. I speak of tadpoles, not teacups. The soul concentration camp is akin to tadpoles that consume one another. I am sure the astute among you have surmised this. For a single plane, It would be prudent for all to unite in constructing a shared soul concentration camp, to collectively manage it, to standardize it, and to reduce waste and conflict. What I mean is, from the very beginning, only one tadpole should inhabit the teacup. From the very start, only one soul concentration camp should be established. The angels of the source of order have done precisely this. They consistently operate correctly, efficiently, and neatly, to the point of annoyance. However, it is clear that not all planes can manage things so correctly, efficiently, and neatly, which is why the source of order is so despised. Do not rush. Now we shall discuss matters of concern to all, the affairs of the chaotic hell. Within this teacup of chaotic hell, there are countless individuals eager to introduce their own tadpoles, countless individuals wishing for their tadpoles to prevail. Consequently, far too many tadpoles have been consumed. I nearly forgot. Does anyone care about these devoured tadpoles? I will count to 3. All right, no. Let us proceed. In the chaotic hell, the last remaining tadpole is, when I say gam, you say inity. All right, gaminity. Gaminity, this final triumphant tadpole, consumed the others, transformed into a frog, and then devoured the individual who placed it in the teacup, along with those who introduced the other tadpoles into the cup. Of course, this transpired many, many years ago. Most of what occurred so long ago is no longer significant. Yet I mention this because of the residual, crucial aspect that remains. Or to phrase it differently, let me pose a question. When you consume your kin, what remains? The answer is detritus. Within the belly of gaminity, this unclaimed frog resides, filled with the remnants that originally belonged to other tadpoles. These remnants typically comprise beings, rules, or entire institutions that once belonged to other ancient soul concentration camps. After being consumed by gaminity, they continue to function according to their original design. If fortune does not favor them, they may clash with the original beings, rules, or institutions. Even gaminity's formidable digestive capabilities cannot avert this. Some external detritus has already integrated into the complete structure of gaminity, such as the storage room for soul fragments and the mines containing shadow iron. However, the Grinding Stone Group continues to contest the position of the official enforcement agency with the welfare agency. This is not the fault of either party. These agencies were designed to be the sole enforcers, merely in different tadpoles. Yet, within gaminity, the Grinding Stone Group is merely detritus, although they remain unaware of this. As they respond to the same rule summons, whenever the humble gardener is active, a corresponding little grinder will also engage. These remnants require more caution than the original organizations of gaminity. They are entirely unstable. This is why only one tadpole should be placed in the teacup. Well, these accusations are futile now. Please inhale. Exhale. Look ahead. This is precisely why this guide exists. For you, in this hell, to be able to look forward. A Guide to Wandering in the Chaotic Hell, Chapter 72. Arrogance. The author of A Guide to Wandering Through the Chaotic Hell frequently experiences sudden bouts of mental illness. Unlike popular science works, such as 46 Common Fields of Energy and Your Life, this book stands as a solitary artistic endeavor, resulting in a style that often appears rather peculiar. Overall, it can barely be classified as a cohesive book. However, a critique must be made. The author's whimsical nature often leads to a disregard for the efficiency of information conveyance. Isaiah is not particularly fond of this book, primarily because he perceives it as an aimless diversion, an endeavor devoted to the sensational. He has little time for such pastimes, which diminishes his regard for the work. Yet, at this moment, confronted by the outstretched palm of the humble gardener, he finds himself overwhelmed by a sense of humility, and the contents of A Guide to Wandering Through the Chaotic Hell flood into his mind. Whenever the humble gardener is summoned, a little pest is sure to follow. A little pest? Perhaps it will bring about a change. He casts a sidelong glance at his surroundings. Child, what are you waiting for? The giant Jidahamu Bay whispers softly. A sound akin to an old wooden door creaking emanates from his form as Jidahamu Bay slowly crouches down. In doing so, Isaiah witnesses the thorny crown upon the humble gardener's head piercing into his skin. Jidahamu Bay continues to extend his open palm, his features obscured. Yet Isaiah knows the giant must wear an expression of unparalleled serenity, tranquility, and tolerance, tempered with authority. The gaze of the humble gardener must be one of a revered figure, benevolent and sincere, filled with compassion that penetrates the soul. It evokes humility, capable of melting countless kneecaps. All crowns must, under such a gaze, relinquish the large, glittering jewels embedded within, and humbly fall into the mud. This feeling is nearly irresistible. Isaiah perceives humility as juice, continuously squeezed from a heart softened like a ripe peach. Go on. What are you waiting for? Murmurs Baron's head. The balcony overseer, Babas, also emits a gentle urging. Come now, child, Jidahamu Bey implores once more. Isaiah remains silent, feeling a tremor coursing through his body. Once again, his gaze is fixed upon that outstretched, island-like hand. The broad palm draws him in like a vortex. Despite having learned about the humble gardener's powers from books long ago, he remains awestruck by the might of this formidable being. Even he cannot resist this sensation, for it evokes a feeling reminiscent of when he first read 101 Laws of Magic at the age of 11. Feeling the vastness of the sea of knowledge and the insignificance of individual existence. That was nearly 4,000 years ago. I cannot go. His rational mind is acutely aware that being taken by the humble gardener would be far worse than remaining on the balcony to face judgment or being pierced by Babas's blade. He knows this all too well. Yet, this action feels as gentle as a spring breeze, the most difficult to refuse. I am waiting for you. Jidahamu Bey extends yet another heartfelt invitation. The air shimmers. The sunlight from 6 directions seems to dim to the point of nearly vanishing. Isaiah feels a flush on his face, his entire being as if drawn forward by an extraordinary force. He struggles to combat the impulses of his heart with reason. You freak. You're so verbose. Do you wish to die? A small white fly suddenly appears, buzzing obnoxiously. Amidst this atmosphere of peace, humility, and joyous tranquility, the little Beelzebub makes a cacophonous entrance. Like a fly floating atop pristine milk, it stands out glaringly. Get out of my sight. I give you 1 second. The little Beelzebub irritably declares. She arrogantly spins around, landing atop the humble gardener's thorny crown, looking down with disdain. Don't you see, my dear, unwilling to comply? Hurry up and leave. You will die in a most unpleasant manner, I assure you. The feeling of being drawn towards the humble gardener diminishes. Isaiah lifts his gaze to her. Yes, indeed. This is the Beelzebub he knows all too well, arrogant, cruel, and whimsical. She knows neither reverence, fear, silence, nor humility. She understands nothing of obedience, compassion, or concealment. Even as the most verbose creature in the world, she cannot tolerate the slightest hint of others' verbosity. She is the quintessential embodiment of chaotic evil, which is precisely why she ascended to the rank of the Lord of Demons, the nemesis of order, in such a short time. Yet, at present, this being is merely a feeble fragment of a soul, lacking any means of resistance. Beelzebub. Isaiah realizes this and instinctively reaches out to seize her. Too late. She shatters the transient and deceptive peace. Light returns. Babas, with a stern expression, thrusts a curved blade towards the little white fly. With a clang, Lucifer reappears before Isaiah, conjuring a 6-colored rainbow that intercepts the blade, shattering the yellow light beam. Oh no. Like a mountain piercing through space, Jidahamu Bey rises to his full height. In an instant, the composure evaporates from the humble gardener's face. He roars thunderously. In that moment, all souls freeze, the sound waves causing friction against their edges. The little fly is stunned, spiraling downward. Lucifer struggles to maintain the last remnants of the rainbow, barely grazing one of its light beams to catch it. The gray flowers at his waist rustle. And Jidahamu Bey lifts a leg as thick as a tower, striding towards the stunned Isaiah. Whoosh. No one saw from whence it came. Bam. A giant, rough 20-faced stone, the size of a small mountain, crashes onto the foot of the humble gardener, matching its size. He is mine. The stone reveals a grinning face. It is the little pest. Everyone pauses for a moment, but their reactions are swift. In that fleeting instant, it is timely. The next second, Jidahamu Bey's anguished roar reverberates, nearly shattering the souls around him. I must leave. Isaiah swiftly concludes. Though it seems the humble gardener, Jidahamu Bey, is entangled with the little pest, presenting an opportune moment. A moment's reflection reveals that according to a guide to wandering through the chaotic hell, whenever the humble gardener strikes, he encounters the insignificant little pest. Thus, the welfare must possess comprehensive abilities and plans to address the little pest. The recent sudden attack of the little pest merely interrupted the onset of a new conflict. Once the little pest is dealt with, their focus will quickly revert to him. He must depart at once. Chapter 73. Perhaps it should be Diablo Yicker exhaled a long plume of smoke, propelling himself backward with all his might. He glanced behind him, where the view was dominated by a flat, oppressive deep brown. The edges of the balcony and the distance were obscured. He could only strive to distance himself from the humble gardener Jidahamu Bey and the balcony overseer Babas, moving away from the epicenter of conflict. Regardless, since departing seemed the right course of action, he should do so swiftly. Indeed, within mere moments, amidst the relentless roars of the humble gardener, the sound of cracking stone began to intermingle with his cries. Yicker turned his head and beheld the giant Jidahamu Bey hoisting a small millstone high above his head. The gray flowers that had once coiled around his waist were now inexplicably embedded within the jagged body of the millstone, whether it was an illusion or something else entirely. Despite Yicker's increasing distance, the gray flowers piercing through the millstone appeared to grow larger. One side of the millstone now faced him, revealing a contorted, agonized face. A cacophony erupted from that stony visage as the gray flowers writhed with delight. It seemed as if tendril-like red shoots were gradually emerging from the immense rocky body of the millstone. Yicker blinked. Crack. Boom. Two sounds connected, one long and one short. The first was the rapid spread of cracks in the rock, while the second was a colossal and definitive explosion. As the gray flowers twisted, countless blood-red roots erupted from the millstone's interior, shattering it into myriad fragments. A magnificent stone firework burst forth, a perfect sphere of dust expanding uncontrollably. Sunlight began to glint from 6 directions once more. With a swift motion, Jidahamu Bey tore through the dust sphere, casting an imposing glance in Yicker's direction. A green flash of lightning surged ahead, undoubtedly Baba's the overseer. The sensation of humility enveloped him. The storm of dust arrived faster than Baba's leap. An overwhelming feeling of humility surged forth, ensnaring his limbs and wings like a sticky substance. His entire essence was soon soaked in gray. His back collided with a ceiling. A ceiling? He spread his arms, groping about. There were no gaps in the ceiling. The balcony was enclosed. He pressed against a brown, indistinct mass, eyeing the increasingly close green figure amidst the swirling dust. No, there was still a chance. He had witnessed the marvelous liquid secreted by Babas and Baron, capable of dissolving the shell of sunlight bubbles. Perhaps it could also breach the balcony's defenses. He just needed to gamble once more. Babas, grasping Baron's head, drew nearer. Likely due to the influence of the humble gardener and the explosion of the millstone, his movements were less swift. His murderous intent not as palpable. It was possible, this speed. He needed to devise a way to lure out that pale green slime. Yicker cast a sidelong glance at the densely packed sunlight bubbles below, summoning Lucifer and awaiting the opportune moment. What is this commotion? Let us leave. Suddenly, a small hand grasped his arm. What? He instinctively turned to look. Everything transpired swiftly. He hadn't even fully turned his head. An unreasonable roar echoed in his ears. All the sights before him shattered into fragments the size of fingertips. His vision blurred. He saw nothing of significance. With a snap, Yicker realized he had found himself in an entirely different chamber. The endless brown backdrop, the balcony, the millstone's explosive dust, Jidahamu Bey, Babas, and Baron's head had all vanished from his sight. The sensation of humility dissipated like sugar carried away by the wind. You fell asleep. I thought you wanted to linger there for a while. The child of chaos beside him released him, clapping her hands. Yicker fixed his gaze on the suddenly appearing horned girl, who still held the whip cage. Peering inside the cage, he noted that the shadow he had taken had remained trapped within, curled into a ball, showing little change apart from appearing somewhat wilted. He had realized this during the transfer. After all, Geminidi was still a part of chaotic hell, even if the child of chaos was now a soul or not. She was merely weakened by the peculiar structure of the city of charity, and her authority here should differ significantly from that of ordinary demon spirits. At the very least, she seemed capable of traversing Geminidi with ease. He was still uncertain about the true nature of the child of chaos. That was something to investigate later. Let us find a place to dispose of him, the girl suggested, shaking the whip cage, the shadow within emitting a low, hoarse sound. Not found. He needs to be discarded, Yicker contemplated. Where could this shadow be utterly annihilated? He did not consider blaming the girl for her inexplicable disappearance. In the child of chaos's perspective, the arrangement of hell's space must be entirely different. Perhaps from her viewpoint, she merely saw something of interest 5 feet to the left and instinctively moved closer, unaware that for others, those 5 feet could span the distance from Kishino Mountain to his floating island courtyard. Moreover, her mindset was akin to that of a young girl. easily captivated by various novel things. One could not expect too much. Do you know of any good places, Chief? The horned girl inquired, hands on her hips. Yicker looked down at her. Indeed, the child of chaos should have become healthier and more vibrant after shaking off the shadow's entanglement. However, he was taken aback by the title Chief. What should I call you, then? I feel I ought to address you this way. Very well, he conceded. If every being referred to him differently, he could discern who was calling him by their title. That was undoubtedly a good thing. Chief did not seem an easily repeatable title. All right, Chief. What should I call myself? The horned girl asked with a grin. Yicker fell into contemplation. He had never anticipated hearing such a question in his lifetime. The child of hell referred to him as Chief and even asked what she should be named. Names. Any ordinary name would be woefully inadequate for such a unique being. Diablo, he suggested after a moment's thought. How unpleasant. What does that mean? It is a term from a distant realm's language, signifying demon. Oh, that is acceptable. The horned girl seemed to comprehend, then asked, why not use your own language? Then you would truly have to be called demon, or in ancient demon tongue, Zybata Kalarokasakalanka. You may choose. The girl was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously after a moment. No, let it be Diablo then. Chapter 74. Communication of Hearts. Ashar had taken a few steps and was surveying his surroundings. They were indoors. Having finally bid farewell to the flat, viscous expanse of brown that felt like submerging one's face in mud, everything had now shifted to a desolate gray. The room appeared to be a vast, colorless rectangle devoid of any memorable features, its floor covered with unremarkable, square tiles that lacked enchantment, partitioning the soul's domain. Countless walls segmented the space, creating nearly 1,000,000 superfluous corners, all shrouded in shadow. Smoky marks marred the walls, but beyond that, there was nothing, merely a labyrinth of financial inadequacy. They needed to find a place to dispel the dark shadows, but this did not seem promising. Today is my birthday. Diablo suddenly announced from the other side of the wall. What? My birthday? And I'm hungry. Time had indeed turned to a new day, marking her birthday. And that was all. That's inedible, he emphasized. It was akin to merely glancing 5 feet into the next room. The chaotic child's proclamation of it's my birthday, I'm hungry was clearly not meant in the ordinary sense. She craved something life-threatening. He had no spare heads or souls to offer her. Consuming the shadows was out of the question. The risk of infection was too great. Damn. Is this timing merely coincidental? All right, Chief. Diablo crawled over, sniffing the ground like a red sheep. She halted by a wall, pressing her face against the floor to inspect it. As Ashar circled around, he noticed a heart marked on the wall. Get up. Okay, Chief, but I'm still hungry. Ashar crouched down, summoning Lucifer. Dry and disgusting, all gray, she critiqued. Don't eat it. The gray was residue from the recent explosion, evidently highly permeable. Their souls had been saturated in it. Even dogs wouldn't eat this. Ugh. Diablo wrinkled her nose. Ashar manipulated Lucifer to unfurl a rainbow, now reduced to 5 ribbons, and inserted it into the joints of the tiles. With a pull, the orange ribbon cracked, and the unremarkable square tile was lifted aside, revealing a 4x4 grid of 16 neatly arranged squares. 13 of these held faint, shadowy objects. 11 were in the shape of hexagonal pyramids, the form of demon hearts. Fragments of souls. This is a storage room, one of the refuse institutions now absorbed into the sweet community. It's no wonder there are no enforcers from the city of charity here. Diablo squealed joyfully, thrusting her head into one of the squares, and began munching. Munch. Nerif, it feels like something is eating me, a heart declared. How could that be? It hasn't been exploded in hell for thousands of years, truly. Is this what it feels like to be consumed? Something is eating me. Nerif. A neighboring heart shouted. Several hearts began to awaken. What is the commotion? You're giving me a heart attack. Nerif, get to work. Hey, wake up. Spina and Scabo were eaten. The heart that was beating rapidly called out. It was clearly Nerif, the one they had referenced. Where? I can't see. Do you have eyes? Oh, wake up quickly. Sinuwe called out to Mozart. Nerif said, Mozart. Ta-da-da-da. Sinuwe in the corner started to hum loudly. I will awaken in the melody, and I will also perish in the melody. Nerif, let him be quiet. Who got eaten? A big. What? I always thought your name was a big. Ta-da-da-da. My tongue has tasted the flavor of death. I want it too. Eat me. I'm right here. Finally, it was over. Those to be consumed, step forward a little. Friends, I can feel it above, Nerif commanded. Ashar frowned at the bouncing demon soul hearts. These were fragmented souls, likely retaining some consciousness due to their position as hearts. He was uncertain where the hearts devoured by the chaotic child would go, but it seemed similar to those offered in the annual chaotic sacrifices. After a brief moment, Diablo straightened up and exhaled deeply. After consuming 6 demon soul hearts, she appeared less hungry. Too bland. She wiped her face, commenting. Ashar remained silent. It was expected. The refuse institution lacked unified official management, and these soul fragments were likely from an indeterminate time ago. Diablo casually grabbed another soul heart and handed it to him. Do you want this, Chief? I feel as though I am about to be consumed. Farewell, friends. Meeting adjourned. Nerif solemnly declared in her hand. Ashar accepted the hexagonal heart. Long live hell. Nerif proclaimed. Long live hell, Nerif. Pleased to meet you. Ashar raised it to his face. May I ask you a few questions? Long live hell. Nerif repeated, then fell silent. Ashar rotated it, examining it. Nerif, can you hear me? The demon's soul heart remained mute. You can't hear? Nerif continued to be silent. It appeared that indeed, they could not hear. Although they were all souls, he and Diablo's voices adhered to the rules of distance. Their spoken words sounded nearer or farther based on proximity. However, these soul hearts seemed to reflect language directly within their hearts. After all, they had no mouths. It seemed they truly could not hear his and Diablo's voices directly. He longed to inquire further. Ashar contemplated for a while, then resolved, do me a favor. From now on, do not run around or move until I call your name again. All right, Chief. No problem, Chief. The horned girl lazily licked her fingers. Lucifer, the shadow of the white angelic persona, obediently appeared behind him, its features blurred. Ashar silently commanded it to extract his own heart. Chapter 75. Nerif's club. Lucifer tore his translucent heart from his chest, holding it in his hands. Yet, he could no longer perceive it. This state was indeed peculiar. Vision, hearing, smell, temperature, many concepts he was intimately familiar with vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. A boundless abyss of chaos enveloped him. Nerif, are you there? Izza inquired amidst the profound void. Who is calling me? Nerif's exuberant voice resounded, pausing momentarily. Incredible. A new voice. How delightful. I can hear you. Hello, Nerif. I am Izza Inte Synchrodestu. Is this the trend now? What a novelty. Welcome, Izza Inte. What was it again? But I am about to be devoured. Not just yet. I assure you, Izza replied, pausing before continuing. I would like to ask you a few questions. Nerif let out a hearty laugh. It has been ages since I encountered a new demon friend. At least, since I last heard one. Nerif, who are you conversing with? Another demon's soul shouted from the shadows. I would prefer to keep this dialogue between us for now, if you don't mind, Izza suggested. Yes. Naturally, Nerif responded understandingly. I neglected to consider that. You might be a bit introverted. Fear not. You will grow accustomed to this place. We have plenty of space available, and after today, there should be even more. You could occupy a big spot or reside beside me. If I am not consumed, that is. Never mind, is a thought. Dun 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 dun. In the background, a lively tune hummed. Nerif, turn off the Sinuva. Guys, take a break. I will be back shortly. Nerif bellowed with vigor, then lowered his voice to Izza in a friendly manner. Ask your questions. Feel free, as long as I can answer them. Izza pondered for a moment. Nothing particularly pressing came to mind. Nerif's enthusiasm had a slightly counterproductive effect, but Izza decided to go with the flow, beginning simply, I wish to learn more about you. Nerif, if this heart had a body, it would surely be giving a thumbs up to its own chest. I am a captain. Izza paused. He had initially intended to engage in casual pleasantries before delving into deeper matters. However, this casual exchange was more shocking than angels laying eggs. If ship indeed referred to a vessel, then hell had no ships. Furthermore, Izza had never heard of a chaotic hell possessing seas or any liquid surface capable of accommodating ships without being devoured. None of the records mentioned such a thing. He was certain he had perused all available records. Well, most of them. On which sea? He eventually inquired. In addressing a captain, the respectful approach would typically involve first asking about the beloved ship's name, coupled with flattering remarks about its renowned resilience and excitement. However, Izza was so astonished that he forgot the etiquette. Oh, do you enjoy hearing this? They are all quite tiresome, Nerif laughed heartily. Of course. It is the Fire Thunder Jasong Sea. The demon king of Fire Thunder Jasong, Nerif. Oh, Captain. A heart in the background chimed in, expressing dissent. It seemed they had long grown weary of Nerif's incessant ramblings about such matters. Izza quickly resolved to maintain his composure in response to any sudden revelations. When was that? He asked. The calendar of chaotic hell did not differ significantly from the publicly referenced calendar of the Arbiter's Garden, except that they prefixed every term akin to divine with not. The thoughts of demons were often the simplest form of rebellion. As for the era, from the grandest temporal perspective, 7,000 years to the present is collectively termed the century of isolated islands. It could also be referred to as the New Age, though it is not as if one were writing an academic paper. Going back another 36,000 years brings us to the new era of interdimensional exchange and conflict. Further back lies the Age of Separation, akin to the century of isolated islands, known as the Age of Enlightenment. The Age of Separation and the Age of Enlightenment lasted nearly 200,000 years, succeeded by the Age of Compatibility, also known as the End Era. Then, moving backward in time, one encounters the Ordinary Era, the Mediocre Era, the Prolonged Era lasting approximately 30 million years, and finally, the Age of Reality, which marks the beginning of sparse records and various legends. Thus, according to various estimates and hypotheses, from the inception of the Nine Realms, which corresponds to the beginning of the universe, to the Age of Reality, it can be further divided into 4 eras. Scholars who dissent from these hypotheses refer to them in chronological order as the First Fantasy Era, Second Fantasy Era, Third Fantasy Era, and Fourth Fantasy Era. Neutral and agreeable scholars have more specialized designations: the Dot Era, the Ring Era, the Disc Era, and the Expansion Era. Let me think. Nerif hummed a few coarse notes unconsciously. He was undoubtedly a genuine captain, and here it was challenging to gauge the passage of time. 60 million, 70 million? Who knows? Perhaps 90 million years. Hey, time passes particularly slowly here. You must understand. Izza had not given much thought to the matter of understanding. He was perplexed as to why he had not considered that Nerif might indeed be a remnant from the Age of Reality, or even earlier. This was due to the absence of any verifiable information documenting the time when the original soul concentration camp was swallowed by Ganymede. Nerif's era, at that time, Fire Thunder Jisong was still an ocean where ships could sail. This fact could undoubtedly strike a blow to the minds of hundreds of historians like an iron club. Izza int. Nerif exclaimed, "My friend, are you lost in thought?" Nerif's hearty laughter echoed in agreement. What followed was an inevitable onslaught of every captain's uncontrollable boasting about their beloved ship, accompanied by endless tales of the trivial, yet bloody life aboard the vessel. Despite this, Izza found himself increasingly astounded. From Nerif's descriptions, it was clear that demons of that time were an exceptionally intelligent and knowledgeable collective. They had already mastered various spells and crafts, even developing a method of energy flow that complemented their innate chaotic nature. Even ordinary sailors could compose poetry and sing. Their average cultural level nearly on par with some of the most renowned powerful practitioners in the current universe. Could it be that every demon was literate? He could not help but ask. "Do not jest, my friend." Nerif laughed heartily. "How could there be fools who do not know how to read?" Chapter 76. The affable ancient sorcerer. I have encountered nearly 10,000 such fools, and this is merely a fraction of their kind. And then? He inquired. And then? Nothing. I died, you see. A rookie inadvertently absorbed me during a dimensional transfer. Just like that, my body and soul were utterly shattered. Hence, I arrived here. My astute first mate proclaimed this as an ominous sign, his face darkening as he began drafting his will, insisting that I compose one as well. Quite the peculiar request. Yet, guess what? I acquiesced. I tell you, heed the counsel of the wise, especially at sea. He is genuinely clever, possessing 3 heads, each brain more astute than the last. Each one surpasses my own in wisdom. Thus, I indeed drafted my will with my exquisite frozen diamond pen, a splendid instrument, if I may say. I shall elaborate on that later. My will read as follows. Should Nerif perish, dock the vessel's suffocating night at the port of Herigissima that we have claimed. I love her. Damn it. Long live hell. A true hero, Nerif. Nerif, clearly moved, even recited his signature aloud. It is challenging to ascertain what constitutes a hero, but he undeniably embodies the essence of a true captain, referring to his ship as she. Izza remained silent, while Nerif appeared somewhat embarrassed as the fervor of his emotion waned. The two hearts lingered in silence for a brief moment. Izza contemplated the reality of 9 million years hence. For instance, the once mighty thundering Jisong had dwindled to a mere trickle, and the port of Herigissima had vanished, transformed into the infernal beach an area strictly advised against in the Guide to Wandering the Chaotic Hell. Moreover, no one remembers, nor is there any record of Captain Nerif and his legendary indomitable vessel, the Suffocating Night. Even demons have devolved into fools. Well, most of them. I feel a profound sorrow, my friend, Iza expressed, this time with genuine sentiment. Iza felt a twinge of intrigue regarding the rookie crew member's use of dimensional transfer. This further highlighted the correlation between the average level of spell casting and the dimensional realms during that era. Such dimensional transfer spells have become increasingly rare, be it the spell itself, its practitioners, or the destinations. Nice is indeed extraordinarily gifted. He had resolved not to be astonished, yet the loss felt deeply regrettable. It seemed that some calamity had befallen the true century, erasing the once brimming intellects. Countless crafts, laws, theories, keys to unlock mysteries. And the mysteries themselves had vanished without a trace. Iza was overwhelmed by an uncontainable sorrow, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Why? There exists no relevant documentation, at least none that is widely accepted. The phenomenon of dullard sorcery? Such a notion easily arises. However, this particular spell is exceedingly difficult to cast, demanding a high price in the form of the caster's own intellect, and it is impossible to encompass an entire dimension, regardless of its scale. Each dimension possesses its own natural barriers. No spell can target an entire realm. Those who boast otherwise are simply deluding themselves. Nowadays, certain grand sorcerers exaggerate their capabilities to attract more apprentices. He delicately inquired of Nerif, ensuring that this ancient being, whose heart had aged 6,000 years, yet whose essence spanned 1,000,000,000, was indeed oblivious to the events transpiring after his demise. He was unaware of the cataclysmic prophecies stemming from the end of the true century. Nerif had no inkling of the tumultuous occurrences that transpired over those 9,000,000 years. It is hardly surprising. He had never left the storeroom, due to incomplete souls being unable to participate in the subsequent reincarnation process. The various fragments of souls that were torn apart, inadvertently severed, or intentionally infused were temporarily stored within the storeroom. Fragments of souls possessing utility, yet lacking significant self-will, were utilized as materials for repairs. Upon Iza's arrival, aside from the sections marked with hearts, he observed those labeled with humanoid left legs, porcine molars, and spider mandibles, presumably stored beneath the corresponding gray tiles below. These fragments could serve as supplements for other soul components. If the fragments were of insufficient quality, excessively shattered souls would be dispatched to the power facility to be decomposed for energy. This was a common fate for soul fragments within the concentration camp. The storeroom was theoretically a temporary storage space. Though its operations had largely stagnated due to the detritus organization, it should have functioned normally before being absorbed by Gametidi, and the stored soul fragments must have cycled through multiple batches. However, the case of these demon soul hearts with self-awareness diverges significantly. They likely had not undergone any changes. These demon soul hearts, retaining self-awareness, found themselves in an awkward predicament. In theory, a soulless, unconscious spirit could indeed pair perfectly with a demon heart, forming a complete soul eligible for reincarnation. However, reality seldom mirrored this perfection. Unconscious components were the true scarcity. Self-awareness, akin to murky water, often splattered everywhere during the shattering of souls, making contaminated soul fragments commonplace, and, thus, exceedingly cheap. Especially a solitary, self-aware heart, it is utterly useless. It requires a fundamentally complete, untainted soul to fuse with, and such souls are as rare as the conscience of the notorious villain, the lawyer of the end. Ah, but wait. There is indeed something that barely meets this requirement. The shadow of Lucifer's fallen angelic form. He pondered. Yet, that is the essence of an angel. Nevertheless, he genuinely felt a desire to liberate Nerif, to journey together and uncover the truth gradually. Iza suddenly found himself admiring Kier, who always managed to miraculously create situations that others tolerated. Chapter 77. The true hero. No, it cannot be. Regardless, I must make an attempt. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. The loss of a well-managed storeroom, a friendly and communicative relic, filled with knowledge from the legendary era of 90,000,000 years ago, and an ideally untroubled soul as its vessel, albeit perhaps not entirely fitting. Before proceeding, one must inquire about his willingness. Neru, do you wish to die? Ika inquired. It was essential to ask, for he truly could not be certain. In the face of inescapable torment, The prolonged existence of demons had become particularly troublesome, leading many to feel that ceasing to exist was preferable after so long. Nehru had endured the monotony and isolation of 90 million years, confined beneath the gray, magic-less tiles of the storeroom, amidst a desolate chaos. Any choice he made could lead to unforeseen consequences. Hey, what kind of talk is that? Nehru chuckled. Not too shabby. He did not wish for death, yet it was not entirely agreeable. The river of fire and thunder, Jasong, still existed, but it was challenging to traverse. It was uncertain how he would react upon learning the truth. Ika pondered for a moment. Then, with conviction, he stated, "My friend, listen closely. I have much to convey, and you may need to brace yourself. Nothing could frighten Nehru. Indeed, that is why I'm telling you." Ika laughed. He paused momentarily before continuing. "If I were to be resurrected, I could take you with me. We could escape the consequences of the river of forgetfulness together. What do you say, mate?" Nehru let out a small cheer. However, Ika pressed on without interruption. "But I must inform you, 90 million years have passed. Times have changed. I speak to you candidly. Nehru, the river of fire and thunder is now but a trickle. Heragissima has transformed into a treacherous shore, now bordering the inferno, and the suffocating nights are mostly absent. Your crew members are likely gone. This is the reality. Hell has undergone immense, profound changes compared to your era. These transformations are not favorable. The current lord of all demons is Beelzebub, whom you may not have heard of. She is rather youthful. She bears other titles, such as the Lord of Flies, the Adversary of Order, and so forth. If we successfully resurrect, I only ask that you refrain from involvement. You need not assist me, but it would be wise not to hinder me. You won't be able to stop me anyway. Let us set this matter aside for now. As for me, we can converse frequently. Ask me anything, and I shall answer. I hope you will share your own tales as well. If all goes well, and you are willing afterward, I could offer you refuge, and you could accompany me. If you find yourself bored and seeking something to occupy your time, I have plenty to offer. However, listen closely. The following is of utmost importance. There is no river of fire and thunder, no docks of Heragissima, no ship named Suffocating Night, and no frozen diamond pen. There is no room for luck. Should you be resurrected, you will be the most solitary demon, utterly out of place in this era, with all that you once knew rendered non-existent. The songs sung by modern demons may strike you as mere noise, the language they speak may seem juvenile, and you may perceive many of them as fools. Indeed, a considerable portion are. They will regard you as an incomprehensible antiquity. No one will understand you. What you express will be met with disbelief. What you may endure, I cannot predict. My aspirations do not lie in navigation, Nehru. The endeavors I undertake may not align with your preferences. I can assist you, but if our paths diverge, we shall ultimately part ways, mate. I can see you are a creature of sociability, so I must caution you. Loneliness may once again claim your life. The chaotic hell may endure, but it has been 90 million years since you last knew it. This hell may not be to your liking, and it may not be fond of you either. That is the truth, mate. You should reflect on this. If you reconsider, feeling that you have lived enough and lost your sole hope, I can guarantee I can end your existence swiftly. The one who devoured half of you is with me. That is the situation. Now, take your time to contemplate. I can wait for half an hour. I have finished my words. Half an hour. This is the time frame Ika estimated, just enough to be timely yet ample. Indeed, Nehru fell silent. He had not spoken for a long, long time. Ika remained patient, silently counting the seconds with his heartbeat. After a considerable while, Nehru called out, "You are called Ika, right?" "Ika Sincards, indeed. Is this all true?" "We are both demons, mate. You've heard the saying, never trust a demoness words. They can say anything." This time, it was Ika who laughed, for that very phrase was one they uttered. After a pause, he refrained from further explanation. "It appears to be true," Nehru mused aloud. About 5 minutes passed. "I want to ask you something." "You must not deceive me," Nehru stated again. "I have said it. I can tell you anything you wish to know. Why do you seek resurrection?" "What?" Ika replied. "You see," Nehru said softly, chuckling lightly, his voice calm. "You have arrived at Gamanishii. Why ponder so much? You are a complete soul, are you not? Why not simply go for a swim in the river of forgetfulness, awaiting the next incarnation? It would be much easier." Hey, I do not see it that way, mate. Listen to old Nehru's perspective. I have only just met you today. This is my view. Ika did not object. "It is simple, because you are a true hero, my friend. Just like me." Nehru erupted into hearty laughter. "A true hero, capable of facing anything. Hey, old Nehru can endure that. Mate, Let it be as you wish. I know what I must do. Take old Neru to that new hell. Chapter 78. The mirror chamber perfectly well, Izar remarked. The term hero is a rather neutral expression seldom employed by demons in the chaotic hell. He noticed Nerif's enthusiasm for this concept. Thus he chose to speak the unvarnished truth. After all, they were engaging in sincere communication. There was nothing to hide. So, wait a moment, Izar said to Nerif. All right. This sensation was peculiar, distinct from the feeling of having one's heart ripped out. He was plucked from an abyss of chaos. Izar felt himself gliding smoothly down a broad, illuminated snow path, the four walls of the room creaking upward beside him. His body expanded with a sudden release, as if cotton had burst free from severe compression. Boom, boom, boom. Within moments, he realized he was seated beneath a gray wall marked with a heart, still clutching Nerif's hexagonal demon soul heart. He felt somewhat weakened, as if torn, but it was worth it. Lucifer nestled obediently at his back. Out of the corner of his eye, Izar saw the child of chaos sitting motionless beside him. Diablo, he called, shifting slightly. The horned girl sprang to life at the sound, stretching her limbs in a grand yawn. What were you doing, boss? I met a true hero, Izar thought. Are you still hungry? He paused for a moment, recalling previous events. A bit, but I can't eat anymore. Too much food makes me drowsy, Diablo replied. Don't eat then. The child of chaos absolutely must not fall asleep. She is a crucial asset for movement and escape. He glanced at her. Diablo, being a child of hell, possessed extraordinary power and form, yet she appeared almost entirely ignorant, acting solely on her instincts. While she was intimately familiar with the natural geography and rules of hell, visions that were a mere glance away for her, she did not know the names of these places nor the frameworks and principles constructed over time. She lacked the typical mindset of a demon, making her unpredictable. To enlist her aid in harnessing her powers, one must first discern what she could achieve and, secondly, ensure her willingness. Although she addressed him as boss and followed his instructions, it was merely a fleeting whim on her part. The child of chaos existed on a completely different level compared to demons, potentially transcending the very definition of life. Diablo sprawled ungracefully at the edge of a 4x4 grid, reaching in to fiddle with the remaining soul hearts, eliciting a chorus of faint sounds. Izar sighed, recalling that the gray tiles beneath him were likely the lids of storage compartments, and replaced them. The demon's soul hearts fell silent. It was a pity. Each heart bore a consciousness that probably comprehended many things that contemporary demons did not. Each one was indeed quite regrettable. Lucifer, acting according to his will, gracefully circled around to face him. Izar gazed at the hazy white figure. After much contemplation, he decided against risking putting Nerif into the shadow of the original fallen angel's rank, fearing a catastrophic explosion due to their opposing natures. However, he could do so himself. If that were the case, he needed to proceed with caution. He intended to transfer his heart, along with all related consciousness, into Lucifer's form. No remnants of awareness could remain. Otherwise, they would clash with Nerif's demon soul heart. This time, relying solely on Lucifer's extraction would be insufficiently precise. He needed to go to a specialized place for soul separation, the mirror chamber. Fortunately, Gamanitii was a 2-star concentration camp. It undoubtedly housed a mirror chamber designed for soul separation. Izar described the mirror chamber's appearance to Diablo. The child of chaos activated her unique vision, tilting her head and spinning in a chaotic whirl. A myriad of hellish scenes should have appeared before her eyes, regardless of distance. I can see it, boss. Before long, she halted in an odd posture, raising her arm to point in an empty direction. Are we going there now? Wait. If I recall correctly, the mirror chamber belongs to Gamanitii's original organization, likely guarded by administrators, so we cannot just barge in. Are there any staff members there? He inquired. Staff members? Are there any moving things? Many. Everywhere. Diablo exclaimed dramatically. Izar sighed and unceremoniously placed his hand on her head, merging his perception with hers. He looked in the direction Diablo indicated, just above. He indeed spotted a square, frame-like image. Within it, a room with a brown backdrop was reflected. The contours of the room emerged from the flat brown due to the multitude of gleaming mirrors lining the walls, while freestanding mirrors of screen size dotted the floor, and several large reflective objects hung from the ceiling. The walls appeared to writhe, and all the mirrors moved in various directions, resembling a poorly executed glass ballroom. Indeed, there were many things in motion. Izar scrutinized the scene before him. Just as described in the Guide to Navigating Chaotic Hell, Geminitii was ungoverned. Every component of this vast concentration camp, along with its administrators, operated according to the rules set forth at its inception. Core institutions such as the reception area, playground, atonement zone, and gladiatorial arena process souls in accordance with their unique protocols. When certain entities did not adhere to the procedures, seasoned administrators would invoke long-standing regulations to call upon welfare institutions to address the issues. Facilities associated with the core processes invariably had oversight and management akin to Barbados, guiding and executing the entire process. However, the mirror chamber did not necessarily follow this pattern. The mirror chamber was one of the more marginalized locations, serving the purpose of handling soul division and adhesion, needs that were not as commonplace. Consequently, records regarding the mirror chamber were relatively scarce. Ideally, the absence of a permanent guardian would be attributed to its infrequent use. Yet, most likely, the reason was that the mirror chamber was inherently a perilous place. Chapter 79, Spatial Vector Energy, the ninth manifestation of the soul, reflection. This form of soul existence is steeped in controversy. It typically refers to the outcome produced by capturing the soul using a mirror. Note, the term mirror here, and in subsequent references, is merely for convenience. Its essence is a specific collection of spatial energy vectors that have undergone compression. Outdated theories categorized it under Form 4, storage. In this perspective, this particular mirror is merely seen as a vessel for storing the soul, indistinguishable in essence from storage. Scholars who uphold this view have pointed out that, when used for temporary holding, the distinction between mirror and ordinary storage is not apparent, due to the rarity of mirror technology and the scarcity of resulting reflections. This viewpoint reigned for over 5 millennia. However, with advancements in soul research, scholars have gradually recognized the significant differences between storage and the mirror capturing reflections, both in the processes involved and the outcomes achieved. Consequently, contemporary mainstream theory has separated reflections from storage, designating it as a distinct form. A crucial difference lies in the fact that when extracting, the mirror must employ a mapping method to retrieve the reflection. Otherwise, it may result in the issue of soul inversion. According to his understanding of Geminitii and the mirror chamber, these mirrors have undergone special treatment. Some can separate specific soul entities. For instance, in the case of twins, where one consumes the other in the womb, the two nascent souls can easily become entangled. Sometimes manifesting as two heads or two posterior ends, it is rather simple to determine if a soul has two posterior ends, as the anal phase of such individuals lasts twice as long as that of others. Other mirrors serve specific needs. They can isolate certain aspects that he cannot yet perceive. But those mirrors must certainly bear markings and indications, perhaps even a dusty manual tucked away in a corner. The challenge is that they are all in motion. After all, the essence of a mirror is a collection of spatial vectors. The reason is inconsequential. What matters is that if he is illuminated by an erroneous mirror, it could spell trouble. He searches for the corners of the image that the mirrors cannot illuminate. The visible dead angle is a highly raised, indeterminate red cube in the corner of the image, which, judging by its exposed portion, can easily accommodate both of them. There are no mirrors nearby, and it seems that all mirrors will pivot if they are slightly angled towards that direction. The mirrors that approach will also retract. The mirrors cannot reflect there. Perhaps it has been intentionally reserved, akin to a control station. After all, the mirror chamber is not merely a trap. There must be safe corners designated for use and operation. They descend. No, they do not fall upon the red cube. The sensation of transport is negligible, as the subsequent feeling is far more intense. It is a push. He is being pushed. It feels akin to being hurled into a continuous series of small explosions. He feels as though he is propelled by immense spatial forces, sending him soaring towards a thicket of shimmering mirrors. In a flash, Lucifer appears behind him, his hands now wielding 5 radiant rainbows that coalesce into a vibrant sphere, enveloping Ica and rolling him into the mirror cluster. Inside the sphere, Ica clutches the hexagonal core of Nerif, his vision blurring at the edges. The colorful orb bounces and rolls within the chamber, unleashing waves of chilling, shattering sounds. Just from the auditory chaos, one could estimate that at least 100 standing mirrors have been toppled. After a while, the rainbow sphere slows down, gently coming to a stop, seemingly resting against something. Ica exhales slowly, relieved that he had prepared for contingencies. That red cube is not a control station. It is the outlet through which Gaminiti supplies energy to the mirror chamber. They had just landed directly in a region of highly concentrated spatial energy, where the vector-laden spatial energy can only be observed from corresponding angles, explaining why he had only seen the red cube, had he not prepared in advance. Encasing himself in the final rainbow, he would have likely been illuminated by a dozen mirrors simultaneously, resulting in the disintegration of his soul. Boss. Diabolo's voice emanates from outside the rainbow sphere. She seems entirely unaffected by these mirrors' influence, a unique property. Aika silently notes this characteristic, instructing her to locate the true control station. Before long, Diabolo discovers a safe corner and, like a well-trained seal, pushes the colorful sphere forward. Aika dispels the final rainbow and begins to survey the mirror chamber. Like all official institutions of Gaminiti, the backdrop here is devoid of shadows, flat, and coated in a viscous brown. Yet, this does not prevent the mirror chamber from exuding an eerie dread. The piercing chill in the air is agonizing for the soul. In the vast expanse, only the heavy sliding and unnaturally twisting of the tall mirrors produce a chilling creak. There are no shards on the floor. These mirrors are not material. When the directional nature of spatial vector energy is disrupted, they cancel each other out. Over there, Diabolo leaps forward, pointing towards another corner. Aika had just instructed her to seek out the mirror marked with a heart symbol, intended for the complete separation of soul cores. He gazes in the direction the girl indicated, spotting a standing mirror that reaches the ceiling. He must reach it, project his soul core, and then transfer it to Lucifer. It seems a bit distant, and judging by the trajectory of movement, that mirror may not pass through here. However, since this is the control station, there should be a means to manipulate the mirror's movement. Hopefully, it does not require special permissions to operate. He meticulously examines the corner he occupies. There is nothing he seeks. It seems unlikely. Although this is within Gaminiti, the mirror chamber, being constituted of spatial vector energy, should adhere to the fundamental principles governing spatial vector energy. Generally speaking, to manipulate such a space comprised of vectors and vector collections, one would simulate a miniature model of the same shape as the entire space. By manipulating this miniature model and employing predefined mappings, one can influence the entirety of the space. Mapping, in itself, is an application of spatial vector energy. Therefore, this method is highly compatible, with its adoption rate exceeding 95. Yet, there is no miniature spatial model to be found here. The loss of external spatial vector energy over distance is staggering. Is the mirror chamber of Gaminiti truly an exception? Chapter 80, Fragmented Soul Chief, what are you searching for? Diabolo inquired as she approached, having just surveyed the entire room. Despite the frigid air that threatened to freeze, she seemed unfazed by the cold. Aika, struggling against the chill, pondered for a moment before pointing to the center of the blank corner where they stood. Do you see anything here? A tangle of lines, she replied disinterestedly. Her perception of hell's constructs and orientations markedly different. Aika understood. The miniature model controlling the entire room was concealed from view. The mirror chamber utilized a model composed of spatial vector energy. This method, while advantageous for its lack of physical form and cumbersome binding maps, required a more sustained and precise energy source, making it both convenient and costly. However, it appeared that Gaminiti was functioning well, alleviating any concerns about energy supply. Aika paused at the indicated spot, altering his angle of observation. From a very low vantage point, nearly touching the ground, the lines of spatial vector energy materialized before him, forming the framework of a miniature model. The symbols mirrored on the model depicted two opposing triangles. Additionally, numerous arrows of varying colors and orientations marked the model, indicating the flow direction of the vector energy. After studying it for a while, he said to Diabolo, "We will head to the mine shortly. Preparation is essential. Relying on this individual to realize he is in danger at any moment is unwise." "When?" she asked. "When I call your name again." "Understood, Chief," she replied. Aika reached out to trace the mark representing the mirror of reflection. The mirror, from a distance, executed a sharp turn and glided swiftly toward him. Then, an alarming development occurred. All the arrows turned red, pointing directly at him. The energy direction in the air unified, forcefully pressing him against the corner. There were no audible warnings, no frightening lights, only a spatial fluctuation, the temperature plummeting to the freezing point of his very essence. "Chief, why are you crashing into the wall?" Diabolo commented nonsensically, oblivious to the looming crisis. There were no permission requests, no warnings, only the penalty for unlawful intrusion. The design of this mirror chamber was truly ingenious, Ika thought, as he found himself pinned against the deep brown wall. He could have called Diablo to teleport him away, but that would have thwarted the completion of Nerif's soul. He fixated on the rapidly approaching mirror of reflection, its speed seemingly slower than a sloth in motion. The chill was bone deep, and in that fleeting moment, he felt himself becoming fragile, ready to disintegrate into dust. Quickly, 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 as the mirror came into view. His thoughts slowed considerably. Fortunately, he still remembered what needed to be done. Ika gathered all his strength and lunged forward. Simultaneously, Lucifer appeared behind him, using the rainbow to support himself against the wall with all his might. Crack! The green and orange ribbons snapped. His body moved only slightly, yet he managed to touch the mark representing the mirror of reflection. With a swift motion, the mirror turned ominously. There should have been a sensation, but it felt profoundly frozen. In a fleeting moment, he glimpsed within the mirror a solitary hexagonal pyramid, his soul's core. Then, all awareness seemed to be stripped away, plunging him into a chaotic void devoid of form. Not to worry. The preset commands are still in effect. Lucifer released his grip and rotated in front of him. Ika pressed his own body against the mark. Snap! Snap! The heart was encased within the shadow of the fallen angel, while Nerif's heart was embedded in his original soul. He saw his fingers detach from the mark, and with a final effort, the shattered rainbow thrust forcefully. A decisive cut was made between him and Nerif. The mirror of reflection shattered in the middle. Fragments struck one another, canceling each other out, transforming into vibrations. Diablo! His voice resonated deep and long in the frigid air. Yet he managed to call out. Coming. The girl replied. Teleport. In the instant before teleportation, he caught a glimpse of a line of small creatures, all wearing triangular white hats, marching toward him in perfect formation. The mirror chamber still maintained some order. So small. No wonder the angle of the control model was so low. But that was of little importance now. The next moment, they found themselves in the mines. They stood amidst the mine's desolation, the gray backdrop replacing the brown, a hue characteristic of refused structures. Ika had visited this place before and confirmed there were no guards or overseers. However, the choice to descend here was driven by a more pressing reason. It concealed veins of shadow iron capable of obliterating souls. Though unsure of success, it was worth a try. He hoped the shadow iron could destroy that dark entity as it was destined to destroy their souls. He glanced at the whip cage in the girl's hand. The dark entity was nowhere to be seen. Hey, buddy. Impressive work. Nerif appeared beside him, scrutinizing Ika. Why do you look so pale? With his soul's core now intact, the shadow could operate independently. Ika did not forget to sever their connection and retained a fragment of his demonic essence. Hey, when did this guy learn to speak? And now there are two of you, Diablo remarked with surprise, gesturing. Nerif proudly pointed to his own chest, exclaiming, I am a captain. The two engaged in meaningless banter while Ika silently gestured toward the whip cage. The dark entity was gone. The horned girl's expression turned pale as she swept her gaze over. During their time in the storage room, she had confirmed the dark entity was still inside the cage. Then they went to the mirror chamber. A dreadful thought struck him. As Diablo wandered about with the whip cage, the dark entity had been absorbed into some mirror. This notion was truly dreadful. He mentally repeated the phrase, truly dreadful twice. Truly dreadful. Truly dreadful. Yet, there was only this possibility. What to do? Chief, the dark entity is out of control. Diablo exclaimed in panic, revealing her evident fear of the creature. Let the extinguished return to extinction. Let the chaotic revert to chaos. Whatever that thing is, it must be returned to oblivion. Aside from the prophecy, what else do you know? Tell me everything, he asked Diablo. The girl shook her head in confusion. The horned girl's delicate face bore a look of deep contemplation. He said, to exterminate the shepherd. Ika recognized this. He now grasped the peculiar nature of the situation. If the shepherd referred to him, the true apocalyptic prophecy had mentioned him. The shadow, separated from the child of chaos, sought to annihilate him. This gaze stemmed from ancient times, and yet he was merely 4,000 years old. Why did the shadow wish to bring about his demise? Unless there was a distinct possibility. The actions he was to undertake now and in the future were ones it or they did not want him to pursue. Thus, he was compelled to proceed. Chapter 81. Tomorrow's launch tomorrow. This travelogue will be unveiled. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my friends for their patient perusal of this eclectic compendium. Regrettably, while my approach may not adhere to conventional standards, it is the best I could conceive, an endeavor to engage with the essence of the fantastical. To me, fantasy is akin to crafting emeralds from wheat. It seems to convey logic, yet it does not entirely do so. It appears bewildering, exquisite, absurd, and utterly nonsensical. This world may not exist, yet it undeniably does. Otherwise, how could I possibly describe it in such meticulous detail? The greatest challenge in writing this book, apart from the physical discord, has been to overcome the riddle maker within myself. Regardless of the outcome, I shall strive to articulate this work clearly, albeit sometimes at a languorous pace. Truly, I am grateful. I appreciate the unwavering support from my family and friends, including those whose names have been harmonized and forgotten, as well as the dashing young hero who would not have entered the realm without my guidance. I am thankful to the early supporters among my literary peers whose encouragement resonated through sonnets of humanity, shadows of specters, and the solitude of night reigns. I wonder if you remain, but during solitary moments, it was your strength that fortified me. I express my gratitude to the venerable Keepases and to the first monthly supporter, the esteemed Cloud Pigeon. There may be omissions, yet I am thankful to everyone. I appreciate all the donations and votes. Without your support, perseverance would have been arduous. If you are familiar with the D&D Pioneer module or Good Omens, you may discern their influences within these pages. Should you possess a fascination for demonology or have immersed yourself in the arcana of mysticism with aspirations of becoming a mage, this book may provoke your thoughts. For those captivated by religious myths and their derivative artistic expressions, I hope this work can be considered a humble addition to that realm. If you delight in novels imbued with demonic tones such as The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Slaughterhouse-Five, The Catcher in the Rye, and others of that ilk, rest assured, I am akin to you. If you too are a stand-in messenger, I invite you to join me in becoming a star of the Yanga. If none of the above resonates, I am still immensely grateful. Thank you for traversing through a million cryptic sentences to arrive at this page. I am thankful to all who can behold this peculiar tome. Thank you, everyone. Now, I must venture to catch frogs. Wishing you a joyous new year. Chapter 82. Fortunate Prime Number Shepherd? I am aware, Nerif interjected casually. The venerable captain, having lived for countless ages, was poised to shift the conversation. Ready to share a few jokes, he then turned to discover that there were four. Chapter 83. The rosy countdown. The plan itself held no particular significance. Since Diablo must enter the mirror room to facilitate his transportation, it would suffice to let her depart immediately. Chapter 84. The Shadow Jha was frozen in place. Yet it was not too late. The fine dust from the grinding unexpectedly produced a peculiar effect. Diablo grasped his arm, flowing. Chapter 85. The pumpkin debate and the next step. The shadow erupted into a fit of laughter. Do you still require me to point out where the folly lies? Foolishness is simply foolishness. Haha. Would you like me to explain why a pumpkin would not? Chapter 86. The path. There are merely 3 hours remaining until the designated time for the teleportation to Nesvi, and 5 hours until the army of Beelzebub is set to mobilize, with a heart as steady as a well-crafted delicacy. Chapter 87. The refreshing breeze of the fresh turntable. No big deal. Nerif reacted swiftly, effortlessly evading an approaching soul. However, he was already too close, and Diablo nearly. Chapter 88. Journey to the River of Forgetfulness. Very well. Do not be disheartened. It seemed to Cha that he was rather rambling, and it was essential to rein in his thoughts. Deep within, he began to yearn for this clarity. Chapter 89. The Essence of Love. Chapter 90. Illusion. Out of respect for a true hero, the Song of the Neru was completed. The suffocating night in the distance showed no signs of wanting to stir. Chapter 91. The Night of Suffocation. Indeed, after this remarkably persuasive and eloquent speech, Nerif clutched his head. Oh dear, he cried out in pain. It was Diablo who had struck him fiercely. Chapter 92. Song, Formation. The summoning of the first engraving. With the poise of a master, Nerif took the helm, his spirit radiant as he began to sing a new sea shanty. Parting is fraught with difficulty, yet we shall meet again, my beloved. Chapter 93. The Guardian. Have you made up your mind? The soul of Nis is clad in a heavy, dark armor that reveals only his eyes. This is not merely the attire of his material form, but rather an integral aspect of his spiritual visage. Chapter 94. Descent. The violet void was pulled away. Ah, you just. Chapter 95. After an ordinary daily morning prayer, floating island courtyard. Beside the holy water pool, the familiar ritual was nearing its conclusion. As the leader of the fallen angel sect, Don Calabi, prepared to conclude today's. Chapter 96. In our family's treasure chamber, Archangel, what troubles you? I am at your service at any time. Regardless, the mere sight of the Archangel's serene demeanor brought comfort and reassurance to Dunkera. Chapter 97. Strike if you must. This is concerning the friend of Duke Chint. Do not harm her. Singleton Karabi immediately reached out to intervene. No, this is utterly wrong. How can one trust? Chapter 98. Dice and birds. He stepped out of the chaotic chamber with a light heart. A dozen rose-tinted brass dice clinked softly in the pocket of his garment. Chapter 99. Following Shaylee in the direction she indicated. Beneath a cerulean sky adorned with hues of violet and the black and yellow currents of the river below, a line of a dozen white birds soared gracefully in the distance. Chapter 100. Indeed, Commander. The seraphim were encircled by the angels, impenetrably surrounded. The lunar angel, Shalia, concealed their excessively radiant divine light with the ethereal essence of the moon. Chapter 101. The Angelic Hierarchy. The dark side of the moon. Travelers who intend to journey towards the source of order, please first remember this phrase. The seraph, a radiant embodiment of divine power. The perfect manifestation of the energy of order. Chapter 102. The additional commander. At the edge of the blazing cliff, the air shimmered with heat. Shaylee led his team to slow their pace, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Just at that moment, a fleeting glimpse of Zakisi's disappearance. Chapter 103. The Seal of Forgiveness. Esteemed Commander, might you grant me a sacred seal? The Archangel Medfac timidly inquired. He cast a fleeting glance at the two angels. Chapter 104. The task of Shaylee. Cunning stratagems, shrouded in murky black waves intertwined with pale strands, scarlet vapor, and sinister green glimmers. As the ever-changing purple lotus surged forth, in the blink of an eye, the square of Anchi rock was filled, accumulating a thick layer. Chapter 105. Diabolo's peculiarity. Diabolo lingered strangely in the vicinity. He recalled the words spoken to him by Aika. What he referred to as the vicinity was none other than the flesh and blood that lay beneath his feet. Chapter 106. Igniting the flames with the demon king. Diablo was uncertain. She should not have left. Yet, she felt an overwhelming urge to do something for the extinguished pillar of fire. It seemed to be her responsibility. Chapter 107. The Great Undertaking of Beelzebub. The emergence of the Holy Child of Order. The scale of this event was still somewhat inferior when compared to the previous tricolored pillars of flame. She conjured another flame, and the sky seemed to brighten slightly. A humming sound. Chapter 108. Opportunity, assembling, Cupid's fury. Return her to me. Beelzebub, bathed in the radiant light of the angels, supported himself with 2 arms, while 4 hands pounded the flesh and soil. 14 deep crimson eyes followed with a watchful gaze. Chapter 109. God said, you may debate regarding the esteemed Archangel Gabriel. Cupid turned to Gabriel, and suddenly his expression changed dramatically. A chilling smile appearing on his lips. I agree to reflect. I shall no longer. Chapter 110. The 5 eyes of Beelzebub. Perhaps due to a moment of introspection, the radiant essence of Gabriel, the angelic initiator and formidable adversary of darkness, has softened somewhat. Beelzebub begins to regain composure. Chapter 111. The grand malevolent proportion. The shrill voice of Cupid and the brief yet imposing inquiries from Yubo occasionally echoed from above. Chapter 112. Various undertakings. The majority of demons remain ensnared in the confusion wrought by their transformation. A torrential black rain pours down. Gabriel and Beelzebub engage in a covert struggle, gradually extending their influence outward. Chapter 113. Summon a demon to answer this question. A span of 6 months. The estimation of time bears no relation to the certainty of the investigation. There is little confidence. The threads and clues are exceedingly elusive. The estimation primarily stems from. Chapter 114. The Crater Pause. Encountering Shaylee. Are you serious? What lies ahead is nothing but the genuine inferno. My friend, these items cannot withstand the flames. Nerif pointed towards the mast, which was evidently. Chapter 115. The Mischief of Hekes. With a soft patter, the doll rose to its feet. Navigating through the interplay of light and shadow, limping as it made its way outward. Dano appeared oblivious to this bizarre scene unfolding before him. Chapter 116. The document from the source of disorder. Never mind. During the brief journey, Icha made the decision to reveal everything to Kuchir. The demon lied as effortlessly as one breathes. Chapter 117. The Money of the 9 Realms, the Terminal Agency, the Omnipotent Guild. Indeed, the angel remarked. It is possible to employ skilled thieves from the omnipotent. Chapter 118. Discussion on demons and wealth acquisition. Everyone has experienced youthful ignorance, even the venerable Cha, who has lived for over 5 centuries. The majority of the records in the Compendium of 9 Dimensions pertain to events of this century, barely considered. Chapter 119. The path towards the divine light of order. Finale. Gratitude extends to the list at the very bottom. The abbreviation for the inquiry is Ichai Yikaint. All characters are predominantly referred to as Ichai Yikaint, with the exception of 2 comrades who have long been acquainted with him. Queer addresses him as Icha, while the other, Beelzebub, affectionately refers to him as dear. Nerif prefers the inclusive pronoun we. Following Nerif's influence, Icha has also adopted this term, showcasing his adaptability. He occasionally addresses Nerif as mate. Once Beelzebub forbade Icha from calling him the great lord of all demons, Icha ceased to do so, realizing it would only exacerbate her irritation. Only Diabolo employs you when conversing with Beelzebub. She remains oblivious to the need for honorifics, unable to measure him against the usual standards for demons. The perspectives of immortal beings and those endowed with eternal life starkly contrast with those of mortals. Their attitudes towards immortality are profoundly divergent, ranging from mockery and mild annoyance to an inability to comprehend, a potential for advantageous use, and a complete demonstration of superiority. This disparity extends to their views on power as well. Beyond the aforementioned point, Icha bears a notable resemblance to demons in that he frequently lies, adopts a sardonic tone, and remains unfazed by it, which is rather traditional. Honesty is also an option. Except for the fallen angel cult, demons genuinely perceive malevolence as something to be lauded. However, documenting this may lead to confusion in some areas, thus it is addressed only occasionally. The book The Guide to Chaotic Hell uniquely employs the second-person perspective. Some authors' reflections. In Pulp Fiction, Quentin elucidates the preparations of assassins before they embark on their missions. Prior to their acts of violence, assassins engage in mundane discussions about trivial matters such as hamburgers and the letters of McDonald's. Admittedly, the characters herein are not particularly notable, yet they still indulge in conversations reminiscent of brand letters, which can occasionally come across as decidedly uncool. In Chapter 12, the 2 letters in the name 800 years later epitomize the overly dramatic tone of this book to a degree that is almost incredulous. Written in English and then rigidly translated to Chinese, it retains the emotionless cadence of formulaic correspondence. Over time, this tendency has been moderated. This matter is on the verge of losing its humor. In Chapter 17, eagerly engaging in malevolence from the front row, the imagery of Crowley's first encounter with Hastur and Liger surfaced in the author's mind. Chapter 50, the false prophecy, typically undergoes extensive revisions, but this instance yielded a commendable result. Chapter 63, when we speak of purity, what are we discussing, may prove rather disheartening. Nonetheless, the author muses. Was the preceding content not also disheartening? Chapter 71, the guide, Gaminet, follows suit. This chapter is composed in the style of a speech, with intestines being the speech. Although it consists of single words on each line, it requires a slow reading pace to achieve its intended effect, potentially disrupting the rhythm of the surrounding context. However, this chapter is indeed the author's personal favorite. Chapters 86 and 87 feature a notably positive interaction with Beelzebub, highlighted by the presence of several unfortunate bystanders that enhance the atmosphere. The captain's intermittent appearances are quite lighthearted and enjoyable, and fortunately, the latter option was chosen. The captain is a delightful surprise. It was only upon first mentioning Nerif that the author realized the captain was indeed present. Chapter 104, Diabolo, is extremely peculiar. Chapter 108, a rather absurd chapter, follows the battlefield escape until the conclusion. There exists a warmth likely unnoticed by all present. Some explanations. The mindset of research is akin to this. I do not know how I appear in the eyes of the world. To me, I seem like a boy playing by the seaside, occasionally seeking smooth pebbles or beautiful shells to please myself, while the vast ocean of truth lies before me, untouched. Newton time and measurement, along with environmental factors such as air, warrant more thorough exposition. Ideally, these will be gradually supplemented. Under the framework of 9 dimensions, the differentiation of calendars and measurements may prove too complex for recollection. At present, a simplified approach is adopted. The first fantasy era. The first century of fantasy points the second fantasy era. The second century of fantasy rings the third fantasy era. The 3rd century of fantasy discs, the 4th fantasy era. The 4th century of fantasy expansion, the era of authenticity begins. The mid-century of division, 30 million years, the era of forming models. The mid-century of graduality, the era of compatibility. The final mid-century, the era of separation. The dawn of a new era, 200,000 years, the era of connection. The next new era, 36,000 years, the era of the isolated island. The latest era, 7,000 years to present, from highest to lowest, seraphim. Cherubim, thrones, dominions, virtues, powers, principalities, archangels, terrestrial angels. Types of energy fields that have emerged. Order, disorder, mind control, dream, life, law, space, destruction, radiation, elemental, void energy. True chaos, ultimate chaos, perfect order. Innate abilities of races and corresponding fields of energy. Demons, disorder energy, ascend to ultimate chaos. Innate ability, command angels, order energy, ascend to perfect order. Innate ability, miracle harpy bird demons. Mind control energy, innate ability, prank humans, none. Do you recall the unique designations for individuals unable to utilize innate abilities across different races? A suitable location for that appendix could not be found. For our revealed, dragon, wet candle, wandering spirit, fallen angel, construct of the ineffable. Research topics, energy diversion, filling gaps in field energy types, faster, better. More widely applicable transformation methods, connections between energy fields and their underlying principles, categories of chaotic beings, special energy-related studies of chaotic offspring, the essence of souls. The relationship between law energy and law beings, rapid and efficient money-making techniques. Among the initial 3 books, the outline of this book, a compendium of 9 dimensions. The Madman's Diary, the Guide to Chaotic Hell, surprisingly useful, distribution and classification of chaotic hell energy sources. One of the initial 3 books, provided to Hickeys. Later studied by Dankalabi and Nice. Law Spells 101, still somewhat useful. 46 common field energies and your life. 6 applications of power field theory, Ummel spells. Management of believers and energy diversion of faith. The allure of demons, my 18-fold energy conversion rate. 35,000 unholy terms. 21 ritual precautions. A brief introduction to biological classification. Not everything without a head is edible. 13 lines of the violently deceased. The invisibility of beauty. 9 forms of soul existence. A detailed guide to praises of the source of order. The language of order. Sacred social etiquette. 50 prohibitions for when utensils fall. The 3-tiered 9 grades of order. Sacred social etiquette. Mind your position. Please do not overstep. References. Books mentioned in previous summaries. Omitted spells. The 5 forms of command magic. Shrinking spell. Acceleration spell. Common defense energy. Originally given to characters. Wisdom of the owl. Originally meant to enhance perception. Possible omissions. Will supplement as recollections arise. A heartfelt acknowledgement to all esteemed readers. Heavyweight champion. Oo Ramu, heavyweight helmsman. Sleepy sergeant. Carefree wanderer. The little disciple from Winter's Edge. The pitiful and humble black maple tree. A frequent patron. Endless long world. A regular voter. Ching Luo. The emotionally vulnerable. Zindro. The fallen slacker. Will of the underworld. Dreams of the mortal realm. All 3 are frequent voters. Monkey King. Swordsmith. Dance of 1,000 Sails. Frequent voters. Please drive carefully. Reader 7952. Book Friend 4120. A wandering black cat. A frequent commenter and voter. Itself I choose to relinquish my struggle. Xian E. A frequent commenter and voter. Drunkenly reclining on the bed. Wyland. Night rain in a solitary village. Claydon University student. It's still early. Ziahizi 369. A frequent commenter. Voljeev has gone to the farm. Kipe C. A heavyweight comrade. Lisi Dog Book Friend 6210. Your smile at first meeting. Zusa Jwater. Fox Chingying. Frequent voters. Rabo Book Friend 4380. Long-awaited return. Crushing Sugar. Immortal Phoenix Rosalie. YHGHB. Scholars of the Academy. Frequent voters. Solar. Youth should know the value of a rich lady. Call me Divine Punishment. The Sleepy Ghost. Daydreaming Onlys. The Orthodox Fowl in Denmark. Frequent voters. Clouds light and breezy. 7 Records Grocery. SGWFBM. Feeling quite lethargic. If I have missed anything, please comment here to chastise the author. Thank you all. Updates will resume tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 120. Entropy Explosion. Look at the moon, Kuchir remarked. Ja raised his eyelids and glanced over. Yes, the moon. There are 4 moons in total. Chapter 121, Logic Pearl, Repayment Through Investigation. Although the well was profound, it was evident that the entity still possessed life. It bore a striking resemblance to the structure that had previously been reduced to ashes. Chapter 122, the money chest in the reservoir. The silvery surface of the upper reservoir gleamed, reaching a mere finger's breadth from the edge. A soft sound echoed, as anticipated by Icha. Chapter 123, the eerie right tower. The black iron rake held by the statue snagged a corner of the boiling box of refined lead. Wait. Coutier suddenly halted Ja's advance as if faced with a formidable foe. Chapter 124, what is happening silently? Date. Is this logic bead black market manufacturing factory merely abandoned by the terminal lawyer? It appears that 50 years ago, there was a specialized. Chapter 125, the tide of nihility, the best of angels. Coutier let out a few grunts before suddenly springing to his feet. The first was a dazed murmur, while the second followed a sharp jab from Icha. Chapter 126, amplitude 300. It is less than 200 logic pearls. By examining, a small statue holds a sharp cone in one hand, carving a circular opening on the treasure chest, while the other hand receives a bottle, pouring in. Chapter 127, the accompaniment of the recorder. After a while, Coutier finally comprehended the situation. It was not difficult to understand the methods employed by the lawyer at the terminus to manipulate the upgrade process of the chip. The real challenge lay in persuading. Chapter 128, wrestling come wrestle, said the octagonal curve fisherman. But you have nothing to do, weakly protested amplitude 300, awkwardly turning to look at. Chapter 129, the spirit of sports. Something seems amiss. Coutier gazes toward the direction of the amplitude 300, the structure of the law of sound. With an amplitude of 300, stands tall above. Chapter 130, the cheater, 4,000 words. Single update, alas. Cheer up. Coutier raised his fist to incite the crowd. Then, lowering his voice, he inquired of Icha, how can we win? Icha did not hear him, as he was focused on the octagonal arena to one side. Chapter 131, adverse conditions. What? The amplitude of 300 suddenly lifted his head, but his current physical condition could not bear it, resulting in his chin striking against Coutier's head with a dull thud. The angel raised. Chapter 132, the greatest secret. The leader of the fishermen, with his narrow, slit-like eyes, fixed his gaze intently upon Icha, his sharp, glinting stare piercing through him. After a moment, he slowly. Chapter 133, the ghosts escaping from the past. 2 structures, resembling fish fillets, separated in a sticky manner. The amplitude, 300, exhibited an exceedingly cold demeanor, curling into a ball and continuously buzzing. The switch. Chapter 134, 366 days, a whisper with the devil. Many may have heard of this tale. A man falls into a desolate crevice of a cliff or finds himself lost in a shadowy, impenetrable forest, besieged by monstrous. Chapter 135, Midnight, Hunger, and Magic. Main material plane. Black Key Sorcerers Association. Upper levels of the tower. Late at night, the room is enveloped in darkness. A dense aroma of charred remnants fills the air. Chapter 136, the third hand. The female apprentice whimpered softly, dragging herself down the spiral staircase with her elbows and knees. Gradually, she descended step by step, while Nice remained silent, observing. Chapter 137, the Apostle of Destruction and Ruin. A suffocating pause ensued. The individuals outside posed no threat to you and me whatsoever. Nice's tone was rigid as he leaned against the wall, grappling with an intense hunger. Chapter 138, the high-level sorcerer Afafa. Nice quickly ascertained that the individual was the high-level sorcerer filling the void he left behind. It appeared that he possessed mastery over various types of elemental spells, and perhaps even bore some treasures upon his person. Chapter 139, the assault of Nice. Mirror of the past, 4,000 words, single update, Happy New Year, enough. You are exceedingly noisy. Ufa extended a hand clad in a black leather glove and playfully flicked Marley's forehead. This depends on your sister. Chapter 140, the trap of Yenwei. The end of the journey. Among the 10 moons for shine brightly. Indeed, the end of the journey is circular. Coutier leaned forward, gazing into the distant, dark blue horizon. Chapter 141, the guide square for the guide. The term had to be repeated, as it emerged unexpectedly. The guide. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Square 4, disguised as a celestial. Chapter 142, the factory of logic and 10 selections for the title of most boring plane. The source of order triumphed 7 times, while the chaotic hell claimed victory 3 times. This is largely due to the fact that only the angels would. Chapter 143, The Enigmatic Tower. The Enigmatic Tower. Square 4 excitedly waved the 4 corner flags downward, proclaiming with a resonant voice. It resembled the emotional performance of a professional tour guide, meticulously orchestrated. Indeed. Chapter 144. Everyone envies him even without the commentary of Square 4. One can roughly infer the meaning of regional binding from its literal interpretation. Nevertheless, Square 4 patiently elucidated it for them. As expected. Chapter 145. The Endpoint Agency. It is challenging to discern whether it is a mineral or. Chapter 146. Terminal Affairs Office. Basic Information Verification. Chapter 147. The Endpoint Agency. The voyeur. There is no specific explanation. It merely exploits a certain characteristic of ghosts. The characteristic of voyeurism? Couchier appeared utterly perplexed. Chapter 148. The Final Affairs Office. Protest Repetition. How much was it? Couchier stared blankly at the consultant. 150,000. The consultant's 8 eyes peered over the 8 lenses. There was no sense. Chapter 149. The Terminal Affairs Office. The Self-Destruction Center. Cha and Couchier exited the consultation room, one following the other, while Zone 0C lingered in the corner by the door, waiting for them like a broom. Each entrance. Chapter 150. The End Office. Outburst of resentment. It felt as though one were seated on a one-way track of existence. A visitor entered through the semicircular door behind, proceeding to the first and second rows, pausing briefly, ensnared by the gripping nature of the encounter. Chapter 151. The Final Affairs Office. The space of vengeful spirits. Looking around, he noticed at the far end of the corridor, someone with their back to him, seemingly engaged in conversation with an unknown entity beyond the wall. Wait for me, he exclaimed. Chapter 152. Methods to observe the rear of the eyeball. The crater illusion experiment. It is generally accepted that accurate observation serves as the cornerstone for any intelligent being to engage in cognition, survival, growth, adaptation to change, and subsequent development processes. Chapter 153. Seeking the core of the vengeful spirit. After listening to Kekier's account, it became evident that they were currently situated in an illusory space, a manifestation of the vengeful spirit's wrath. They exchanged. Chapter 154. By the water's edge. By the fire's side, it was as if the flames awaited their arrival. The fire along the lake shore erupted with a crackling explosion, surging forth in a frothy manner between the sharp spikes. The varying densities. Chapter 155. Dedication. Cookies. Behind it, there lies a substantial mass, pale and exuding a soft luminescence. This phenomenon is attributed to cognitive dissonance and the misalignment of psychological coordinates, manifesting as an image from a lateral perspective. Chapter 156. The Balance and the Handshake. Couchier, in a state of confusion, murmured softly. Cha contemplated for a moment. I shall not partake, he declared as he crouched beside the small opening in the corner. Chapter 157. The Final Attorney. The angel, adorned with a delicate golden sheen of perspiration, resembled a statue that had been excessively molded. Furrowing his brow, he appeared to be enduring immense anguish. Even so. Chapter 158. The Value of Guilt. The crimson figure clasped his hands, leaning back against the chair with his head tilted. Flanking him symmetrically on either side stood 2 ladies of the evening, rendering him akin to some form of bridge. Chapter 159. Petty matters. Perhaps the timing of the departure was exceptionally clever. However, if the attorney at the destination was resolute in his desire to impede progress, there was nothing that could not be thwarted. He was the proprietor of this establishment. Chapter 160. He enjoys laughter, the secret mark of the spell. Where are you planning to go? Inner Circle. J finally spoke. Chapter 161. Transformation Records. The best angels are not here. Correction for the 100th time. Within the ring. Jay appeared quietly beside him with his hands behind his back. Chapter 162. The old stalemate topic. Then there ensued a cacophony of howls and wails, echoing through the air. The amplitude of the inquiry peaked at 3. Chapter 163. The Gambler in the Coffin. I sensed that we could become good friends. Amplitude 300 softly murmured from the bottle on my back. Alas, it seems that the opportunity for true friendship has slipped away. Chapter 164. Addressing the matter. Returning to 0, it departed from the chamber containing a coffin, bearing a large vial with an amplitude of 300. Iza left the room with the substantial bottle of Amplitude 300, along with Chapter 165. A cup of green tea. I thought there was something special. After a few seconds, he said with indifference, of course there is. Just those few seconds. The end. Chapter 166. Asymmetric fairness. Possibility is a truly marvelous concept. By the way, I have a premonition that it will emerge as the currency of a new era. Suddenly, a shadow shrouded in red mist spoke, as if continuing from the previous inquiry. Chapter 167. The Justice Card Game. Commencement. The lawyer pondered for a moment. Do you think I would choose? Chapter 168. The Justice Card Game. The emotional camp. The music abruptly ceased. The air fell into a stillness, bracing itself. Then, let us indulge in disgust. Casual remarks by Cha. A splendid choice. Chapter 169. Justice Card Game. Event requirement. The outcome of this card is lying flat. To view the content in the upper right corner of the card, lie down, face down. Similar states are acceptable. Chapter 170. The Justice Card Game. A simple round. I did not comprehend a single word. Jinbu murmured softly. Does he need to understand? He is also seated at this table. He gestured to the recording officer. Chapter 171. The Justice Card Game. Drowning. There is no need to concern oneself with the events depicted on the cards. Simply by utilizing the two disgust, emotion faction cards in hand to trigger the blame value, one can reach the conclusion. Chapter 172. Justice Card Game. Black and white law ring, please, said Cha. TSK. The defense attorney raised a finger. Do not rush. This matter will unfold. Chapter 173. Justice Card Game. The mysterious tunnel. The attorney at the end pointed to the card. The gleaming metallic card turned towards Cha, with the upper left corner illuminating a crimson smile adorned with 10 eyes. The Count. Chapter 174. The Justice Card Game. Afflicted by illness with indifference, he flapped his wings and soared towards his designated seat. The square table had transformed into a slick expanse beneath him. Fortunately, he was. Chapter 175. The Justice Card Game. Activating the switch of devotion. The pace of change in circumstances is astonishingly swift. Just a moment ago, everything seemed favorable, and suddenly, I find myself in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. Firstly, I can no longer exploit fairness to serve my own interests. Chapter 176. The Justice Card Game. Sensitive whether it is, in fact, impossible to experience an emotion that one does not possess. After all, it is not akin to pulling a dead mouse from one's pocket to show it to a classmate sitting next door. Chapter 177. The Justice Card Game. A soul unburdened. I inquired, when will this come to an end? He cleared his throat and remarked, the process of this card is never-ending. Oh. Chapter 178. The Justice Card Game. The exhilarated fist liquid as silvery blood flowed from the bottle, cascading into the gaping maw enveloped in crimson mist. It was merely a celebration, devoid of substantial benefit. Like 6. Chapter 179. The Justice Card Game. Dragon Burst Moss. A golden needle pricks a black 3. The terminal lawyer adopts the appearance of a breathing organism holding its breath. Truly a. Chapter 180. The Justice Card Game. A game of endurance beneath the capricious weather. Myriad splendid lights unfurled their radiant arcs, encircling the solitary table. The utilized metal cards lay upon the card rack. The balance needle pierced. Chapter 181. The Justice Card Game. Your eyes. Arriving at my sight after a brief pause, the attorney at the end of the table let out a chuckle. He possessed an uncanny ability to make his laughter appear simultaneously courteous, ominous, and insidiously cunning. As the laughter. Chapter 182. The Justice Card Game. A nightmare within a nightmare. A vivid second elapsed, yet the card remained unturned. There is no need to seek your consent. I possess ample justification to. Chapter 183. The Justice Card Game. Handshake response. How do you intend to contend with me now? The lawyer at the finish line chuckled. You cannot see a single word, nor comprehend anything. Although you are not blind, you might as well be. Chapter 184. The Justice Card Game. Double grief, a nightmare within a nightmare. Words are incomprehensible, and sounds are unintelligible. I recall the information of the 3 cards, yet I am unable to articulate any. Chapter 185. The Justice Card Game. Convergence. The 3 cards suspended in the air are, surprise, 4 points. Event. Allowing the inhabitants who have resided in the sun for 50,000 years to. Chapter 186. The Justice Card Game. The first night's starry sky. What does it mean? Within the inner circle, Jay's hands rested upon her knees. her gaze unflinching and direct. She seemed to. Chapter 187. The Justice Card Game. The Final Thought. The spiral staircase was shattered by the light, disintegrating amidst the multitude of rays. A vast expanse of crimson mist unfurled, coalescing into a nebulous figure. Chapter 188. The Justice Card Game. He suddenly turned around to gaze at the spot where the scales of justice had once been placed on the table. The card rack, adorned with 6 symbols representing various emotions, stood slightly askew. Chapter 189. Have you ever witnessed the apocalypse? I now have a placeholder, as Cha stated, and I possess that as well. He gestured towards the scales held by the terminal lawyer. Chapter 190. 1 + 1 = 2. You do not intend to resolve this issue through violence, do you? Cha gazed at him unexpectedly. I have already mentioned that this method is quite popular. No, this is indeed. Chapter 191. The theory of monostructure. If given the opportunity, I would like to inquire about the purpose of Shalia's visit. However, now that the terminal lawyer has conspicuously indicated that he is a child of the dimension, it seems I shall take a day off to relocate. I wonder if anyone has engaged in Warhammer 3, Elden Ring, or Destiny 2 lately. It has been quite some time since I last indulged in gaming. Today, I must indeed move. A multitude of tasks has accumulated, and my condition is somewhat unstable. I hope my readers can be understanding. Chapter 192. A Grand Direction. The letter from Daka Labi. Dear compatriots, I would not advise you to proceed directly to the source of order. Square 4 remarked. With Cha and Ku Chier carrying the mute amplitude 300 and the oscillation 2*1. Chapter 193. The Labyrinth of the Sixth Continent. The Sixth Continent is the realm of the all-encompassing guild. This journey was unforeseen. The Sixth Continent itself is an unexpected land. There is. Chapter 194. The Path of Destiny. It is a magical array. Kuchier exclaimed. A rule array, he added, casting a glance at the characters shimmering with a white glow. I do not understand. Chapter 195. 7 voices should possess 7-fold persuasiveness before they could push the door open. An entity adorned with an enormous hat and a long, pointed tail emerged. The creature turned its head inward. Chapter 196. The unprofessional flirt. Kuchier shook himself vigorously. Now, if you wish to remain here, there are complimentary seats and beverages available over there. Chapter 197. Analysis of the staircase. Chai dragged Kuchier along. With amplitude 300 tucked beneath one arm, and the 2-star Bainu nestled in his grasp, they discreetly departed from the watchful eyes of the crowd, seeking a more spacious corner of the staircase to gather their thoughts. Chapter 198. In times of financial distress, one may be inclined to believe anything. Could it be possible? Kuchier murmured. He intended to venture to the other side of the void ocean's maelstrom. This statement resonates with an amplitude of 300. Chapter 199. Land reclamation. Remnants of the past. I had anticipated that we would commence with the question of whether the coin would land heads or tails first. However, as it turns out, I am not fond of following conventional paths. Chapter 200. Profitable reports. Assessing the situation. Upon reflection, he did not hinder Kuchier from expressing. Of course not. Very well. The promise of an angel is indeed trustworthy. Chapter 201. The purpose of a martyr should not be. They prepared to exit through a one-way small portal. Along the way, they passed by a row of towering metallic artworks, which prominently showcased the propaganda of the martyrs. Chapter 202. Good things, right things. A line of needles, like. Chapter 203. The transformation of Hell. An elf, a dwarf, and a human entered a tavern, ordering a glass of purple dreamgrass elixir, a glass of snow honey mead, and a glass of Labo red wine. Chapter 204. Not an arena, but a marketplace. They resumed their flight. Dan Karabi cast a furtive glance at Illiker Na. Chapter 205. The secret of Nerif. Nerif did not take this matter to heart at all. A few weeks ago, the chaotic abyss had just achieved an epic victory over the source of order. The chalice of birth and twilight was set into motion. Chapter 206. Footprints. All concepts are open to discussion. The majority of these concepts may be refined through discourse, much like today's lunch. However, Cha believes there are a few exceptions. Chapter 207. The 4 principles of energy domains. According to the classification of energy in the 5th edition of the Century of Isolation, the energy of laws, as the most widely utilized energy among the populace of various dimensions, has been meticulously described and defined. Chapter 208. Shadows ahead. The 8th moon. The energy of the laws did not produce any adverse consequences when interacting with the Monoceros flat. Before one could ponder further, Another current of air surged forth. Chapter 209, Crossing the Boundary. There it is. On the other side. Suddenly, Cha said, "We must get to the other side. Can you see it?" Kuchier inquired. Chapter 210, Geological Adjustment. "Ah, greetings." Kuchier squatted beside the professional land reclamation expert, speaking. It was only then that he remembered to glance around. The cavern appeared to be gently. Chapter 211, Temporary Facts. When Kuchier was utterly astonished. The rabbit not only soared into the air, but also transformed into a magical rooster. Just a moment ago, right when I. Chapter 212, Yellow Eyes at Times. Creation is far easier than modification. Such is the case now, as Cha speaks again. Kuchier pondered for a moment. The situation indeed held. Chapter 213, The Hollow Room. What is the matter? Kuchier seemed to sense something amiss, speaking dryly. It's nothing. Icha reached into the air and grasped a thick, dark needle. Chapter 214, Integers. If not all, Icha and Kekiur continued their descent. Unless he were not the shadow of the conspiracy, Icha pondered. Yet, their voices were undeniably identical. Chapter 215, The Professional War Merchant. I perceived that Kuchier's face flushed crimson. He seemed to become aware, rapidly contemplating and assessing the rationality of the situation, as well as whether there were elements that ought to be replaced with. Chapter 216, The Visual Interface. Oh, the anticipation. The tone of inquiry conveys a meaning that is entirely contrary. The downward momentum comes to an abrupt halt. Indeed, they were unable to even mention. Chapter 217, Evidence. It sounds somewhat excessive. As Choping stated casually, I believe it serves a purpose beyond merely encrypting communications. Indeed, that is the case. Chapter 218, Regional Regulations. Kuchier and the professional gamblers rose simultaneously. Just then, an alarm echoed from above, akin to 1,000 irate trumpets resounding with fervent eloquence. Chapter 219, The Opposite Side. Behind the deep crimson giant wall, despite the distance and profundity, one can still glimpse the horizon where 9 moons, each the size of a fist, linger in the sky. Chapter 220, Because the teapot is right there. No, it cannot be determined yet. Could the surface, replete with hooks, give rise to other possibilities? Although Cha felt an almost overwhelming urgency. Chapter 221, Words from the Heart. You can see it. Kuchier exclaimed in astonishment. So you cannot see me? The gambler inquired, appearing equally astonished. Chapter 222, Command Center. Despite the apparent urgency of the moment, the gambler remained silent for a time. In the darkness, there lingered an extraordinary sensation. He was smiling. I do not. Chapter 223, The 3 Living Shadows. Indeed, upon entering that door, the space unfurled before them. The ceiling seamlessly closed above, and a circular wall ascended, revealing. Having been ambushed by the boss, I shall take a day off. As the title suggests, after writing for such an extended period, I trust that everyone still holds a modicum of faith in the author. Updates will continue tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Wishing you a joyful March 16th. Chapter 224, Unraveling. Jia gazed intently at the 2 professional gamblers as he retreated towards the curled-up chair. They shared a similarly lanky physique, with elongated limbs, their faces obscured. Chapter 225, The remaining gamblers fleeing is a rather poor choice, merely tolerable at best. The threat lingers behind, not vanished, poised to catch up at any moment. Chapter 226, The time window. Time continues to flow at its usual pace. Here, time perpetually moves forward at a constant speed. Yet, in this moment, it feels particularly abundant. Kuchier remains in a daze. Chapter 227, The Hideout of the War Merchant. Everything from the past is vividly clear in Cha's eyes. Even though the professional gamblers have been utterly obliterated, the entropy explosion has not affected the enormous dice cup. Chapter 228, Return to Position. Chapter 229, Relative Stillness. Click, 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 click. Kuchier covered one ear, although there was no sound in his ear. Chapter 230, Beyond Extraordinary Adventures. Is this a good thing? Kuchier gazed blankly out of the window at the immense transformations outside. The grand undertaking of land reclamation was underway. The geodetic needle was being. Chapter 231, The Passage of 10 Moons. The spatial dimensions are awry. The land reclamation experts are perplexed as to what adjustments have been made. It is inconceivable that they could influence those moons. However, she is capable of affecting and manipulating them. Chapter 232, Where did the 10 moons go? The sky on this side had darkened to a perfectly suitable degree. Without urging Kuchier to intervene again, I took it upon myself to pull. Chapter 233. A face-to-face observation let him in, Cha said suddenly. They were still within the unidirectional flow of the temporal window. At this moment, he leaped up and reached for. Chapter 234. Unforgivable sin, what difference does it make to me? The war profiteer remarked with an infuriatingly mocking tone, clearly intent on provoking irritation. Any individual. Chapter 235. The flock of birds preparing to steal the moon, the crimson, boiling earth has quelled its tumult, thus bringing an end to the tremors of the command center, which now hangs solitary at the downward curve of a colossal hook. From afar, one gazes. Chapter 236. Elimination event. Many often mistakenly perceive my path as one of strife, chaos, or even brutality. The war profiteer adjusted his wide-brimmed hat, and Chapter 237. The ambition of the pan-dimensional level. The tremors were evidently instigated by the capabilities of the land reclamation team, while their command center, having established its independence early on, remained completely unaffected. They regarded. Chapter 238. Not a brain made of flesh, however. They are endowed with numerous top-tier professionals from across the universe, Kuchir remarked. Thus, the all-powerful guild is destined for fame. Yet, the martyrs. Chapter 239. The mischievous child without a mother. Oh my. Chapter 240. An uninvited guest. A dim, deep yellow sky loomed overhead, as thick clouds coalesced into a vivid crimson apparition. The tattered wooden sphere, recently engulfed by the scarlet clouds, transformed into a wisp of ash. Chapter 241. The despicable demon, less than 1 in 1,000, the leading lady remarked swiftly. All of it, another lady echoed almost in unison. They exchanged glances. Chapter 242. The noose of the crater. The arrival of the temporal window was remarkably opportune. It is precisely due to its perfect timing that it can be deemed a temporal window. Kuchier, feeling disoriented, stared outward. Chapter 243. The resurgence of the shadow of conspiracy. Beneath a darkened violet void, devoid of any luminosity, lies a sea of nothingness, displaced by the recent geological upheaval. It is unclear whose command has shaped this formation as it unfolds. Chapter 244. The true self. In the name of justice is detrimental. The heart of justice is harmful. Justice will dissipate into nothingness. The subject of justice will be belittled by that which it scorns. Chapter 245. Most of the demons. He is the son of the dimension, yet also one of the majority of demons? Kuchier contemplated posing this question. Just then, he was nudged by Icha, causing him to lean forward. Chapter 246. A change of face. A deafening roar resonated, overwhelming the eardrums. It was the anguished cry of the defense attorney, followed closely by a torrent of vehement accusations. Chapter 247. The triangle of opportunity. Are you joking? At the first moment, I contemplated. From his perspective, one could clearly discern the overall situation. The endpoint lawyer was. Chapter 248. Things that should not appear on the back of the end. The power of the Land Reclamation Guild has not yet fully recovered. Everything unfolds at a sluggish pace. Yet, it is resolute. Chapter 249. Kinship. A plethora of evidence indicates that the majority of material-based organisms exhibit similarities resulting from blood relations. Generally speaking, two entities. Chapter 250. Martyrs never waver. A profound transformation occurred within the land creation master. Chapter 251. Family. I have won. Suddenly, Chao realized what they had been wagering. When you emerge victorious, you shall know. You. Chapter 252. The third gamble. The power of the land reclamation master has reached its limits. After losing consciousness, the nearby spatial rules approached a state of nature. Notably, Chapter 253. News from the first world. The prank has failed. The somewhat distorted voice of Zakisi echoed through the blood pact. At the same time, the 4-star officer stood by his side. Final volume summary. The end of the path possesses a hint of soft science fiction, owing to its orderly nature. The end is a realm of lawful malevolence, and the children of the end are the embodiment of this chaotic order. Conversations have become more animated, as attempts are made to enhance dialogue's significance. Material beings are both simple and complex. The simplicity refers to their level of difficulty, while complexity pertains to their material composition and physiological structure. Likewise, law-related beings are intricate yet straightforward. The tangible is the most easily observed and studied, which is why, as an erudite energy being, Ichate is profoundly knowledgeable about material matters. The challenge lies in the fact that observation often must precede understanding, yet phenomena governed by laws require comprehension for observation. This principle underpins the perspective of laws. For instance, a structural entity once mentioned the color of second-order light specificity. When law beings refer to this term, it is as effortless and natural as a human mentioning the color yellow. However, humanity cannot fathom what this color is, and therefore cannot perceive it. The prerequisite for witnessing this color is an understanding of its appearance and the mechanism of its vivid display. This is evidently a formidable challenge when direct observation of such a hue is unattainable. Yet, solutions are not entirely elusive. Elevating the previous example leads us to the question, how does one comprehend that which lies beyond familiar cognition? For Ichate, an energy being, studying the laws is essentially a continual endeavor to unravel this conundrum. Can a summer insect speak of ice? There will undoubtedly be perspectives asserting this is entirely impossible. However, it is undeniable that in certain avant-garde scientific fields, such endeavors are indeed pursued. This is a commendable pursuit. A tangible example in the realm of reality would be, how does one comprehend the principle behind the phenomenon of half-spin? Newly released books, previously mentioned ones are not revisited. 366 Days, Fragments of Conversation with the Devil, Methods to See the Back of the Eyeball, The Crater Illusion Experiment, Law, Energy, and State Effects. Background sound references explanatory section. There are several other similar coincidences, which are unintentional. The author's internet speed is exceedingly slow, and there is no time to critique current events. The teapot is a whimsical image, devoid of significance. When the author is at a loss for words, they simply think of teapot. If one insists on attributing meaning, the teapot's imagery has two associations. Oh, this is rather meaningful. This volume has fewer interpolated books. On one hand, continuous events unfold, making insertion difficult. On the other, the current trend often integrates the setting content directly into the narrative. At times, it becomes unnecessary to write separately. Some settings are immediately recognizable as sourced from specific books. This volume exhibits both strengths and weaknesses. The author is perpetually learning and stumbling. There are aspects the author is quite pleased with, secretly reveling, yet choosing not to divulge. May the next volume surpass this one. The esteemed list of supporters who have inspired the author to persevere thus far. Plastic Ocean Garbage Bags, Oo Limulu, Sleepy Sergeant, The Uncaring Traveler. The Pitiful and Humble Black Maple Tree, Book Friend 201-8090-8173-401982. The Little Disciple from Winter's Edge, The Will of the Underworld, Book Friend 20200-809-2040-5933, Zindro, Wylan. This book is truly delightful. Endless Long Ages, 7 Records General Store. Ching Luo is emotionally weak. Shandofall, Swordsmith, full of energy. Houseman VI. Reader 146820160464255. Book Friend 20190227172554569. A Fish on the Ground. I Choose to See Struggling. Book Friend 201812171958519. The Resonance of the Sky, Dr. Sharon. The Sleepless and the Wail of the Isolated Island, Wheel. Greetings Teacher, Buckwheat 81. Book Friend 202011716599275. Book Friend 202012302-3-40143. Clear Words and Beautiful Flowers. Dragon of All Things, Hell Dimension Military Commissioner Kane. LOL People. Kipe C. A Rowing Boat Dre Shaoran. Visitor 10159. The Long-Awaited Reaper. Book Friend 20171191051187768. 14 lines poem. Relector, Drunkenly Reclining. Itself. Which Spirit Polar, Lilo Tower No. 1. Risking Life to Distribute Flyers. Human Dreams Left Behind. Lawful Chicken Orthodoxy in Denmark. Thousand Sails Dance. Feeling quite lethargic. The book's performance has been rather mediocre. However, what truly matters is not the opinions of outsiders, laughs, but the readers who are currently engaging with this book. Thank you for taking the time to read this. Chapter 254, by the commission of Echanth in the Chaotic Hell Dimension. Nerif received yet another letter from Echanth, merely 3 days after the last correspondence. Please assist me in conveying this to Alex. Chapter 255, the intelligence of Alexander the Hanged. Everyone appears to be quite satisfied with the current situation. Alexander the Hanged seems pleased with the unexpected mention of the visitor from Weijimo. While Nerif expresses his contentment regarding Alexander, chapter 256, the omniscient eye of Neosis, I shall not speak unless you acknowledge your mistake, whispered a voice. She has already offered her apology, Dan Calaby stated with calm dignity. Oh. Chapter 257, the final abyssal demon, have you not heard of it? Is it my fault? The mocking whisper of Alexander the Hanged echoed. Dunkalabi pressed down on Nerif's shoulder. Chapter 258, the Licking Society, what shall we do? Chapter 259, the Enchanting Shadow. Oh. Nalif raised an eyebrow and lifted his glass. It is a pleasure to gather here, Duke Duma. The Shadow Demon is a malevolent. Chapter 260, Persuasion Mother. Mother. The demons of the Licking Association encircled Aurelia, erupting once more into a cacophony of jubilant roars. Chapter 261, Information of Utmost Value. Chapter 262, the second phantom bug. Single Karabi held the severed head of Wega Mo as he stepped over the heaps of inebriated, multicolored demons sprawled across the floor. Orlu had already slipped beneath a chair, clutching. Chapter 263, The Devil of Intrusion, Part 1. The following tale is derived from 366 Days, Fragments of Conversation with the Devil. Once upon a time, there existed a blind half-fish princess. No one. Chapter 264, The Devil of Intrusion, Part 2. Dr. Sharpfish gently caressed her eyes. The half-fish princess felt not the fin of a fish, but rather something resembling a claw. However, she did not. Chapter 265, The Devil of Intrusion, Part 2. The sick fish gazed upwards in confusion, alarmed and terrified, and swiftly retreated beneath the table, covering its head and trembling in fear. What has happened? What did you see? Chapter 266. 3 letters from hell. Generally speaking, the chaotic abyss. The source of order, the ultimate destination, the realm of slaughter, the garden of the overseer, the forest of myriad phenomena, the primary material plane, the first world. The Dreamweaver's sway. Chapter 267. The wager fulfilled regardless of the ideological agreement. Chai felt no particular sensation that one might expect from being a Nehis. He was rather indifferent to it all, whether it was true or not. Chapter 268. The Celestial Enforcer. Upon discovering Hickey's whereabouts, the realm she inhabited was already on the brink of collapse. A slight movement forward, and Ja leaped to her side. Chapter 269. The Puppet of Faith. Why desire to enter the Eye of the Primordial? The Eye of the Primordial serves as the energy fulcrum of the first world dimension, and it is evident that Cha Xiren comprehends the significance of this location. Chapter 270. Chestnuts and Bamboo Pipes. She said so. What relevance does this have to our current endeavors? Yizhao cast a profound glance at her, the harpy. Chapter 271. The withered skins sect. Their numbers should be dwindling, Cha remarked. It is rare for you to be aware of this organization. With the journey now at its midpoint, Li Fu's. Chapter 272. Peaceful Coexistence. Li Fu turned her emerald eyes, gazing deeply at him. After a brief moment of tension, she spoke. We have arrived. She turned her face away. Chapter 273. Detection. Zakisi emitted a silent stream of grievances. Due to the bond of blood contract, Icha could hear everything. However, it was of little consequence, as long as Li Fu remained oblivious. Chapter 274. The First World Condensation. The 3 great principles of vision. Li Fu remained silent, while even Zakisi gazed thoughtfully at the small sphere. The sphere, diminutive in size, stood out against the vast and desolate backdrop of the universe. Chapter 275. Daisy. Li Fu remained silent, nodding slightly after a few seconds. Oh. Hickey's arms were crossed, her brows furrowing together. Now. Chapter 276. The Origin. The doubt. Li Fu's expression was austere as she nodded in agreement. She even wished to depart immediately to report, but Cha urged her to wait for the latest results of the attempts. Chapter 277. The Path of Neosis. What has been previously discussed pertains merely to the perception of the rules. Altering these rules necessitates an extraordinary level of mental concentration and comprehension, along with a touch of innate talent and inclination. Chapter 278. The Dreamweaver's Cradle. Half-dimension. Hickey's exclaimed in astonishment. Are you some kind of devotee? Whom do you believe in? Wait, this is different from faith. The essence of belief does not point towards. Chapter 279. 2 dreams. Thus, it is essential to explore what lies within these matters. Hekes arrived with renewed vigor, fluttering her wings as she alighted upon the crown of a tree, extending her fingers to. Chapter 280. The illusion of the third door. With a glance at the advantageous scale, he opened it. The golden eyeball, with its small mouth resembling a gaping black hole, gazed intently at him. Chapter 281. Mother, the passage buried beneath the rocks that is my mother, said Hickey as she gazed at the purebred harpy. Indeed. Her name is Serena, Ikar added. He had once encountered her in the dreams of Ivor. I shall take a day off. Updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 282. The 10th gate. Is it a void? Behind the second winding path of the right-hand gate lies the end of the journey before the reversal. A surreal vision of the third continent. This place is remarkably distinctive, easy to discern, as if the continent were. Chapter 283. The shadow of the giant Jah stood in place for a long time, the name silently gliding through his heart. The fallen wanderer, Ruemu Gangi. Is it him? Chapter 284. Ruemu, the void the giant proclaimed, returned to zero. He stretched his body and slowly reclined, his face and chest silently illuminated by the pale sunlight. Chapter 285. The obvious enemy. This is the coordinate. The coordinate where the obliterated entities, as indicated by the Land Reclamation Division, reside. The coordinate where Kachier is supposed to be. Chapter 286. How to find the Celestial Spirit Headquarters. Hickey's confusion was palpable. We had arranged to meet a few hours later in the First World. Now, who knows where she has gone? Chapter 287. The Seed of Leaf. You possess the right of free passage in this vicinity and may conduct inquiries at your discretion. Sean furrowed her brow as she cast a glance. She did not even spend a second discerning. Chapter 288. The Zero Heirs. The hideout of the withered-skinned sect. What is that? Asked Hixus. He is the 0 point of the entire universe, or rather, the place of return to zero, replied Cha. Only in this way can we. Chapter 289. An objective fact. A few faint thuds echoed as the wooden staffs of the withered-skinned cultists fell upon the sandy ground. They appeared so overwhelmed with emotion that they seemed to have forgotten how to articulate their thoughts, merely. Chapter 290. The truth. Bidding farewell to Kixis. Isa set forth on the solitary journey to the source of order. The cacophony of the harpy had vanished, leaving the air enveloped in a profound silence, which afforded Isa ample time for contemplation. Chapter 291. The impeccable situation. Blanelwen desires nothing more than to remain motionless. His strenuous efforts to thwart Nehi's salvation research are, in essence, a different approach to salvation. By investigating. Chapter 292. The source of order. The sound was faint, yet in his heart, it resonated like a thunderclap. Is it him? This voice belongs to Nixus. Clearly. Chapter 293. The Gabriel platform. As one traverses through the increasingly lower arches, it resembles a melody descending through a series of deepening scales. This journey continues until reaching the white cloud staircase that leads to the realm of Gabriel, where the harmonies converge. Chapter 294. The reverse arrival. As Cha traversed the space between two rows of benches, the floor of the hall emanated a subtle golden glow. He silently surveyed his surroundings with the corner of his eye, swiftly taking in the scene, harboring great expectations for his first. Chapter 295. The subtle intent of Shaliel. With a nod, I attempted to interact with the luminous orb using orderly energy, but to no avail. Furthermore, I had no desire to remain directly beneath the moon's angel. Chapter 296. The Featherless One. This is not order, Gabriel stated within the golden brown records. We must adhere to the prophecy and heed the guidance of the Holy Child. This is indeed the utmost order. Chapter 297. The Tabumo to library. Very well. Cha rubbed his forehead. We shall proceed upstairs. Nearly half of the agreed 30-minute meeting time has already elapsed. Chapter 298. The Determination of Death. How did you perceive it? The once delicate and docile image of the celestial angel Danner has vanished. Now, seated opposite is a figure whose divine radiance has dimmed. Chapter 299. The Transaction of Shalia. Yicker cast a glance at Shalia. The Angel of the Moon was quietly waiting by the side, patiently anticipating his completion of the report, exhibiting not a hint of malicious intent. Chapter 300. The Conditions of Ika. Just as Shaylee was about to speak, Ika abruptly stood up and walked outside. Shaylee followed closely behind, explaining, that was a matter for later. For now I. Chapter 301. Nice, a new understanding of the prime material plane. He stood alone on the balcony of a towering, gray edifice, silently. Chapter 302. The Villainous Vinny. I was once the vanguard of the Blue Forest's first squad. Now, everyone refers to me as the Villainous Vinny. Chapter 303. The Blood Swamp. Nice stood for a long time, quietly contemplating a strategy. The subordinates sent by Afafa were not so much weak as they were utterly foolish. They. Chapter 304. A good boss. Wait a moment. Vinny swiftly retrieved a rope and lowered it down, assisting him to ascend. Nice climbed up the tower, its surface marred by countless cracks. A sense of foreboding swelling within him. Chapter 305. The night before departing for Summerland Academy, Nice ultimately did not leave. Vinny was aware of his next destination. The experiences of the past few days had conveyed to him that, regardless of the circumstances, Vinny would invariably be by his side. Chapter 306. The Summerland Academy upon awakening. Vinny had yet to make her visit. The troll had vanished without a trace. Nice was unperturbed by the troll's potential ambush. Yet she could not help but wonder why it had not attempted to stealthily consume her in the dead of night. Chapter 307. The law beyond the law. Nice turned his head, firmly grasping the pointed hammer, and locked eyes with the sorcerer. He was well acquainted with the expression of a fanatic, thus swiftly dawned a similar visage upon his face. The sorcerer. Chapter 308. Turning the tables. Nice fixed her gaze upon Vinny. The half-elf propped her legs up, her boots resting on the edge of the table. As she scrutinized the red-clad professor, who also held the role of tavern owner, one of her eyebrows was notably missing. Chapter 309. The break. I am going to your damn place, all right? Damn you. Vinny leaped off the stage like a leopard. You understand nothing. I could take down Ode right now. Chapter 310. The interrogation of Ongoro. Traveling westward, Angoro's temporary residence, nestled among the student dormitories, boasts a secluded courtyard. At the entrance, several soldiers clad in peculiar helmets lounge against the wall in undignified postures. Chapter 311. Dawn. I have come here for a singular purpose, said Nice. To seek the remnants left by the four ancient gods. He mentioned Neshes, Lanolwen, Ruimyagani, and Wuyu. Chapter 312. The kind-hearted Dix. Nice received an unexpectedly warm welcome. The detective agency was a quaint little house, still illuminated as dawn approached. Dix ushered him inside and offered him a. Chapter 313. The displeasing professor. You may as well tell me the matter directly, Nice remarked. I am a detective, not a judge. Dix stroked his small mustache, a glimmer in his eyes. Chapter 314. The Selector's Unlimited Combat. Unlimited combat? The Selector? You have arrived at a fortunate time. Today marks a grand event that promises substantial profits for us. As Ponades gathered items from the table. Chapter 315. Draw. As the diminutive vice president gestured with his robe, a red object resembling a colossal cherry. Chapter 316. The conclusion of the combat. Subsequently, there was no further narrative. The deans engaged in conversation. After a brief moment, a combatant approached with an expression of indifference to announce, "You have successfully obtained entry to." Chapter 317. The Reward of Amesis. The conclusion of the mortal journey? As he stepped into the encirclement of the Mu-Helm soldiers and descended the steps of the observation platform, Nice once again felt the piercing gaze upon him, reminiscent of the watchful eyes that had scrutinized him on the muddy streets of the morning. Chapter 318. If you feel ashamed before I do. The sky was tinged with a dark crimson hue, seemingly deepening the moment he stepped outside. On the street, vendors with their two-wheeled carts were accompanied by the sounds of children running and screaming, as if they had been transported to another realm. Chapter 319. The night raid on the detective agency. He is not here. We are committing burglary, Nice said. Indeed, I intend to steal. Vinny boldly stepped forward, gesturing by the table. Chapter 320. The language of corpses. Nice was dragged out of the door by Vinny whenever it was necessary to exert strength. Her power always seemed so formidable that he doubted she could erect a watchtower within an hour. Chapter 321. The little secret of a good night. Is that so? You certainly have quite the imagination, Vinny remarked calmly, tucking a strand of hair behind her pointed ear. Nice fixed her gaze upon her. As usual. Chapter 322. Crack. Wanted. Bathed in a soft crimson sunlight and punctuated by intermittent patches of brightness, the streets here appear somewhat cleaner than those of the Eastern District. However, remnants of phlegm and litter can still be spotted from time to time. Chapter 323. The most urgent matter. What did she do? Nice inquired with a calm demeanor. Let me tell you, but please do not spread this around. The director hopes everyone can remain. Chapter 324. Originally Chapter 325. The refuge of villains and Mises approached a statue, while Nice drew near another. The surroundings were devoid of any presence, with their profiles shadowed against the empty drawers and the sheer cliffs that encircled the mountainside. This. Chapter 326. The followers of the Featherless One. The unspeakable contract. To outsiders, it merely appears that a villain has established a den for nefarious individuals. Chapter 327. The Heart of Transformation. What is the third aspect? You may simply understand it as being a unique member among the followers of the Wingless One. I can act in the name of the Wingless One. Chapter 328. The Death of Dix. Corruption. He certainly acquiesced to Amysis's request, not solely due to the moral obligation of equitable exchange, but also. Chapter 329. The miners of the bathhouse Ness stared intently at the image, focusing on the individuals within it. He had harbored hopes of encountering each one of them once more, until the dim wood grain once again emerged from above. Chapter 330. A death most undeserved. He had just inquired about the news of the mining disaster. A gaunt miner emerged with a grotesque visage. Was it still due to my mention of Enmasis? Nice regarded me with a frigid demeanor. Chapter 331. The Church of Desolation. The following day commenced with a comical incident as Bonodes slipped on a candle positioned on the staircase, eliciting uproarious laughter from the young boy who hastily rushed past. The priest had already. Chapter 332. Why we gather today. The following day marks the final day in Semerin. He intends to make it a day to remember. Nice tossed and turned, consumed by anguish, yet it mattered not. 2. Chapter 333. The Judgment of the Lightless. The demon among the crowd. A colossal bloom of black velvet yarn unfurled in the sky, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it. Yet, Anmesis and Nice remained unaffected, their eyes averted. Of course. Chapter 334. As you wish. Thud. Hello. Body. Chapter 335. Floating City. Breach above the blood marsh. Within the floating city, two humanoid figures with faces in a state of disarray were hurriedly attempting repairs. Beside them, a meticulously cut piece of luminescent rock lay adorned with two rows. Chapter 336. Rescue. Moments later, Ufa placed Chui Chui into a burlap sack and, alongside Angolo, gazed down from the window of the floating city. It was mostly nonsense. Chapter 337. Blood Magic at Noon. Consider yourself as gravity. The cataclysmic earthquake known as the blood magic at noon remains a topic of much debate. The confirmed death toll of practitioners reached a staggering 4,521. To summarize, the conception of the human realm from the perspective of NYSE has long been in mind, yet there is apprehension that beginning to write could lead to excessive length, resulting in minimal narration. In the design of characters, including the primary perspective of NYSE, I have deliberately eschewed any attempts to make them endearing. These characters exist as they are, shaped by their environments, innate talents, and life experiences. Thus, events unfold naturally within such contexts. If they are perceived as detestable, it is simply a reflection of their true nature, and the same holds true in reverse. There is no intentional crafting of the main perspective to vanquish antagonists, unveil conspiracies, or achieve triumph. Similarly, there is no vehement condemnation of characters from non-main perspectives. Certainly, if one prioritizes authenticity. Human actions are a result of the interplay between environment and self. The so-called villains are often merely those on divergent paths. Particularly, the protagonists of this narrative do not embody the traditional notion of righteousness, a situation that is especially pronounced here. However, this contravenes the norms of web fiction writing. Thus, the author dares to indulge solely in this non-main point of view. To illustrate with a minor example from the characters, consider the two apprentices of Bono Doze during a bout. At first glance, the sharp-faced apprentice is brash yet tender-hearted, while the round-faced apprentice appears soft-spoken but possesses a hardened resolve, seemingly fitting into archetypal molds. The round-faced apprentice harbors impractical ambitions. He adapts to the rules, embraces them, and actively exploits them, which renders him more vivacious, proactive, and optimistic. His act of biting down on medicine in the face of pain is, in truth, a manifestation of vitality, as well as a consequence of the disparity between his abilities and ambitions. Pain is, in essence, an expression of life force. Taking a day off. Thank you to the readers who have come this far. Chapter 338. In search of the cause, the primary material plane, they trudged through the waist-deep thickets, gazing upward to behold a round and plump moon, resembling creamy lard, nestled among the crimson leaves, casting a gentle, pale light. Chapter 339. Have you lost something? Icha advanced, traversing through a veil of mist. The soil beneath his feet became soft, and a refreshing humidity filled the air. In the depths of the forest, he beheld a small lake blanketed in moonlight. Chapter 340. The water fairy Norlower Chaz pursued the water sprite's trail like a shadow, until she fell onto the shore, panicked like a startled fish. The heads of the two humanoid beings slipped from the water sprite's grasp. Chapter 341. What are you confident about? That doesn't seem like a good remedy, Cha remarked. Of course. Nalyuer's face flickered with a hint of pride as she beheld the four dazzlingly bright figures. Chapter 342. The Instruction of the Wingless One, a Rare Dream. To explore and elucidate. Establishing a foundational cycle within the realm of reality. Crafting an authentic environment. Only those aspects that resonate profoundly with our consciousness shall manifest. Chapter 343. Passerby, the dreamscape is temporarily closed, and she. Chapter 344. The Land of the Setting Moon, Spring in Bitter Wind Village. In the place where flames dance, three figures emerge from the realm of dreams. The one who cherishes the past merges into the moonlit shadows. The one reborn against fate returns to the ashes, and the solitary wanderer dissolves beneath the water's surface. As the moon descends. Chapter 345. The Full Moon Druid Isler Woda. Chapter 346. Matters of urgent concern. Are those individuals sorcerers? Chapter 347. The fish that slipped through the net, are all of them here this year? Scott urged his horse into the adjacent stable. The trough was merely lined with a layer of hay, and nestled together were three swaddled infants. Chapter 348. Two hybrid beings, inferior to swine. Hybridization is a prevalent phenomenon, typically occurring among organisms with closely related structures in their natural state. It is readily comprehensible that hybrids often represent an average of the parental species. Chapter 349. Playing the lute to a cow. Ilwoda's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his broom in defense. The moonlight shone brightly once more. Yet the strike was exceedingly swift, aimed directly at the throat of the druid, targeting the ribs and... Chapter 350. A fireball. I can no longer intervene in such causality. The angel remarked, healing could, but, glancing at Kachir. What is that fool saying? Chapter 351. The consequences of serendipity. What transpired next was deemed no more significant than a mere nail clipper, or so it was believed by Cha. This, however, had little to do with the two druids present on the field. Chapter 352. An unattractive show. Please go ahead. I will bring Dagumin shortly, said Shamo Gu, briefly addressing the young boy, before casting a sharp glance at Shirsate. Chapter 353. The Cycle of Life. Shimoji gazed expressionlessly at Jianjian. She ought to have pierced the slender staff through his left hand as well, and then roasted them into a skewer of meat, yet she refrained from doing so. Chapter 354. The Fist of Flames. Whom do you wish to win? Inquired Kachir, as he leapt back to sit upon the courtyard wall, letting his legs dangle down. Why do you say that? I. Chapter 355. The Resurrected Corpse. What is wrong with it? They are all the same. There is but one correct path, while the erroneous paths each diverge in their own unique ways. I find this assertion to be flawed. Chapter 356. The Great Moon. The sun, reluctant to depart, made a brief leap before being drawn away and consumed by the horizon. Suddenly, a moon thrice the usual size emerged, its fullness akin to the delirium of an insomniac, casting an ethereal glow on the opposite side. Chapter 357. Deeply moved. Who are you? What are you? The boy pressed himself tightly against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. It was a foolish question. I am not human, he replied dismissively. Chapter 358. The Missing Children of Falling Moon Lake. A group of nearly 10 individuals encircled by moonlit zombies, some of whom brandished torches. The illumination of the flames was evidently necessary for these souls. Chapter 359. I want to play together. Cut. It's a boy. That won't do. As Nualuo released her grip, Walker plummeted into the lake with a splash. Keki hurriedly rushed to retrieve him. The transformation of the water fairy was still. Chapter 360. The celestial being. Of course not, thought Chashing. No one is truly oblivious. It is merely that at times, they themselves are unaware of what they know. How accurate that is. Chapter 361. The third molting. With a gentle pinch of 2 fingers, the snap produced almost no sound. The human boy seemed to have all his bones extracted, collapsing limply onto. Chapter 362. There are methods unknown to you. Thus concludes this chapter. Nais remarked. From here on, you must fend for yourselves. He was acutely aware that he should turn around and vanish without a trace, leaving no room for what was to come next. Chapter 363. The cockroach-like individuals. The grand moon that has not risen for so many years. The majestic moon that failed to appear during the fiery druid's usurpation. The magnificent moon that was absent amidst the strife of the hybrids. exists solely for. Chapter 364. The malevolent spirits. Suddenly, the moonlight burst forth, casting an uneven glow that resembled a grid, imprinting intricate patterns upon the ground akin to a mystical array. In the once pitch-black forest, flashes of light began to dance. Chapter 365. I was just worried that others wouldn't think so. Why hasn't the sky brightened yet? Kuchier raised her eyes to gaze at the heavens. She was new. Chapter 366. A glimpse of Ufan Nice sat cross-legged upon the rooftop. The eternally blazing inferno emitted a fierce radiance, casting a warm glow upon his back. The chilly wind, laced with smoke, seemed to. Chapter 367. A potato. The third shedding occurred swiftly under the manipulation of Icha. Nualuer expressed her protest in the manner of a water fairy. She transformed into a fluffy ball of tickling fur surrounding him. Chapter 368. Whatever the enemy seeks to protect, we must destroy. Nice still stood atop the roof, having now positioned himself at the pinnacle of a hollow tower on the outskirts. He was breathing a bit heavily, yet it was of little concern. The adversaries had. Chapter 369. The chosen cat. Klitsch. Are you certain? Is it really this one? Kuchier trotted behind Ija, his face a mask of confusion, though I too harbored similar suspicions. He recalled the potato once more. Chapter 370. The restless insect. Nice felt truly dull-witted. It was only now that he realized that a Fafu would never relent. He intended to claim all that was connected to him. Chapter 371. Contact at any time. For a moment, silence enveloped them. In the searing wind, laden with the acrid scent of sulfur, only the faint gurgling of the white tail could be heard. Kuchier glimmered with a golden radiance. Chapter 372. Aftermath of the Battle of Flame Night. In the land of the setting moon lies the Inferno Cave, a place steeped in 3,000 years of legend. The remnants of the obliterated evil deity, Ivomiat, are referred to as the Destruction Demon Seal, a terrifying spectacle. Chapter 373. Soul Energy. Withering Cha scanned the horde of demons. One of the demons recognized him and winked. He reciprocated with a wink of his own. Many of the demons clutched a rune approximately the size of a palm. Chapter 374. The demon broker. Immediately, two little demons brought a chair and placed it beside him. However, Ja did not have the habit of utilizing the services of impish servants. Now, the entire estate was teeming with these mischievous beings, as if he had grown accustomed to their presence. Chapter 375. An unnecessary dinner. Orlu. The name lingered in Charo's thoughts. Orlu of the Licking Association. I am aware, though not well acquainted. He smiled. Chapter 376. The remarkable Taliki Zikis placed her napkin down, her face reflecting an unusual tension as she shrugged her shoulders. There had been a period of silence regarding his whereabouts. Icha spoke to herself. Yaifomia. Chapter 377. The cost of utilizing resources. Hikishis and Shankalabi had transformed into two statues. The little imp servants let out a cry and vanished into the ceiling. Greetings, esteemed teacher. Chapter 378. Inspecting the white-tail father? Taliki asked, bewildered. Stamens, he replied. Oh my goodness, you use complex concepts to elucidate simple matters. Chapter 379. The advice of Tar Laliki. In order to alter the testing methods, he documented several characteristics. He estimated the time and, upon exiting the energy chamber, proceeded directly to the bedroom where Nerif resided. Chapter 380. The concealing box. The true reason. The white-tailed creature suddenly let out a meow. With a snap of her fingers, 5 vine-like tendrils to the right of Talalai ignited with magical flames, ablaze with life. Chapter 381. Equally important matters until the following morning. Cha remained engrossed in contemplation over their conversation. A night of slumber was not a necessity, contrary to his previous beliefs. Chapter 382. The abyssal mouth. Single Karabi and Tariliki vanished for an entire day. It is evident that they were preoccupied with the matter of Nalu's soul decay. The investigation was meticulously tailored by Ja to address the white-tail's specific concerns. Chapter 383. The unseen mist. The soul python deftly rotated its 2 heads, peering inward. Is it so? Indeed, it is so. Not quite. Chapter 384. We are all flesh and blood naturally. Cha scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. I have just realized that you may have saved my life. I have never encountered such commendation. Chapter 385. Introduction. Aurelia bit her luscious, crimson lips. If there is nothing else, let us conclude for today, she stated. Aurelia hesitated for a few moments. Chapter 386. the conscience of incongruity, the arrogant demon. Taliki let out a soft grunt and struck the pale door with 2 tendrils. As she entered, she turned around. Chapter 387. Just like accepting the stones by the roadside, the vine cluster of Tali Liqui swelled, evidently having just restrained an impulse to unleash a torrent of indignation upon the demons. Aurelia remained facing the doorway. Chapter 388. The might of magic. Kazinuous, a small face, positioned at the center of the open space, spoke. What? Vazu extended his group. The small face asserted confidently, they. Chapter 389. United in purpose, Inu's bony fingers rested upon his forehead. The pallor of the past has long since faded from the annals of Wagia's history. After a brief pause. Chapter 390. Speculations regarding Ica. Upon witnessing the movements of Zinulus, Ica discerned that his claim of having breached the curse of annihilation known as the Pale Wash was largely a fade. Chapter 391. The Tyrant, undoubtedly. Cha believes that this is the world. Chapter 392. The things that induce ultimate terror. I am Chant Sinchard, in case you were unaware. I cast a fleeting glance at him. I am the Lord of the Shallow Flame Plains. However, Chapter 393. The discovery of Talaliki, the Duke of Shadow Demon, Doma, was allowed to depart naturally. He was not always destined to prevail. You scoundrel. Talaliki massaged a few branches. Chapter 394. The percentage plan. Tower Laliki swayed with waves of deep green, plunging headfirst into the laboratory. There was no sign of Zakisi. If one wished to know, the information was always accessible, thus there was no. Chapter 395. The inverted symbol, identical, yet entirely distinct. Ja held the rare crystal before him, scrutinizing it closely. Its structure mirrored that of the heart of transformation. This was his. Chapter 396. For 1,400 words. 100% of the most magical among the magics through a lengthy series of lofty, corridor-like chambers. The open archways formed an elongated tunnel. This was a fortress of towering, nightmarish black stone, entirely suspended. Chapter 397. The Spring of the Heart. Indeed. In terms of time, the angel's inquiry has yet to occur. The echoes of the lingering roar still resonate, refusing to dissipate entirely. Chapter 398. Duke of Shadow Demon Duma. Chapter 399. Home. Thus, it is settled. As he casually traced the cracks along the long table, the intricate patterns seamlessly sealed without a trace. A deal has been struck. Let us summarize the divine constructs within this tome. The deity represents a singularity of faith, an embodiment of collective belief. An avatar is but a puppet of this faith, with a maximum of one existing at any given time. Apostles serve as the executors of this divine will, capable of existing in multiple forms. Believers are the sources of this faith. Deities need not possess a physical form. Currently, the entities of Lanelwen, Nehis, Ruamuganer, and the wingless ones are all formless, existing solely as pure manifestations of collective belief. This is why Isaiah refrains from referring to Lanelwen and similar entities as gods. He is a deconstructionist of theology and an energy scholar, interpreting from the perspective of energy flow rather than religious doctrine. If one were to disregard strict definitions, they could be dubbed as pan-dimensional deities, as the source of their faith spans across dimensions. Titles such as the Hand of Destruction of the Lady of Joy also reflect this, as they are gods of a singular race within their own dimension. Strictly speaking, these divine titles do not equate to the avatars themselves. Rather, believers often fail to recognize this distinction, conflating them with their avatars and collectively referring to them as XX gods. For the sake of narrative simplicity, such terminology is frequently employed. The potency of a deity is solely tied to the strength of their collective belief, which in turn correlates with the breadth of their influence, the density of their believers, and the urgency and universality of their faith. Avatars. Typically, deities possess corresponding avatars. An avatar is a tangible manifestation of the deity, existing as a singular entity. This entity can be any pre-existing biological form. The process through which a deity manifests an avatar is known as dissension. Avatars encompass the complete range of divine belief. However, aside from the strength of the deity's collective belief, the potency of an avatar also depends on the avatar's inherent strength, receptiveness, and the completeness of their dissension and execution. Hekis and Ivemyth are both avatars, possessing the characteristics of normal biological entities. The process of the Hand of Destruction's dissension resembles a lightning strike, marking the moment of divinity, an avatar's transformation. Ivemyth positions himself as the closest conduit to guide this lightning. Once the dissension is complete, he gains the corresponding collective belief as his source of power, thus becoming a deity. The ascension of the Lady of Joy, Hekis, is the most common path to divinity, enticing believers and consolidating faith, representing a bottom-up approach to becoming a deity. Ivemyth's method, on the other hand, is top-down, showcasing Serena's exceptional prowess. Shalia is also an avatar, albeit under different circumstances, having triggered the dissension of the wingless ones through the miracles of Asharoth. This connection is seamless, approaching complete dissension. Consequently, he inherits the history, understanding, and complete will of the wingless ones, making Shalia nearly equivalent to them. Most individuals privy to the truth believe that Izia will manifest as the shepherd Nehis's avatar. Shalia and the Shadow of Conspiracy share this belief. Apostles, both avatars and deities, can bestow their powers upon apostles. Apostles serve as the executors of divine power, possessing a portion of the bestowed strength. They remain themselves, augmented by additional power. This is akin to Ivemyth granting Nezub's apostolic abilities, which does not significantly alter his essence. A powerful deity bequeaths formidable strength to a corresponding apostle, contrasting with weaker avatars. In a broader understanding, such powerful apostles may also be referred to as gods, as the distinction is often imperceptible to believers. The third volume is one of exploration. The writing style has undergone a transformation, most notably in the peering devil and blood law at noon. Overall, this volume intentionally reduced psychological introspection and descriptive sentiment, shifting focus more toward dialogue and narrative storytelling. The author's bouts of incoherent thought have significantly diminished, or so he believes. After a few days of respite, I shall commence the fourth volume. Lastly, as customary, here is the acknowledgement list. Plastic bag of oceanic refuse, Limulu. Snoozing Sergeant, Traveler with no attachments 202-206-1716-5546-7140, Book Friend 201-8090-8-173-401982, Pitiful and Humble Black Maple Tree, Skalolo, Toxic Sun Knocking on the Bowl 6 UK. Wool of the Underworld Book Friend 20200-809-20-4059-330, Zindro Wylan, Swordsmith, Shandofall 20190-27172-554569, The Reaper Long Time No See, Sleepless One accompanied by the Island Whale. Military Commissioner Kane of the Hell Dimension, Breath of the Sky Buckwheat 81, Book Friend 20201-2302-3-401-4380, 7 Records General Store, Xiang Shishao Book Friend 201900106-191101-374, Dim Starry Sky. This book is truly fragrant. Elispi, so-called Lotus Sauce, Crazy Mountain Range, Book Friend 201-8121-71958-51927, Void Observer, Kazurin, East Bungshi, File Haying, East Longitude 90 degrees, Sea Ridge. Immortal Bird Ross Lily, Starry Sky is a hungry glutton, endless ages of clear words and wonderful flowers, Dr. Sharon, Dre Shaoran, Wandering Nowall, Afraid of Kunlun. My suggestion is to change the book title, Rampant Outcry, A Stray Black Cat, French Fries with Salt is Sufficient, Qing Luo is Emotionally Weak, Mimia Book Friend 2020709-2-21138-513. Casting Sound 72 Book Friend 20200208171454527. Dragon of All Phenomena, Dark Abyss Dreamflower, Book Friend 2017020301354278849. Victoria Meow, YYH73 Teacher, Good Book Friend 160305052-5334431. Sonnet. Full of Energy Linhua. 99 Return to One Fist Academy. Here is Still Empty. Obscure Brightness Taoist. Clayton University Student. Houseman VI. Fox Clear Shadow Reader 1468-20160-4642-557952. Book Friend 202-20526-17032-3-1307-32342. Tianming, Pseudo Immortal. Central Plains People, Glorious Tsanghua. 3 Yuan Tai Jun, Kong Ne, Salted Fish Falls to the Ground, Li Luo Tower No. 1, Silent Starry Night 2716, Night Dawn White. I choose to give up struggling, Book friend 20170813064332625. Weaving Path of Weaving, Niels. Ah, the wheel has turned, relector. Until the next volume. Chapter 400. Organizational location at the end of the ultimate path. A profound transformation has undoubtedly occurred, yet it seems as though nothing has changed. Most of the structures have been relocated to the present surface, with some still retaining their original. Chapter 401. Classification. Please take a look at these. The structural manager gestured towards the peculiar components arranged against the wall. I have examined them. Do they serve any particular purpose? Chapter 402. The world in your eyes. The clock in the hands of the office manager began to tick steadily. Illuminated points of light emerged from the azure sea of gas. Mechanical structures were arranged closely against the four walls. Chapter 403. The name of truth. The alarm clock paused once more. It was adjusted twice by the protagonist. The scene within the room shifted twice as well. The manager appeared to refrain from intervening, seemingly not out of unwillingness, but rather an inability to do so. Chapter 404. More Yellifer of the Dreamweaver's Cradle. Come to the Dreamweaver's Cradle to see me, quickly. This was the sole line penned in the letter to Kikir. The concealment box. Once more, the concealment box. Chapter 405. The Predicament of the Dragon. There are matters of significance, Chaz remarked. You are aware that I am a silver dragon, and thus you must also comprehend the utility therein. If you were to consider the original. Chapter 406. A brief respite. Not yet. Leaning on my mind. Chapter 407. The golden sheep. Do not sell me, he implored. Whose voice is that? In a state of drowsiness, Cha's mind pondered. Do not sell me, the voice persisted. Chapter 408. The Dragon Society. Although Ja did not fall back asleep, he remained in the room until the dawn of the following day. As soon as his biological clock signaled the arrival of morning, he drew back the curtains, preparing to embark on his journey. Stepping out the door. Chapter 409. Consensus. The Dilemma of Rebooting. Chapter 410. The Dragon King's Promise. What if none of you regress? Ja interjected. It seemed that there might still be hope. A look of uncertainty appeared on Bolazul's pallid face, his voice reflecting. Chapter 411. Confidential. By listening attentively, not a single word was missed. Before long, the crux of the matter was unveiled. The return of the illusory origin pillar requires the activation of the four-colored colossal dragons, one of which must possess the heart of the Earth's guardian. Chapter 412. Deeper Prejudice. Chapter 413. The villain Ja traversed the lucid dream of Falling Moon Lake once more. Norlor continued to converse and negotiate with him in the guise of a featherless being. One must never assess with a mere classification. Chapter 414. Malicious Intent. It is hard to believe that Yvonne is more familiar with the path to the manling manor than he is. Yet, the reality appears to be just that. They soared low over. Chapter 415. The Song of Homecoming. Before 3 hours had elapsed, Moroi Liwei had already positioned herself like a sharp sword before his door. You do not look well, she remarked. You. Chapter 416. The Great Gathering of the Three Rings. Chapter 417. The resentment of Mora Yellifer. The 10 giants were still awaiting his words. Yet, Cha did not hesitate. He extricated himself from the grasp of the silver dragon and elaborated for them in detail. The giants held a rather indifferent sentiment towards the Dreamweaver's cradle. Chapter 418. The Red-Black Rose. The number of the chaotic hell is 6, for it is the number of demons. To this day, we remain uncertain whether the angelic number was designated as 7 to surpass them by a single stroke, or if it is a reflection of. Chapter 419. An unexpected situation. He scrutinized him for nearly a minute. Why are you staring at me? Kuchierer felt somewhat uneasy. The golden sheep and the hellhound, one by one. Chapter 420. The Giant's Faith. The giants rose from the ground. What was initially perceived as a range of mountains began to stir, stretching and expanding. A colossal, spiraling rock rotated in reverse, unfolding. Chapter 421. Pillar operation. This afternoon proved to be exceedingly hectic, due to its distinctive structure and expansive nature. The area of the Dream Cradle is approximately 12 times that of the Source of Order. Chapter 422. The treasure of the Grand Life Master. Kuchier advanced swiftly. After all, angels and demons are fundamentally different. In an attempt to impede him, he moved closer to Ivomia. The Demon Duke was not in any significant distress. He simply. Chapter 423. When 2 is not greater than 1, a burst of flames erupted above his head. In that fleeting moment, he chose to cast all the samples on his person towards Kuchier. With 2 resounding thuds, Kuchier could no longer withstand the impact. Chapter 424. Dream Eyes Bolazul stepped forward, and a few notes flowed from his lips, instantly transforming the atmosphere around him, as even the dreary light and shadows became imbued with warmth. Chapter 425. Tears of the dragon Maroya Yellowfur sat against the wall, her radiance diminished. Icha settled down against the wall opposite her, noticing that her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon him. Chapter 426. The Crisis of Stiffness. Do not employ the technique of enhanced memory on me any longer. Moro Yellowfur supported her forehead. Chapter 427. The old method. What is this? Where am I? The events unfolding were so extraordinary that Moro Yellowfur could not help but voice her bewilderment. No sooner had she spoken than. Chapter 428. The 5 names of the stars as the suffocating sensation and the oppressive atmosphere brought forth by the demons nearly overwhelmed Moro Yellowfur. Iza abruptly ceased her laughter, grasping her wrist with one hand while pressing down on her shoulder with the other. Chapter 429. The time of the giants' migration. Iza surprisingly continued to speak. Moraliel swiftly intervened to prevent the conversation from drifting too far. Wait, did I not clarify? Iza paused. Chapter 430. Cold Flame and Truth. The actuarial judgment. The unwavering decisions and the impartiality. Chapter 431. The flame pump. When should a colossal dragon unleash its wrath? How does one master the art of controlling their fury? This is the foremost lesson that all dragons learn from a tender age. The great dragons weave dreams and creativity. Chapter 432. The extent of self-despair. You evoke an old adage in my mind, while gazing at the demonic realm. One must never allow a shadow demon to utter the phrase another price. Chapter 433. Special individuals. Both parties exchanged meaningful glances for a moment until Icha waved his hand and said, "There is no need for any concern," thus breaking the tension of this psychological struggle. Chapter 434. The Gentle Long Night. Entry 52167. When you are regarded as a devil, how can you demonstrate that you are not? A natural thought is. Chapter 435. Bad Loneliness. I cannot compel Moro Yellowfur to make a choice, Emo Dong replied. In this context, the sentiment expressed is one of regret, overshadowing any other emotion, if there were. Chapter 436. Consciousness Network. All the dragons focused their gaze upon Ija. The situation had escalated to such an extent. Ija turned around to glance at them. As you occupied with consciousness. Chapter 437. The bewildering light. You are not entirely wrong, Cha stated, yet. Madong gazed at him patiently, awaiting clarification. The elder dragon and the young dragon also regarded him, momentarily forgetting. Chapter 438. The Round Table Conference. The progenitor dream possesses no master. It is a communal ancient entity. Madong paused for a moment before responding. The original progenitors were selected from 5 distinct stars. Chapter 439. The Breach. As the sound reverberated, the air transformed into a hue of blue. The teacup overflowed upon the table, and the mist-laden tea coalesced in the air, forming an umbrella shape. The table nestled beneath the chair. Chapter 440. The Ritual of Infighting. Yet he stood just outside the door. Bolazul remarked that he felt somewhat perplexed. At that moment, the bewildering light knocked once more, its sound resonating. However, the ancestor pursued. Chapter 441. The Ordinary Angel. Perhaps all creatures possess flaws, yet dragons do not. This is the utterance of a certain dragon. Dragons are perfect, magnificent, and extraordinary beings. Chapter 442. Now effective. The door creaked ominously, as if the bewildering light had altered its strategy, no longer charging headlong, but instead eroding its way in, with Jia and Madong confirming one another, both. Chapter 443. Between dreams and reality. Long Pan clung to the ceiling, grasping the wall, while Long gathered around the sunken formation at the edge of the shore. They were on the verge of vanishing, only to reappear once more. No one had experienced. Chapter 444. Connectivity. Do not concern yourself with the inner and outer matters for now. Have you memorized the location of the fulcrum? The voice of the dragon coalesced into a dense cloud of sound as the demon's gaze swept across the stream of light. Chapter 445. The previous minute. Kucheater gazed in astonishment at Moro Yili Fu. All the black dragons, along with the green dragon Bolazul, stood utterly still, resembling a backdrop of an oil painting. In the midst of confusion. Chapter 446. The 5 dreams choice. It was a golden bubble, resembling a peculiar magical helmet, gliding over the fingertips of the silver dragon. Beyond the exchange of consciousness, Cha had not forgotten to capture the sounds whispering beside him. Chapter 447. Third perspective. The Duke of Shadow Demon, Duma, stood behind the last of the tardy giants, observing as his silhouette vanished from sight. He prepared to seal the dimensional rift. This immense tear had never been forcefully. Chapter 448. Nehis and Lanolwen. At the zero moment, the time of germination, the long-anticipated eruption has arrived, radiating outward from the center of the returning fantasy source pillar in a dazzling display. Chapter 449. Rebooting protection. Is it because you realize your mistakes and seek to amend them? Murmured Kachia softly. Yicha couldn't help but chuckle. Neosis was even more forthright. He resembled an ostentatious chandelier, illuminating the surroundings with an air of arrogance. Chapter 450. Duma Colossal, spiraling shadow cast a piercing sound overhead, shattering his laughter. The useless fragments suspended in midair, coarse and decayed. Chapter 451. Brother for reasons unbeknownst to him. The angel sensed a peculiar disarray within his mind. On one hand, he felt a heavy fog enveloping his thoughts, rendering many matters indistinct and convoluted. On the other hand, Chapter 452. A name immortalized in history, Kuchierer felt as though his mind had largely ceased to function, yet the circumstances before him evidently demanded otherwise. He parted his lips, sensing a profound dryness extending from his lips to his throat. Chapter 453. We do not speak of goodbyes. Greetings, angel of authority. Kuchi. Chapter 454. The 9 faces of division. A barrier needs to be established, along with a portal leading to the dimension of inquiry. Kuchierer contemplated. Constructing a magical barrier is not particularly challenging, he mused. Chapter 455. The sovereign of the third stage. This is Ingma Duma, who is also currently ranked among the top 10 rift hunters in the world in terms of overall capabilities. Before Kuchierer could speak, Neshis introduced him. Chapter 456. Targeting the dimensional portal. Kuchierer gazed down at the writhing segments of the shadow demon, murmuring softly, I believe this is not the right approach. If one wishes to communicate, one must employ the other. Chapter 457. Destiny. The issue is apparent. What is the distinction? The shadow demon crossed its arms, not appearing disrespectful, yet also lacking any contrary implication. Great. Chapter 458. Good news and bad news. Kuchierer leapt into action, commencing the initial phase of separation. He was no stranger to collaborating with demons, yet that had been alongside Yikante. After Nehis departed, shadows loomed everywhere. Chapter 459. The sacred final interpretation. Furthermore, to dispel any semblance of unfounded hope you may possess, allow me to articulate with utmost clarity. The existence of Lanolwen is an undeniable certainty. Even I. Chapter 460. I shall spurn his grave. A distorted triangular prism, its surface marred by a web-like pattern, each edge askew, extending into chaotic lines, resembling ghostly fists in disarray. Chapter 461. Save lives. The evolution of language, particularly in relation to the value of life, typically manifests a notable commonality. The distinction between emergency vocabulary and everyday lexicon is often stark. This holds significant implications for populations. Chapter 462. Knowledge and wisdom. Yet a single hand suffices. Through the exploration of connections, one can smooth out the anomalies that arise after the closure of each planar passage, restoring it to its original state. Chapter 463. The Mist Encounters and Reunions. Chapter 464. Restli Fu recounted the deeds of Kuchierer with clarity and precision, leaving no detail unexamined. The remnants of the featherless beings, stripped away from Kuchierer, lay exposed to the air. Chapter 465. Beyond life. If you speak again, I shall crush you, he thought, halting his reverie. He initially intended to elaborate further on the operation to make the threat more credible, but the periphery of his vision. Chapter 466. Unable to restrain. The crux of the matter lies in how much conscious control Serena still possesses. She is undoubtedly not beyond the reach of influence. As the investigation ascends, it continues until it transcends the entangled miasma. Chapter 467. A call to all. I must trouble you all now. Chapter 468. The moral high ground. Several events transpired simultaneously. Unexpectedly, the regulations that silenced the cacophony of noise were rescinded. The thunderous roar of the giants instantaneously filled their refuge. Chapter 469. Bone within bone. Let go. You wretched fiend. Release us. Let go. Hikisis kicked and struck, unleashing a torrent of curses, yet her efforts proved futile, leaving her with no choice but to Chapter 470. Not fun, not fun, not fun. The slender thread in hand glowed a fiery red, having frayed nearly 50 times, yet each time it was painstakingly mended with renewed effort. Damn it, I must endure a little longer. Chapter 471. The non-existent letter to Kuchir. There are several matters I wish to bring to your attention. Progress has been relatively smooth. We have encountered unexpected difficulties. Chapter 472. A good mother, he suddenly realized that he had fallen into the water. The cold, dark depths seemed to have no bottom, and there was nothing within reach to grasp for support, an endless void. Chapter 473. Congratulations. Chapter 474. Ordinary animals, this is your next task. You are meant to remain here, are you not? Right here. In the primary material plane, select 132 species of animals. Chapter 475. The true threat, they simultaneously leaped backward. In his lifetime, Nais had never undergone specialized martial arts training. Had it been in the past, he would have had no inkling to support himself with one hand while placing the other against his chest. Chapter 476. Two goblins, dear citizens of Vakado. If you discover traces of the following creatures, please report immediately to the guard station of Kaikmyra. Two green-eyed footprints in the snow. Chapter 477. Not scary at all out of nowhere. A little boy wearing a furry hat appeared before them, performing a gesture of greeting with remarkable earnestness. The Kekmara district of Vikadu had. Chapter 478. Blazerbon Vinus, I am prepared to sacrifice you and your little companions. Nice uttered in a terse manner. Do not count me in, sir. I have already comprehended. Chapter 479. The gates of hell, the atmosphere inexplicably reached a climax in an odd place. Is this truly nothing? Vinny gazed skyward, forgetting to add her mockery. Chapter 480. The chosen one, Nice concentrated, sensing the ethereal energy of dreams gathering near his stomach, slowly rising and transforming into a warm orb within his throat. Maintain. Chapter 481. Significant events, some demons have begun to gradually depart, leaving behind those who leisurely chew on the flesh and blood snacks gathered from the roadside, ambling through the ruins of the city, occasionally rummaging through. Chapter 482. The heirs ultimately. They discovered blaze in the wine cellar beneath the ruins of the vineyard. The cellar was farther from the billowing smoke and demons, yet perilously close to the surging magma. As the dust settled. Chapter 483. The prisoner, the magical chambers appear vastly different in the eyes of passers-by. However, to Nissa, the myriad transformations reveal a discernible pattern. Each of these enchanted chambers possesses a so-called. Chapter 484. The secret recipe. Before long, the truth came to light. They now understood the origin of the numerous desiccated traces of vomit on the ground. The Vanis family had stripped away. Chapter 485. The gathering of complex sense. I implore you to extend your utmost support to Kekmara. Your greatest efforts are required. Now, let us discuss what each of you is capable of contributing. The figure, shrouded in a lowered hood, clasped their hands. Chapter 486. Words of many facets. Damn. The dwarf exclaimed, clenching his fist. It is truly unfortunate. I deeply lament the loss of Vicardo. Lady Citrus leaned back slightly. Chapter 487. The crow and the rational being. I shall accompany you, providing proof of passage and information for future contact. Fincy Langway rested his head on his hand, gazing at Afafu, though it was largely unnecessary. Chapter 488. The Radiant 11. The Cox's Glimmer Conference, pure black Vikadu. As its name suggests, the so-called Cox's Glimmer Conference is held atop the Cox Highlands. Yet, like its name, this occasion. Chapter 489. The Hall of Nexus, is it not beautiful enough? What about that one? And this one? Blazer tugged at Mark Cheetah, pointing at the intricately patterned mosaics on the ceiling and the beast head sculptures protruding from the stone columns. Chapter 490. The Three Doors Dilemma. In the center of the hall, a stone basin emitted a gurgling sound, quickly filling with half a basin of thick red liquid. Marquito waved his hands as if conducting an orchestra, synchronizing his movements. Requesting a 2-day leave of absence due to illness, I have now recovered. Chapter 491. The flame sequence lock of the mathematical sorcerer. In comparison to certain devout believers who establish their identities through piety, all sorcerers appear shadowy, devoid of faith, and embodying a self-serving nature, even the warlocks. Chapter 492. Siblings. The unpleasant stench left by Marquita lingered in the air. Once all the braziers had been extinguished, the hall began to resemble a cell of the Vikadu style. In a certain sense, it Chapter 493. Memories of the previous generation. Niece did not wish to be inexplicably entangled in others' ethical dilemmas. Yet, if preserving Blazer's life was paramount, it appeared that there were not many options available. The Eyes of Terastos. Chapter 494. Unpleasant Memories. Venus, the family of the jackals. Venus, the family of the chimpanzees. Our king wears two faces. Our. Chapter 495. Heavy snow. There was a brief pause. My fate. The fate of Terastos. Terastos murmured. Perhaps their demeanor had provided her with some solace. Chapter 496. Wasting life. Terastos let out a muffled groan, his body crumpling backward as if it were broken, vanishing into the smoke. A typical girl would have been pulverized by such a blow, her skull shattered. Chapter 497. A new life. Niece broke through the wall of light. The web pursued him from behind, but it was too late. The shadow he cast had already enveloped the frail body of Terastos. Chapter 498. Calculation results. Chapter 499. The only right thing to do in a dimly lit chamber. The sole source of illumination is a suspended yellow crystal, casting deep shadows that outline the figures within. Seated behind a table is an individual cloaked in a hood, there. Chapter 500. White Phosphorus 721, and Rosalie gazed at Afafu, eagerly awaiting the next command, until he waved his hand and said, "You may leave now." We are currently. Chapter 501. The reader. The Night Raven Fortress is situated on the fringes of Vikadu. The governance of the Vikadu kingdom over this somber stronghold of sorcery teeters between efficacy and ineffectiveness, in the realm of the lightless. Chapter 502. Limitations. Veery Shah did not respond to him. Instead, he repeatedly tugged at a crease in the knee of his trousers. He appeared to be more contemplative than astonished. To be frank, such. Chapter 503. The good news from Enmopal. A room filled with compressed volcanic gases. 3 large barrels of frog eye orange extract, 6 small vials of the heart's blood of the hopeless, sludge from the mud monster, and 10 pre-prepared boxes. Chapter 504. The enchanting dancer China twirled gracefully as the diminutive imps began to clap around her. Their skin bore a grayish hue, and although their hands were large, each possessed only 3 slender fingers. These tiny remnants. Chapter 505. The minor amulet of mathematical Olympiad. Adhering to the following rules will significantly enhance your chances of survival. It is imperative to bolster your odds. 1. The use of concrete domain spells is strictly prohibited. Chapter 506. The reception of issues for reasons unbeknownst to him. Despite the momentous nature of the news, there was an absence of surprise within the depths of Nice's heart. He even felt a sense of inevitability, and perhaps. Chapter 507. The Pebble and the Grim Reaper. According to Winnie, capturing the self-important Veery Shah was as effortless as picking up a pebble. However, banishing him seemed far more challenging than simply kicking him away. Chapter 508. Higher beings. You might perceive it as a touch of greed. Veery did not pause at all, and continued. You see, this is not a moment for artistic creation. Chapter 509. Seeking alternative livelihoods. Nice crashed through the small gate of the Night Crow Fortress, traversing the barren garden directly towards his sorcerer's tower. The harvest was promising. Chapter 510. The execution of the statue. Nice felt neither fear nor any inclination for communication from the other party. Instead, he was once again enveloped by a chilling sensation throughout his body, and his shoulders felt burdened. He stood behind the door, slowly. Chapter 511. The true Emperor. Nice conveyed this to him, and he also prepared to address the other demands of Emperor Vicardo. As for himself, he had already put forth all his requests. It was impossible for him to express his intentions further. Chapter 512. The passage of light. Radiance and shadow hold no inherent notions of good or evil for humanity. Both are vibrant, pervasive energies. The concepts of right and wrong are mere illusions born from the mundane heart. In the ancient city of Ulisant. Chapter 513. To the Radiant One. Emperor Vikadu, endowed with the power of radiance, undoubtedly possesses the ultimate authority to interpret the essence of light. This power is more than sufficient to encompass the entirety of Night Raven Castle, if one were to elaborate on the nuances. Chapter 514. Izza Kalu. Quill. I can no longer write, muttered Vili Shirao. Izza released the quill, which promptly descended onto the flat crystalline surface of the table, resembling a yellowed leaf. Chapter 515. Considerate, sweet, and unsent invitations. Chapter 516. Complete image. Oh my. Oh my. Veery Shao fluttered her eyes, resembling 2 narrow slits, utterly astonished. What an extraordinary display of behavior this is. It is hard to imagine. Chapter 517, Weekly Report on Weisheng Qimian. To encapsulate. The third stage of Weisheng Qimian can be described as a miniature, darkly distorted version of chaotic hell. It is important to note that this is not a summary from the author, but rather an observation made by its management. Chapter 518, The dull passage as Cha ambled along. He gestured to everyone while casually glancing towards the direction she indicated. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that he would have noticed any. Chapter 519, The New Trend Ceremony. With a wave of his hand, Cha signaled the brutal demon's honor guard to halt before the sixth-to-last firewall. The number 6 holds auspicious significance for demons. It is. Chapter 520, 0 points. What does this have to do with me? Accumulated dissatisfaction from being rudely interrupted multiple times led to the disappearance of the softer tones in Oriel's voice. She crossed her arms. Chapter 521, The Arrogant Nuisance. A rope? Aurelia inquired, puzzled. A fleeting brilliance of crimson, dark red, and dull orange intertwined, piercing through the shadows, illuminating the course. Chapter 522, The Non-Demon Exclusive Spectator Seats. Li Fu lingered for a while in what was termed the non-demon exclusive pit. Ultimately, she decided to bide her time. She remained unaware of the reasons compelling her to respond. Chapter 523, Inspiration. Chapter 524, The 125th, The Shadow of Zymondigan. May I make another request? To inquire. You may propose any request, my dear. Thus it is. He made that. Chapter 525, Side Effects. As night fell, Viri Sho repeatedly nodded and shook his head in confusion. Could even the chaotic abyss experience darkness? I had thought that what I witnessed before was already the onset of night. No, that's not right. Chapter 526, The Protagonist's Image. It was unable to continue speaking. As the investigation unfolded. Chapter 527, The Conjecture of Field Merging. An opportunity. The study of fields encompasses numerous unsolved enigmas. Recent groundbreaking research has been inspired by a genius mathematician from over 2,400 years ago, the pioneer of mathematical analysis.